The cheap shot. The first 2 days were spent in careful observation and measurement. Prosperity Street stretched 317 yards north to south, averaging 10 yards in width. It was crossed by 9 main avenues and 15 smaller alleys. 106 businesses and homes lined its length, including a wine bar of such exceptional quality that a third day was entirely lost to hangovers and muttered regrets. They moved on the evening of the fourth day, as a warm mist crept from the sewers and the street lamps glowed like pearls veiled in gray silk. The clocks began their prolonged 11 o'clock chime, a process that often lingered until it was nearly time for 12. At the corner of Prosperity and Magdamar, a purple-skinned woman in city workers' coveralls calmly tampered with the signpost. She placed the wooden shingle marked Prosperity S into a sack and tipped her hat to a drunken, vaguely curious goblin. Brandwin cleared 3 more intersections of their Prosperity S signs before the clocks finally fell silent. Where Prosperity met Nine Fingers, a polite brass-headed automaton painted over every visible Prosperity S with a thick, opaque black varnish. 2 blocks north, a mechanavipede flying unusually low, carrying a single dark-haired passenger, accidentally collided with a signpost, a mishap that would be repeated 6 more times. At the famously bewildering 7-way intersection where the Goblin Markets met Prosperity, a sorceress disguised as a cat's shadow whispered spells of alphabetic nullification, wiping each relevant signpost clean as a slate. In total, they removed 46 shingles or posts and defaced the placards of 16 businesses that happened to share the street's name. Finally, they decided to pour a whole carboy of powerful acid over a ceremonial section of the pavement where the words Prosperity Street were laid in iron letters. Once the letters had melted into an illegible bubbling mess, they gave it a quick rinse with water and made a hasty retreat to ditch their coveralls, paints, and the various bits of city property they'd lifted. The following morning, Ivavandas was distinctly unamused. Absolutely nothing changed, she stated, her golden eyes glinting with a dangerous light, the butterflies around her unnervingly still. Not the slightest flicker of disruption or weakening in Jarrow's anchor point. All you managed to do was confuse a bunch of tourists. The goal, Amarel, is to steal the street itself, not just deface its decorations. I never thought it would be that straightforward, Amarel replied. I just wanted to rule out the most obvious tactic first. No sense playing your highest card when a low one might do the trick. A symbol is not the thing it represents. Ivavandas retorted with a wave of her hand, instantly depositing Amarel onto the manicured front lawn of her estate. There, the mesmerizing toad statues almost trapped her in another lost hour of staring. 9. Direct methods. Their subsequent scheme required 11 full days of preparation, a timeline extended by a 2-day delay when a duel between parliamentary mages in the western districts brought the temple bridge of the god of hidden names crashing down. By the time they were ready, the street signs at the corner of Prosperity and Languinar, the southern tip of their target, had been repaired. The dawn sky was just beginning to bleed orange and scarlet over the city's skyline, and the clocks were ambiguously tolling, or perhaps not, the 7th hour. A convoy of heavily reinforced wagons, pulled by teams of armored horses, came to a stop on Languinar, poised to turn north. Painted on the sides of these wagons was the legend, Newspark DeSisco and Sons, hazardous animal transport. Just as the lead wagon began its turn into traffic, a woman in a vivid crimson dress, mounted on a mechanized rabbit, recklessly cut it off. What followed was an improbable yet spectacular cascade of calamity. Wagons tipped over one after another, wheels tore free from their axles, and teams of horses, their emergency releases triggered, bolted neighing into the surrounding lanes. The side of the first overturned wagon burst open, and a shaggy, growling creature came lunging out. "Run for it," shouted a voice, which coincidentally belonged to the woman in the red dress. "It's a spring-heeled werjackal." A moment later, her damaged mech rabbit blew apart, shrouding her in a cloud of hissing steam and sparks. The crimson dress, cleverly designed to be reversible, was flipped inside out by touch in a maneuver Amarel had drilled relentlessly. 3 seconds after the explosion, she emerged from the steam wearing a hooded black robe. Shraplin, Utterly unburdened by 75 pounds of fur, leather, and wooden claw prosthetics, happily engaged the reinforced, shock-absorbing leg springs Brandwin had hastily engineered for him. He went bounding and howling through the gathering crowd, transforming simple alarm into outright pandemonium. In the ensuing 30 seconds, 22 separate collisions involving carriages and mechanized vehicles gridlocked traffic for 2 blocks north of the original accident. Amarel, rushing northward in Schraplin's chaotic wake, didn't have a moment to tally the wreckage. Another suspiciously faulty wagon in the Nussbark de Cisco convoy split open, revealing its cargo of human-sized hives to the noise and chaos. Thousands of polychromatic reek bees, iridescent in every hue and fiercely protective of their queens, swarmed out to spray defensive stink nectar over everything within range. The faintest whiff of that odor trailed Emerelle as she fled north, and she immediately regretted her earlier breakfast. Hundreds of people would be incinerating their garments before sunset. All down the length of Prosperity Street, auditory spells pre-placed by Sofara began to detonate. Authoritative, booming voices commanded traffic to stop, pedestrians to flee, shops to shutter, and citizens to pray for salvation. They screamed warnings about werjackals, basilisks, reek bees, Kredler robber wasps, rabid vorpalax, and even an outbreak of plague. The city watch and a number of sturdy volunteers were instructed to block the main crossroads using whatever was at hand. Barrels and carts became impromptu barriers, a task some undertook with grim determination. Amarelle slipped into the alley past Ninefingers Way and retrieved the bundle she had hidden behind a decaying crate the previous evening. Moments later, she stepped back onto the street wearing the crisp uniform of a Theridane watch captain, her collar insignia gleaming, a steel baton at her side. She began barking a stream of nonsensical and conflicting commands, seeding confusion, herding shopkeepers inside their establishments, and telling them to bolt their shutters. Whenever she encountered genuine officers, she used the concealed, drugged tip of her truncheon to deliver a swift, quiet jab. The unconscious forms they left behind, easily mistaken for casualties, lent a grim authenticity to the spreading chaos. Up at the north side of Prosperity Street, a watch wagon manned by 2 uniformed women suffered yet another bizarre mishap when it rolled too close to the open flame of a distracted street vendor's fondue pot. Brandwin and Sofara tossed their helmets away and fled, shrieking, spreading disoriented terror through the crowd, even before the wagon's cargo of rockets and canisters started to detonate. For the better part of 30 minutes, Prosperity Street was showered with pinkish-white streams of sneezing powder, sleep-inducing smoke, and eye-searing pepper dust. It finally took the reluctant intervention of 2 parliamentary wizards to aid the watch and bucket brigades in calming the scene. The offices of Nussbark de Cisco and Sons were discovered vacant, their records gone, presumably taken when they fled the city. The spring-heeled werjackal was never found and was presumed adopted as some eccentric mage's new pet. What do you mean, nothing? Amarelle stormed back and forth in Ivovandus' study the next day, having laid out the entire operation for the wizard, who only half listened while consulting a grimoire that periodically chuckled and sighed to itself. We shut down the entire length of Prosperity Street for over 3 hours. We stole that street from everyone on it in every way that matters. Traffic stopped. The barriers stayed up. Not a single coin changed hands. Amarelle, the wizard said, not glancing up from her book, I commend your shift to a more vigorous methodology. Regrettably, it accomplished precisely nothing. Not the faintest whisper of a drain on Jarrow's arcane reserves. I truly wish it were otherwise. Do watch for the hypnotic toads. I've significantly enhanced their charms. She snapped her fingers, and Amarelle found herself standing on the lawn. Sofara took charge of the next stage of their efforts, putting her role as mage mixologist on indefinite hold. It was mainly for the easy access to the bar anyway, she remarked. And they'd beg to have me back whenever I pleased. What followed was a grueling, eye-watering 6 weeks of intense study. Sofara buried herself in spell diagrams, calculating frames, ancient journals and grimoires, working in 4 languages and several esoteric magical notations that made Amarelle's vision swim. I keep telling you not to look directly at the symbols, Sofara chided, adjusting the pain-dampening cap on Amarelle's head. Your ocular geometry isn't built for it. You and Brandwin are worse than curious kittens. Brandwin combed through public libraries and municipal archives. Amarel infiltrated 17 significant private collections. Schraplin applied his relentless mechanical focus to the task of scanning thousands of pages across thousands of volumes. A mountain of notes accumulated in Brandwin and Sofara's home, alongside a messy but exhaustive master catalog of every relevant scroll, pamphlet, tome, and ledger. Any guide to the city, Amarel would recite, the phrase having become a weary mantra. Any traveler's notes, any tax or residency record, any mention of repairs, any diary or memoir. Have we ever embarked on anything more completely insane? How could we ever hope to find every single mention of Prosperity Street in every document that exists? Amarel asked. Her voice edged with frustration. We don't have to, Sofara replied calmly. If my math is right, and if this has any chance of working, we only need to alter a specific, crucial portion of the records. The official city archives are the real target. Schraplin and Brandwin got to work, carefully cutting and shaping wood panels into perfect copies of the 46th Street signs and 16 business placards they had failed to steal before. They sanded, stained, and carved each one, introducing a single, subtle alteration to every replica. Late one evening, Brandwin emerged from her workshop, the air thick with incense. She looked exhausted but triumphant, a small, pale moth resting on her fingertip. I've got it, she announced softly. The adjustment moth, it's a delicate, highly efficient enchantment I can place on any object of similar size. What will they do? Amarel inquired. They'll be iterative work enhancers, Sofara explained. Manually changing all those records would take us a lifetime. But enchanted with my spell to direct and empower them, we can release these little helpers to do nearly all the work in a single night. How many do we need? Schraplin wanted to know. 9 nights later, from strategically chosen locations across the city, they released 3,449 of Sofara's adjustment moths into the dark. The creatures fluttered away, disappearing into libraries, municipal archives, shop storerooms, private offices, and even home nightstands. Of those, 2,625 moths avoided becoming bat snacks or cat toys and successfully located 617,451 references to Prosperity Street. Each made one vital adjustment to the physical text before, at sunrise, all perished from the effort. Under the cover of darkness, Amarel's crew swapped out the street signs and business placards. Then they pried up one of the restored iron letters set into the road pavement. The survivors declared it Prosperit Street. The signs and placards now read Prosperit. Every guidebook, personal diary, lease agreement, legal record, and tax document in the city, save for a few held in the magically sealed vaults of the Parliament of Strife, now referred to Prosperit Street. Overnight, Prosperity Street had been replaced by its very close relative, Prosperit Street. Amarel, said Ivovandas, taking a delicate sip of molten gold she had warmed in a small crucible by her desk. I understand your distress that such a creative and ambitious plan failed, but I must insist you stop pursuing these hopelessly abstract methods. Don't steal the street's name, or its commerce, or its last letter. Steal the actual street, completely and physically. Amarel let out a groan. Back to the lawn? Back to the lawn, my dear. After Amarel, the deluge, 27 days later, a fierce summer storm rolled in from the west, a broiling mass of dark clouds eager for a fight. As was customary, the Wizards of Parliament shielded their own districts and left the rest of Theridane to manage on its own. It was therefore, in theory, a plausible coincidence that the elevated aqueduct crossing Prosperity Street just north of Limping Matron Lane chose that particular night to rupture under the pressure. The street was already struggling with sewer grates clogged by debris thickened and sustained by Sofara's spells and its low-lying position at the bottom of several hills. The torrent from the broken aqueduct transformed a troublesome stream into a far more daunting, waist-high river. Amarel and her team watched from concealed shadows on a high rooftop, making sure no one, especially children and goblins, suffered more than a thorough drenching. The city's water mages would eventually arrive to fix the mess, but they were undoubtedly having a hectic night across town. This still feels a bit metaphysical, if you ask me, Sofara remarked, a hint of dry sarcasm in her tone as she observed the chaotic floodwaters below. It's a bit of a mixed method, Amarel explained. How can you truly call it a street once it's been transformed into a waterway? No, Ivovandas stated firmly, and Amarelle found herself back on the lawn. 6 months had passed. Through acts of vandalism, riots, encounters with shapeshifters, bureaucratic mistakes, and even a flood, Prosperity Street had somehow grown more fitting to its name. Amarelle walked along the pavement, enjoying the touch of the autumn sun, watching the pale bronze leaves from the prayer trees swirl in little eddies, each one bearing elegant handwritten blessings for whoever they happened to land near. A disturbance moved through the crowd around her, a fresh wave of shouts, muttered curses, the clatter of hooves, and the groan of wheels. Traffic shifted to the north, clearing a path for a massive coach that dwarfed every other vehicle on the street. It was black as a starless midnight without windows, adorned with engraved silver and mother of pearl. No horses pulled it. Instead, each of its 4 wheels was a spinning steel cage containing a panting, red-eyed ghoul running on all 4s to drive the thing forward. The eerie carriage groaned on its suspension as it veered and shuddered to a stop right beside Amarelle. The ghouls stared, unmoving, their skin dry and brittle like parchment stretched over old, weeping injuries. The black door swung open and a step folded down. A velvet curtain still fluttered in the doorway, hiding the interior. A voice called out, cold as surgical spirits and long-buried regret. "Can't you recognize an invitation when it's staring you in the face, Citizen Parathis?" Running from wizards in the middle of the day without a plan wasn't a talent Amarelle had ever bothered to develop, so she squared her shoulders and stepped up into the coach, ducking her head. To her surprise, the inside was a warm, gray chamber at least 40 yards across, with a softly arched ceiling illuminated by drifting silver lights. In the center of the room, an enormous mechanical device ticked and pulsed and shifted, something like an orrery, but instead of moons and planets, its delicate arms held carved figures of men and women, each exaggerated and flawed in almost comical ways. Amarelle spotted Ivovandas by the golden eyes and butterfly-shaped hair. There were 13 figures in all, moving in intricate interwoven patterns around a detailed model of the city of Theridane. The carriage door slammed shut behind her. She felt no sense of movement, only the nearly mesmerizing sway and rotation of the wizard orrery. "My peers," said the cold voice, now coming from behind her, "like celestial bodies, tracing their orbits, exerting their influence, and like celestial bodies, not especially hard to track or predict." Amarelle turned and caught her breath. The man was slender and not very tall, his skin like polished ebony, his hair shaved down to reddish shadow. A scar marked his chin and another his jaw, both scars her fingers and lips remembered well. Only the eyes were wrong. They were a poisoner's eyes, lifeless as glass. "You have no right to wear that face," Amarelle said, struggling to keep her voice level. "Scavius of Shadow Street, wasn't it? Or should I say, wasn't he? He came to Theridane with you, but he never secured his sanctuary fee, blew it all on some grand, foolish gesture, as I recall. He got drunk and lost everything on a single roll of the dice," she said, moistening her lips before forcing out the name. "Jero. Pleased to meet you, Amarelle Parathis." The man wore plain black trousers and a jacket. He offered a hand, which she ignored. "Lost it all on one throw? How remarkably stupid." "I've made my share of drunken errors," Amarelle replied. "And then he did something even more idiotic," Jero continued. "Achieved a criminal's apotheosis, got himself turned into a street lamp. Please, choose another shape?" "No." Jero scratched his head, then wagged a finger at her. "That's actually a perfect place to begin the conversation I brought you here for, Amarelle. Let's discuss the sort of conduct that could lead to someone becoming a permanent fixture of the sidewalk. I'm out of the game." "Right. Listen, there's a phrase that's been in my family for generations. Once is an accident, twice is a strange twist of fate, 3 times means a wizard is deliberately messing with your life. You didn't used to frequent Prosperity Street, did you? Your place is over on Helendal, just south of Tanglewing, correct? Regarding where I live, obviously, you've got nerve, Amarelle, and I'm not here to drag this out or humiliate you. I'm simply putting it out there, for everyone's consideration, that it would be a profound disappointment if any further peculiar incidents occurred in a district of Theridane that I hold very dear. This is the service your protection fees provide. Consider this, my generous side. Are you actually paying attention, or are you just pretending?" "I'm paying attention, Then let me offer a little incentive to keep those ears open. A coarse sack materialized in Jero's grasp, and he tossed it to her. It landed with a heavy thud and a metallic clatter. Standard proof of my sincerity. You know the drill? Ideally, we won't ever need to have this kind of chat again. What kind of world are you aiming for, Amarel Parathis? A chill swept through the air. The lamplight faded, retreating into the room's corners like distant stars being swallowed by fog. Amarel's gut lurched, and then her boots were on cobblestones, surrounded by the rumble of carriages with the feathery leaves of a prayer tree grazing her cheek. The midday sun was warm on her skin, and the black coach had vanished. Amarel upended the sack and swore as Shraplin's head rolled onto the ground. The severed pipes at his neck were charred and twisted. I'm at a loss for words, boss. His voice was thin but calm. It's humiliating. I was ambushed after dark. What in the world did they do to you? Nothing, strictly speaking, against the law, boss. They returned my head, contents undisturbed. As for my body, let's just assume it's gone for good. I'm sorry, Shraplin. I'll get you to Brandwin. I'm truly sorry. Stop with the apologies, boss. A strained whirring and clunking came from behind his ocular lenses, followed by a distorted groan. But I have to admit, my admiration for these high society mage types is currently heading south at a rapid pace. We need reinforcements, Amarel murmured, a new resolve hardening her voice. If we're going to stomp this problem into the ground, it's past time we reassembled the entire crew. 14. The unretirement of Jatatong Squirn. She was considered tall for a goblin, a distinction lost on nearly everyone else. Her scales had the sheen of polished obsidian, and her eyes held the deep, cold blue of an ocean trench. Silver rings adorned her pointed ears, some holding ink pens she could pluck free with ease. They found her in her dim office at the Theridane Ministry of Finance and Provision, a place that smelled of stale routine, dull propriety, and clerks who had expired at their stations with perfectly clear desks. She was less than thrilled by the visit. We're not who we used to be. Jade spat, after Amarel had relayed most of the tale within the safety of the goblin's office and Sophara's silencing ward. Look at this disaster you're in, and look at me. How am I supposed to help? I'm a paper-pushing bureaucrat now. I draft regulatory codes and sketch illustrations for currency. Amarel studied her, chewing her lip. Jatatong Squirn had been imprisoned on 6 continents and had escaped all 6 times. You could practically circumnavigate the globe using only countries that still had warrants for her arrest. A smuggler, a deal-maker, a finder of impossible things, she was also the most gifted forger Amarel had ever known, able to duplicate any signature perfectly after a single glance, using either hand. We've missed you at the tavern, Brandwin said softly. Your seat was always open. You were always wanted. I don't belong anymore. Jade's voice was flat, her fingers gripping the edge of her desk as if it were a fortress wall. I'm a hermit crab who's pulled an office over its shell. Maybe the rest of you are just playing at retirement, but I'm the genuine article. I haven't been visiting because you'd expect Jatatong Squirn, not this nervous person hiding in her own clothes. We're a hand missing a finger, Amarel said. We have 6 months to make 300 yards of street disappear, and we need that sharp, clever mind of yours. You said it, look at the mess we've made already. Look what Jero did to Shraplin. Amarel reached into a leather bag. The automaton's head landed on Jatatong's desk with a thump, and she let out a choked gasp. Ha! The look on your face, Shraplin's voice chirped. How about the look on yours, you absolute fool? Jatatong growled back. I should lock you in a drawer for giving me a scare like that. You see why we need you back? Amarel pressed. Shraplin is the warning shot. Our next move has to count. 3 amusing ladies and a smart-mouthed automaton without a backside, Jade muttered. You think you can just stroll in here, tug on my heartstrings, and pluck me out of my quiet, pathetic retirement? Yes, Amarel said simply. We're not what we used to be. She placed a scaled hand on Shraplin's faceplate and gave it a spin. I'm certainly not what I was, but what the hell? Maybe you're right about us needing the help at least. So, are you taking a leave of absence or something? Shraplin asked, once his spinning had stopped producing a warbled Wargaberg, a leave of absence. Are you sure your internal mechanisms aren't completely scrambled? Jeddatong looked at each member of the crew in turn. My dears, my soft-hearted fools, if you're truly determined to see this through, the last thing you want to casually discard is the entire municipal bureaucracy of Theradane. Honest business. I haven't asked you for a single thing to help us in this entire endeavor, Amarel stated. Not once. That changes now. I am not, in principle, opposed to small favors, said Ivovandas, given that the potential reward for your ultimate success is so personally appealing. But understand, most of my magical resources are already committed, nor will I do anything so obvious as to solidify Jero's suspicions. He holds the same authority as I do to have you killed outright, if he can prove to our peers that you violated the terms of your sanctuary. We're starting a business, Amarel announced. The High Baron's Reclamation Consortium. We need you to sign on as the principal stakeholder. Why? Because nobody can sue you. Amarel pulled a thick packet of papers from her coat and set it on Ivovandas's desk. We need a couple of wagons and about a dozen workers. We'll provide those. We're going to excavate the ruined mansions in the High Barrens on the days when you and Jero aren't busy trying to obliterate each other. Again, I ask, why? There are items we need to acquire, Amarel said with a thin smile, and items we need to conceal. If we operate under our own names, the heirs of all the families who fled when you wizards arrived and started your little war will line up in court to stop us. If you're the one in charge, they can't do a thing. I will review these documents, Ivovandas said coolly. I will have them returned if I find the arrangement acceptable. Amarel found herself standing abruptly on the lawn outside, but 3 days later, the papers appeared in her apartments, signed and officially notarized. The High Baron's Reclamation Consortium commenced operations. The Parliament of Strife ruled Theradane with absolute authority, but they were profoundly uninterested in the mundane tasks of cleaning streets and sorting paperwork. The city's peculiar, almost medieval bureaucracy was largely left to its own devices, provided the public gardens were neat and the collateral damage from the endless magical squabbles was patched up. Jade operated like a master within this system. She navigated the required forms, secured the necessary licenses through purchase or fabrication, bypassed the obligatory hearings and waiting periods, and then made sure those shortcuts were permanently buried. Brandwin assembled their team, a solid dozen workers. They earned a standard wage for the labor, an equal bonus for the inherent risk of working near Ivovandas's conflicts, and triple that for their absolute discretion. For a couple of weeks, they meticulously sifted through the rubble of formerly grand estates, hiding their recovered items under canvas sheets on their carts. Following this, Brandwin and Schraplin dedicated a week to converting 3 wagons into mobile shops. They added wooden panels to conceal the wheels, fitted them with collapsible awnings and durable roofs, carved signs, and gave them a fresh, inviting coat of paint. 1 wagon became a bookshop, the other 2 were outfitted as food stalls. The web of graft and official permissions required to start such an enterprise was even more intimidating than the one for the excavation work. Jade excelled, blending subtle threats and coercion into her usual routine of strategic bribery. Whether the permits displayed on the carts were authentic or flawless forgeries didn't really matter in the end. No bureaucratic obstacle could withstand her focused resolve. With 4 months left on the clock, Amarel and Safara became honest merchants. Each morning, Amarel sold books on Prosperity Street while Safara worked her meticulous enchantments for the breakfast crowd on Galban Street. She crafted walnut cakes shaped like griffins and unicorns, coaxed oranges to pour their own juice, and made her figs deliver insulting monologues as customers tried to eat them without choking on their laughter. They swapped locations in the afternoons. Brandwin sometimes ran the 3rd cart, selling pastries and ale, but she was often preoccupied with intricate adjustments to Schraplin's mechanical frame, alterations kept secret in her workshop, as Schraplin only ever appeared in public wearing one of his commonplace forms. One sunny afternoon on Prosperity Street, a gust of wind caught the pages of one of Amarel's books, flipping it open. She reached to close it and froze, finding a detailed etching of Scavius's face gazing up from the paper. "Amarel," the image said. "An unanticipated dive into the literary world, I see." "Got to pay the bills somehow," she muttered, her jaw tight. "The old career path is currently closed." "So you're branching out, are you?" "Branching out? Not even a chuckle?" Suit yourself, I really should reduce you to cinders, you know. Whatever prompted that bizarre series of events these past months. Amarel angrily riffled the pages. The illustration appeared on every single one, and its voice continued seamlessly when she stopped. The safest, smartest course would be to turn you into a puddle of slag and be done with it. Regrettably, I require proof of malfeasance. Can't just incinerate upstanding citizens. Might discourage future donations to our coffers. My associates and I are involved in perfectly dull, lawful trade, Amarel stated. I'm aware. I've been, let's say, keeping a distant eye on your operations. Dreadfully dull. I just felt a final conversation was in order. A gentle nudge to remember that dull is safe. Stray from that, and I can ensure one particular tale concludes very poorly indeed. The book snapped shut by itself. Amarel let out a long breath, massaged her temples, and returned to her stall. As the days passed, their legitimate enterprise continued without further supernatural interruption, a monotonous but necessary performance. The women started shifting their vendor carts around more often, using a bit of their earnings to buy small mechanical horses that made the hauling much simpler. With just 3 months left on their agreement, the carts traveling up and down Prosperity Street began weaving through traffic from other parts of the city in an elaborate routine, one that always concluded with a plain wagon from the High Barons Reclamation Consortium making a discreet after-hours delivery to one of the ruined mansions being cleared out. Another 2 months slipped by, and there wasn't a single stretch of Prosperity Street that Amarel, Sofara, or Brandwin hadn't watched for a time, not a single shopkeeper whose name they didn't learn, nor a peace officer they hadn't thoroughly charmed with complimentary meals, quality ale, and the occasional thoughtful book. Just 3 days before the contract was set to end, a deafening blast rocked the northern section of Prosperity Street, shattering windows and sending people stumbling to the ground. A mansion set within a private courtyard was discovered engulfed in flames, already crumbling inward. A massive black carriage lay destroyed in the driveway, its reinforced ghoul cage wheels ripped apart, its roof caved in, the interior revealing nothing but plush seating and a fine carpet. The following day, Amarel Parathis received a courteous summons to the residence of the wizard Ivovandas. Satisfied? Satisfaction is a weak tonic, Ivovandas declared, her gold-inlaid teeth catching the light as butterflies beat their wings in a frantic dance around her. Satisfaction is a bland wine. It captures only a sliver of what I truly feel. This is delight and fulfillment thrumming in my chest like a victory march. 70 years of smug contempt from this shape-shifting scoundrel, and now his suffering is mine to savor at my leisure. I'm thrilled you were able to flatten him, Amarel replied. Did you make it back in time for your evening tea after the excitement? The gilded wizard paid her no mind, her gaze fixed on the glass cylinder resting on her desk. It stood about 6 inches tall and half as wide, sealed with a ground glass stopper and waxed the color of old blood. Trapped inside was a pitiful, shrunken Jero dressed in tatters. He had been returned, or compelled, into the form of a gaunt, pale man with a silver-streaked black beard. Jero Ivovandas sighed with deep contentment. Oh, Jero, at last the laws of balance are honored between us, my enduring joy measured precisely against your drawn-out distress and decline. So, to be clear, Amarel cut in, you accept that I have successfully stolen Prosperity Street as per our contract? Inside the glass, Jero hammered his fists furiously against the walls. Oh, unquestionably, my dear Amarel, you've performed marvelously, Ivovandas said, not taking her eyes off the bottle. And yet the street remains, doesn't it? Still full of carriages, still lined with shops. Before I hand over your blue crystal, would you humor my former associate and me with an explanation of how this was accomplished? With pleasure, said Amarel. After every other idea failed, we opted for a stubbornly literal interpretation. Prosperity Street is essentially 3,170 square yards of brick and stone. The question we posed was, who actually looks at each individual brick and each stone? Certainly not the unfortunate Jero, Ivovandas mused, or he wouldn't be preparing for a permanent spot in my collection. We decided to physically steal every single square yard of Prosperity Street, every brick and stone, Amarel explained. That presented 3 main obstacles. First, how to do it without anyone noticing the noise and commotion. Second, how to manage it without people complaining about the torn-up, uneven mess we'd leave behind. And third, how to secure the sheer manpower for such a massive, tedious job. To address the second issue up front, we enlisted the High Barons Restoration Consortium. They meticulously salvaged materials from the mansions you two obliterated in your feud, supplying us with all the bricks and stone we could possibly need. We had built a hidden compartment beneath each of our vending carts, which we then pushed along countless city streets, not only Prosperity Street for what felt like an eternity. This tedious routine was meant to dispel any suspicion that our movements were deliberately focused on Jarrow's locus. Inside his tiny prison, Jarrow began to rhythmically thump his head against the walls. Once we were confident the coast was clear, Amarel continued, we moved to the real work. You've probably pieced the rest together. The heavy lifting was handled by Schraplin, an automaton whose encounter with Jarrow had filled him with a patient, relentless desire for payback. Using specialized tool arms crafted by Brandwin Miris, Schraplin carefully pried up the original bricks and stones of the street, replacing them with those we'd taken from the mansions in the High Barrens. Each night, the debris he'd collected was quietly discarded into the ruins of those very estates. As for why no one ever heard Schraplin's digging and hammering beneath our carts, let's just say our magician is exceptionally skilled at crafting soundproof barriers for any occasion. All that remained, Amarel said, stretching with a tired yawn, was to patiently position our carts over every single section of Prosperity Street, month after month. No one ever noticed that each time we rolled forward, the patch of street behind us had been quietly transformed. Finally, we lifted the last genuinely important brick, and Jarrow's locus was reduced to just another ordinary lane. "Help me." Jarrow's voice was thin and desperate, like a breeze through a crack. "Get me away from her. I can be him for you. I can be Scabious. I can be anyone." "I think we've heard enough from you," Ivovandis said, sliding the prison into a desk drawer with almost affectionate care. She curled her fingers, and a familiar blue crystal materialized in her palm. "You've endured quite stubbornly for this," Ivovandis noted. "I give it to you now, fulfilling my half of our bargain, properly begun and properly concluded." Amarel accepted the glowing crystal and promptly crushed it under her boot heel. "So is that it?" she asked. "Everything back in perfect balance? I walk away free, and you get to enjoy the next few years chatting with Jarrow?" "In a sense," Ivovandis replied. "While I have responsibly disposed of the crystal recording from last year's unfortunate drunken visit, I have just obtained an even more captivating one in which you provide a detailed confession of crimes committed in Theradane and name several of your associates." Amarel nodded slowly. "Yes, I did anticipate something along those lines. Since I was likely to be served another portion of Betrayal, I thought I might as well enjoy a good performance first." "And I am the most attentive audience," Ivovandis exclaimed. "Oh, we could be so useful to one another. Consider, Amarel, the very modest scope of my wishes. I pride myself on being rather adept at identifying the loci my colleagues use. With Jarrow out of the picture, the alliances within our Parliament of Strife will shift. New tests and new struggles will emerge. I will be watching closely, and inevitably, I will have another target for you and your friends to secure on my behalf." "You want us to pick off the Parliament of Strife, one locus at a time," said Amarel, "until it looks more like the Parliament of Ivovandis. It may not be finished in your lifetime," the wizard conceded, "but significant progress is within reach. In the meantime, I'm content to let you remain at large in the city, enjoying your sanctuary and your freedom, so long as you and your friends come when I call. And do not doubt that I will call." 17. The work ahead. Afterward, Amarel met them on the Tangling Bridge as the sunset washed the sky in soft violet. The city was calm, the High Barrens serene, no fiery hail fell from the clouds, no shrieking creatures tore at one another. They gathered in a loose half-circle before the statue of Scabious, the evening quiet settling around them like a held breath. Sophara whispered under her breath, her fingers tracing a quick pattern in the air. "We're inside the bubble now," she announced. "No one can hear a word we're saying or even spot us unless I decide otherwise. Oh, quiet, Scabious. I'm well aware you can hear us. You're always the exception." "So, Amarel, how did it play out?" "Exactly as we predicted," Amarel replied. "Every detail fell right into place. I told you sorcerers of that sort are instinctively deceitful, Sophara said with a sigh. What's her angle? She wants to put us on a retainer with no pay so she can uncover the hiding places of more of her fellow mages and send us to deal with them. Sounds like a fine way to pass the time, Shraplin said, adjusting a crank on his chest to quiet a faint, persistent rattle. I wouldn't mind taking down a few more of those characters. She'd save us a lot of legwork if she just handed us the locations. My thoughts precisely, Sophara agreed. Now, hold still. She gently combed her fingers through Amaryl's hair, searching until she carefully extracted a single coiled black strand. There's my little informant, Sophara murmured. I'm glad you brought me that tracker Ivovanda's slipped into your hair, Am. I never would have figured out how to make these things so discreet if I hadn't been able to take that one apart. Do you really think it'll tell you enough? Brandwin asked, skepticism clear in his voice. I have my doubts. Sophara tucked the hair into a small pouch and smiled. It'll show me everything Amarel was permitted to see, and that's far better than starting from scratch. If we can map out her routines and her tendencies, that woman will eventually leave a trail straight to her own sanctuary. Splat! Brandwin exclaimed. Exactly, Sophara said, her grin widening. And that's absolutely my idea of a good time. I should be able to get word out of the city, Jadeitung offered. Some of the folks currently baying for our blood despise the Parliament of Strife even more. If we could cut a deal with them before we start toppling those wizards, I'd wager we could buy our way back into respectable society. A reverse Theridane sanctuary, at least in a few key places. I like how your minds work, Amarel said, a spark of the old fire returning to her eyes. We use Ivovanda's as our decoy, and once we have what we need on her, we toss her and all her allies right into the river. Who's got the wine? Jade produced the bottle, a costly carnelian-colored thing that glowed with a soft inner light. They passed it around, and even Shraplin tipped a ceremonial splash against his metal chin. Amarel turned the half-empty bottle in hand and faced the statue of Scavius. Here's to you, you stubborn fool. I suppose retirement wasn't really in the cards. 5 thieves declaring war on the Parliament of Strife. It's madness. The kind of long odds you always loved most, will you try to think more kindly of us? And if you can't, will you at least keep a few pedestals ready? We might still end up as street lamps after all. This one's for you. She hurled the bottle against his plaque, and they watched the luminous, fizzing wine trace paths down the cold marble. After a moment, Sophara and Brandwin departed, arm in arm, heading north toward Tangling Street. Shraplin followed, then Jade. Amarel remained alone in the pale glow of whatever essence of scabious still lingered. What he whispered to her in that quiet moment, she kept to herself, then she sprinted to catch up with the others. Hey, Jade called out, a genuine smile on her face. Glad you're back. You coming with us to the Sign of the Fallen Fire? We're setting up a game. Yeah, Amarel said, breathing in the air of Theridane, which suddenly tasted sweeter and sharper than it had in many long months. Hell yes, we're going to have a game, under the sliver of a Texas moon, hidden by gnarled live oaks and cedars. I wasn't concerned about being seen from the crooked house. I was a good 40 yards back in the trees, and the 5 teenagers inside were too absorbed in their phones and their own dramas to notice anything else. The only real threat they posed was the blast of twangy punk music that escaped every time the front door swung open. Frankly, they were pathetic criminals, which was exactly why I liked the idea of relieving them of their loot. It would be an easy score for me and, with any luck, a valuable life lesson for them. A true win-win. There was even a chance I'd be back substituting at Kingman High next week, and if any of these kids wound up in my class, I'd get to enjoy the look of stunned recognition on their acne-dotted faces. For now, however, I needed a closer vantage point. The light from the windows and the single yellow porch bulb wasn't enough. After watching through my binoculars for 3/4 of an hour, I knew I was too far away to clearly see a money exchange, especially if it happened indoors. I had to identify who took the cash, what they did with it, and just how much there was. Following some kid for pocket change, or breaking into this dump only to find empty snack bags, wasn't worth the effort. I'd learned that lesson the hard way once, getting nipped by a surprised chihuahua in a fancy house that yielded almost nothing. The little beast only fetched $20, barely covering my tetanus shot. I still like to imagine it became someone's spicy dinner. That whole debacle taught me not to judge a book by its cover. The marijuana dealer's mini mansion had been practically empty, while this warped, oversized shack, once a nice guest cabin on a big ranch, might just be hiding a fortune. I'd lifted the directions from the phone of a football player named Donnie, overhearing him boast about his side business in the hallway. Being the invisible substitute teacher had its perks. The kids looked right through me, breaking every phone rule in the book, letting me eavesdrop and peek at screens like a phantom. A little online digging confirmed the place, plus 5 acres, was owned by the businessman father of a student named Jared. From my spot in the woods, I'd never seen this particular kid at school, but I'd matched his face to the Facebook photos well enough. Jared's father clearly wasn't spending his weekends on lawn care or general maintenance for this little rural hideaway. He'd probably snapped it up as an investment before the market went soft, leaving his 17-year-old son with a ready-made party shack. With the nearest living soul half a mile down the road, the club felt free to dabble in the illicit. I was fairly confident they weren't dealing with anything too hard, which meant I probably didn't need to worry about automatic weapons. Sure, it was Texas, so a shotgun or a deer rifle inside was a safe bet, but I wasn't losing sleep over anything that required you to work a bolt between shots. I don't carry a gun. Never have. In my book, a firearm is just a sign you're not fit enough to escape on foot. I had my trusty Swiss Army knife, but that was more for its utility as a compact breaking and entering aid. Frankly, I doubted I'd even need it. This crew didn't strike me as the type to remember to lock up. At 5 minutes to 2 in the morning, a set of headlights approached from the Northern County Road, jolting along the dirt and gravel drive just east of my position. I ducked behind the thick trunk of a live oak as a filthy, rust-pocked white van with no windows in the sides or back rattled past. Now things were getting interesting. The van rolled past a PT Cruiser, a Honda Civic, and a Ford pickup, all parked haphazardly in the tall grass across the driveway. It swung onto a bare patch of dirt at the end, nudged into the weed-choked front yard, and then reversed until its back bumper was kissing the porch steps. The rear doors swung open. On the porch, Jared, a lanky kid with messy brown hair, and a tall blonde girl had been tangled up on a weathered sofa beside the door. They sprang apart. Jared pulled the front door open to yell inside, and the twang of Hank Williams III abruptly cut off. Suddenly, the night was full of crickets and cicadas again, the voices from the porch just a distant murmur. I collapsed my binoculars. No one would be scanning the tree line now that the main event had arrived. I stuffed the binoculars into the back pocket of my black jeans, zipped up my black sweatshirt, and drew the hood up. Even in late April, Central Texas nights were too warm for this getup, and the greasy sports black I'd smeared on my face was starting to itch like crazy. But sometimes you have to trade a little comfort for the sake of looking the part. I slipped from the trees and scuttled low across 15 yards of driveway, ducking behind the PT Cruiser. After a pause, I moved to the Civic. My knees complained, a dull ache that didn't slow me but was a persistent, unwelcome reminder. My new Texas doctor, a GP who must have been 70, with breath that smelled of peanut butter and a stomach like a weather balloon, had put it bluntly at my post-Chicago move checkup. He said I was in passable shape for a 43-year-old who smokes, drinks, and has the early whispers of osteoarthritis. I might have let it slide if he hadn't followed up by asking if I was interested in doing something about my receding hairline. At least what's left is still brown, I'd shot back. "Tick-tock," he'd replied with a grin. My kind of guy, honestly. I held my breath, crouched behind the Civic's front fender. The porch was alive with loud, back-slapping greetings. But underneath that noise, from the bed of the Ford pickup on the other side of the Honda, came softer voices. "What's going on?" It was the whisper of a teenage girl, tight with anxiety. "They're getting ready to negotiate," a young male voice whispered back. "Relax, Tyler knows what he's doing." "Shouldn't you be up there with them, Donnie?" "Nah, it's all good." "Come here, Marisa. Kiss me again." I knew the name Marisa. I'd subbed a college prep composition class a few days earlier. She was a small, dark-haired girl with enormous brown eyes and the faint, melodic trace of a Tejano accent. She'd offered some surprisingly sharp insights about D.H. Lawrence, a bright spot in an otherwise dull afternoon. Hearing her whispered name here in this shadowy context sent an unexpected chill down my spine. This wasn't just some random party anymore. I remembered her from Lawrence's The Rocking Horse Winner, and she'd made enough of an impression to stick in my mind. Finding out she was just another teenage thief was a letdown. I hadn't pegged any of the kids mixed up in this burglary as particularly sharp. Sure, they'd managed to slip into Kingman Rural High after dark without getting caught on camera, but with only 3 working cameras and 2 pointed at the front doors, you didn't need to be top of the class to dodge them. Hearing the sloppy sounds of Marisa and Donnie going at it, I edged to the back fender of the Civic and peered around. I was maybe 10 yards from the house now, with a clean line of sight to the west side of the porch. There wasn't even a railing. If everyone stayed put, I'd have a front row seat to the whole exchange. In the truck bed, Donnie was trying to steer his makeout session toward something more serious, but Marisa kept pulling away, rising up to watch the action on the porch. It was almost funny, but I had to keep my eyes on the porch too. 3 white high schoolers, Jared, the girl from the couch, and Donnie's football buddy Tyler, stood with their backs to the open front door. Tyler was a thick-necked bruiser with a mashed nose and stubble, wearing jeans and a Toby Keith shirt. He had the look of a guy whose future lay either in the NFL or in robbing convenience stores. He hadn't said a word about the Rocking Horse Winner. Facing them were 2 grown men leaning against a van. One was a grizzled, pink-faced white guy in a NASCAR cap, a thinner, much older version of Tyler. He looked about 70, though hard living probably added a few years. I thought I recognized him as an on-time associate of my father's from back in the skunkweed days, but I couldn't be sure. The other man was lean and fair-skinned, with cold gunmetal eyes and a grim set to his mouth. Mid-30s, I guessed. He wore a white cowboy hat, a red jacket embroidered with gold paisley over a black shirt with pearly snaps, a gold bolo tie, crisp black slacks, and pointed red rodeo boots. Here was a man who understood that style sometimes demanded discomfort. Or maybe he'd just come from a performance NASCAR cap guy was talking. Appreciate the offer, but we'll check the merchandise right here. Carlos and I brought our own beer, if you catch my meaning. Tyler grinned and thrust a hand toward the man in the hat. Carlos, is it? Looking forward to doing business. I cringed. Tyler was doing his best imitation of a used car salesman, and it was painful. Carlos didn't like it either. His eyes tightened and his shoulders gave a slight twitch. He didn't offer his hand. NASCAR cap guy forced a chuckle. Now, Carlos ain't his real name. I'm just using it for this deal, and you call me Mr. Anthony, like I said on the phone, seeing as I'm your elder and you should show some respect. Let's move this along. Yep, this was the guy I remembered. Bobby Anthony. My dad called him Bobby Tone. He'd done some time, and my mother couldn't stand him. Tyler let his hand drop. The scowl on his face said he felt disrespected, and he was offended. I winced again. Bad play, Tyler. These were the kind of men who might decide to rearrange your anatomy. Luckily, the scowl vanished as fast as it appeared, and Tyler switched back to his eager salesman act. Right, of course. Let's get to it, Jared. Why don't you bring the stuff out? Jared looked puzzled. All of it? Kaylee can help. Tyler nodded toward the blonde girl who was staring at her feet and tucking hair behind her ear. Then Carlos cleared his throat and spoke. He was dressed like a banda singer and standing on a Texas porch, but his voice was all polished Anglo, smooth as a news anchor from Connecticut. As I understand it, he began, you have 3 distinct models on offer. Bring them out one at a time, please, so I can give each a proper evaluation. Tyler and Jared just stood there, frozen, while Kaylee kept her eyes fixed on the ground. Bobby Tone's voice cut through the silence. For crying out loud, boys, what's the holdup? With a sharp gesture from Tyler, Jared scrambled back into the house. Kaylee shuffled her flip-flops in the dirt but didn't budge. From the bed of the Ford, a low grunt caught my attention. I glanced up to see Marisa leaning over the side of the pickup, watching the porch intently, until Donnie started tugging at her arm. Donnie, stop it, Marisa said, her whisper turning into a real voice. He grunted again, pulling harder, and she disappeared from view. A knot tightened in my stomach. I might actually have to step in, which would be a spectacularly dumb move. Donnie, enough! The sharp crack of a slap followed, probably connecting with Donnie's face, and I felt myself relax just a fraction. On the porch, Carlos flicked his eyes toward the truck, which was dangerously close to looking right at me. I stopped breathing, but his gaze didn't settle. He turned back to Tyler, checked his watch, and muttered something under his breath about incompetence. Marisa popped back up to peer over the side. Donnie stood, hissed, "Forget this," and vaulted to the ground, storming toward the porch. "Bye," Marisa whispered, her back to me, though I could almost hear the smile in her voice. I allowed myself a small smile too before shifting my attention back to the porch. Tyler's scowl deepened as Donnie stepped up. "You need something, man?" "Yeah, but I ain't getting it." Bobby Tone cleared his throat loudly. "If you two could save the drama for after we're finished here, we'd all appreciate it." Just then, Jared reappeared, struggling with a bulky black plastic case shaped like a trapezoid, nearly as tall as he was. He dropped it onto the concrete porch with a heavy thud. Tyler crouched down, flipped the latches open, and announced, "Feast your eyes, gentlemen." The lid swung up, blocking my view of the contents, but I had a clear line of sight to Carlos, whose face had soured instantly. "No good?" Bobby asked. Carlos gave a single, slow, grim shake of his head. "Total junk," he said, though his accent still sounded more New England than anything. Bobby Tone took a step forward, planted his work boot against the case, and shoved it right off the porch. It hit the dirt with a crash, and the large white bell of a sousaphone spilled out, rolling a few feet toward me before coming to a stop facing the porch. The coiled white tubing of the rest of the instrument tumbled after it, and the case toppled over on top. "Hey!" Donnie shouted. "What the hell are you doing?" Carlos fixed Donnie and Tyler with a venomous stare. "Fiberglass," he snarled. His hand moved behind his back beneath his jacket and emerged holding a revolver so oversized it looked like it belonged in a cartoon. He cocked it and opened fire on the sousaphone bell. The man could shoot. Holy crap! I ducked behind the Civic's left rear tire. The movement might give away my position, but it beat taking a stray round. Carlos fired 5 shots in total, each blast echoing like a small explosion. I recognized the sound. Ford Undag Magnum shotgun shells. When the final echo faded and my ringing ears could make out the panicked shouts of the teenagers, I dared to peek around the bumper again. The sousaphone bell now featured 5 gaping holes the size of golf balls, surrounded by a peppering of smaller punctures. The grass around it was sprinkled with a dusting of white fiberglass fragments. As Bobby Tone dug a pinky into his ear, Carlos flipped open the cylinder of the massive revolver and ejected the spent shells. He reached into his jacket, produced 5 fresh rounds, and reloaded. "This firearm," Carlos stated, snapping the cylinder back into place with a definitive click, "is called the Judge, and the Judge has no patience for fiberglass." He shot a sideways glance at Bobby Tone. "Didn't you tell them the Judge wouldn't like fiberglass?" Bobby gave a solemn nod. I mentioned earlier that we wouldn't be looking at anything of low quality. Tyler jabbed a finger toward the perforated bell. "That's a king. That horn costs $4,000. "If you say so," Bobby Tone replied. "Not my department. I'm just the guy in the middle." Carlos slipped the Judge behind his back once more. "All right, kids," he said. "What else have you got?" While Tyler, Donnie, and Jared huddled together, whispering anxiously, and Kaylee sank back onto the worn-out couch, I stole a glance toward the Ford. I didn't think any of the shotgun spray had hit the truck, but Marisa must have gotten a real fright. Sure enough, she was nowhere to be seen. I figured she'd ducked down flat in the pickup bed. Smart. A sharp kid like her needed a good scare to steer clear of shady business. Otherwise, she could end up in a hoodie with smeared eye black hiding out in some field. Up on the porch, Jared was hauling another large black case outside. This time, when Tyler popped it open, a gold-lacquered brass bell shone from within. Carlos pressed his lips together. "This looks promising," he said. But let's be sure. In a series of fluid movements, Carlos had the sousaphone out of its case with the bell secured. He slipped the circular tubing over his head and onto his shoulders, positioned his fingers on the valve keys, and set his lips to the mouthpiece. A rapid, thunderous scale erupted, making the Civic's bumper vibrate. I could feel the rumble in my own chest. It wasn't as piercing as the Judge's blast, but it resonated deeper. I had to admit, it was impressive. After about 30 seconds, Carlos stopped, removed, and broke down the instrument and carefully returned it to its case. He snapped the latches shut, stood, and looked at Bobby Tone. 2200, he stated. Donnie let out a sound like a mule that had been kicked, and Tyler shouted, "You've got to be kidding me!" Carlos turned his back, gazing out into the darkness. Bobby Tone spread his hands toward the boys, palms up. He says 2200, then it's 2200. "Come on, man," Tyler groaned. His smooth salesman tone had completely dissolved into a whine. "That's a con. It goes for 8,000 brand new, and it's barely 4 months old. It hasn't even seen a football field. You have to give us at least 4, especially after you shot up the king." Carlos didn't move a muscle. Bobby Tone raised an eyebrow. "Boys, take it or leave it. And if you walk away, there won't be another offer." Tyler and Donnie both let loose a string of curses. But Jared just looked over at Kaylee, who was sitting on the couch with her hair hanging in her face, staring at her knees. I saw her give a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Then Jared and Tyler exchanged a glance, and Tyler released a frustrated sigh. "Fine, if that's how it has to be," he muttered. Carlos turned back to face them and reached behind his back again. The boys tensed, but this time he produced a leather wallet about the size of a small notepad. He opened it with deliberate care, counted out 22 bills, and handed them to Bobby Tone before tucking the wallet away. Bobby peeled off 2 bills from the stack and held the rest out to Tyler. "Man, you're shorting us," Tyler complained. Bobby Tone's expression hardened. "Nope, my finder's fee is 10%, so you actually still owe me $20. Tyler took the stack of hundreds and shoved it into his back pocket. "Now then," Carlos said, his voice cool and expectant. "Did you save the best for last?" Donnie jerked a thumb toward Jared, who disappeared back inside. "We did, sir," Tyler said, making a visible effort to pull himself together. "This one's about 3 years old, but it's in perfect condition. A new one would set you back 15 grand. Carlos raised an eyebrow. "Sousaphones don't usually run that high." A grin spread across Tyler's face as Jared dragged the third case onto the porch and set it down. "That's because this beauty isn't a sousaphone," he said, crouching to unsnap the latches before flipping the lid open with a showman's flair. "According to my band geek friends, what you're looking at right here is a Gronitz concert tuba." The sousaphone was the pride and joy of the Kingman High band director, a trophy he'd secured after persuading a wealthy donor from San Antonio to part with the cash. Mr. Garrett's misfortune, however, could very well become your windfall. That thought made my jaw tighten. Until this moment, I'd clung to a faint hope that David Garrett might be mixed up in the theft of the school's instruments. Here was a poorly paid teacher with regular access to expensive gear, it fit. But there was no trace of him here, and Tyler's smirk at the man's potential distress told me everything. "Damn!" I hadn't even met Garrett face-to-face yet, but I was fairly certain he was the one sharing a bed with my ex-wife. Discovering he was a crook would have been a small, dark comfort. All I knew for sure after 5 weeks back in this town was that he was gifted, good-looking, well-liked, and drove a nearly new Nissan Maxima. He was also black, which gave him a shared heritage with Elizabeth. Not that my own European ancestry was why our marriage fell apart, I knew better. Though honestly, I'd wished I was black ever since I saw Freddie King tear up the stage at the Armadillo in Austin when I was 6. My old man did show me a few decent things, lockpicking aside. Carlos bent forward, peered into the open case, and let out a long breath. "No," he stated flatly. "This is not for me." Tyler shot to his feet, eyes wide. "You've got to be joking. This thing is mint. Just look at all that brass." Donnie chimed in. "There's more metal here than in 3 regular sousaphones." Carlos took another look, his expression unimpressed. This would be acceptable for studio work, or perhaps for an orchestra, but those are not my clients. "You may have been confused because in Mexico a sousaphone is often just called a tuba." He shot Donnie a withering glance. "And as for the quantity of metal, I suppose you believe I deal in scrap." "I do not." A third brief look into the case. 800. Then Carlos turned his back, gazing out into the dark again. This time it was Donnie who erupted. "Bull! Total bull!" Bobby Tone lifted his hands in a calming gesture. 10 seconds, gentlemen. Clock's ticking." I watched Tyler and Donnie stomp and curse, a frustrated duet. Then, like before, Jared glanced at Kaylee. Her face was still hidden by her hair. her fingers picking at a flake of dry skin on her ankle. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Jared relayed it to Tyler, who let out a groan of defeat and extended his hand. Carlos turned back, produced his thick wallet, counted out bills, and passed them to Bobby Tone. Bobby peeled off the top note and tucked it into his pocket. "Consider your $20 debt cleared." He handed the remaining $700 to Tyler. Tyler, looking as miserable as a dog after a trip to the vet, shoved the cash into his already bulging back pocket. The added weight only seemed to deepen his gloom. I intended to lighten that load for him. $2,700 wasn't a life-changing sum, but I'd closed cases for less. Carlos addressed Bobby Tone. "If that concludes our business, we should be leaving." Bobby gestured toward the dark house. "Y'all got anything else stashed in there?" "Nah, that's all we could manage," Donnie said. "Kingman only has one other sousaphone anyway, and it's a piece of junk." "In that case," Bobby Tone replied, "you might think about branching out to other school districts. Carlos tells me trumpets and trombones are also of interest. They won't fetch as much, though. For the real money, you need more sousaphones." Carlos made a dismissive flick of his hand toward the damaged bell lying in the grass, his lip curling in distaste. "But remember," he added, his tone suddenly sharp and sarcastic, "no fiberglass. We're not running a daycare for damaged goods. Bring me brass or don't bother." A beat of silence followed. Then Bobby Tone nudged the tuba case lid shut with his boot. "All right, load 'em up." Jared moved to lift one of the cases, but Donnie shouldered past him. "I got it, clarinet boy." Donnie crouched, snapped the latches on the tuba case shut, hefted it, and carried it roughly to the van. He tossed it inside, where it landed with a loud clang. "Easy there?" Bobby Tone snapped. Donnie just scowled. "Relax. It's fine. It's only worth $700. He kicked the van's rear door, which slammed with another jarring bang. "Now that's just plain rude," Bobby Tone said. Carlos fixed Donnie with a cold stare. Donnie ignored them both and reached for the case holding the sousaphone. The van's engine suddenly roared to life, growling as it lurched away from the porch. Its rear tires tore into the dirt and grass, the right rear door swinging wildly on its hinges. The vehicle skidded sideways onto the gravel at the end of the drive before accelerating hard toward the main road. As it sped past, I saw the driver clearly, Marisa. I looked back at the porch, half expecting Carlos to produce that shotgun again. Instead, he just stood there with a puzzled expression while the other guys shouted. Haley had swept her hair from her face and was calmly observing the van's escape. I watched it too. Its headlights flicked on as it screeched onto the paved road, charging eastward. The open door swung back and forth, making the right taillight blink erratically. Then both red lights disappeared behind the thick oaks, and the engine's roar faded to a distant hum. On the porch, the yelling and cursing gradually subsided. In the quiet that followed, Carlos finally spoke, his accent slipping into a genuine Texas drawl for the first time. "Well, I'll be," he said. "Whose girlfriend just made off with my tuba?" I couldn't begin to guess why Marisa had pulled that stunt. Maybe she was furious at Donnie for storming off after she turned him down, but for someone who seemed sharp, stealing the van was a spectacularly dumb way to show it. Carlos and his shotgun might have decided to use more than a fiberglass sousaphone bell for target practice. Luckily, Carlos didn't appear too concerned about the van, or even the tuba for that matter. He seemed perfectly content just holding onto the brass sousaphone. Bobby Tone, on the other hand, was seriously annoyed. I overheard him telling Tyler to return the tuba money plus an extra $500 for the van. "I acquired that piece of junk specifically for this deal," he stated. "So it's not really about the vehicle itself. It's the principle. You invite someone to a business meeting, they have a reasonable expectation of leaving in the same transportation they arrived in." The boys glanced at Kaylee, who gave a faint, almost imperceptible nod, her hair falling back across her eyes. Tyler, shoulders slumped into feet, reached into his back pocket and pulled out the thick roll of cash. He counted out 12 bills and handed them back to Bobby Tone. Bobby then counted off 8 and offered them to Carlos. Carlos raised a hand. "No, you keep the finder's fee." Bobby Tone peeled off a single bill and passed over the rest. "That's why I value our partnership, Carlos." Carlos took out his wallet and tucked the money inside. "You held up your end?" Then he fixed Tyler with an icy glare. But you'll hand over that 100, pendejo. The Spanish word sounded awkward coming from him, the emphasis landing on the wrong syllable. Then you'll drive Mr. Anthony, me, and my sousaphone to our cars, which are parked in Kingman. And if I ever do business with you again, you'll ensure the transaction is handled in a more professional manner. Comprendi? This time, Tyler didn't look to Jared or Kaylee for guidance. He just nodded mutely and handed Carlos another 100. I fought back a groan. Now the Kingman High sousaphone crew was left with only $1,400, plus a shotgun-blasted piece of fiberglass. And I wasn't about to try lifting cash from Bobby Tone or Carlos. For once, I just wanted to stick to stealing candy from babies, especially after that chaotic Christmas job in Chicago with the armed Santa. That payout had funded my move back to Texas, but it still hadn't been worth nearly breaking rule number 1. Don't get killed. All right, so $1,400 wasn't a fortune, but it was something, and I'd already sunk too much time into this to walk away empty-handed. So I forced myself to stop wondering about Maurice's Grand Theft Auto. It wasn't relevant to the mission. Kaylee stood up and took the remaining cash right out of Tyler's hand. She didn't say a word or even look up. She just smoothly appropriated it as she walked by. Tyler blinked, looking stunned, but he didn't utter a sound. Then Kaylee and Jared went inside the house, the door clicking shut behind them. "All right, kids," Bobby Tone announced, clapping his hands together. "Carlos and I are clearing out of the playpen. Who's got the keys?" Donnie grunted and pointed a thumb toward the Ford pickup. I slid away from the Honda's rear bumper and crept up to its front grille. Pausing there, I listened until I heard the gritty scrape of the sousaphone case being lifted from the concrete. With a sharp inhale, I darted past the Ford's hood and pressed myself against the warped siding at the back corner of the house. Crouching out of view from the vehicles, I peered around the edge. Tyler was descending the porch steps with the instrument case, trailed by Donnie, Bobby Tone, and Carlos. "Hey, where's Marisa?" Tyler asked, heaving the case into the truck bed. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. "She bounced," Donnie replied. Tyler climbed into the bed with the sousaphone while the other 3 piled into the cab. As the engine rumbled to life, I ducked back before the headlights flared. Peeking again, I watched the Ford reverse past the shattered fiberglass bell, shift gears, and rumble off down the road. I stayed put for a long minute listening. Muffled voices, Jared's and Kaylee's, drifted from inside the house. No one else's. After watching this place for hours, I'd seen every vehicle arrive. The Ford was Donnie's, with Tyler riding along. The Honda belonged to Jared. Kaylee had pulled up in the PT Cruiser, Marisa in the passenger seat. I briefly wondered how their friendship would hold up now that Marisa seemed to have derailed whatever Kaylee had going, but I shut that down fast. It was a distraction, irrelevant to why I was here. Moving quietly along the south side of the house, I followed the sound of their voices. Passing the concrete stoop on the east, I noticed the back door was wide open, covered only by an unlatched wooden screen door. My Swiss Army knife wouldn't be necessary tonight. Reaching the south side, I paused in the tall weeds beneath the second window. Like the door, it was open, screened, and leaking a soft golden glow. Rustling sounds came from within, but the talking had stopped. It seemed Jared and Kaylee were getting a lot more intimate than Donnie and Marisa had been. As the noises settled into a steady rhythm, I slowly rose just enough to see inside. Ignoring the couple on the bed, I scanned the clothes scattered on the floor. The light from a battered dresser lamp was dim, but it was enough to spot Kaylee's white shorts lying near the doorway. The folded cash was clearly visible in one pocket. Hollywood loves to paint a lone thief as some masterful strategist, but in the real world, especially when stealing from other criminals, luck counts for more than cleverness. Getting the job done is what matters. I retraced my steps, carefully pulled open the creaky screen door, and slipped inside. The rest was straightforward. Staying low, I moved through a cramped utility room and a messy kitchen, entered the hallway, and followed the lamplight to the open bedroom door. Jared and Kaylee were thoroughly occupied. It would have taken an explosion to break their focus. I snatched the shorts and crept back out, reaching the stoop in about 30 seconds, in and out. After gently closing the screen door behind me, I fished the cash from the left rear pocket of Kaylee's shorts and tucked it into my jeans. Then I felt her smartphone in the other pocket. Now that I had the money, I let myself indulge a little curiosity. I tapped the screen. It lit up, showing the last text Kaylee had read before undressing. Glad you are okay, it said. All okay, WE, me too. No hey problema. The sender was listed as Marsa. So maybe Marisa hadn't messed up Kaylee's deal at all. Maybe they were in on something together. I couldn't figure what kind of arrangement took $2,200 and somehow made it 14. Whatever those kids had been up to, they were left with the harsh reality that crime is a losing game, or at least it doesn't pay nearly enough. Free from the need for stealth, I moved at a jog between the Honda and the PT Cruiser, crossed the driveway and slipped back into the cover of the trees. From there, I'd use my reliable penlight to navigate a network of deer trails, eventually reaching the side road and my waiting Toyota Corolla. I left Kaylee's phone and shorts on the stoop. I was relieved not to find any underwear tucked inside. That would have crossed a line into territory that felt genuinely unsettling. As it stood, I could at least maintain the flimsy distinction that while I might be a scoundrel, I wasn't a deviant. I'd hold on to that thought. That and the $1,400 I'd lifted from a crew of teenage sousaphone bandits. Arriving at Kingman Rural High School on Monday morning, I felt like an imposter in my khakis and blue polo. Just inside the main doors, I found a sheriff's deputy planted in the brick foyer like a permanent fixture. He was in his 60s, solidly built with a prominent nose, and he wore his deerskin-colored uniform, Stetson, and aviator sunglasses with a deliberate, almost theatrical air. He worked a piece of gum with a slow, threatening rhythm. The holster for his .357 revolver was open, and his belt was conspicuously bare of the usual modern accessories: no taser, no collapsible baton, just a simple handcuff pouch. It was a stark, old-school presentation I hadn't seen since I was a kid. I didn't recognize him, which was odd for someone who grew up in Kingman County, meaning he was a recent transplant despite his age. Deciding it was best to get a read on a potential complication, I struck up a conversation as students swarmed around us. "Trouble in paradise, Chief?" I asked, raising my voice over the adolescent din. He didn't turn his head. Break-in and theft Friday night. School property. I tilted my head, feigning confusion. "And standing here on a Monday morning helps how, exactly?" His eyebrows drew together slightly. "Doing what I can," he said, finally looking at me over the rims of his sunglasses. "Told the sheriff I suspect students. Her theory is they'll see me, get nervous, and start talking. In theory." He gave a dry, almost imperceptible shrug that suggested he held the theory in the same esteem as a screen door on a submarine. I scanned the river of teenagers, tall, short, every shade and shape, most glued to their phones or their friends, utterly indifferent to our presence. "Well, best of luck with that," I offered. He pushed his sunglasses back up. "Oh, I'm fully aware these little heathens aren't scared of a fat old man. But like I said, I'm doing what I can. Plus, I get my second cup of coffee after the bell rings." He glanced at the wall clock. 12 minutes? Nodding toward his open holster, I said. "Just try not to plug any of the little heathens in the meantime. Hoss." One eyebrow arched. "You've called me Chief and now Hoss. I'm detecting a pattern of disrespect. If I shoot anybody today, it's likely to be you." I checked my watch. "I'll have to take a rain check on that, Colonel. The principal's expecting me, and as you've noted, I'm down to 12 minutes, a genuine pity," the deputy replied, his tone flat. "I was just starting to enjoy our chat." "Matthew Marks," I said, extending my hand. "Substitute teacher of questionable merit." "A pleasure, deputy." My eyes dropped to the name tag above his badge.
"Beeswax?"
He made no move to shake my hand, as in none of yours. "But we have something in common, Jefe," I pressed. "Our names both end in X." His expression remained as mobile and welcoming as granite. I turned my attempted handshake into a quick salute and moved into the main hallway, navigating the crowd until the brick wall gave way to a line of glass panels. Cutting across, I dodged a couple of students glued to their phones before reaching the school office door. Inside, Lester, the office manager, he insisted on that title, was leaning against the long counter that divided his workspace from the waiting area. A retired history teacher and coach, he'd taken this job claiming his wife threatened him with gardening shears if he loafed around the house another day. At the moment, his bald head was cradled in his hands, his ruddy face hovering over the steam from an oversized travel mug. His necktie was tossed over the shoulder of his plaid shirt to keep it clear of the coffee. "She's with a student," Lester grumbled without looking up, his voice rough as crushed rock. "Just stand there and keep quiet. I'm hung over something fierce." I leaned on the counter opposite him. "Did your mother have many hangovers, Lester? You ever met my old man, you wouldn't ask? Now hush." I clicked my tongue. "Man, everybody's testy today. Deputy Beeswax outside nearly took my head off, too." "That's Ernest," Lester said. "They called him Beeswax back in the Houston Police Department. Don't know why. Now he's a Kingman County deputy, which is his version of semi-retirement. The sheriff must be on board because Ernest rolled up this morning in his personal car, a shiny new Chrysler, no police radio, no cage in the back, not even a shotgun rack. My guess? He plans to stand at the entrance looking mean during drop-off and pickup, then read his Louis L'Amour novels in the parking lot the rest of the day. Maybe sneak a nap. I bet that driver's seat reclines real nice. Maybe I'll slip a firecracker in his tailpipe, I said, for old time's sake." Lester's eyes went wide and he let out a low whistle. "Don't you dare. I played football with him at Southwest Texas back in the dinosaur days, and I saw him break a linebacker's neck on a clean hit. Guy ended up driving a buttercrust bread truck he had to steer by blowing into a tube." Just then, the inner office door at the far end of the counter opened, and a petite, dark-haired girl in jeans and a bright red Kingman Cougar Band t-shirt stepped out. She shifted a blue backpack from one hand to the other, closed the door softly, and then her eyes met mine. It was Marisa. Her eyebrows lifted. "Oh, hello, Mr. Marks?" Her Tiano accent was light and melodic. "Are you teaching our composition and literature class again today?" I don't know," I said, thrown off balance. "The last time I'd seen this girl, she was making off with a van that had a tuba in the back. I figure Miss Owens will tell me where to go." Over at the counter, Lester made a strangled sound. Marisa smiled faintly. She likely knew Miss Owens and I had once been married. Honestly, it had only been 6 years since Elizabeth divorced me, and I lit out for Chicago. But to a 17-year-old, that probably felt like ancient history. I wished it felt that way to me, too. "Well, I hope we get you again," Marisa said. "I liked that D.H. Lawrence story. Mr. Morris would have had us writing about the cask of Amontillado for the 100th time." "Po you," I said. Marisa looked puzzled. "What?" The inner office door opened again, and there stood my ex-wife in all her tall, poised, blue pantsuited authority. Her hair was pulled back, highlighting her high forehead, dark eyes, and sharp cheekbones. It would have been satisfying if she'd let herself go a little after our split, but no such luck. "As I've mentioned before, Mr. Marks," Elizabeth said, "no one appreciates puns, and I will not tolerate them at Kingman Rural High." She glanced at Marisa. "Don't be late now. They'll need you to unlock the instrument cabinets." Marisa said, "Yes, ma'am," and headed for the exit. She gave me a nod. Later, "Mr. Marks." I watched her walk down the hall, and that's when I caught the design on the back of her band shirt. In big, bold letters it read "Bad Ass," but someone had scrawled in the letters BR right before it. Bad Brass. I looked over at Elizabeth. If I'd worn something like that when I was a student here, I'd have been suspended. Probably after Lester gave me a good whack upside the head, Lester let out a grunt. "You bet it would have been you." Elizabeth just shrugged. "We had one parent complain. Then they found out the shirts were donated by an anonymous band booster from San Antonio. When donations are the only thing keeping your music program alive, folks learn to tolerate a little edge." "Even the Baptists?" I asked. "Especially the Baptists," she said. "They're pretty comfortable with the concept of sinners." "Come on in, Mr. Marks." I followed her into the office and shut the door, catching Lester's muttered, "Mr. Marks," as it closed. "You know," I said, settling into the conversation as she took her seat, "you might as well call me Matt. It's not like our history is a secret." Elizabeth offered a tight smile and gestured to the 2 vinyl chairs facing her desk. "Speak for yourself, Matt." I dropped sideways into one chair and put my feet up on the other. "I've missed this back and forth, Lisbeth. It's how I know there's still a little fire there." "This is Texas," she said flatly. "Sparks cause wildfires that burn down whole towns." "Now you're being dramatic," I replied. "At worst, we only managed to torch my future. You, on the other hand, are running one of the best high schools between Conroe and Nacogdoches. So how many rebellious students have you collected these days?" Hitting 666 yet? Her smile vanished. I see you still think of Kingman as the devil's backyard, but I owe you for bringing me here. I was terrified of any place in Texas that wasn't Austin, but this town proved decent people exist everywhere. She let out a sigh I remembered all too well. So why are you back, Matt? Your parents are gone. I'm just a reminder of a past you'd rather forget, and you can't possibly be happy in that little apartment above the hardware store. The Kingman Bolt and Supply residency is temporary, I said, but this is where I'm from. It's home. I just can't romanticize it because I know exactly what's hiding under the surface, like the fact this county has more than its share of good old-fashioned prejudice. Remember what people said about us? Truth was, most comments I overheard suggested I wasn't good enough for her. I could graduate from UT, make the dean's list, earn a master's degree, but to the old guard here, I'd always be a third-generation troublemaker. They weren't entirely wrong, but it still stung to hear it out loud. Elizabeth gave a short, dry laugh. If I let a handful of casual racists run me out of town, I wouldn't have a place to live anywhere. Then her expression turned serious. But if I lost this job, I'd go where I could work. Which leads me to something I've been meaning to say. She leaned forward, her elbows on the desk. Maybe you're waiting around, thinking a spot will open up for you here at Kingman. That's not going to happen anytime soon. But you could land a full-time position tomorrow in Dallas, or Fort Worth, or Oklahoma City. She raised her eyebrows. Or Canada. If you liked Chicago, you'd love it up there. Snow, ice, moose, all the things you can't get here. I wrinkled my nose. Nah. Some of them speak French. I struggle enough with Spanish. I glanced at my watch. Bell's about to ring. Where do you need me? Which, for the record, you could have told me in a voicemail if you didn't want to chat. I didn't tell you because I wasn't sure, Elizabeth said. But I knew we'd have teachers calling out sick. It always happens near the end of the term when they realize they haven't used up their days yet. I figured it might be Morris again, which would mean you could get back to some real teaching. Turns out he's here after all. What a shame. A few of those kids were almost clever. I know. Her gaze dropped to the desk. When she spoke next, her voice was softer. Someone I didn't expect to skip out did. He sent a vague, can't-make-it text this morning, and now he's not answering calls or messages. I waited. Given Elizabeth's tone, it wasn't difficult to guess who she meant, but I wanted to hear her say it. It's the band director, Elizabeth said. David Garrett. I sat up straight.
You mean the guy you've been hounding like he's a stubborn mule?
She didn't flinch. That's a dramatic overstatement, she replied. And nobody else is aware, so keep it to yourself. I let out a short, dry laugh. Come on, Lester probably has little red hearts on his calendar marking the mornings you and Mr. Garrett pull in within 5 minutes of each other. This is a small town, Lisbeth. If the high school principal is secretly duetting with the king of the band geeks, I'm definitely not the only one who's picked up on it. Elizabeth fixed me with a stare sharp enough to slice steel. What I need from you, she said, her voice clipped, is a simple yes or no. Can you cover symphonic band first period, handle a free hour, then take 2 consecutive history classes? Miss Conley left a Gettysburg documentary she claims will work for both. After that, you can leave with half a day's pay. Or you can stick around for 2 study halls this afternoon. Finals start next week, and some of the actual teachers could use the planning time. I tried to match her glare, but she was the undisputed champion. First, I don't know the first thing about teaching band. Second, nice dig with the actual teacher's remark. Third, I wish my weekend had been more fruitful. I could really use the full $80. Fine. I'll take the afternoon too. Elizabeth slipped back into her principal's composure. Don't worry about the band. That's why Marisa was here earlier. She's only a junior, but even the seniors listen to her. David does too. I gave her a key to the instrument lockers. She'll run the rehearsal. Your job is just to keep the peace. The spring concert is this Friday, and they need to sound good. The bake sale and barbecue are right after, and people buy more brownies if they enjoy the performance. Our donors supplied some nice instruments and shirts, but we still need funds for buses to get the band to football games and competitions next year. Do you think Mr. Garrett will be back by Friday? I asked. I mean, isn't it strange he wouldn't say why he's out today, or that his phone seems to be off the grid? These weren't kind or particularly useful questions to ask. But then I wasn't as kind or useful as I used to be. Elizabeth remained composed. David has a brother going through a tough time. He hasn't shared specifics and I haven't pressed. But I believe that's the reason, regardless. He won't abandon the band. He was actually here yesterday, on a Sunday. We both were putting new locks on the instrument cabinets. David bought them himself, by the way. She took a measured breath. And now I'm wondering why you're so invested. Hey, I'm just trying to be helpful, I said. I'm fairly confident I could learn how to wave a baton by Friday. Right. I'll note that offer. She was clearly ready for me to go, but I lingered. Speaking of new locks, the deputy up front mentioned something about stolen instruments. He hadn't precisely, but it was a minor stretch. Is that going to be an issue for my class today? Elizabeth shook her head. No. In fact, one of the missing instruments, the tuba, turned up. It just materialized on the cafeteria loading dock yesterday morning. I suppose the thief realized there isn't much of a black market demand for instruments you can't easily run with. The moment you blend polka, cumbia, ranchera, and pop, nobody stays in their seat. The bass horn section certainly doesn't. I was sure Marisa had returned the tuba, though her reasons were a mystery. Even before I saw how Carlos was dressed, I'd guessed the stolen sousaphones were headed for resale to banda musicians, maybe in Texas, maybe farther south. Who else would want the things? That's why I stick with electric blues. You can sit if you want, no puckering or blowing required, and you don't end up with spit everywhere, unless you're the drummer, and you definitely don't take orders from some bass player. Elizabeth offered a faint, real smile. I remember you saying that. She rose, moved to the door, and rested her hand on the knob. As it happens, our little school band has a fairly talented bass horn player. You'll see for yourself. The bell sounded, and she opened the door. Now you're late. I got to my feet, met her gaze, and felt a sudden, sharp regret. I'll bet Annie would have played something. The words escaped before I could stop them. Elizabeth closed her eyes, and I immediately wished I'd swallowed them instead. When she looked at me again, we were firmly back in the present. She pulled the door open wider. The band room is in the new annex, away from the main classrooms, just before the hallway exit to the rear parking lot. Go down the corridor between the cafeteria and the gym, then. I moved past her. I'll just follow the sound of someone kicking a puppy? Elizabeth shut the door behind me. I walked past the counter where Lester was still hunched over his coffee. Catch all of that? I asked. He gave me a tired, bloodshot look. I have to find my entertainment somewhere. It's not like I get to stay home and watch soaps with my wife. She'd stab me. Can't say I blame her, Lester. Nobody does. I pushed through the outer office door into the now empty hallway. I would have been feeling just fine if I'd left Elizabeth's office a minute earlier. Time with her always lifted my spirits. The trick was keeping it brief. But then, some things have a way of ending themselves. Marisa was small and slight, and the Gronitz tuba seemed to dwarf her. When she propped it on her lap in playing position, all I could see was a maze of brass tubing and 2 feet in white sneakers. But from the top row of the terraced band room, she shouted commands and counted off the beat like a seasoned drill instructor. Just as Elizabeth said, the other kids listened to her. There were only 56 of them, but that was the largest band Kingman High had ever fielded. And they were good. Especially Marisa. She even took the solo in Stars and Stripes Forever that's usually reserved for a piccolo. Every note from that tuba was crisp, rapid, and precise. Okay, fine, to my ears, every note sounded like a whale passing gas. But it was a crisp, rapid, and precisely executed one. I was impressed and deeply confused. This kid clearly loved playing in this rinky-dink high school band. So how could she be mixed up in the sousaphone theft that had crippled it? Had she felt remorse, prompting her to return the tuba? Or did she only bring it back because she realized she wouldn't have a decent instrument to play otherwise? Her partners in crime and their buyer knew what she'd done, and that buyer carried a ridiculously large pistol loaded with shotgun shells, which he wasn't shy about using. Whatever her reasons, shouldn't that have made Marisa think twice about returning the Gronitz? None of those questions should have concerned me. Marisa was a petty thief, So I'd stolen from her and her petty thief friends because stealing from crooks is my line of work. Her motives weren't my problem. Neither were the consequences she might face. But sitting through that band rehearsal made it hard to ignore my curiosity. Two of Maurice's fellow gang members were right there with her. Kaylee, sporting another bad brass tee and holding her trumpet, was positioned a tier below Marisa. Jared occupied the lowest level to the left of the conductor's stool where I sat. He held the first chair among 8 clarinet players, which I took to mean he was pretty talented. Entering the room at the start of the period, the first thing that caught my eye was the back of Jared's Kingman Cougar Band shirt emblazoned with wicked wood. "Guess it's not bragging, if you can back it up," I'd remarked. Jared had just blinked and replied, "What?" As the class neared its end, Stars and Stripes Forever concluded with a collective blaring note from the band that sounded like a massive, dissonant blast. Rubbing my ears, I considered my options for the free hour ahead. The teacher's lounge was out, substitutes were viewed there with the warmth reserved for plague-bearers, and napping was hopeless. The janitor's closets carried a peculiar chemical odor. My Toyota seats didn't recline like Deputy Beeswax's plush Chrysler. That left the band director's office marked by a door and a shaded window in the rehearsal room's south wall as the prime candidate. More than just a quiet spot, I was itching for a chance to sift through David Garrett's desk. Know your enemy might be too strong, but know your replacement felt perfectly apt. The door could be locked, of course, but that wouldn't deter me. I just needed to wait for the students to clear out. As the final note faded, Marisa stood with the tuba balanced on her left hip, leaning sharply to the right for counterweight. "All right, people, let's make sure Mr. Garrett has no reason to cancel the concert," she called out. "Woodwinds, stop leaving your nasty old reeds on the floor. Brass section, wipe up your spit valves. Percussion, stop loitering and move. If your instrument lives here, pack it up now. You've got 3 minutes." She bent to the tuba's mouthpiece and blasted 7 quick notes, the classic shave and a haircut riff. Not a single student glanced my way for approval. They just sprang into action, following Marisa's commands amid a symphony of snapping latches and clattering cases. I remained on my stool, observing Marisa, Kaylee, and Jared. None of them showed a flicker of guilt or anxiety over their illicit weekend activities. Then again, I probably didn't either. What really nagged at me was that they also didn't seem the least bit troubled or downcast about their stolen payoff. That didn't sit right. As the students finished packing, Kaylee and Jared met Marisa at the north wall, dominated by a massive 5-door oak cabinet. They stowed trombones, French horns, baritone horns, and a few trumpets inside before securing the doors with shiny new padlocks. The tuba went in last. Afterward, Kaylee and Jared trailed the other students out through the large double doors, while Marisa weaved through the folding chairs to grab her backpack. She paused beside my conductor's stool on her way out. "Thanks for keeping an eye on us," she said. "Will I see you in English class later?" "Not today. I'm on full-time babysitting duty, but getting paid to essentially do nothing." I gestured broadly around the room. How to phrase it in this context? Let's just say doing nothing is my forte? Marisa offered a dry, knowing smile. "A music pun. Clever, Mr. Marks, but I wouldn't let Miss Owens hear you say that." She started to turn away, and I decided to take a shot. "I've been wondering," I said. "How did you manage to get the thieves to return the grown-ups?" She halted, her brow furrowing. "Why would you think I had anything to do with that? You're the only tuba player in the band," I pointed out. "If I'd stolen a tuba, you're exactly who I'd try to squeeze for ransom." Marisa took 2 deliberate steps toward the exit. "That plan would fail. I'm completely broke." I switched tactics. "So who do you think took the instruments?" Marisa looked back at me, her gaze steady and unblinking. "There's really no way to know. You can never be sure who might turn out to be a thief." With a graceful pivot that seemed more suited to a dancer than a tubist, she was gone. I moved to the doorway and watched until Marisa disappeared around the corner toward the cafeteria. The annex hallway was now empty and quiet. I slipped back into the band room and eased the double doors shut. Checking the band director's office, I found the door locked, just as I'd expected. 2 paper clips from my pocket did the trick, and I was inside within 20 seconds, quietly relocking the door behind me. A switch on the cinder block wall flicked on a pair of fluorescent lights, revealing a cramped, cluttered space no bigger than 10 feet by 10. That estimate didn't account for the filing cabinets, stack boxes, the desk, or the heavy-duty office chair. I settled into the chair and tested the center desk drawer. It was locked, which actually pleased me. It took me about a minute to open, a bit slow for a desk drawer, but I wasn't in any rush. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for, but if I stumbled across anything that made Garrett look bad, I certainly wouldn't complain. Part of me fantasized about anonymously sending Elizabeth some proof that she was making a huge mistake. At first, the drawer seemed to hold nothing worth securing. Pens, loose change, clarinet, and saxophone reeds, a pink eraser, a broken conductor's baton, a few brass mouthpieces. Buried beneath all that, however, was a spiral notebook. I pulled it out and flipped it open to find a mess of scribbled notes about ranking the woodwind section. It was about as exciting as studying for a driver's test. Then, from the back pages, 2 business-sized envelopes slipped out. They weren't sealed, so I opened them. Honestly, I would have opened them either way. The first envelope held a stack of 5 photos, printed on a home printer from digital files. They were of Elizabeth, and they were risque. Well, not exactly, but they definitely weren't school-appropriate. Even Baptists have their limits when it comes to how students see the principal or how much of her they see. The pictures were taken on a summer day at Galveston Beach, and Elizabeth looked incredible. Teeny purple bikini incredible. The kind of photos teenage boys would scan and post all over the internet. I felt a spike of irritation. Did Garrett really need to print these and bring them to work? Couldn't he last 8 hours without a glimpse of Elizabeth's midriff? Hell, I'd been holding out for 6 years, and I was managing just fine, more or less. I slid the purple bikini photos back into their envelope, deciding against making copies myself. I knew where to find them again. Then I opened the second envelope. It contained just 1 photograph, but this one was much older. It had been taken with a film camera and developed at an actual photo lab. That's how old it was. The picture showed David Garrett as a teenager, standing in front of a sprawling ranch-style house with another guy who looked a few years younger. Teenage David was grinning at the camera and holding, or more accurately, wearing a gleaming brass sousaphone. He'd been handsome back then, too. Probably talented and popular despite being a band geek. I still felt the urge to reach back in time and slap him. But aside from that impulse, I was far more interested in the other guy. He was white. Both he and David wore blue jeans and Jimi Hendrix t-shirts. The shirts were different colors, but the boys looked like their clothes had been bought for them by the same person at the same store. It took me a minute to place him, though it shouldn't have. Maybe his dark blonde hair threw me off since I'd never seen it before. But then I recognized him. He wasn't wearing a red jacket or a cowboy hat, but his gray eyes and stern expression hadn't changed much. In the photo, he had a fiberglass sousaphone balanced on his shoulders. Maybe, since he didn't get the shiny brass one, that explained his sour look. He was the banda buyer from Saturday night. The guy with the massive pistol he called the judge. He was Carlos. I was still studying the photo of Garrett and Carlos when I heard the double doors to the band room swing open. My eyes flicked to the right. The office door was shut tight, the lock engaged, and the blinds were pulled down over the window. Whoever was out in the hallway couldn't see in. They probably couldn't even tell the light was on. So I stayed perfectly still and listened. "Make this fast, Donnie." It was Maurice's voice. "I can't be gone more than 6 or 7 minutes. 10 would be pushing it. Then why drag me all the way down here?" Donnie shot back. "And where's Mr. Marks? You said he was subbing? We didn't see him anywhere." "Maybe he stepped out to the back lot for a smoke," Marisa suggested, her tone casual. "Or something. Point is, he's gone, and so is everyone else. No one has class in this annex right now, so it's the safest spot to talk. So what's so important it couldn't be a text? Stepped out for a smoke?" That was a bold assumption. I didn't smoke cigarettes, certainly not on school grounds. "What's my problem?" Donnie's voice wavered with frustration. "Are you serious? You took Mr. Anthony's van, you brought back that tuba, and then you ditched the van. I had to drive those guys back to town. Now Kaylee's saying she doesn't have the money from the con sale, and you've been ignoring my texts since you vanished." Maurice's reply was ice cold and measured. First, it was never Mr. Anthony's van to begin with. He stole it first. Taking something from a thief isn't really stealing. Second, Kaylee told you all not to show the buyers anything but the sousaphones. She and I both could have predicted they'd lowball an offer on the tuba if you'd bothered to tell us you were planning to grab it. I couldn't say anything beforehand, Donnie insisted. Besides, Mr. Anthony never said not to get the tuba. At least the tuba didn't set Carlos off. That was a sousaphone. And then you running off with the van made Mr. Anthony furious. That's on you. Marisa muttered something in Spanish under her breath, then said, I don't get these fiberglass snobs. But what I did, I couldn't let them buy a Gronitz for a song. It just wasn't right. But Kaylee nodded. That wasn't a signal to take the deal. Mr. Anthony is some kind of distant relative to Kaylee, and she says he's been working the shady side of Kingman County since before our mothers were born. She could tell from his vibe that was their final offer. That's all her nod meant. Donnie's voice dropped, turning low and ominous. Well, she was wrong. Tyler got a text from Mr. Anthony before first period. Turns out Carlos will give us a decent price for the tuba after all, if we bring it back tonight. $2,500. A heavy silence hung in the air before Marisa responded. You've got to be kidding me. I'm dead serious, Donnie said. And listen, Kaylee has to bring the $1,400 and hand it over to Tyler. Then, when we get the $2,500 to add to it, we'll cut you guys in. But we can't trust Kaylee to hold the money anymore. Tyler says if she doesn't show up with it, he's going to put Jared in the hospital. A real beating, broken bones, the whole deal. He wants to make Kaylee watch. Then he says he'll email her dad and tell him she and Jared have been hooking up, so the old man will cut off her college fund. We heard he's only sending her to Baylor if she's still a virgin. Is that his rule or the school's, do you think? I'm sure I have no idea, Marisa said flatly. But I do know someone broke into the house and took the money while Kaylee and Jared were asleep. They didn't even know it was gone until Kaylee's mom called and woke them up. They found Kaylee's phone on the back porch. Donnie wasn't convinced. How do we know they didn't make the whole story up to keep the cash? Marisa's indignation was palpable. How do we know it wasn't you and Tyler who doubled back and took it? This particular mess was my fault, and it was threatening to spiral into something truly nasty. But let's be honest, it never would have happened if these kids weren't a bunch of scheming little delinquents in the first place. So my conscience was relatively clear. You'll just have to take my word for it, Donnie said. Donnie's voice slipped into a ridiculous syrupy coo that he probably imagined was charming. I'm not lying to you, Marisa. I like you way too much for that. That's exactly why I wanted you involved. But you're the one who brought Kaylee and Jared into this, so if they screwed us over, that's on you. Marisa let out a harsh, humorless laugh. You didn't bring me in because you like me. You brought me in because you and Tyler had no clue what those horns were actually worth. Kaylee was the only one who could read Mr. Anthony, and Jared comes with Kaylee. So if you don't want band kids in your business next time, maybe don't target band instruments next time. I could almost see Donnie shrugging. We thought it'd be simple. And I swear, Marisa, I wanted you to get a cut. I knew you'd be stuck playing that 20-year-old piece of junk sousaphone after we took the good ones, and I felt bad about it. I really do like you. There was a sudden sharp smack of skin on skin, just like I'd heard Saturday night. You know what? Marisa's voice was icy. We're done. You have a weak embouchure, and I should know I play brass. Donnie just grunted, unfazed. Fine, so you're useful for something. You get to take that tuba home to practice, right? No. When I practice with the Gronitz, I do it here. Mr. Garrett is usually around. But not today, Donnie pointed out, his tone turning sly. So nobody's going to stop you. Not even that deputy out front. And Ms. Owens must have given you the key to the cabinet. So take the tuba home this afternoon and we'll move it tonight. Marisa wasn't having it. Then I'll be suspect number one. No, you won't, Donnie said smoothly. You're catching a ride with Kaylee in that dorky PT Cruiser, aren't you? Just say it got stolen from her car when you stopped for a soda or something. I'll even break one of her windows for you to sell it. You're a real sweetheart, Donnie. Let me prove it to you. Like you said, I'll just have to take your word for it. Donnie grunted again, impatient. Whatever. Meet us at Jared's ranch tonight at 11:30. If you have to sneak past your mom, do it. Kaylee and Jared need to bring the $1,400. They don't have it, Marisa cut in. And you need to bring the tuba. Don't be late. This is a bad idea, Marisa insisted. a new edge of worry in her voice. "Don't you remember how cheap that Carlos guy was? What makes you think he'll suddenly pay $2,500 for a horn he didn't even want yesterday?" "All I know," Donnie said, his own voice dropping, "is what Mr. Anthony told Tyler. He said if we mess up again, Carlos will track us down and use that giant pistol of his to give us a few extra holes to worry about." Marisa was quiet for a long moment. "Maybe yes, maybe no," she finally murmured, almost to herself. "But I guess we don't want to find out." She took a sharp, audible breath, and when she spoke again, her tone was all business. "Fine, I'll work it out. We should get to class. You go first." "Huh? Why?" "So nobody sees us leaving the annex together. If the tuba goes missing again, we don't need anyone saying they saw us near the band room. You're not in band. I play the tuba. See the issue?" "Oh, right." One of the double doors to the hallway groaned open. "Don't forget, 11:30. Get there early if you can." The door thudded shut. I waited to hear Marisa leave, too. Instead, there was the sound of her fumbling with her backpack zipper. Then her voice, low and urgent, filled the quiet room. "I'm leaving a voicemail so you know it's really me and nobody else has my phone," she whispered. "You were right. They want the Gronitz, so I'll bring it. Tonight, 11:30. Jared's place out in the country. But they want the money too, and we don't have it. So don't leave us stranded out there, or this whole thing is going to turn into a disaster." There was a soft click, then the sound of the other door opening and closing. After that, silence. I took a final long look at the photo of the teenage Garrett and Carlos. Aside from their different skin tones and the instruments in their hands, the resemblance between them was striking. I slid the photo back into its envelope, tucked both envelopes into the notebook, and carefully returned everything exactly as I'd found it. I made sure to lock the drawer before I left. I had a little free time, but any chance of a nap was gone. My mind turned to the evening ahead and how I might spend it. There was $2,500 on the line, after all. That fancy apartment above the hardware store wasn't going to pay for itself. By 10 that night, I was back in the woods northwest of the leaning house, dressed in dark clothes with my face smeared in black. I could feel the awkward bulge in my back pocket and felt like an idiot for bringing it. The house was dark, no cars in the drive, so I settled into my old Saturday night spot to wait. I was early, but I had Otis Rush's entire catalog on a tiny MP3 player to keep me company. It should have been fine. It would have been fine if I hadn't dozed off. Skipping that nap at school really came back to bite me. I jolted awake to crosscut saw in my ears, my cheek pressed against the rough bark of a live oak, and the creepy-crawly feeling of ants marching up my legs. I ripped out the earbuds, stuffed them and the player into my pocket, and swatted at my jeans until the crawling sensation stopped. My watch read 11:15. Across the driveway, lit by faint moonlight and a sickly yellow glow from the house, sat Donnie's pickup, Jared's Honda, and Kaylee's PT Cruiser. I'd slept right through their arrivals, thanks to Otis. I wondered how the mood was in there, since that missing $1,400 hadn't just magically reappeared, unless the band kids had emptied their parents' savings jars. Then headlights cut through the darkness, sweeping up the drive. At least I'd woken up for Bobby Anthony and Carlos's grand entrance. But the nearly new Maxima that rolled past wasn't carrying them. It had 2 people inside. I couldn't make out the driver well, but I recognized the car as David Garrett's, the Kingman High Band director and aspiring photographer of purple swimwear, so he was probably driving. The passenger's face caught just enough light for me to see it was Principal Elizabeth Owens, dedicated educator and occasional model for said purple bikinis. Whatever this meant, and wherever it was headed, it almost certainly wasn't going to end well for me. On the bright side, I was now completely alert. The Maxima parked between the PT Cruiser and the house. Garrett and Elizabeth got out, both in jeans and t-shirts, like they were about to paint a fence. They walked straight onto the porch and went inside without knocking. I couldn't tell if the door was unlocked or if someone let them in, but there was no Hank Williams III blasting tonight. The windows were cracked open, letting in the thick April air. With the porch empty, I didn't need Saturday night's level of stealth. Less than 2 minutes later, I was crouched under a front window on the north side. A quick peek as I'd scurried over showed the whole crew inside. Donnie, Tyler, Kaylee, Jared, Marisa, plus Garrett and Elizabeth. The band kids looked calm and quiet, seemingly okay with the adults being there. But Donnie and Tyler were furious, a steady stream of curses and complaints filling the air. It wasn't hard to see why. The principal and her boyfriend were crashing their party and wrecking the whole scheme. "This is how it's going to work," Elizabeth stated. "If the 2 missing instruments are returned, we won't press charges." It struck me as strange. Letting troublemakers slide wasn't exactly standard Texas procedure. Elizabeth was from Austin, the fluffy bunny land of the state, but even she wouldn't just shrug off grand theft with a kids will be kids attitude.
Somebody snitched!
Tyler yelled. He was putting on a gangster act, just as unconvincingly as his salesman routine had been a couple days prior. "Donnie, it was your damn girlfriend!" A chair leg dragged across the wooden floor, followed by David Garrett's voice. It was a deep, authoritative baritone that made me dislike him even more. "Sit back down, Tyler," Garrett commanded. "Back in my youth, I had to pick between band and football. I chose music, but that doesn't mean I forgot how to tackle." The chair scraped again, more softly this time. "That's more like it. First off," Garrett went on, "there were no snitches. A snitch would have gone straight to the sheriff, not to me. But I would have known what was happening anyway. I spotted Donnie's truck rolling through town at 3 in the morning on Sunday with you and a sousaphone case in the bed. Later, when my musicians described your buyer, I recognized him. So I had a few friends pass the word that a signed Corpus Christi banda was looking to buy a real tuba. And just as I expected, the message reached you. So here we all are." My bet was that Garrett really had seen Donnie's truck carrying that sousaphone while he was driving home after spending most of Saturday night at Elizabeth's place. It wouldn't do to head to church on Sunday morning from the principal's house after all, even if the whole town already knew they were involved. But his logic about snitches, that they aren't really snitches if they tell a teacher instead of the police, felt shaky. Then again, maybe informing on a group isn't betrayal if you were never truly part of it to begin with. Besides, I understood something Tyler and Donnie, being team players, couldn't. The only sure way to prevent leaks is to work completely alone. "Here's the plan," Elizabeth said, taking charge again. "Before the buyers get here, Donnie and Tyler will bring the tuba out to the porch. We need them to see it when they drive up, with faces they recognize. We need them out of their vehicle and on the porch. Then you two come back inside. At that point, Mr. Garrett will handle the discussion." "Handle them how?" Tyler shot back. "You gonna make a citizen's arrest or something?" "No one is getting arrested," Garrett stated firmly. "There's no need, because we're going to fix this situation. I just need to have a conversation with the buyers to make that happen. One of them in particular." Marisa's voice chimed in then, laced with concern. "The Gronitz doesn't actually have to come out of its case, does it? These guys won't treat it gently." "The boys can just pop the lid open," Garrett replied. "If the buyers don't see the instrument, they might get spooked and drive off. If that happens, we'd have to involve the sheriff to recover the con's sousaphone, and that won't end well for anyone. It's bad enough the king is damaged, but it's just the bell. We'll look into getting that replaced." A brief silence hung in the air before Donnie spoke up, his voice uneasy. That guy Carlos shot the king just because the fiberglass surprised him. If he gets startled again, he might start shooting again." Garrett let out a sound somewhere between a grunt and a sigh. "Don't worry, he won't hurt anyone. He probably borrowed that gun just to look intimidating." From the county road came a low rumble and rattle. I glanced back to see another set of headlights turning into the long driveway. Showtime for the tuba was here again. I darted to the north, positioning myself between the PT Cruiser and the Honda. A beat-up, mud-splattered Plymouth minivan clattered past. It pulled onto the gravel apron at the driveway's end, then reversed up to the porch, mirroring what the white van had done 2 days before. No question this dented, rusty heap had been stolen specifically for tonight's job, too. A sliver of hope still lingered that I might find an opportunity to swipe more of the dirty money, though the odds were looking slim. Garrett had orchestrated a fake sale. No cash was going to exchange hands tonight. On the flip side, Bobby, Tone, and Carlos were due to show up with $2,500 in cash. Since I was already here, it made sense to hang back and see how this whole thing unfolded. From the picture I'd discovered in Garrett's desk, he and Carlos had some kind of rocky past. Maybe seeing each other again would rattle Carlos enough to slip up or at least let his defenses down. And honestly, like Lester, I didn't have much else going on. My apartment above the hardware store didn't exactly come with premium cable, so this was better than any daytime drama. I ducked behind the PT Cruiser's back bumper just as Tyler and Donnie stepped out of the crooked house's front door, closing it behind them. Donnie was carrying the tuba case, and he placed it on the porch right as the minivan's engine cut off, and Bobby Tone and Carlos climbed out. It struck me that everyone was dressed almost identically to how they'd looked on Saturday night, like they had unofficial uniforms for shady brass deals. Carlos even had on that same cowboy hat. Donnie crouched, popped the latches on the case, and started lifting out the instrument. Bobby Tone and Carlos moved toward the porch, and Bobby Tone popped open the minivan's hatch. Then the front door swung open again, and Marisa rushed out, clearly going against whatever plan Garrett and Elizabeth had cooked up. She pushed Donnie aside and snapped the case shut over the grognets. "This instrument," she announced, "is not for sale anymore." In a flash, Carlos darted past Marisa, snatched the case, and hurled it into the minivan. Bobby Tone slammed the hatch shut as Carlos reached behind his back and pulled out the judge. I braced myself. "Since you've tried to back out," Carlos said, his voice tight, "we're adjusting the terms. The price is now $500. I had a hunch the price had always been $500. Bobby Tone flashed the kids a crooked, gap-toothed smile. "Same deal as before. Take it or walk away." "But if you walk away, Carlos and I might just take it anyway." Finally, David Garrett emerged onto the porch. "Everyone under 30, get back inside," he ordered. Donnie and Tyler listened, but Marisa held her ground, shooting daggers at Bobby Tone and Carlos. "No tomarás mi tuba," she stated firmly. You didn't need to know Spanish to understand her meaning. If Bobby and Carlos tried to drive off with the grognets, they'd have 90 pounds of furious brass player clinging to them. I admired her spirit. But Carlos wasn't even looking at Marisa anymore. He and Garrett were locked in a stare-down, like two roosters sizing each other up. "Tell your student I don't speak Spanish," Carlos spat, saying the word student as if it tasted foul. "Marisa, you should go inside," Garrett said calmly. "They've got the grognets," Marisa protested. "They won't be taking it. Go on in with Miss Owens and the others. I'll handle this." Marisa took a few slow steps backward, her eyes never leaving Carlos. Then she turned and went inside. Garrett closed the door behind her, and I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Garrett sighed, shaking his head. "Charlie, I have no idea what you think you're doing with that ridiculous pistol. It looks like something Yosemite Sam would carry." Carlos, or Charlie, scowled. "You always did want to be Bugs Bunny." The judge still dangled at his side, but his grip tightened. Bobby Tone cleared his throat awkwardly. Carlos, I get the feeling this situation has drifted away from a simple business deal. And since you clearly have some personal history with this man, I'm going to need you to hand the judge back. A gun is good for making a point, which is why I lent it, but business and bad blood don't mix." He held out his hand. I nearly whistled in surprise. The Bobby Anthony I remembered from my younger days kept a .25 caliber pistol in his back pocket and a shotgun behind the seat of his old International Harvester truck. Maybe I should have seen it coming that in his later years he'd decide to merge the two concepts into one intimidating package. I should have realized a man like Carlos, or Charlie, as he was now called, wasn't the type to handle a judge revolver. His face twisted in discomfort, like someone had just stepped hard on his instep during a two-step. But then he reversed his grip on the pistol, offering it butt first to Bobby Tone. Bobby accepted it, spun the cylinder while inspecting the rounds, and slipped it into his belt. He gave Garrett a nod. "Go on and sort out your family business. After that, I might have another offer for you. This whole situation has gotten tangled, but I've put too much into it to just quit now." I understood that feeling. It was strange, but Bobby Tone and I seemed to share a certain thread. He'd done time and I'd gone to the University of Texas. Some folks would say the outcomes aren't so different. Garrett moved toward Charlie, who stumbled back a step, nearly losing his balance on the porch edge. Garrett halted, shaking his head. "Listen, Charlie," he said, his voice weary. "I'm not even angry about the money. However you got that pin, it's done. I was just relieved to hear you were back in the state. I honestly didn't think you'd ever return." A pang of jealousy hit me then. As far as I could tell, nobody had been relieved when I came home, and I hadn't even drained anyone's savings account. "I had no choice," Charlie muttered, his tone grim. "California's lost its soul. The music I want to make is happening right here in Texas now, David. I'm putting together my own banda. I've been down in Baja with the authentic players, learning the real repertoire." "Is that so?" Garrett's voice was flat. "Prove it. Say something in Spanish for me." Charlie's shoulders squared defiantly. "No." "How's that?" "See, if you're not the vocalist, those real musicians don't care what words you can speak. It's all about the notes you can play. So while you're stuck out in the boondocks at that school, drilling kids on scales and fight songs, I'll be making actual music for actual people." He jabbed a thumb at his own chest. No more sitting second chair on a plastic tuba for this guy. Now Garrett's patience snapped. "So you're going to fund your new life by filching from Mom's inheritance and fencing instruments stolen from schools? Instruments her donations probably helped buy in the first place?" "Mom left that money to support musicians," Charlie shot back. "Not just high school marching bands, and you were supposed to include me in the decisions. You didn't. So consider this my formal objection," Bobby Tone cut in, his voice a dry drawl. "Now, hold on a minute. Are you two telling me you share a mother?" "I find that harmonically improbable." I almost said something about his manners, then thought better of it. Garrett flicked a glance at Bobby. "Not your concern," he stated, then locked eyes with Charlie again. "You're really going to build your dream by stealing from teenagers?" Charlie's lip curled into a smirk. "Only from the ones who don't care. If they cared, they wouldn't be hawking their school's brass in the first place." "It wasn't the band kids," Garrett insisted, a new tension in his jaw. "They tried calling me the second they figured it out. But I had my phone off, so they did what they thought was right. They didn't call the cops because they didn't want their classmates in jail, which is something you should be thanking them for." "Got a new girlfriend?" Charlie asked, his tone suddenly sly. "That's usually what it means when someone needs you and you're suddenly unavailable." "Yeah, these two were definitely brothers. What I'm telling you," Garrett said, his voice low and firm, "is that the band kids didn't steal a thing. The only mistake they made was trying to cover for a couple of knuckle-headed jocks." Angry shouts erupted from inside the house as Donnie and Tyler loudly protested the label. Being familiar with the type, I thought it was pretty accurate. Bobby Tone cleared his throat. "Pardon me, but I find that term rather offensive as well." This time, Garrett didn't even look at him. "Tell me you've never used a similar slur for black folks, and I'll apologize right now." Bobby scratched his stubbled chin, a faint smile appearing. "Fair enough," he conceded, "but we're straying from the point here. Have you two finally sorted things out enough to finish our deal?" Garrett spun to face him. "You're not listening. There is no deal. You and Charlie are going to take that Gronitz tuba out of your vehicle and hand back the con sousaphone. You'll also cover the cost for a new bell on the King. Do that, and nobody ends up in handcuffs. And what's my next move supposed to be?" Charlie asked. Garrett turned back to his brother. "Your family, so you come stay with me. Give back whatever money you have left. We'll work through the rest together." Charlie let out a sharp, cynical laugh. "On your conditions," he said, "with no safety net for me." "Like I told you, we'll work it out." Bobby Tone moved between them, clicked his tongue, and drew the judge from his waistband. "What I'm understanding," he said, "is that no matter what you two agree on, I walk away empty-handed. No sale today, no future cuts, and I was trying so hard not to get greedy, seeing as this is a new venture for me. I was content just being the middleman and getting a fair fee for my services." Garrett kept his eyes on the gun. "I've got $76 on me for your time. That's it." Bobby kept the judge aimed at the ground but cocked the hammer. $76, he said. "A man with a heart of gold and all?" "No, I'll need at least $1,000 to release that tuba from the custody of this minivan." He paused, scratching his jaw with his free hand. "Actually, I'll need the $1,000 just to walk off this porch without pulling the trigger. And I'd have to shoot both of you to avoid any accusations of playing favorites. $1,000. After that, you can do whatever you want with the tubas and the sousaphones and the damn glass harmonicas and whatever else you've got. Charlie stared at him. You know, I only brought $500 tonight. There isn't $1,000 out here. Bobby Tone raised the pistol. Then one of you needs to go get it. Or you could take $576 right now, Garrett said. Bobby acted as if he hadn't heard the offer. He started swiveling the judge's barrel back and forth, aiming it first at Charlie, then at Garrett. Eeny, he said. Meeny, miny, mo. Then the front door swung open and Elizabeth stepped outside. She held her cell phone looking directly at Bobby Tone. Should I call the sheriff? She asked. Garrett groaned. Elizabeth, don't. Bobby stopped moving the judge, lowering it slightly. But he gave Elizabeth a weary, knowing look. Ma'am, the sheriff's department wouldn't get here for half an hour. And if you made me think you'd try to pin something on me, well, I might have to shoot all of you just to avoid that hassle. I tightened up again. Bobby Tone didn't know I was there. So if my legs would just work, I might be able to reach him before he could react. Or I might not. I was getting ready to make a split-second decision when I heard the sound of tires on the gravel driveway again. Wonderful. I'd been wondering how this mess could possibly get more tangled. Now, I was going to find out nobody on the porch seemed to notice what I heard. They were all locked in their four-way stalemate. A slow black Chrysler 300 came creeping up the driveway past where I was hidden. Its lights were off, and except for the quiet crunch of its tires, it was nearly silent. A cold feeling hit me that this new arrival meant the judge was about to have another say. So as the car rolled past, I came out in a low crouch and tucked in behind its rear bumper. If I could get close enough, maybe I could at least try to get to the porch and cover Elizabeth. Then someone, Charlie, I was sure, finally saw the Chrysler and shouted. I was braced when the car stopped, so I didn't smack my head on the trunk. I peered around the glowing left brake light just as the Chrysler's headlights blazed on, flooding the whole porch in light. Bobby Tone, Charlie, Garrett, and Elizabeth all flinched against the sudden, harsh light. The driver's door swung open, and a figure emerged, using the door itself as a shield. Everybody just stay right where you are, a voice deep and gravelly commanded from behind the glare. I reckon I'm gonna have to place someone under arrest. But let me get a proper look first, so we can sort out who. It was Ernest, the deputy some folks called Beeswax. Sometime after our run-in that morning, he'd apparently decided standing around wasn't enough. His timing, however, was spectacularly bad. The first blast from the judge's shotgun obliterated the Chrysler's left headlight. The deafening boom was still echoing as I lunged forward, seized Ernest by his gun belt, and shoved him face first onto the car's front seat. His deputy's hat tumbled to the floorboards, and in the eerie blue glow from the dashboard, his scalp looked like a worn-out bathroom scrubber. On the porch, voices were raised in a chaotic chorus, and the front door slammed shut. "Get the hell off me!" Ernest's voice was muffled by the passenger seat cushion. "Whoever you are, you're obstructing a law officer." I kept him pinned with a forearm across his neck and a knee planted firmly on his backside. "I don't think you're even officially on duty," I growled, doing my best to disguise my voice, aiming for something between a gravelly detective and a masked vigilante. "This isn't a patrol car. I don't see a radio." "Got one in the glove box," Ernest wheezed. "All I gotta do is switch it on, and it don't matter one bit if I'm on the clock or not. All I need is probable cause. Having a headlight blown off and some joker's knee in my backside provides plenty of that." The judge roared a second time, and I heard the other headlight explode. Peering up through the windshield, I saw the porch light and the lights inside the crooked house had been extinguished, plunging the yard into deeper shadow. "Listen, deputy," I said, my voice low. "I'm just an innocent bystander caught in the wrong place, but I happen to know the only thing at issue here is a pile of band instruments. Nothing worth dying over." Ernest bucked, trying to throw me off. "I agree," he grunted. "So let me up so I can return fire." That seemed like a terrible plan. Bobby Tone had only managed to hit headlights so far. But if Ernest started shooting back with live ammunition, someone could end up dead, and that someone might very well be me. Bobby Tone's voice carried from the darkened porch. "Hey, I'm guessing y'all are with these kids, which means you likely don't know your elbow from your ear any better than they do." My suggestion is you move that vehicle off my driveway so I have a clear path out. I'll give you, let's say, 2 minutes. Sounds generous to me. Sound generous to y'all? Sounds fine, I shouted back. Ernest redoubled his efforts to dislodge me, but I held fast. Listen here, he panted, the struggle leaving him breathless. Since we've got 2 minutes, Mr. Innocent Bystander, you ought to understand something. I've worn a badge in Texas for 40 years, and there are rules. One of those rules says if a suspect fires a weapon in my direction, I, by God, fire one right back. With my free hand, I fumbled for the .357 on Ernest's hip. I respect the protocol, I said, but all of my personal rules are dedicated to staying alive, so I'm going to operate on that principle. Just as I suspected, the strap over the pistol's grip was still undone. The weapon slid into my hand as smoothly as a bar of soap. I don't know what you think you're going to accomplish now, Ernest said, a note of grim amusement in his voice. That thing ain't loaded with nothing but empty casings. I was utterly confused. Why in the world would you carry it like that? Ernest managed a strained chuckle that sounded more like a cough. I'm semi-retired here in Kingman County. Most times I find the threat of a pistol works just fine without the actual bullets. Besides, this way if some fool manages to grab my gun, the joke's on him.
That's hilarious,
I said, the absurdity of the situation hitting me. My tone shifted from tense to openly sarcastic, almost as hilarious as a deputy rolling up on what he believes is an active crime scene without a single live round or any backup. Real top-tier law enforcement strategy there. There's crimes, and then there's crimes, Ernest retorted, undeterred. What I observed was a scrawny old-timer and a fella dressed like a cowboy from a bad western, driving a beat-up minivan with a political bumper sticker. Didn't exactly scream major felony to me. The whole thing felt off, so I trailed them. Now you're suggesting that on top of swiping a $24 minivan, they're mixed up in a major tuba heist. Still, up to this point, neither scenario exactly screamed deadly force. What was I supposed to aim for? A brass band instrument? You wouldn't be making history, I replied. But I suppose that tough talk about a Texas officer never hesitating to return fire was just for show. Ernest attempted to twist his left arm around to strike me, but human anatomy wasn't on his side. I have no interest in taking a life over a beat-up family hauler or a giant musical horn, he spat, but I'm not an idealist either. I've got real bullets on me. Their location, however, is my little secret, the glove compartment, I said, right next to the radio. Ernest let out another frustrated grunt. Just get off me, smart guy. I flung the .357 revolver as far behind me as I could, listening as it skittered across the gravel beyond the other vehicles. My hands searched his belt until I found the holster for his cuffs. After a brief, awkward struggle, I managed to secure his wrists behind his back. In the spirit of full disclosure, Ernest growled, his voice tight, if I ever discover who you are, you'll be running until you hit water. And then you'd better start swimming for Cuba. The Chrysler's engine was still purring. I shifted my weight on his legs, gave a quick wave toward the shadowy figures on the porch, and threw the car into reverse, leaving the door wide open to avoid clipping Ernest's feet. I slammed the gas, and the sedan jerked backward, zigzagging wildly like a startled animal, the door swinging violently. Once we cleared Donnie's truck, I wrenched the wheel left, and the car jolted into the tall, unkempt grass lining the east side of the drive. Ernest unleashed a stream of curses with every bump, and I finally stomped on the brakes, bringing us to a halt about 20 yards off the driveway, near the tree line. I cut the engine and tossed the keys into the darkness. You've probably wrecked the oil pan and exhaust on my brand new car, Ernest seethed. So after you swim to Cuba, you better keep going all the way to the damn Canary Islands. I climbed out without a word, pushed his feet inside the car, and shut the door. I felt a twinge of guilt about the damage, but none of it was my doing. It seemed pretty unfair for him to pin it on me, considering he was the one who'd ruined my entire night. I moved quickly along the edge of the trees, heading back toward the lopsided house. It was clear there was nothing left here for me. But before I dashed across the driveway to my Toyota, I needed to see that Elizabeth and the band students were okay. The rest of them could hang. They were all thieves, Garrett included, maybe especially him, since he was Elizabeth's boyfriend. I was about halfway back when, up on the porch, the Plymouth minivan's tires screeched. Its headlights blazed to life, and it roared up the driveway toward the main road at a breakneck pace. A chorus of shouts erupted from the house, and I figured Bobby Tone was cutting his losses and making a run for it with the tuba. I stopped to watch the minivan speed past my hiding spot. There was just enough ambient light for me to see that, once again, Marisa was behind the wheel. Wow, I muttered to myself. She must really be dedicated to that instrument. The minivan hit the road and disappeared into the night. I was just turning back toward the house when I heard a distinct metallic click a few yards to my left. It sounded an awful lot like someone readying a handgun. As I spun around, a blinding flashlight beam hit me directly in the eyes. "Whoever you are," David Garrett's voice came, low and seething, "you've just caused more trouble than you could possibly." He stopped abruptly. The bright circle of light moved closer. Then Garrett spoke again, his tone shifting from anger to sheer disbelief. "Are you seriously wearing blackface?" he demanded. I decided to match his confrontational energy. "Are you seriously pointing a gun at me?" He lowered the flashlight beam slightly. "I'm not pointing it," he said, his voice still tense. "I'm just holding it." I spotted it in his left hand, gesturing toward the dirt, but I'd caught the unmistakable click of the hammer being drawn back, so this wasn't just an idle hold, or he certainly didn't think it was. If Ernest had been telling the truth, there weren't any real bullets loaded. As my vision sharpened in the gloom, Garrett's features came into focus, a confused scowl as he studied me. "Do I know you?" he asked. We'd only ever passed in the halls at school, and I was pretty sure I'd never registered on his radar. There was an outside chance he'd glimpsed me in one of Elizabeth's old pictures, but those were from over 6 years ago. Between the years, the full black ski mask, and the poor lighting, I was banking on staying unrecognized. This time when I answered, I dropped back into that gravelly Churchill meets Batman voice I'd used earlier. "No," I said, "but I'm on your side." His frown tightened. "And what side would that be?" "The side that gets your brass instruments back and keeps everyone out of jail, preferably without anyone catching a bullet." "Why do you care?" he shot back. "Let's just say I'm a concerned parent. One who skulks around in the dark wearing a ski mask." "Fine," I conceded. "A concerned parent with an unusual hobby." Garrett shook his head in disbelief. "So I get sent out here by some backwoods guy waving a cannon, and I stumble on a lurker dressed like a ninja. Meanwhile, one of my students tears off in a hot-wired minivan to stop that same guy from snatching our tuba. My own brother, who I haven't spoken to in years, has turned into a black market sousaphone hustler just to spite me for our miserable teenage years. My girlfriend is so worried about her students getting in legal trouble that we're cutting deals with the world's most incompetent gang instead of just calling the cops. And now I have to go back and explain that I found a concerned parent in a ski mask, but I still don't have the cash the hillbilly is demanding for his time and trouble." He let out a weary sigh. "I moved out to this rural district for a simpler life." Good grief. "Where'd you teach before this?" I asked. "Chicago. 12 long years. Just landed here 2 years ago. The universe sure loves its little ironies. Never made it to Chicago," I lied smoothly. "Heard it's nice, though. Probably not a lot of sousaphone heists." I raised my hand slowly. "I'm going to reach into my back pocket now. Stay calm." Garrett shifted the 357 in his grip, but didn't raise it. A small courtesy. I pulled out the folded stack of $1,400 bills. Peeling off 4, I tucked them away and extended the remaining 1,000 toward him. "You give this to the gentleman on the porch," I said, "and he'll disappear. Might need a ride, though. The rest of it, recovering your gear, disciplining your light-fingered students, working out your family drama, that's your circus." He stared at the money. "What are you, some kind of Robin Hood? How dirty is this cash anyway?" It grated that he wouldn't just take the money and be quiet. "It's as clean as anything you'll get tonight. And this offer vanishes in about 5 seconds, pal." He finally took it. "Okay, thanks, I suppose." I knew Elizabeth and the kids would be safe now. Turning, I started toward the driveway. "Hey," Garrett called out. "Hold on, whoever you are, I think you'd better stick around." I paused and looked back. He had raised the 4357 again. I flashed a wide grin, hoping the moonlight caught my teeth. "First off," I said, "that pistol's loaded with nothing but empty casings. Second, you're going to need to rescue the deputy sheriff I handcuffed in that Chrysler over there. Oh, and you'll want to pin this whole mess on the mysterious stranger who cuffed him. Maybe toss a little blame toward the kids who stole the instruments in the first place, if you're smart about it. But if you mention the hillbilly to the deputy, that guy will make sure your brother and every kid involved lands in jail. I know him. Take my word for it. Understood. Garrett lowered the .357. Understood. He looked down at the pistol in his hand. The weight of the gun in my hand felt off, lighter than I expected. Not that I'm an expert. My world is lesson plans and sheet music, not firearms. Garrett gave a dry chuckle. A teacher and a musician, so you're rolling in cash then. I gestured toward the leaning house. Go settle up and get him moving, then check on the deputy. I can manage them, Garrett replied, frustration tightening his voice. It's my own brother who's the real headache. We shared a mother, but she could never force us to see eye to eye. I just shrugged. People usually calm down when they get what they came for. I caught a bit of your talk. He wants something called banda, so give him the banda. I turned to leave, adding over my shoulder, but keep the fiberglass out of it. I didn't wait for a reply, breaking into a jog across the gravel drive and back into the familiar trees where this whole evening began. Garrett didn't try to call me back, which was for the best. A foolish do-gooder urge had come over me back there, and now I was simmering with annoyance at myself for it. I hate that feeling. I tried to focus on the $400 now in my pocket, a consolation prize for the trouble. But the only thought that stuck was how utterly inconvenient it is to try and be a decent person. I took my time winding through the woods in no particular rush. About 15 minutes later, I stepped onto the narrow side road where I'd left my Toyota. It was tucked into a shallow ditch beneath the sprawling limbs of a massive live oak, nearly invisible. At least I'd done one thing right tonight. Hold up there, friend. The voice came from behind me, and I knew it instantly. I turned slowly, hands open at my sides. Bobby Tone stood at the tree line, the barrel of his Judge revolver catching what little moonlight filtered through the branches. Sure, I'm glad I caught you, Bobby said. Now that I've been compensated, I find myself in need of a ride. Didn't want to impose on the others, what with a deputy sheriff on the property. Seemed prudent to make a swift exit. I see, I said. And you knew I was here because… Oh, that band teacher mentioned you, and here you are. Bobby took a step closer, squinting. Well, I'll be. Is that little Matty Marks? Haven't laid eyes on you since your daddy and me moved our last shipment of East Texas cannabis. Been a few years? He clicked his tongue. I was sorry to hear he passed, by the way. I was a guest of the state at the time, or I would have paid my respects. Lord rest him, and your mama too. I lowered my hands. I appreciate that, Bobby. And while we're sharing sentiments, he continued, I was also mighty sorry to hear about your baby girl. That sudden infant syndrome is a terrible business. No one's fault, and nobody thinks it was. But it seems the grief took its toll on your marriage, and I was sorry to hear about that too. I, for one, happen to be a supporter of interracial unions. I searched Bobby Tone's face. I wasn't sure I saw any real sympathy in his eyes, but a part of me wanted to believe it was there. The condolences are noted, I said, but you don't mind my saying, you could probably lower that cannon now. He took another step closer. Well, if it's all the same to you, he said, his tone shifting to something more businesslike, I'll wait until you drop me off in town. Which was exactly what I'd expected. Let's go, I said. As I started the Toyota's engine and the headlights cut through the darkness, Bobby Tone gestured at me with the barrel of the Judge. Son, I thought my eyes were playing tricks, he said, but you've got your face painted black, don't you? I'd rather not discuss it, I said. Bobby cleared his throat with an air of mock solemnity. Well, it's highly inappropriate, I'll have you know, and since we've got a little drive ahead of us, I'll explain precisely why. Then, once we reach our destination, I'll need a good faith demonstration that you've received and accepted my message of understanding and tolerance. I just looked at him. How much? I asked flatly. Depends on how much you're carrying, Bobby Tone said. He turned forward and tapped the Judge's barrel lightly against the windshield. Come on now, son. I've got my new truck parked behind the propane dealership. Can't wait for you to see it. It's a real beaut. That big silver Dodge Ram is a real beauty, and I couldn't be happier with it. I steered my Toyota onto the dirt road and headed back toward my financial reality. The rest of the week passed without a call from Elizabeth, but I still found myself at the Kingman Rural High Gymnasium on Friday night for the spring concert, parting with $3 out of sheer curiosity. I wanted to see how the sousaphone crew was holding up. The gym's acoustics were terrible, especially from my spot at the top of the bleachers, but Marisa, Kaylee, and Jared were in their places with the band, and they seemed to play well. Band director David Garrett looked pleased, and so did the crowd of families. There were multiple bows and even an encore of Stars and Stripes Forever. The whole thing felt staged, but I have to admit, Marisa's tuba solo was incredible. I don't know how she managed to make those deep, rumbling notes sound even richer in that echoey space than they did in the band room, but she pulled it off. After the final applause, Elizabeth rose from her front row seat and addressed the crowd. "One more round for the Cougar Band," she announced, prompting another wave of cheers. "For those who can stay, the annual bake sale and barbecue dinner is set up in the faculty parking lot out back. I've also been told some band members have a little surprise in store." I stayed put as the audience filed out, nearly everyone heading for the rear doors and the promised food. I was just waiting for a clear path to the front exit when I noticed something. The band students were leaving their instrument cases in a pile near the folded bleachers on the far side of the gym. Standing guard beside the growing stack were Donnie, Tyler, and Deputy Beeswax. Now that was worth investigating. As the last student dropped off a case, I made my way down and across the floor. Ernest's head turned a fraction in my direction. "Attention, gentlemen," he stated as I walked up. The two boys snapped their backs against the bleachers, eyes fixed on some distant point on the ceiling. "Deputy," I said, offering my hand. "Haven't run into you since Monday, thought I'd say hello." Once again, Ernest ignored my outstretched hand. "Should I know you?" I let my hand drop. "Doubt it."
I'm Matthew Marks. Our names both end with an X, makes us alphabetical cousins, you could say. Ernest tilted his head down to peer at me over his sunglasses, his expression utterly unamused. "No such thing," he replied flatly. "Now, is there something you need? I have duties to attend to." "I can see that," I said, glancing at the boys. "Did these two volunteer to help with the band's gear?" "Indeed they did," Ernest confirmed.
"And they volunteered to assist me with any tasks I require for the foreseeable future, which may include shining my boots and addressing some issues with my patrol vehicle. They are serving as a living example to any other young men in Kingman who value their freedom and wish to have any chance of playing football next fall. Isn't that correct, gentlemen?" "Sir." Donnie and Tyler chimed together. "Yes, sir." I couldn't suppress a grin. I would have given anything to have heard the conversation after Garrett finally uncuffed the deputy. At some point, these two had been given a choice: community penance or criminal charges. I wasn't entirely convinced they'd think they'd chosen wisely in the long run. "Find something amusing, Mr. Marks?" Ernest asked. I shook my head. "No, sir, just paying my respects." "I see," Ernest said, adjusting his glasses. "Well, you've probably said enough." "You're starting to sound like a broken record," I remarked. I offered a casual salute before turning toward the exit, only to spot Elizabeth and David Garrett by a side door. Elizabeth was frantically waving me over. Seeing no escape, I reluctantly approached. "I don't believe you two have been formally introduced," Elizabeth said, her words tumbling out in that rushed way she had when anxious. "Matthew Marks. This is David Garrett. David, Matt is my ex-husband." Garrett and I exchanged a handshake. "I've been divorced myself," he noted. "Just not to Elizabeth." "I guess I missed out on that particular fortune," I replied. I glanced at Elizabeth. "How's the small talk holding up?" She rolled her eyes toward the ceiling as if seeking divine patience. "All right, that's done. Now I desperately need some cake." "David?" "You go ahead," he said. "I'd like a quick private word with Mr. Marks." Elizabeth's expression turned to one of alarm. "That is a spectacularly terrible idea." "I'll be on my best behavior," Garrett assured her. I flashed him a smile that was all teeth and no warmth. "I'll match his energy." Elizabeth threw her hands up. "There's a deputy right over there. Just putting it out there." She disappeared outside. All right then, Garrett began once we were alone. Even without the, let's say, unconventional disguise, I know exactly who you are. I assumed as much. And I can only guess you were out there because you were following Elizabeth and me. You tracked us. It hadn't crossed my mind he'd land on that assumption. I almost corrected him, then decided it was better to let the misconception stand. It was a lapse in judgment, I admitted. It won't be repeated. See that it isn't, Garrett said. I'm letting it slide this once because you bailed me out, but I'm not returning the 1,000, mostly because I can't. For starters, my brothers moved in with me. Everyone assumes I'm loaded, but I'm just the trustee for my mother's estate. What I actually earn is a teacher's salary, which means I definitely don't have a spare grand lying around. Sorry about that. Don't be, I said. It was my call. And it was your mother's money, I thought? Garrett gave a curt nod. Fine. I won't mention to Elizabeth that you were there the other night. Consider this a clean slate between us. He extended his hand again. We shook, a brief, mutually unpleasant contact before he pushed the door open. You coming out to the party? I was ready to refuse. Then my gaze swept over the gathering in the compact back lot, the tables laden with food, and landed on Bobby Anthony by the dessert spread. He was sporting a Guns and Ammo trucker cap and a faded I Heart Rodeo tee under a worn denim jacket. So I nodded to Garrett and stepped out. I looked back just long enough to see him find Elizabeth at a table crowded with layer cakes. I trailed Bobby to the fringe of the crowd. He noticed my approach and paused under a street lamp, leaning against the pole as he unwrapped a paper plate of oatmeal cookies. He took a generous bite as I neared. You know, he mused, crumbs dusting his shirt, most people make a beeline for the chocolate chip, but I tell you, there's nothing like a proper oatmeal cookie. All that wholesome brown sugar goodness. He thrust the plate toward me. Go on, Maddie. My treat. I accepted one and took a bite. It's decent, I conceded. Not $400 decent, but not terrible. Bobby grinned, his teeth crooked. Now, if I thought for a single second you came by that 400 through honest labor, I might feel a twinge of guilt, but I know who brought you up. Personally, I don't subscribe to the concept of hell, so I imagine he's up there right now, enjoying an oatmeal cookie and a joint at the right hand of my Savior. Even as we speak. That's quite the personalized paradise you've imagined, Bobby. I scanned our surroundings. Quite the world, too, where you can stroll among people you've wronged and feel perfectly safe. He nodded, finishing his cookie. My Lord is a merciful one, he said, jabbing a finger toward the sky. That's how I know your little girl is up there with him. So keep that in mind, Maddie. When something you truly value is taken, you can't just take it back. Not from anyone, anywhere. It's not even worth trying. I started walking back toward the tables of food. I'll catch you later, Bobby, I said. His reply was quick. Not if I see you first, Maddie. A sudden noise drew my attention to the cafeteria loading dock across the lot. As I moved closer, Charlie Garrett, David Garrett's brother, stepped out. He was wearing the same outfit I'd seen at the strange house. Behind him streamed a dozen band students with their instruments, everyone dressed exactly like him. I spotted Kaylee with her trumpet, Jared with his clarinet, and Marisa, who was carrying a white fiberglass sousaphone, its bell marked by 5 jagged holes. Down on the ground, Garrett whistled sharply to quiet the crowd, and Elizabeth raised her hands. Here's the surprise I mentioned, she announced. Everyone for their very first performance, Banda de Pumas. Charlie lifted his arms and brought them down with the conductor's force. Then Banda de Pumas erupted into 3 of the loudest, brassiest, bass and drum-heavy Mexican songs Kingman County had likely ever heard. They'd organized this entire show in just 4 days, yet they performed with the cohesion of a group that had been together for years. Kaylee even sang lead on the second song, though it was in Spanish, leaving me clueless about the lyrics. But I could hear that Marisa's sousaphone part was powerful and flawless, and I had a feeling Banda de Pumas was here to stay. Just before the final number, Charlie vanished briefly, returning with the brass con sousaphone hoisted on his shoulders. He and Marisa then played harmonizing bass lines, something I hadn't even known was possible with those instruments. After their set, the band members filed back inside, all except Marisa, who stepped down from the dock so people could stuff $5, $10, and $20 bills into the bell of her sousaphone. I checked my own pockets and found 2 crumpled singles. I'd been thinking about getting a slice of that brisket, which smelled incredible, but I figured, why not? When the crowd around her thinned, I stepped up and added my bills. "I'm guessing this is for a good cause," I said. Marisa nodded. "Yes, mister. Garrett's brother Carlos is going to manage the band. Anything we earn after costs goes into a scholarship fund." She touched the collar of her red jacket. "A donor gave us these uniforms, so we didn't spend money there. Come to our next show, and I promise we'll know more than 3 songs." "You all sounded fantastic," I told her. I reached out and tapped one of the rough holes in the fiberglass bell. Even with a damaged tuba, Marisa gave me a brilliant smile. "It's the music," she said, "not the instrument." I glanced around. No one else was within 15 feet. "You knew I'd be there with the money Monday night, didn't you?" I said, "You must have seen me Saturday when you drove off in the van. And you knew I was in Garrett's office when you brought Donnie to the band room Monday morning?" She didn't answer with words. Instead, she pressed her lips to the sousaphone's mouthpiece and played 7 quick, low notes, shave and a haircut 2 bits. Then she spun away gracefully, a ballerina's move that was seriously impressive for someone wearing a sousaphone. "I knew you were sharp when you made D.H. Lawrence your personal project," I called after her. I earned a few disapproving looks from nearby parents, but I didn't mind. I headed for the gymnasium door and nearly collided with Lester coming out. He had a stunning brunette woman on his arm who was a full head taller and at least 30 years younger. "Any barbecue left, Mr. Marks?" Lester asked. "My beautiful wife here is demanding brisket, so I need to get her fed in a big damn hurry." The stunning brunette smiled, a dazzling sight. "Otherwise," she said in the sweetest voice, "I'm going to stab him." I told them my portion was still available, stepped aside, and held the door open. As I did, I looked back toward the loading dock and saw Garrett and Elizabeth deep in conversation, laughing together. I considered heading back inside to wish everyone a good night. Instead, I kept walking, crossing through the empty gymnasium and the quiet foyer until I pushed open the doors to the main lot. The whole week had fallen short of my expectations. Back in Chicago, I'd handled far more difficult situations with much greater ease, which left me wondering why my own hometown suddenly felt so complicated. Maybe I only operated well when I was outside my comfort zone. The thought lingered as I unlocked my Toyota and slipped behind the wheel. My gaze drifted across the dimly lit expanse of the Kingman Rural High parking lot. There, just at the fringe of the artificial glow, I spotted Bobby Tone. He was handing his plastic-wrapped plate of oatmeal cookies to a heavy-set man with a ponytail. In the same motion, the man passed something back, a small, flat item Bobby quickly tucked inside his denim jacket. I also noticed the plate now appeared oddly thicker than it had earlier. Bobby stood watching as the man climbed into a large SUV and drove away. Only then did Bobby get into his own vehicle, a big silver Dodge Ram, and pull out onto the access road. It struck me then that I had no idea where Bobby was living these days. For someone who'd been an old friend of the family, that felt like a significant gap in my knowledge. Right then, I decided I wasn't leaving for Chicago or anywhere else just yet. Too many questions had taken root since I'd been back. I was curious about Lester's surprising marriage to his showgirl wife, who might have a dangerous streak. I wondered about Donnie and Tyler, essentially working off a debt to Deputy Beeswax. I was invested in whether Kaylee would pick Jared or Baylor. I wanted to see how far Marisa could take her burgeoning band music career. And of course, I should at least stay to see if Elizabeth needed me to cover classes on Monday. But honestly, the biggest reason was Bobby Tone himself. I hadn't appreciated him telling me I couldn't reclaim what was mine. That wasn't his decision to make. I waited until the red glow of his Dodge's taillights had nearly vanished down the highway. Then I started my engine, flicked on my headlights, and followed him toward the sleeping town of Kingman. I didn't know what he'd slipped into his jacket. But I was determined to find out, and I knew, one way or another, it was going to end up with me. Kilgore drew closer, noticing the building's patchwork repairs where fresh brick had sealed off old windows and doorways. Faded white paint clung in flakes around the main entrance and its raised platform, the lead-based coating surrendering to a biting November wind. His boots crunched on the gravel path as the gust tugged at his coat. The sun shone bright and pale in a cloudless, hard blue sky, offering little actual warmth. The Smoky Mountains hadn't yet reached their winter brittleness, but the scent of that coming freeze was already on the air. "Hello?" Kilgore called out. His voice took on a life of its own, ricocheting off the hoist house walls and the neighboring boiler rooms, bouncing from the time shack and the bit building opposite, and clattering against the century-old mining machinery left to rust on the rails. "Anybody home? Miss Huseman?" He climbed the steps to the platform and stood on the wooden landing, peering into the shadowy expanse within. The cavernous space held leftover pumpkins from a Halloween fundraiser, if the faded banner was to be trusted. They were arranged on pallets, their discount prices scrawled in thick red marker. Even the biggest one, advertised as a 70-pounder, seemed insignificant beneath the enormous gabled roof crisscrossed with tracks that once carried tons of ore long before Kilgore's time. A draft whistled in the high rafters, stirring dead leaves and unsettling plump little birds perched on the hauling cables. "Hello?" he tried once more. "Anyone here?" A voice called back from the depths, past the pumpkin displays, and against the far wall behind a door that likely led to an office. He moved toward the sound. "Apologies if you're here for Rich. He's left for the day, and I believe he took the cash box for these pumpkins. But if you'd like one and have exact change, I can probably manage it. All the money goes to the museum fund." The door swung open, pushed by the shoulder of a woman whose arms were piled high with an assortment of files, papers, magazines from a bygone political era, and a messenger bag from which the corner of a tablet peeked out. She stopped short. Whatever or whoever she'd been expecting, Kilgore Jones clearly wasn't it. "Can I help you?" she asked, shifting her weight to dump the armload onto an antique telephone bench slumped against the wall. She was young, tall, and lean, with long, cared-for blonde hair. She wore an oversized cardigan over a black band t-shirt that even Kilgore didn't recognize, which was saying something. Her dark jeans were smudged with the distinctive red clay of Ducktown, Tennessee, in the clear shape of handprints, her own, he assumed. He slid his sunglasses to the top of his head. "Miss Huseman?"
Yes, that's me, she said, nodding as if the sound of her own name was a comfort. "I'm Bethany. Nobody uses Miss Huseman outside of campus. And you are?" He stepped forward, hand extended. "Kilgore Jones. Jennifer Andrews mentioned I'd be stopping by, I believe." Bethany's tense, wary posture relaxed a fraction. "Right. You're the one who worked with Pastor Martin up on Sand Mountain years ago, and you're the heavy? Well, Jen did mention."
She took his hand for a brief, firm shake. Her fingers were small and chilly, adorned with a charming collection of silver rings. Kilgore offered a smile, hoping it looked friendly. At his size, putting people at ease required conscious effort, so he'd long since learned to mind every word and gesture. "Let me guess, she said that once you saw me, you'd understand the nickname." A flush touched her cheeks, though it might have just been the cold. Something like that. "I'm sorry that came out wrong. Any friend of Pastor Martin's?" Her voice faded as her eyes darted around the vast hoist house, scanning the empty space as if to confirm their solitude. "Jen told me the pastor himself wouldn't be coming. Why do you think that's the case?" Kilgore knew he should mention Sand Mountain. She had brought it up after all, yet he stayed silent. She deserved honesty, but the truth wouldn't help her now. "I really couldn't say, but I'm here to offer whatever assistance I can. If you have a moment, I'd like to ask you a few things." "Sure, but can we talk somewhere a bit less frigid? What are you thinking?" "Just up the slope," she said, nodding toward the hill. "The museum's closed, but I have a key, and they've got a working heater." She grabbed her messenger bag but left the rest of her belongings scattered on the ground. It's a short walk. Even with this wind, it'd be silly to drive such a tiny distance. He personally thought driving sounded perfectly sensible, but he kept that to himself. "All right, need a hand carrying anything?" "Nope," she replied, pulling the office door shut. It groaned on its hinges. "This junk will be fine right here. There's nothing worth taking and nobody around to take it." "Not since?" She hesitated, then shifted gears. "Not anymore. But I'll explain once I've got some coffee in me." The incline was mercifully brief, though not brief enough to stop him from fantasizing about a ski lift to conquer it. He detested hills. They ranked high on his list of natural adversaries. At the summit sat the museum, a low one-story structure too contemporary to blend with the historic town, yet too recent to qualify as antique. Its roof pitched awkwardly above vinyl siding, facing a gravel lot that could maybe fit 6 cars if you parked them just right. Kilgore pulled a bandana from his pocket and mopped his brow, despite the chilly air. "Doesn't look like the museum gets many visitors?" "What makes you say that?" she asked, fishing keys from her bag to unlock the door. She followed his gaze to the empty lot. "Oh, yeah, I suppose you're right. Now that you mention it, I've never seen more than 3 or 4 cars here at once. One usually belongs to Ma Pete." Ma Pete? The volunteer coordinator? The door opened. Bethany reached in to flick on the lights, though the afternoon sun still provided plenty of illumination. "How did you know that?" "I phoned ahead this morning, and she was the one who answered. She seems like a memorable character." Memorable. That's one word for her. She volunteers here most days. Otherwise, she's retired. Bethany tossed her bag onto the reception counter and headed for a cramped, grimy kitchenette. She hunted for the coffee, scooped grounds into a filter, and paced the small, chilly room while the machine gurgled and a space heater fought to take the edge off the deep cold. The building had the flimsy, impermanent feel of a mobile home, its walls offering little more insulation than cardboard. It had only been closed a few hours, yet every bit of warmth had already escaped. She gripped her ceramic mug tightly, her nails pressing pale crescents into its surface. The heater droned and the coffee released lazy tendrils of steam. Bethany took a sharp breath. "I know how insane this will sound, but Adam and Greg are gone. I don't know why it happened to them, and I don't know if I'm a target. There's so much I don't comprehend about what occurred. About this town, about that presence." Kilgore gently steered the conversation. "Is this your first time in Ducktown?" She gave a single nod. "If it weren't for the university program, I'd never have known this place existed. The ecology department at UTK has been part of the environmental remediation here for over a decade, tracking data and advising. I've read all the reports and case studies. It's compelling material if you're into that sort of thing. And if I weren't that kind of nerd, I'd be studying something else entirely." She offered a short, hollow laugh that was meant to be casual but landed as uneasy. "Just to confirm, the trip consisted of you, Adam Fry, and Greg Malcolm, is that correct?" "That's right. I took the lead since they were freshmen, and I'm just 1 semester from completing my master's. My research is mostly focused on mountaintop removal, those coal operations up north and east of here, but the Burra Burra mine is practically a legend, and the devastation it left across the Copper Basin is almost unmatched in scale. So, even though it wasn't my usual focus, when this field assignment came up, I jumped at the chance. Seemed like a solid plan back then." "Famous last words," Kilgore remarked, refilling his cup before sliding the carafe back onto the warmer. "So when did you all get into town?" "About 10 days back. We were set up at a Holiday Inn Express off the highway. The university covered our stay, gave us a per diem, the works. Our job was to measure soil pH across a mapped grid and document how plants were spreading into the preserved zone." He raised an eyebrow. "Preserved zone?" "It's a strip of that old red dirt, the scorched earth left behind from the sulfur dioxide pollution, where nothing grows and nothing lives. The government's restoration project left that one patch untouched. Some say it's meant as a memorial, but my money's on the budget running dry." Kilgore was familiar with the dead red soil, but he hadn't known any of it remained. He'd seen the old EPA photos and a sprawling Life magazine feature from decades past, before the cleanup began. 50 square miles of barren wasteland, nothing but toxic red hills stretching to the horizon. Aside from a handful of houses, churches, and the mine's central complex, it had looked like another planet. Bethany went on, glancing up now and then to see if he was following. "It looks normal enough now, like these woods have always been here, just regular forest all around. But it took years of careful work, introducing acid-resistant grasses to hold the soil, planting specially imported trees. They brought in species whose roots could filter out toxins, flora that gave these hills a real shot at coming back to life, eventually." She gestured vaguely toward the valley. "And it worked. But they left this one stubborn stretch of the old red dirt down by the water. That's what we were sent to study. That, and the water inside the crater. He leaned in. Where's the crater? If this museum sits on the old mine site, it must be close by. Just past the parking lot. You know what? This coffee is awful. She stood abruptly and dumped what was left of her cup into the sink. Come on, I'll show you. She headed out the door, breezing past a wooden rack crammed with brochures for local attractions, using local pretty loosely. He followed her outside. She was moving fast, almost at a jog, clearly eager to get this over with. Her boots crunched over the gravel lot, and she stopped beside a large metal cage that once carried miners 3,000 feet down into the earth in search of copper. Turning, her hair whipped wildly in the wind rushing up the ridge behind her. Raising her voice to be heard, she pointed northward. The processing plant used to stand right over there, facing the hoist house on the highest point of the ridge. They even had tracks running overhead to move ore buckets between them. She spun around, and now her hair formed a wild golden halo, more untamed than Medusa's. For a moment, it looked as if she were standing at the edge of a cliff, ready to leap. She said something else, but Kilgore couldn't make it out. She was speaking into the wind, and the words vanished. When he reached her side, she continued more quietly. The mine collapsed years ago, but by then they weren't really pulling much copper out of the ground anymore. They were making more money off sulfuric acid, produced from sulfur dioxide during smelting, the very same stuff that stripped this whole corner of the Smokies bare. But there it was anyway. That was the lake where my friends drowned. Past the old mining cage, across the far side of that jagged, sharp-edged ridge, lay a massive crater filled with brilliant blue water, ringed by stubborn green pines. It looked as if someone had yanked a plug from the earth and let the whole landscape slide down the drain, leaving nothing but this shimmering cerulean pool at the absolute bottom of everything. Kilgore fought the instinct to call the view beautiful. He guided Bethany back from the precipice, stepping down into a spot sheltered from the biting wind. Once they were standing again on the gravel lot, she spoke, her voice flat. That's where they died. Adam went first, just 2 days after we arrived. They called it a freak accident. He fell in and forgot how to swim or some other nonsense like that. Did they send his remains home? Kilgore asked. I can't imagine they have the setup out here for a proper autopsy. He's home, she confirmed. Greg, though, he died 2 days later. Last I heard, he's still at the Copper Basin Medical Center, unless they released the body and nobody bothered to tell me, which is entirely possible. Nobody around here tells me a damn thing. Old Pete thinks I'm some entitled city girl, like Knoxville is Manhattan, and I'm here to exploit the place. She doesn't know I overheard her say it, but she probably wouldn't care if she did. She turned a look on Kilgore, something shrewd and calculating in her eyes. Maybe they'll talk to you. I do my best to be approachable, Kilgore offered. But in my line of work, people usually open up quicker to someone like you, a sympathetic face, than to a guy like me. She gave a dismissive shrug. Not here. They don't like me. They don't trust me. To them, I'm in the same boat as the lawyers and the activists who shut the mine down and put the whole town out of work. Out here, if you're not for the copper, you're against it. As if all the life we're trying to restore to this land doesn't mean a single thing. It was almost funny, in a bitter, hollow way, how saving a place could make you its greatest enemy. Kilgore made a few murmurs of polite disagreement, but she was already tuning him out. Her gaze was fixed back over the ridge, toward that vivid blue gash in the pale red earth, encircled by all those defiant trees clinging with twisted roots to the steep crater walls. They were anchored, alive, a silent, stubborn rebellion against history itself. She still hadn't given him the crucial piece, so he nudged her again, keeping his tone friendly but insistent. Tell me what you saw that night when Greg went under. Slowly, she nodded, more to herself than to him. Something rose up. Not all the way out of the water, but almost. It whispered to Greg, she said, her own voice dropping to barely more than a breath. It called him, lured him, and when he wouldn't go to it, it grabbed him and yanked him straight down into the lake. Describe it, the thing you saw. I can't. You'd better try, he said, urgency sharpening his words. I'm terrible at reading minds, Bethany. You asked for help. Now talk to me. She swallowed hard, crossing her arms over her stomach and pulling her oversized sweater tight. It looked like a man, but it wasn't. It looked like one of the old miners from the 1800s. But not exactly. Her brow furrowed deeply. Do you think it was a ghost? This was more familiar ground for Kilgore, if not for the shaken graduate student. Ghosts are mostly memories and imagination, their own and what others project onto them. Once in a great while, one might muster enough strength to make a ripple in the real world, but I've never known one with the power to drown a full-grown man. She buried her hands deep in her sleeves, then tucked them under her arms. This thing, whatever it wasn't a memory. It was solid. It was really there. So if it wasn't a ghost, what was it? I don't know yet, he admitted. He withheld his theories. They'd only scare her further. He needed more information, and that meant he needed a genuine local. For all his polite objections, Bethany wasn't one, and everyone in the county knew it. Kilgore wasn't local either. Chattanooga wasn't exactly the countryside, but being local was about more than just an address. It was about history and belonging and a shared silence. He left Bethany standing on the museum steps, the wind picking up as he walked away. He took her hand and made her swear she'd keep in touch and steer clear of the crater. She gave her word, but he had no idea how much that was worth. The sheer terror of seeing her classmate dragged under might pale next to the pull of something not of this world, or even her own stubborn curiosity. Siren. The word rose up in his mind and wouldn't go back down. He filed it away mentally. There was no point pretending the pieces didn't fit. Sirens were water spirits, in a way. They sang, they tempted, they killed, though they usually came in a far more pleasing shape than some grizzled old miner. First time for everything, I guess, he muttered to himself, wrestling the Eldorado's stubborn door shut and dropping into the driver's seat. Then again, it tried talking to Greg. Greg didn't listen, so it got physical. His eyes lifted to the silver cross dangling from the rearview mirror, swaying and trembling like a tiny pendulum. It was a gift from someone who wouldn't speak to him anymore, a man he'd once seen as a father, from the third church that showed him the door, the last one. He still drove past it sometimes, that argument forever unfinished in his head, but smart enough now not to step inside. They'd uninvited him outright, like he was some kind of cursed creature who knew better than to cross the threshold. He stayed away. He knew where he wasn't welcome, and no amount of hoping or hymn singing was going to change that. So it seemed. He let out a tired sigh. He could have used some divine backup right about then, but he pushed the feeling down, pulled his small notebook from his pocket, and jotted down what he'd learned. Then he flipped to the last page, where 2 addresses were scrawled, one for the local dive bar, a place called simply Ed's, and the other for a woman known as Ama Pete, who volunteered at the museum and reportedly didn't have a high opinion of the unfortunate Miss Huseman. His watch told him it was too early for the bar. Nobody useful would be around to talk to yet. But Mrs. Pete? It wasn't even dinner time, and she'd said he could come by before dark. She was expecting him, though he would have preferred to call ahead, just to be polite, but by her own account, she didn't own a phone. She took all her messages through the museum line and seemed perfectly happy with the arrangement. Kilgore Jones did have a phone, but it was a piece of junk without any navigation. He comforted himself with the thought that by some small mercy, Ducktown had actually made it onto Google Maps, so a stack of clumsily printed directions gave him a rough picture of the area. Ama Pete lived practically within shouting distance of the mine, a walking distance for someone more outdoorsy than Kilgore, but it took him a solid 20 minutes to actually find her driveway in the Eldorado. Her road wasn't marked or paved, and he only stumbled onto it after eliminating 4 other nearly identical dirt tracks. How anyone received mail out here was a mystery to him, but small towns and backroad places always had their own systems. When everybody knows everybody, things rarely go astray, which made the whole situation with the University of Tennessee ecology students even more peculiar. Or maybe it didn't. Those kids were outsiders, and the community didn't feel any particular duty to watch over them. They could vanish as easily as a misaddressed letter. He yanked the parking brake, and the car jerked violently before settling with its usual chorus of groans. Amma Pete's house was a tidy craftsman-style home, its yard slightly neglected compared to the vibrant hanging baskets on the porch. The baskets were now mostly empty, save for stubborn clusters of purple and pink petunias, Everything else had given up for the season, and these would too likely before Thanksgiving. But for the moment they splashed the White House with its gray roof with just enough color to announce that someone lived here and someone cared. Kilgore tested the porch steps, they were solid, and then knocked on a door painted a deep, weathered red. From behind the door came the low murmur of a télévisé, likely tuned to the local news. A chair squeaked, a floorboard groaned, and then footsteps approached before pausing. An eye appeared in the small peephole window. The door remained shut. "Who is it?" He arranged himself into his most courteous stance, hands clasped gently, shoulders slightly rounded to soften his imposing height. "Excuse me, ma'am. I'm hoping to find a Ma Pete. Would that be you? What do you want with her?" "My name is Kilgore Jones. We spoke on the telephone earlier today," he explained. "Oh, right. I remember now. You're a big fellow, aren't you?" "So I've been told." "Remind me what you do." "You're not with the police, I know that much." "I work in a machine shop over in Chattanooga." The eye in the peephole seemed to scrutinize him more closely. "And you look into drowning sometimes?" "Not the drowning itself, ma'am. The reason behind it." A series of mechanical sounds followed a click, the turn of an old knob, and the scrape of wood as the door opened just a crack. "You've got my attention, tall man. Don't squander it." She pulled the door open wider, revealing herself. She was petite and older, though not truly elderly. Her hair was silver, her eyes sharp, and she wore a neat blue dress with gray house slippers. "You're not one of those sensitives, are you?" "No, ma'am. I don't pick up on things I can't see with my own eyes." "A fighter, then. Has to be one or the other." She let out a sigh and pushed the door all the way open with a quick motion of her wrist. "Might as well come on in." She stepped back to let him pass, then turned and led him through a home that was crowded but meticulously kept. Every surface and wall was occupied by the collections of a magpie soul. Stacks of Time Life books covered topics from the Civil War to the Old West, alongside a series from the 80s about strange mysteries. Figurines from distant places and local crafts sat beside rows of souvenir bells. Collector spoons with tiny emblems, framed photographs covering nearly every inch of wall space, and a cheerful array of tea kettles and pot holders filled the room. Coffee mugs hung in a lattice on the wall. Handmade Afghans in vibrant clashing patterns were draped over chairs, and curtains fashioned from old bed sheets framed the windows. A miniature Christmas village, complete with ice skaters, a post office, and a train station, waited patiently on a sideboard, its tiny lights ready to flicker next month. Wreaths adorned every interior door. "I'll get the kettle going. You find a place to sit." Naturally, she would put the kettle on. Kilgore knew he'd never leave a Southern woman's home without being offered tea, just as he'd never sit with a younger one without a cup of coffee. It was as if no serious conversation could happen without a drink in hand for distraction. They'd done much the same at the old First Baptist Church, hadn't they? If it wasn't a potluck, it was communion. That's why they called it the Fellowship Hall. Ma, whose name he'd initially mistaken for Grandma, pointed toward the dining table, a sturdy handcrafted piece that someone had clearly made for her. The assortment of delicate chairs around it didn't match, and none looked capable of supporting Kilgore without complaint or collapse. He was about to propose they talk on the porch instead when he noticed a cedar garden bench tucked in the kitchen corner, piled high with folded towels and a stack of nested cast-iron skillets. "Would you mind if I cleared off that bench over there? I think we'd both rest easier if I didn't break any of your furniture." She released a cough that sounded like the laugh of a lifelong smoker, though she didn't appear that old and he saw no sign of cigarettes. "Do what you need to." It wasn't only her laugh, he noted. Her voice itself carried that same rough texture, a rasp that hinted at more than just years gone by. As he carefully straightened a small framed photograph on her shelf, he said, "I hope I'm not bothering you, especially if you haven't been feeling well." "Well?" She turned from the stove and gave him a sharp look. "Oh, you mean this old hack? It's barely a whisper. I suppose you haven't been in the area long, or you'd already be familiar with it. Everyone from my generation who was raised in these parts. We all have this voice." "That's a shame. Why? It doesn't cause any pain, and I don't mind it. Makes you feel like you belong to something," she stated, pulling a box of tea from a cupboard and grabbing 2 mugs from a hook. For herself, she selected a pale pink one with a comfortable handle. For him, she chose a mug depicting Tweety Bird in a bathtub. There was a time when Ducktown and Copper Hills supported a whole community between them. The mine looked after its people, she declared, her persistent cough belying the statement. Now it's closed, and most of us are gone too. That's just how it goes. But the countryside has recovered beautifully, he offered, accepting a pour of hot water and dunking his tea bag to let it brew. So there's that silver lining. There's that, sure, and there's also the snakes, the rats, and the bugs. We never used to have any of that foolishness, but here they are, slinking back in. Not a single one of them is worth the aggravation of those damned trees taking over. We were fond of our red clay, I'll have you understand. She peered at him over the rim of her mug. But you didn't come for tea or to listen to an old woman complain. You want to discuss the crater and what rests at the bottom of it? He didn't care for her wording. It opened the door to too many possibilities, too many unsettling ideas. He needed to gauge her actual knowledge. Yes, ma'am, and you've been with the museum longer than anyone, on top of being a lifelong local. I believe you're the right person to ask. What do you already know? Only what Bethany Huseman believes she witnessed. Ma Pete made a dismissive sound that rippled the surface of her tea. That child thinks she's got it all figured out? She didn't tell me she saw a thing. Didn't tell the sheriff either. She mentioned you aren't too fond of her. Thinks it's because she's not from around here. It's because she tried to order some complicated, skinny, half-calf nonsense at a gas station on the town line and got uppity when all they had was plain black coffee, she retorted. But Kilgore understood they were essentially agreeing. So she didn't breathe a word to me. But she'll talk to you. Fine. She saw something, did she? Something that looked like one of the old miners coming up out of the water. It pulled her friend under into the crater and he drowned. Looked like one of the miners? She repeated thoughtfully, letting the question hang. Well, sometimes these presences wear the shape they're given a name for. They show us what we're prepared to see. She closed her eyes and took a long, deep breath over her mug, savoring the steam with a smile that was almost severe. Those things that were here before us, before the mine, before the Cherokee, they'll still be here long after the last of us is gone. Do you think that will please them? The last of us disappearing? I couldn't say. They belong to the land itself. Kilgore's expression darkened. But the ecology students from the University of Tennessee are here for the land as well. They're restoring it. You'd think any local spirits or forces would be happy to see that. Ducktown itself doesn't want them here. Whatever lies at the bottom of that lake doesn't want them here. The whole world isn't made of hippies and sunshine, mister. It's a balance, you see, and in this basin, it's always revolved around the ore. There's the earth that holds the copper, the forces that are drawn to the copper, and the beings that work the copper. A delicate equilibrium? Yeah, well, this place has been out of balance for a century and a half, and those kids shouldn't have to gamble with their lives to fix it. Why shouldn't they? She asked with a wink, though there was a flinty glint in her eye. He pretended to be taken aback, but she brushed it off. No, now. You know I'm only having fun with you. The truth is, some balances are too old and too deep for college kids with good intentions to understand. They're poking at a hornet's nest with a very short stick, and they don't even hear the buzzing. Whatever that small, troublesome presence might be, it couldn't be allowed to remain. Letting it fester was out of the question. The only real option was to remove it and handle the situation directly. And how would you suggest I do that? I haven't the faintest idea. But if it's vicious enough to claim lives, a stern lecture won't cut it. Especially not coming from you. He mulled that over. Thank you, he said at last, his lips brushing lightly against the top of Tweety's head. You've certainly given me a lot to consider. After finishing his tea and offering his thanks once more, he made his way back to the hotel to prepare for the night ahead. He'd taken a room at the same Holiday Inn Express the graduate students were using, not out of any grand plan, but simply because it was the only option for miles. While walking down the corridor, he nearly collided with Bethany, who was barefoot and clutching an ice bucket. "Well, hello," she said brightly. He returned the greeting, shifting the backpack he used as luggage on his shoulder. I don't know why I'm surprised to see you here, she added. I guess there's really nowhere else to stay. It's convenient and clean. It'll do for one night. Is that all you're planning? Just the one night? We'll see how things go. She gave a small shudder, tightening her grip on the bucket. Are you sure you'll be all right out there? I always am. She let out a nervous laugh, and he found himself wondering if she ever laughed any other way. I suppose not many people give you trouble. No, ma'am. They generally don't. They exchanged good nights, and he continued alone to his room. Flipping on the light revealed nothing remarkable, but nothing offensive either. A bed with a garish comforter, a tiny assortment of travel-sized toiletries, and a sink with a chipped faucet. He briefly imagined what Bethany might think if he ever voiced the thoughts he kept locked down, if he admitted that while trouble was rare, when it came with finality. Anyone who's seen a prison film knows you target the biggest threat first. The monsters understood that rule, too. So far, he'd walked away from those encounters with only scars to show for it, but they were ugly, lasting reminders of those who hadn't been so fortunate. The entities out there, they were worse than mere nobodies. Sometimes they bit and clawed, shrieked and spat venom or flame. They could warp their forms and rearrange their bones, and on occasion only scripture and sheer force could put an end to them. Kilgore's Bible was a compact leather-bound volume, its pages worn soft and thin from use. He didn't consult it often these days, he hardly needed to. He knew its contents as well as he knew the devil's tricks. But he carried it because once it had deflected a clawed strike that would have gutted him. Instead, it left him looking like he'd fallen face first onto a hot grate. That made it lucky. In the absence of any other mortal help, he'd take whatever luck he could get. He'd have preferred having Pastor Martin beside him, but that opportunity was long gone, wasn't it? When full dark settled in, he tucked the good book into his pocket, pressed against his battered notebook, a worn journal filled with case notes, fragmented thoughts, and small, meticulously drawn sketches whose meaning might only become clear later. A couple hours of digging online had given him a name, or at least a trail to follow. It was only a starting point, but it was better than wandering in the dark. He climbed back into his car, tossing his pack onto the passenger seat. The motion sent the silver cross hanging from the rearview mirror swinging violently, where it struck the windshield with a sharp crack. He reached out, stilled it, and held it for a long moment. Then, with a muttered, "Ah, hell with it," he pulled the chain free from the mirror and slipped it over his own neck. He might not have a church, but he had his faith, and he had the trusty old Jolly Roger, which roared to life on the first turn of the key. Beyond Ducktown's meager streetlights and lone corner store, the car's headlights carved a bold path through the deep, consuming darkness of the Tennessee backroads. He was only a couple of miles from the mine, but the world had gone feral. The service road to the crater lake was a tunnel through the trees, the stars a cold, brilliant spill overhead. No streetlights, no signs except the ones nature posted, the looming pines and firs crowding the asphalt's edge. He drove slowly, eyes scanning the dark gaps between trunks, half hoping, half dreading to catch a glimpse of something that remembered the old ways. Some proof that the world could still reset itself. The headlights finally washed over a hip-high metal gate stretched across the road, a no trespassing sign bolted to it like a challenge. The rest of the message, faded and rusty, strongly implied that violators would be used for target practice. Kilgore snorted. Promises, promises. He killed the engine and got out. The barrier was held by a single rusted padlock on a tired chain. 3 solid kicks from his steel-toed boots and the whole assembly gave way, the gate swinging loose to lodge itself drunkenly against a scrawny pine. It felt like overkill. The road didn't have much farther to go anyway, dwindling to a rough turnaround another 100 yards ahead. With some careful maneuvering, he pointed the car back the way he'd come, parking it with the door open so the dome light stayed on. The yellow glow felt like the last outpost of the ordinary world. He inventoried his gear by its feeble light, a plastic squeeze bottle of holy water, a grimy Grizz pouch from a pre-Katrina trip to New Orleans, a heavy flashlight with extra batteries, and the borrowed mechanic's headlamp. There was an ornate silver cake knife because sometimes symbolism mattered, and real silver was pricey. A loaded 9mm because common sense mattered more. He patted the notebook and Bible secure inside his coat, tucked the pistol into his waistband, The chill of the metal against his stomach sent a jolt through him and fixed the headlamp in place. He looked like an idiot, but in the dark, free hands beat dignity every time. He shut the car door, and the world shrank to the cone of his headlamp. For a long minute, he just stood there, listening. The silence was profound. No insect chorus, no scurry in the underbrush. It was the quiet of a place holding its breath. He remembered his grandmother, Ama Pete, complaining just last week that the wildlife was only starting to creep back. The memory didn't make the stillness any less eerie, but it gave it a reason. The pull of the crater was a physical sensation, a compass needle in his mind. The smell reached him next, a damp, metallic reek of stagnant water and old coins, cutting through the clean scent of pine. The service road had brought him close. Now he had to walk. He wiped his nose on his sleeve and started down the slope. The ground fell away sharply, the path turning into a treacherous slide of loose dirt and pine needles. He skidded, grabbing at saplings to keep his balance, once going down hard on his palms. The crater was waiting, and the only way to it was down. He finally broke through the trees into the clearing around the water, a circle of rust-colored earth that kept the forest at bay, or perhaps the trees themselves refused to let their roots touch that murky pond. It was a dismal, slanted little shore, bare and grimy like the ring left in a dirty tub. The big man stood perfectly still, only his head turning as he took in the scene. The silence was absolute, but a feeling crawled over his skin, a sharp, unpleasant certainty that he was not alone. He pulled out his notebook. The beam from his headlamp bleached the page, forcing him to squint to make out his own handwriting. "You took 2 boys?" he murmured, the words carrying in the quiet like the light carried in the dark. "They came to help this place, and you killed them." A ripple fractured the still, night-dark surface of the pool. He heard the gentle lap of disturbed water, a lonely sound like a single wind chime struck once. "Emma Pete got me thinking," he continued, his voice low. "She said a good scolding from me wouldn't slow you down. So I got to wondering who or what you might actually listen to. Everything's scared of something, but you've been living large up here, haven't you?" The water stirred again. From the corner of his eye, Kilgore saw the shifting lines of something gliding just beneath, not yet ready to surface. "She called you a little old Nick. That's not just a saying. She meant you're a little old devil. But I have my doubts. A real devil could leave this pond and raise hell somewhere more interesting. You can't do that, can you?" He raised his eyes without lifting his chin. The angled glare of his light revealed a round, bald shape breaking the surface, a head not too different from his own. A pair of eyes rose just high enough to see who had the nerve to do all this talking. Kilgore suppressed a shiver and looked back to his notebook, to the word he'd written there. "Not sure I'm saying this right," he confessed. "Might be the wrong name altogether, but it's a fitting little coincidence, so I'm going to call you Kupfernickel." The eyes in the water were a black deeper than the sky or the pond, a darkness so complete it seemed to bleed a faint, malevolent glow into the air around them. Kilgore held that terrible gaze. "Does that word mean anything to you?" A low, gurgling sneer sent bubbles popping to the surface. Then, so faint it was almost lost, the creature replied. "Silly sprites?" "Silly sprites?" Kilgore echoed, startled. He had to glance at his notes to be sure. Most entities like this couldn't speak, or if they tried, their words were muddled. This one's voice was clear, though it sounded dredged up from miles under the earth. "But they're dangerous, right? And they're tied to metal like the ore from the old Burra Burra mine. Long ago, German miners cursed a bedeviled copper that refused to be smelted. They didn't know it wasn't copper at all, but nickel arsenide. They couldn't extract copper because there was none to extract." "You're not so different, Kupfernickel. One thing masquerading as another. You're no spirit of the land, no living creature, that's for sure. Your word is empty." "You are empty. There is no life here. You should be a minor thing," Kilgore countered. "A cold spot. A place where nothing grows. But the poison from that mine let you get too big for your britches." "I am stronger than you know," it hissed, and it began to heave itself forward, crawling toward the bank and toward Kilgore with a slow, deliberate menace that displayed its jagged, crooked, and knife-edged form. "No," Kilgore stated firmly, standing his ground. "If you had any real power, you wouldn't be wearing a dead man's shape. You don't have enough substance, not enough life." He jerked his head up quickly, sweeping the beam of light from his forehead across the surrounding woods in a swift, searching arc. The forest edge formed a solid, unbroken wall, a barrier of trunks separated by deep slashes of shadow. It felt like a prison. The being in the water muttered a wet, discontented sound, halting its advance and remaining submerged to its thighs in the still lake. Its gaze also swept the tree line, searching for whatever Kilgore was after. Finding nothing, it curled its lipless mouth in renewed contempt. Your knowledge is scant, and your comprehension even less. Then why don't you come on out? Step onto dry land and give me that lesson, Nick. The entity paused, then made a jerking motion forward, only to pull back as if reconsidering. Kilgore recognized a bluff. You can't leave the water, can you? I can, it insisted. Prove it. But the thing was distracted, its attention locked once more on the woods, seeking some signal Kilgore couldn't perceive. It hunched in the shallows, caught in a stance that was neither fully threatening nor fully retreating. Its attire was antiquated and sodden, the rough homespun and denim overalls of a miner from a century past, complete with heavy boots and thick gloves, the ghost of candle soot smudged around its hollow eye sockets. Drenched, the fabric clung to its gaunt, skeletal frame, revealing every sharp angle and unnatural bend of a form constructed from little more than sinew and folklore. Come on out here and take your best shot if you're so mighty. I've knocked the pride out of bigger monsters than you, and I'll do the same for you. The pits of its eyes narrowed, and rivulets of tar-dark vapor seeped from the voids. You are afraid of the water? You're the one who's afraid of the land, he shot back.
I fear nothing.
Then why do you keep staring at the trees? It grimaced and sank lower, its joints emitting dry, crackling pops as it settled deeper. The same inky smoke that leaked from its empty eyes now drifted from the seams of its mouth when it spoke. I do not fear trees, and I'm not scared of the dark either, Kilgore said, but I'm smart enough to respect what might be hiding in it. He mentally calculated his distance from the shoreline, a solid 30 feet. Probably safe from any sudden grab. Still, for good measure, he shuffled back another couple of yards, never breaking eye contact with the two smoking hollows in the creature's withered face. His notebook almost fell, but he snatched it from the air. Holding it in the beam of his headlamp, he began to recite. By the standing stone and the bent oak, we summon thee where thy kin assemble. He cleared his throat, ignoring the agitated slosh and sizzle from the lake. Great guardian of the wild and the beasts, both the pursuer and the pursued, I call to you now. No one will answer. This place is lifeless. Hear me, and return to this your hallowed ground. Keeper of Winter's Gate, watcher of the living earth, he intoned, and he was almost sure he saw a flicker of movement in the darkness beyond his light's reach. Nothing remains to listen. You better hope to hell that's true, Kilgore rumbled. In the name of Jesus Christ, of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Listen to yourself, you hypocrite, the creature sneered. You chant to the executed Savior and invoke the ancient powers in the same breath. Kilgore shook his head. He'd heard that accusation before, from far more pious sources. God of all creation, dispatch your messengers, send them in a form this bastard will recognize, and arm them with your divine strength. Your God has no messengers for me, no flaming swords, no heavenly hosts. Then, back toward the direction of the old El Dorado mine, he saw it again, this time for sure. Something moved between the twisted pines like water finding its path, now slow, now impossibly fast, existing in a blurred space between realities. For he shall give his angels charge over you, Kilgore repeated, his voice steady, quoting from the well-worn book he cherished, to guard you in all your ways. The scripture, of course, was conveniently vague on what those guardians might look like, or precisely how they'd manage that protection. You cannot straddle the line. Ancient paths and modern deities, one God, Kilgore corrected firmly. Only one timeless and eternal. But he employs a remarkably varied staff. And one truth held fast, sometimes, entities grew into the names they were given. They took on the shapes that faith made ready for them. A cold breeze swept off the lake then, carrying the scent of pine and wet stone, and for a fleeting second, Kilgore thought he heard the distant, melodic chime of a bell, a sound utterly out of place in those silent woods. He had no idea how it functioned, or the reason behind it. The workings of the law were a mystery to him, and he doubted any person alive had ever truly grasped them or ever would. The only certainty he held was that God stood with him. He believed that with more conviction than he believed his own name. Your Christ has no power here. You're mistaken about that, and about everything else, he stated, and he might have continued, but a piercing white light ignited, shimmered, and erupted from the forest's edge. It nearly blinded Kilgore, who had the presence of mind to keep one stinging eye fixed on the being, even as he stumbled farther back. He raised an arm to shield himself from the abrupt, overwhelming radiance. This supernova carved shadows from the tree trunks, sharp as iron bars, throwing their silhouettes across the crater lake and around the abandoned mine shaft, up the surrounding ridge past the old miner's elevator that fractured the light into delicate patterns, and over the stubborn seedlings clinging to the barren, rust-colored soil. There is still life here, he choked out, his breath stolen by that sacred, commanding glow. Peering between his fingers around the borders of a brilliance colder than a winter's night, he discerned a four-legged form, each leg slender as a young tree. There was a broad, powerful chest and a regal head adorned with a crown as wide as Kilgore's outstretched arms. Or perhaps not a crown at all. Antlers, if that's what they could be called. This entity possessed names as surely as it had antlers, though Kilgore could not bring himself to utter any of the familiar ones. It felt too near to blasphemy, even in prayer or supplication. Even if he knew his own God's name for this being, it wouldn't be a word for mortal lips to speak. He drew a ragged breath, then let it out. He forced himself to breathe through the awe of this penetrating light that sliced through the entire copper basin and all it contained. Tubal Cain was the best greeting he could manage. A name for the horned guardian from the mighty Red Book. A stifled, almost hysterical laugh caught in his throat as he recalled a nearly forgotten piece of lore. "You are a metalsmith, praise Jesus! I see your design, Lord, I see you turning the wheel." The great stag moved, its form flickered between a faint, translucent image and solid substance, but it held firm and it stared down at the creature in the lake, which recoiled from the light. The thing writhed in place, trapped like an insect in syrup. It seethed and thrashed, lunging backward and getting nowhere. No, it was moving forward, toward the luminous presence in the woods. It was hauled upward, kicking and fighting, clear of the water until it hung suspended, furious and dripping and cursing in a language no living soul has ever comprehended. It shrank and withered like grass under a scorching sun, like trees that had once died standing. "Take him away." Kilgore gasped, the laughter gone now, too breathless to do more than pant. And as the miner-shaped entity ascended, twisting and fading, drifting unwillingly toward the forest, Kilgore felt a compression in his chest like a giant hand clenching. The pressure intensified, and he rubbed his eyes but saw only the searing afterimage of the light from the trees, and then he saw stars. And then he saw nothing, not even the constant glow. Not anymore. It only returned gradually, a flicker here, a glimmer there. One pixel at a time, that scorched mosaic of sight glowing faintly at the edges as his vision strained to adjust to a light that was no longer present. The stars reappeared, but this time they were overhead. He blinked. Actual stars. Not the phantom sparks that had danced across his sight when the light vanished. He was lying on his back, and a sharp, prodding pain in his ribs suggested someone was jabbing him with a stick. "Ow," he grumbled, then swatted at the stick. The stick was wielded by Amaw Pete, who also carried an oversized flashlight with a large 9-volt battery visible on its bottom. To her credit, she didn't shine it in his face. She directed it at the ground beside him, illuminating his headlamp, which had fallen off and stopped working. "Wake up, big man. You're finished here." "Finished here?" He didn't finish the sentence. Pushing himself up on his elbows, he rose slowly from the ground. "I didn't do a thing." Her expression darkened as if she were about to argue, but she simply shrugged. "Whatever. Pull yourself together. I spotted your car further up the hill, but the battery's dead. You'll need a jump. There's more than one way to live a life, you know, and I'm going to need a ride back. You walked all the way out here?" This time she aimed the flashlight beam directly into his eyes, and he flinched. "Of course I walked. How else was I supposed to track that glow of yours? Plow through the forest? I don't know what kind of vehicle you imagine I own, and I don't ride a bike. Never learned how. Balancing on two wheels just doesn't seem right. Pretty sure it's perfectly natural, he countered with a weak smile. She extended a hand, more for formality than anything, but he managed to stand on his own. Is that how you found me, following the light? Better guidance than the Star of Bethlehem. He was only partly joking when he said, "Watch your language, ma'am." Oh, sure. You can go begging favors from every old spirit in the woods, but I can't make a little joke about celestial signs. Fine, you're a big, fat hypocrite. He brushed the dirt from his clothes, checking himself for any injuries. All things considered, he felt surprisingly okay. Worn out, but intact. I'm a big fat lot of things, but that's not one of them. Well then, maybe you're just mixed up. Whoa there, she said, stepping closer to brace him. It worked, mainly because he didn't want to topple over onto her. Take a minute if you need it. I don't understand what's wrong with me, he mumbled, more to himself than to her. I didn't do anything. I asked for help and it arrived. That's the whole story. She gave his arm a reassuring pat. No, sweetheart, that wasn't the whole story.
You were correct, she told him, steering him firmly by the arm back toward the slope where the Jolly Roger was parked. There was life in this spot, a great deal of it. Your life.
And my old man,
she added with a knowing wink. He borrowed a little of it to make his message clear. You did well, summoning him back. Kilgore looked down, frowning at the small woman whose grip on his arm was surprisingly strong. She kept walking, eyes forward. I knew if I asked you directly, you'd never agree.
Not in a million years. Bless him, he's got all the time in the world, but you and I certainly don't. As they moved through the quiet darkness, a flicker of light shone in her eyes. It didn't come from the flashlight or from the moon overhead centuries ago. When the wizards of the Hainish Empire sought peace after the War of 10 Emperors, the territories along the sluggish, shadowy river were handed over to the Council of Nestrapon. A single sentimental exception was carved out for the Hainish Winter Palace and its grounds, a favorite retreat of the Empress herself. In that peculiar goodwill common to wars between royal relatives, the land remained technically Hainish, though not a single official or citizen stayed behind. The mayor and merchants of Nevrapol, lacking any familial affection for their conquered foes, simply declared the sovereign North Bank to be its own unique headache. With no Hainish oversight and no Nestrapon authority willing to claim it, the place became that rarest of anomalies, a self-governing zone where the only enforced law was that there were no laws at all. Over the ages, the North Bank transformed into a sprawling oddity. The flotsam of countless cultures washed up on its muddy shores, carried by the dark currents of the Taunus River on barges and makeshift rafts. Here came criminals and debtors, refugees fleeing wars both foreign and domestic, the addicted and the utterly destitute, and like some vast, unthinking creature, the sovereign North Bank expanded. The absence of magistrates didn't mean an absence of vision. It meant there was nothing to restrain the planners, the architects, the geniuses, and the madmen who called it home. Driven by sheer human desperation, buildings were stacked ever higher, one precarious story upon another, constructed from whatever scraps were available under the prevailing philosophy of close enough. Towers listed and swayed, sometimes collapsing entirely and crushing those inside, only to be rebuilt by survivors or the next wave of arrivals. A chaotic web of rope bridges and wooden walkways was strung between structures, so intricate that locals boasted they could travel from the northern boundary wall to the river's edge without ever setting foot on the ground. Waste and refuse were tossed from windows to the alleys far below, waiting for the rain to wash them away, while the unstable buildings rose like weeds in fertile soil, fueled by the universal desire not to be the one at the bottom. It's almost impressive, in a horrifying sort of way. This entire festering monument to human ingenuity applied exclusively to survival, a society that looked at the concept of urban planning and decided the real innovation was not having any. They built their shanties on the graves of the last collapse and called it progress. The streets where you could find them grew darker and narrower, often vanishing entirely under makeshift awnings of plank and tar that turned them into yet more living spaces. Yet, like any community, it developed its own landmarks. There was the temple, built into the foundations of the original Hainish palace, The water market, sprawling out over the river on rickety piers where people bartered junk with the intensity of diamond traders. The opium dens along the wall where men dreamed themselves to death beneath strings of beads stained amber by decades of smoke. There were neighborhoods with names known only to residents. The Salt, Hafner's Choke, Jimtown, stretching 2 miles long and 1.5 miles wide at its broadest. The bank was a cramped home and a desperate hovel to 50,000 souls. What passed for order was imposed by crime lords who used it as a sanctuary from the law. What passed for food came from charitable houses in Nevrapol during rare fits of magnanimity, was stolen from river traffic or fished from the polluted waters. Its residents ranged from squalid, starving infants living brief lives in the shadows to the dark-robed holy men in the temple, from gaunt addicts trembling with need to lords of crime whose penthouses offered a blurred, tarnished reflection of the respectable city lights across the water. Deep in the city, in a place that was neither near the imposing wall nor the sluggish river, not among the lofty spires nor buried in the filth of the lowest lanes, there was a cramped room. A tin brazier sat beneath a soot-stained clay chimney pipe, and the space was dominated by 2 old discolored mattresses. On one lay Prince Stepan Hamri, the exiled heir of Lyria. On the other was Asa, who harbored a secret affection for him. Though the night was deep, sleep eluded them both. "I love her," the prince declared, his forearm draped across his forehead, the glint of what he would call manly tears in his eyes. He was 23, 10 days past his naming day, and the elder by 6 months. "I love her, and they mean to sell her into the workhouse." A swarm of responses fought in Asa's thoughts. "You glimpsed her once from 50 paces, and the workhouse might be a step up from here, and are you sure this isn't just loneliness talking?" until a tactful choice won out. "That's hard news. You had to see her. She was like the first light on a frozen day." "You mean cold and distant?" "No," Stepan insisted, his voice thick. "She was luminous and pale, shining so fiercely it almost hurt to look, like the sky just before the sun breaks through." "I see. I got her name from a local boy. Zelani, Jost's daughter. I'd wager she has noble blood in her veins. You'd understand if you saw her. The way she carried herself, it was regal, as if the grime of the street couldn't touch her. She made everything around her seem less grim. It was fate. The gods led me to her, so I must be meant to rescue her. You should have seen her father, though. The man had the eyes of a cutthroat." Asa moved, the mattress whispering beneath them. "You believe I'm an idiot," the prince said. His eyes rimmed red from crying, his expression a portrait of despair. Asa let out a long breath. "I think you have a stepmother who'd pay good coin to find you floating in the Taunus. Your father is held by a Kyrian sorcerer, if he even lives. Back in Lyria, half your people think you're a killer, and the rest are convinced you're a simpleton. Your plate is overflowing without adding another helping of tragedy." "This wasn't my choice," he protested. "You understand that, don't you?" Asa's entire life had been a series of roles within the sprawling sovereign North Bank: pickpocket, temple acolyte, con artist, information peddler, a living testament to the city's creed of doing whatever necessary to survive. Attaching herself to a hunted prince wasn't smart, but it had happened anyway. They'd met the previous winter when Stepan first stumbled down from the wall. His discreet cloak, with its too fine wool and perfect stitching, had marked him as clearly as a shout. He'd worn a permanent frown, a mix of horror at the city's squalor and profound self-pity, and he'd been relieved of the coins hidden in his sleeve before his first day was done. Even the most desperate street priest would have hesitated to tie their fortune to his, and yet here they were months later. His hair was shaggy, his clothes the universal dingy yellow-brown of everything washed in the Taunus, and he stared across the room now with the tearful, lost expression of a stray dog. His unshaven face sported a dark, oily sheen. He was in fact the very picture of a predicament not asked for, so Asa conceded the point. "Where exactly did you see her?" "On the walkway by that building that looks like it's sagging under its own weight, the one with the 4 stone columns." "I know it. And this was 2 days past." Prince Stepan nodded, then rolled onto his side, propping himself up on his elbows with sudden energy. "Will you find her for me? Will you take her a message?"
Absolutely not. I am not about to start broadcasting your whereabouts, but Asa relented, seeing the hope flare in his eyes. I can make some quiet inquiries, see what the situation truly is. Zeleny, you said? Jost's daughter?
Asa recognized the location immediately. The structure was the ancient tower, originally part of the stables from the Hainish emperor's palace, with a notorious reputation for gradual decay. Any family residing there was probably in dire enough straits to consider selling their grown children to the workhouses. While slavery was officially banned in Nevrapol, sovereign North Bank operated under its own rules. Asa was aware of a couple of discrete spots where so-called legitimate merchants conducted such trades without technically crossing legal lines. Honestly, it wasn't the most terrible fate a father could arrange for his daughter. "I appreciate this, my friend," the prince stated. "I am devoted to her." "You've said that before," Asa thought with a trace of bitterness, keeping the remark to himself. By the time the first hints of dawn lightened the eastern horizon, Asa was already navigating the rope bridges connecting the buildings. The air carried its usual heavy mix of smoke and waste. From open windows and the streets below drifted a cacophony of sounds, angry shouts and curses, but also strains of song and genuine laughter. People wrapped in dark cloaks pressed past one another on bridges barely wider than a hand's breadth, their bodies brushing in a manner that would have felt intimate if it weren't so commonplace. Every few weeks, a bridge would give way, sending 2 or 3 souls plummeting through the grimy air to crash through whatever roof lay below. Then again, more people died from the flux, and nobody was lifting a finger about that either. The bridges might be repaired if enough folks cared and had spare rope, or they might not. The city's pathways shifted and evolved like a sluggish, restless river. This constant, indifferent adaptation was part of what Asa found compelling about the place. But only a part. Bathed in the morning's pale yellow light, the old tower looked forlorn. It listed slightly to the east, its sides pockmarked with windows knocked through the walls wherever it had suited someone's immediate need, giving it the appearance of suffering from some architectural disease. Asa climbed a ladder, then a makeshift stairway of driftwood logs nailed to the exterior, and finally emerged into the courtyard Stepan had mentioned. 4 immense pillars rose from the ground, tall and stately as ancient trees, casting long shadows. Dozens of men and women slept in the muck or were performing the slow ritual of waking. At the far end, 3 boys played a game of tag with a scrawny dog that had somehow not yet been eaten. "I'm looking for a man named Jost. His daughter is Zeleny," Asa said, tapping a man on the shoulder. A head shake and a shrug. He repeated the question to the next person and the next, the movements and words becoming a dull routine. Nearing midday, a woman finally nodded and pointed toward the river. Asa muttered a curse. That was never a good sign. The workhouse agents had set up on the westernmost quay. They had the well-fed faces and loud laughter that seemed especially cruel given the surroundings, like a fine gem made ugly by a cheap setting. The holding pens weren't fully constructed yet, but a couple of local boys were hammering the walls into place, building the corral for their less fortunate peers. The workhouse overseer stood by the water's edge, smoking a pipe and gazing at the sluggish eddy where the river lost a fraction of its current. His desk was a plank balanced on 2 brick piles, draped with a purple cloth in a feeble attempt at respectability. A line of men and women waited for the trading to commence. Among them was a weary-looking man, about twice the prince's age, with a pale young woman beside him. "Jost?" Asa asked, approaching. The man looked over, his daughter a moment behind him. "That's me," the man replied. Asa offered a smile. "Then this must be the lovely Zeleny." She was slender, with dark hair that was slightly less greasy than one might anticipate, and a hint of softness in her cheeks and figure. Asa didn't consider her a legendary beauty, certainly not some poetic winter dawn made flesh, but she was pleasant enough and looked like she could manage a smile. Her eyes held something that might have been intelligence, or perhaps it was just a basic animal cunning. If there was any royal lineage in her, it was buried deep. A sudden sharp memory flashed in Asa's mind, his own sister, at about this age, laughing as she tried to mend a torn fishing net by a different river, long ago and far from this grim quayside. The contrast was almost physically painful, a private twist of the knife he quickly buried. "What's it to you?" she shot back. "You lining up for the poorhouse?" "If they ever open the gates and start taking names," her father grumbled. "Taking names? I'd have thought buying souls was the term." Well, nobody asked your opinion, did they? Asa turned toward the girl, but before a word could leave his lips, a gratingly familiar voice cut through the air from the alley behind them. Joseph Red lurched into view, waving his unmarked hand with a grin that suggested he'd discovered gold in a gutter. "Pardon me," Asa said, holding the girl's gaze in a manner he hoped conveyed some unspoken apology. She frowned, then offered a hesitant, confused smile before turning away. "Asa, you useless scrap," Joseph declared as they moved a few paces from the miserable queue. "Been searching all over for you." "I'm touched. Still in the business of buying whispers about hunters?" Asa raised a brow, and the old man let out a wheezing laugh. "That market's still open. What have you heard?" "Two of the magistrate's men came down from the wall last evening. They're poking around Hafner's choke, showing folks a drawing." Asa spat into the dirt, his gaze drifting back over the line of hungry faces, the skeletal frame of the unfinished pen, and the girl who had somehow captured Prince Stepan's heart. "I can't be expected to juggle every crisis at once." He pressed a copper coin into Joseph's good palm. "Why don't you take me to them?" The hunters were not dressed for discretion. Both wore hardened leather armor stamped with the scales and axe emblem of the High Council, and the swords at their hips were worth a month's meals to any fool brave enough to try stealing them. They moved with a entitled swagger that cleared the street before them, dismissing most of the crowd and only deigning to stop the better-dressed citizens, addressing even those in clipped, superior tones. Asa and Joseph observed from the shadows for a good while, and nothing in their demeanor improved Asa's opinion. "Who's in the picture?" Asa muttered. "Think they'd show it? I'm beneath their notice? What are they saying? Have you seen this man?" A cold dread settled in Asa's gut. If the Council of Neverpol had decided to throw its weight behind Stepan's rivals, the situation was about to become unbearable. Joseph gave a slow nod, as if reading his thoughts. With half a dozen escape routes already mapped in his mind, Asa stepped out into the open with a casual smile and approached the hunters. Their eyes were flinty. One rested a hand on his sword hilt. "Good morning. Heard you strapping lads were on a hunt and thought I might lend a hand. And you are? Asa?" The two men exchanged a glance, torn between offense and amusement. The silence stretched, thick with tension. Finally, the one removed his hand from his weapon and pulled a rolled parchment from his belt. He thrust it toward Asa's face as if offering a scent to a tracking hound. The inked face staring back was not Stepan's delicate features, but a broad, long visage Asa knew all too well. He narrowed his eyes to mask his overwhelming relief. "Chancellor Rouse?" Asa feigned disbelief. The hunters shared another look, this one sharp with newfound interest. "You know him?" "Know of him. Enough to say you'd save time checking the cemetery. He died 6 years back." "He did not," the second hunter snapped. "Used a poison to mimic death and buried some poor servant in his stead." "We're here to finish the job. Have you seen him?" the first demanded. "Does he live here? If he did, I'd have noticed. And with all respect, Chancellor Rouse routed Sarapin's army and killed 70 men single-handed. If he were hiding in this district, he'd be running it by now, and we'd all be drilling in his militia at dawn. Or so the stories go." The hunters looked at each other in plain disgust. "We have reason to believe he's here. And if he is, we'll dig him out." "Then I wish you both luck," Asa said, his tone dipping into a dry, almost sarcastic courtesy. "I'll keep my ears open. If I hear anything, well, is there a reward on offer?" 15 minutes later, Asa was walking briskly back toward the docks, the weight of the encounter and the unexpected reprieve, lightening his step with each stride. The auction pens stood ready, their overseer already settled behind his grand purple desk. No one had yet been locked behind the bars, but that would change before long. Zeleny and her father were still missing, leaving Asa to wonder whether the workhouses had refused them, a deal had already been struck, or old Jost was simply waiting for a higher bid on his daughter's fate. The line of hopefuls crept forward all day, yet those two never reappeared. Finally giving up, Asa spent a thin coin at a grimy waterside kitchen and returned to their cramped room with a sack of roasted pigeons. Stepan was hunched by the brazier, feeding the flames with scraps of wood and coal. The firelight danced in his dark eyes when he glanced up. Smoke and trapped heat made the space feel suffocating. From the other side of a flimsy wall, a woman's mournful cry rose and fell like the call of some wild creature. A gray cloth bundle rested on Stepan's pallet. Asa dropped the food sack and sat beside it. "How did it go?" Stepan asked. "Eventful. I saw your beloved." "You were right. Her father's shopping her around. And Brother Rouse over at the temple is about to get some unwelcome attention. His old troubles are catching up, though I don't see how that matters to us. Besides, I thought we agreed that should stay buried." The prince stared at the cloth like it was a sleeping viper. "Circumstances may require it." Asa pulled out a pigeon and took a slow bite. The meat was dry, but pepper and salt made it tolerable. Stepan grabbed a bird for himself and with his other hand unfolded the cloth bundle. Inside lay a scabbard of bright green enamel, more garish and showy than anything the hunters had worn combined. He drew the blade. "So, what need did you have in mind? Planning to carve up the workhouse crews? Or maybe her father?" "She is being sold," Stepan said, his voice tight. "So I must be in a position to buy her. If I can top the workhouse's price, I can claim her and set her free." "I doubt you could sell that thing for that much. Not around here? That wasn't my plan." Asa took another bite, then set the half-eaten bird down on the mattress. Stepan looked away, caught between defiance and shame. "Then why don't you tell me the plan?" Asa said, each word deliberate. "Everyone knows the sovereign North Bank is where outlaws and thieves gather. I can't call it a crime to steal from stealers. You told me the crime lords meet at the Salt. Surely there's enough gold there to buy her freedom." "No, that's not going to." "Stop!" Stepan shouted, whirling so the blade turned with him. The tears in his eyes betrayed that he knew exactly how foolish this was. "You have been my companion, my only friend, and I will owe you forever. But you cannot ask me to abandon her. You cannot tell me not to try. You won't help anyone if you're dead, and there is another way." "What way?" "I haven't figured it out yet," Asa said, picking the pigeon back up. Stepan's jaw worked soundlessly. The sword tip drifted toward the floor, and he let out a single, hollow laugh. They ate in silence as the sun sank and darkness seeped into the dirty streets outside. The wailing woman's cries shifted into a heated argument in a foreign tongue, then cut off abruptly. Stepan fed the smoky fire, went to relieve himself out the window at the hall's end, and returned to collapse onto his mattress. Asa stayed sitting, leaning against the cold, groaning wall. The best plan, of course, would be for anyone, really, to finally let go of those starry-eyed illusions about love. But since that wasn't likely to happen on its own, they needed a backup. Otherwise, Stepan really would do something reckless, dramatic, and utterly fatal. The notion of purchasing the girl's liberty wasn't a poor one, but the method of acquiring the funds was deeply flawed. There had to be another path. In the cramped space across from him, Stepan's breathing grew steady and heavy, his hands tucked beneath his head like a sleeping boy. The faint light softened the planes of his face, his mouth nearly vanishing into the shadow of his scruffy beard. What wages did the factories even offer? Without a specific sum in mind, crafting a real plan felt impossible. Asa's thoughts drifted to the bounty hunters searching for the supposedly deceased Counselor Rouse and the dark humor of that potential reward. For the majority of folks in sovereign North Bank, life held shockingly little value. Existence was cheap, and a body was even cheaper. Stepan's eyes snapped open. "What? What do you mean, what?" "You chuckled, did I?" I suppose a darkly amusing notion crossed my mind. Stepan's grin was more a quiet exhalation than a sight. "You had a thought? I'll make some inquiries tomorrow while you stash that artifact away again, all right?" "Naturally. Thank you, Asa, for all of it. I'm honestly not sure what I'd do without you. Perish, almost certainly," Asa reflected. The temple was buried under the city, its lowest vaults carved into the soggy riverbank earth. A colossal web of ropes was strung above the structure itself, tangled with decades of accumulated refuse, old nests, and decay, blotting out what feeble sun filtered between the surrounding towers. Slanting rays caught the ever-present dust and grime in the air, but also glinted off scarlet and gold mosaics, ancient, fractured stained glass, and pathways of yellowed marble meticulously swept by robed attendants. The atmosphere was frequently likened to the deep shade of a rainforest canopy, but to Ussa, it always felt submerged, like ruins left behind by some thick, receding flood. Even at noon, the heat from countless lamps and torches was oppressive, and the vast central hall, dominated by statues of 7 deities, was thick with the scent of cloying incense. The priests and healers who inhabited these shadowy corridors and worshipped in the gloom were a mixed lot. Genuine saints devoted to serving the wretched in the world's foulest corners, and absolute monsters who had been chased from every more agreeable perch. On rare occasion, the two types were the same person. Asa waited on a rear bench, observing the immense form of the priest lumbering down the aisle. Time had silvered his hair and added bulk to his jaw, but a close look would reveal the man the hunters were pursuing. His voice, when he finally spoke, was a low, grating rumble. "Asa. Chancellor Rouse? That is no longer my name," the priest said, easing his bulk onto the bench ahead of Asa's and twisting to look over his broad shoulder. "You are aware of this, so I must assume you use it for dramatic emphasis. I do enjoy a bit of theater, but I'm not the only one using that name lately. I shared a drink with the magistrate's hunter yesterday in Hafner's Choke. He was carrying a sketch of you." Rouse compressed his lips and released a weary sigh. "I had heard whispers. Then I presume you've devised some scheme to extract yourself from this predicament? Perhaps. Or perhaps the time has come to submit myself to the council's judgment." Asa let out a single, sharp laugh. Rouse looked genuinely offended. "You disagree, my friend Asa. I think you're the same calculating murderer now that you are in power, and the priest robe fits you perfectly because you never believed anyone beneath a god had the right to tell you what to do. Accurate. Entirely accurate. So you do have a plan." "Perhaps. Well, if your perhaps amounts to nothing, I have one, and my fee for this assistance is remarkably fair." Rouse was quiet for a long moment. The 7 stone gods gazed down at them with vacant eyes. From a nearby chapel, an unseen choir began the midday hymns, their voices weaving through the still air. Asa resisted the urge to shift on the hard wood. There were old tales of Chancellor Rouse punishing an interrupter by cutting a man's throat and drawing his tongue out through the wound. The odds were high that this was an overstatement, yet the consequences of it being true were severe. "What exactly are you asking of me?" Rouse inquired. "Assistance with a particular issue I'm facing. Your specialized knowledge. Nothing outside your usual line of work. In exchange, I'll help you defang that hunter and remove them from the picture entirely, and they'll never suspect you had a hand in it." "That sounds almost too sensible." "I can be sensible when it suits me." "Spell out your plan in detail," Rouse demanded. Asa laid it out, with less dramatic flair than was typical for him. Rouse listened with a fierce, unsettling intensity. By the time Asa finished, Rouse was shaking with silent, violent laughter that made the wooden bench groan beneath him. "They'll be noticed as gone," he finally managed, catching his breath. "Perhaps, but that was an inevitable complication. Be honest, you were planning to kill them yourself." "I was. Then they'd be missed either way. This method stops them from muddying the waters further, keeps your name clear, and puts a little coin in both our pockets. And if by some chance they do return, the risk falls squarely on me. No one can even say for sure you were ever here." The choir's chant faded on an uncertain chord, as though the divine preferred endings that remained unresolved. "My approach is more straightforward," Rouse countered. "My way doesn't end with anyone dead." "Is that necessarily an advantage?" "You've ended plenty of lives, my friend, and look where it's landed you. Not the most compelling endorsement for that tactic. The man who had once commanded nations with the crack of a whip sat quietly with the idea. One day, this will all go too far. The authorities will arrive, or the military. They'll burn everything down to the foundations and declare the world better for it." "Likely so," Asa conceded, "but they aren't here today, so why dwell on it?" After a long pause, Rouse let out a weary sigh. "Very well, let's try it your way." The remainder of the day was consumed by preparations. Rouse's list of required herbs and toxins was briefer than Asa had anticipated, yet surprisingly difficult to procure. dried lobelia and apron grass, distilled wine, and arsenic powder. Asa bartered one item for another, alternating between honeyed words and sharp threats, coaxing, pleading, even feigning tears, and resorting to theft when necessary. By nightfall, Rouse had everything he requested and a little extra, while Asa felt stretched thin like a rope in a tug-of-war. But the task was complete for now. Sovereign North Bank never truly slept, but it grew quiet in the evenings. The sunset's crimson light deepened the shadows, staining the towers and walkways a bloody hue. Fires began to flicker in windows and on rooftops, the smoke carrying the acrid stench of coal, wood, and dried dung. On some nights, fog would rise from the dark waters of the Taunus River, mingling with the haze until the city of Neverpol across the way vanished from sight. On those nights, sovereign North Bank seemed to perch on the brink of an infinite, silent sea. Friends and plotters gathered to sing, grumble, or scheme their way out. Those without shelter pleaded for warmth and food, or else perished unnoticed in the corners. People collapsed into bed or into each other's arms, shouting, weeping, dancing. It was like any major metropolis, only intensified, a quality Asa cherished, though it wasn't the whole appeal. Stepan was not in their room, and his sword was absent as well. He wasn't in the tiles hall where they sometimes passed evenings playing games against the old-timers' missing fingers and teeth. He wasn't in the alleyways or the common areas. The addict occupying the room next to theirs hadn't seen him since noon. A flicker of irritation cut through Asa's lingering excitement, though not enough to extinguish it completely. The answer to Prince Stepan's disappearance became perfectly obvious, but only in hindsight. Close to midnight, Asa walked out to the riverside street overlooking the quay. Stepan was seated with his legs dangling over the water, his eyes locked on the holding pens. Torches, bright as signal flares, now illuminated the bars and the captives where the workhouse overseer had stood that morning. 10 men and 6 women, some barely past childhood, others nearing old age, huddled together, now the property of the workhouses. More would likely join them before the shipment departed. Asa had witnessed the holding pens crammed so full that the air itself felt thin and scarce. 7 guards lounged or stood, their laughter mingling with the damp fog, making their voices drift in a strange, echoing chorus. "We've missed our chance," the prince murmured, his voice tight. "What makes you say that? She's already been purchased." Pressing against the iron bars like a caged songbird, Zeleny, Just's daughter, a lineage that offered her no protection now, gazed in their direction. Her dress was a muddy yellow-brown, likely faded from some brighter hue. Out on the river, a broad barge slid into view, carrying either smugglers or a band of restless city youths chasing excitement. A sudden giddy mix of weariness, satisfaction, and nervous energy bubbled up in Asa, escaping as a low chuckle. Stepan's face was pale with shock, his expression as sharp as a physical blow. "It's an unpleasant situation for her," Asa conceded. "But it's only a brief stop, and we can't retrieve her without letting this play out." "What are you talking about?" "Consider the logic," Asa said, settling on the damp stone beside him. "Snatch her before the workhouse buys her, and we're thieves stealing from her own family. They have roots here, connections. A lasting grudge from them could bring serious trouble, but once she's sold, her father has his coin. Whatever siblings or relatives needed, those funds already have them. If she disappears now, it's the workhouse that suffers the loss. They can absorb it. They're less likely to trace it back to us, and even if they did, one missing soul is a minor setback for them and a minor risk for us. They'll load 100 souls or more onto those barges before the week is out. One fewer will barely register, and these traders only pass through 3 times a year, never staying long." "You arranged for this?" Asa threw an arm around Stepan's shoulders, a wide grin spreading across his face. The prince's look of despair melted first into stunned disbelief, then warmed into something akin to awe. That expression was as sweet as honey and as heady as strong wine to Asa, making the entire day's strain feel worthwhile. "This and much more, my friend. I planned for this and much more, but I'm worn out, and you must be too. Tomorrow will be a long day, and I'll need my mind sharp. So, let's head back to the room." I won't get a wink of sleep if I'm wondering which alley you've wandered into." They stood together, and across the dark, swirling water, the girl's eyes remained fixed on them. Drunk on his own cleverness, Asa lifted a hand in a casual, friendly greeting. After a hesitant pause, she offered a tentative wave in return. Locating the hunters had been simple. They weren't the sort to hide. Sending them a message was even easier. Half a dried apple bought the services of a dozen street runners. But until the two men actually stepped onto the rooftop courtyard, Asa hadn't been certain they would come. The space was low and gray, no larger than a peasant's hut across the river, yet it felt almost luxurious by the cramped standards of the sovereign North Bank. It crouched in the shadow of taller buildings, so that even under an open sky, only a small square of washed-out blue was visible overhead. The view was dominated by soot-stained walls. Faded laundry hung from unglazed windows, and from an alley below, a makeshift dovecote filled the air with frantic coos and the pungent smell of bird droppings. A squat iron brazier coughed out a thread of acrid smoke. A girl no older than 9 bowed quickly before the hunters, chattering in the dialect of far Coirus and gesturing toward the table where Asa waited with 3 cups and a stone bowl of cider. The men moved with the relaxed, predatory grace of those familiar with violence. "We spoke before," said the one with the folded paper tucked in his belt. "You called yourself Asa." "Good to be remembered. Please sit." The men exchanged a glance, then took their seats, positioning themselves so no one could approach unseen. "I seem to recall you claimed to know nothing." "No one on the North Bank is ever exactly what they appear," Asa replied, pouring the cloudy cider into each cup. "I wasn't certain then what course served me best. You see, I know where the Chancellor rests his head. And I know he is not a man you cross without consequence. I spoke with him just yesterday." Both hunters stiffened. Asa motioned toward the cups of cider, letting them choose first before draining his own nearly to the bottom to ease any suspicion of poison. "What exactly did you tell him?" asked the hunter, holding the paper. "That the two of you were in the city and on his trail." "Honestly, don't give me that look." "As if he wasn't already aware. He probably knew the moment you both descended from the wall." "I also persuaded him not to have you killed. You're welcome, by the way. I pitched him a plan to be rid of you both with almost no risk to himself. He's convinced I'm on his side now. And yet, here you are, sitting with us?" Asa gave a slow nod. "It's a wretched, fallen world, isn't it? Full of scoundrels and swindlers. Sometimes it just breaks my heart. What's your price?" The other hunter demanded, then coughed, shooting a glare at the smoldering little brazier. "Straight to business," Asa said approvingly. "I like that. I want letters of amnesty." 2 sets, signed by the mayor himself. The second hunter let out a single, harsh laugh, but the first one leaned in closer. Neither had touched their drink. "That's quite the ask, friend Asa," the first hunter said. "Why are we even entertaining this?" The second one cut in. "This walking oddity knows where Rouse is hiding. Snap a few bones, and we'll know it too. But you still won't be able to pull him from his sanctuary," Asa countered calmly. "I'm not just selling information. Consider me your new partner. He won't step into a vulnerable position unless someone he trusts lures him out. You could patrol every bridge and alley for the rest of your days and never find him, or you can follow my lead and be heading home by sundown." From somewhere on the floor below, a man's voice erupted in a furious shout, met instantly by another screaming back. Asa took another deliberate sip of his cider and waited. "How would you draw him out?" the first hunter finally asked. "Ah, an excellent question," Asa said, his tone shifting to one of almost theatrical confidence. "I've already made the initial contact, so he's inclined to trust a message from me. Once we select the perfect location, I'll send for him. And when he arrives, I'll poison him. Nothing lethal, of course. Just something to sap his strength and his will, long enough to get him in chains. No messy fights, no unnecessary violence. Everyone comes out ahead." The second hunter coughed out another laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. "You'd poison a poisoner," the first hunter muttered, shifting uneasily in his chair. His complexion was starting to pale. "I never said it would be simple," Asa continued, his voice smooth. "We'd need a clever misdirection. A plate of honeyed dates, perhaps. Something obviously suspicious that he'd naturally avoid. Nothing makes a man feel safer than skillfully dodging a trap. And then, once his guard is down, The second hunter tried to laugh again, but his eyes were losing their focus. Asa smiled and went on. And naturally, I'd take an antidote myself before joining him. What? The first hunter slurred. He lurched to his feet, fumbling clumsily for his sword. It was the smoke, Asa said casually, gesturing toward the brazier. In case you were wondering? After the hunters slumped to the floor, Asa produced the lead-sealed vial Rouse had provided. He straddled each unconscious man in turn, letting the dark oil drip into their eyes and nostrils. The young girl crept closer, her hands twisted together in a mix of anxiety and grim delight. Best keep back from the fire, dear, Asa told her gently. It's not good for little ones. The hunters lay motionless for a long time. Then, just as the chancellor and the priest had promised, each man began to tremble violently. White foam gathered at the corners of their mouths and their eyes rolled back. Asa swiftly stripped them down and then doused the herbs in the brazier with the last of the cider. As the haze cleared, the girl scurried forward to gather the swords, belts, and armor. In Kanku Atsien, she whispered.
You're welcome, Asa replied, fastening the slave collars around the hunters' necks. Try to get a decent price for them. Down at the waterfront, the line of people waiting had grown even longer. News of the workhouse recruiters had arrived. The hopeless and the unwanted poured from the overcrowded, foul-smelling tenements like sap from a split tree. The two hunters crouched beside Asa like obedient hounds.
The dark tincture had tinged the whites of their eyes a murky, swampy hue, and the one who had once carried the magistrate's warrant shook his head intermittently, as if trying to dislodge a persistent fly. Their nakedness didn't appear to trouble them, nor the heavy iron collars or the chains Asa used to guide them forward with gentle tugs. When it was their turn, the overseer behind the violet-draped table scowled, inspecting the two men with the critical eye of a man assessing livestock. What's the matter with these two? Bad barrel of applejack, Asa replied. I warned them there was a mold in the cask, but they drank it anyway. They've been this way for months, and I can't afford their keep any longer. Why in God's name would I want them? They're strong, docile, they're vacant. Hey, the second hunter mumbled, then lapsed back into silence, settling onto his bare heels. It might require a little extra patience to break them in, Asa conceded. But they won't lose focus and they won't sass you. Solid teeth, good spines, and not a word of grievance. If that's not what you're after, I'll take my business elsewhere. The workhouse man tapped his fingers against the purple cloth. In the holding pens behind him, the captive workforce had grown to 50 or more. An equal number shuffled in the winding line behind Asa and his two charges. While the overseer waffled, Asa's gaze found the girl. He watched her maneuver to the front of the cage, pressing herself against the iron bars. She gave a small, frantic wave, the motion brimming with a terrible hope. 12 for the pair, the overseer declared. 15. 12, or I walk. Fine, 12. The overseer counted out 2 rows of small silver coins, 6 in each line, and Asa swept them into his palm. 2 guards moved to escort the newly purchased slaves to the pen, and Asa made a sharp sound of objection. What now? The overseer snapped. You didn't purchase the chains. These are mine. I'm happy to walk them to your cage myself, but the iron will cost you another 4. Not a chance. Under the vigilant stare of the guards, Asa led the 2 hunters toward the pens. Zeleny watched his every move with a starved intensity, her mouth slightly agape with stifled pleas. Asa made a show of paying her no mind. At the pen's gate, guards and captives alike had gathered, snickering at the naked men as their collars were unfastened. The magistrate's hunters seemed dimly conscious that something undignified was occurring, but they made no attempt to cover themselves and uttered no objection. Asa stepped back, surrendering both men and chains to the guards. No one paid him any further attention save for the woman. She accepted the small black vial without a flicker of surprise, concealing it in her sleeve with the deft, seamless motion of a seasoned thief. Drink it at sunset and be gone, Asa murmured, then turned away before she could reply or question him. He called over his shoulder to a guard. Those chains are my property. You'll have to supply your own. At the quayside, Rouse leaned against a weathered stone wall, thoughtfully working a lump of tar between his teeth. Asa let the chains fall in a clatter at the large priest's feet. My thanks for the loan, Asa said. Welcome. Any notion how long they'll stay that way? They will never be who they were. Whatever wits return to them will come back in. 4 months, maybe 5. Well, let's hope they find fulfillment in their new careers. Their previous line of work seemed fraught with occupational hazards. Rouse nodded, paused, and used his pinky nail to pry a bit of black residue from his teeth, which he then flicked into the dirty water. We're finished until tonight. It's not that I don't cherish our time together, but I should return to my quarters before my dear associate hears rumors from another quarter. If he becomes convinced she's truly dead, he'll probably do something theatrical and gruesome. Throw himself on his own blade, or something equally melodramatic. Rouse gave a low chuckle as he coiled the chains around his thick forearm. And to imagine, one day that man might lead a country. Asa stiffened for a heartbeat, then crafted a relaxed smile onto his face. The world is a deeply unfair place. Indeed it is, the Chancellor agreed, standing. Indeed it is. The prince's joy was palpable, glowing from him like warmth from a hearth. His grin was so broad it felt like it might crack his face, and he kept his arm draped over Asa's shoulders as they navigated the bustling market square. The sky overhead was a blank, pale sheet, showing no sign of the approaching evening. They had plenty of time before any action was required. Asa attempted to match his companion's mood, but the effort fell flat. Now that their scheme was nearly complete, the thrilling intoxication he'd felt earlier had faded into a hollow, insubstantial feeling. The pressure of Stepan's arm was irritating, and the attention his boisterous happiness attracted seemed tinged with unease and a subtle threat. Did everything have to be such a spectacle? Wine, my dear friend, Stepan nearly yelled. The finest wine and food we can locate? Smoke if you desire it? Today, nothing is too good for you. Promises? Promises, Asa replied, a sharpness in his tone that Stepan completely overlooked. Chuckling, the prince guided them into a slender passageway of wooden planks suspended between two structures, a good 50 feet above the hard ground below. The elderly woman who presided over the spot gave them a familiar nod, just as she had the night Asa first introduced Stepan to this hideaway. The wine was dreadful, but one of the small silver coins from the workhouse supervisor would cover a week's supply. Stepan raised his clay mug in a salute. To Asa, he proclaimed, the champion of love. Good heavens, anything but that. Choose another title. Why not that one? Stepan asked. The boards under their feet had gaps as wide as a man's thumb, too small to fall through, but wide enough to offer a dizzying view of the drop. For a heartbeat, the space felt heavy with meaning. People love their fathers, their siblings. They love their hounds, or a favorite tune, or a piece of poetry. If I must be the champion of something, let it be something that doesn't shift its meaning every time someone utters the word. Stepan laughed as if it were all a grand joke and downed his drink. His hair was a dark, unruly, shining mane. If his skin bore any blemish, Asa had never noticed it. The man was radiant, hopeful, and utterly buoyant. All the prince's earlier worries had vanished simply because a girl he'd glimpsed from afar was likely safe from death or the workhouse. Watching him was like seeing a child presented with an unexpected lump of sugar, and it settled in Asa's chest with a cold, heavy dread. You don't truly understand love, Stepan stated, wiping his hand across his bearded chin. And you do? Love is a form of recognition, Asa said. It's that instant when you see someone and you think, there is a person I have unfinished business with in this life. There is someone I was meant to encounter. Has that never occurred to you? It has, but I never found much solace in the feeling. Stepan gestured for the old woman to come nearer and extended his cup for a refill. At this pace, he'd be sound asleep before dusk, which Asa considered might be for the best. He wasn't eager to devise an excuse for why Stepan couldn't participate in this final, delicate phase of their plan. Love is like an infant sleeping on its mother's chest, Stepan mused, formless and prone to making a mess. Ah, you can pretend to be a cynic old friend, but I've known you too long. You're a romantic down deep. You're in love with existence itself. I'd say I'm formless and prone to making a mess, Asa retorted, fighting a smile. Stepan's delight was so genuine and simple it was almost contagious. All right, fine. Then love isn't like a baby. Love is like tumbling from a high window and finding out you can soar. Improbable and perilous to test. Stepan's laughter rang out, a full-bodied howl. Asa noticed the men walking beneath them glance upward, curious, and felt his earlier impatience dissolve. The sour mood had lifted for now. It would return, but this respite was a gift. Love is like the sudden burst of sweetness when you bite into a ripe strawberry. Brief for you and rather fatal for the berry. Bah, love is like a beautiful melody played within a crumbling ruin. Give me a moment, just a moment, I'll think of a retort. And so the game continued, stretching through the hours, and the wine. Asa pushed the past and future from her mind, focusing only on the long, pleasant afternoon shared with the prince. The city sprawled beneath them, a golden moment suspended in time. By nightfall, Stepan was unsteady on his feet, while Asa, having matched him drink for drink, remained clear-headed. There was still work to be done, and 1,000 ways it could unravel. Captives in the workhouse died frequently, of course. Most had the decency to do so after years behind the high gray walls, but a fortunate few perished right on the quay. In those cases, the workhouse men followed their usual routine. They tossed the body into the river and moved on. Guiding the small boat just past the quay, Asa secured it to a section of crumbling stonework built by hands long since gone and settled in to wait. The Tanis River was a sluggish, predictable flow, like a weary plow horse. The local children knew where driftwood and bodies tended to gather on its banks, as well as kids in other cities knew the locations of the candy stores. The river murmured and stank against the hull. The distant splash of something heavy hitting the water upstream was faint, but Asa was listening for it. The girl's body floated face down, her shoulders a pale gray in the moonlight, her hair a dark, tangled mass. Pulling her into the boat made it rock alarmingly, but it held. Her face was a patchwork of icy white and deep purple bruising, her tongue grotesquely swollen, forcing its way past her lips. Her eyes, barely open, were as lifeless as stones. Asa had never seen anyone look more profoundly dead. A small handcart waited on the shore, a last-minute addition to the plan that Asa was now profoundly grateful for. Zeleny, now a daughter to no one, was a waterlogged, leaden weight, as if filled with sand. The cart's lack of a cover was an oversight to remember for next time, though hauling a corpse through the city's lowest districts was unlikely to draw much notice. Stranger sights were commonplace there. Rouse was waiting in the cramped workshop at the rear of the temple. Shelves laden with salt and dried herbs consumed most of the available space. Together, they lifted Zeleny onto the low slate table, typically used for preparing the deceased. With a steel blade, Rouse cut away her sodden clothes, washed the river filth from her skin, and wrapped her in a warmed wool blanket from toes to neck. He arranged heated stones along her body, then retrieved a tiny flask from a shelf, carefully placing a single crimson drop upon her tongue. The Chancellor grunted, seemingly satisfied. "Is she all right?" Asa asked. "She is precisely as I anticipated," Rouse replied. "After this, she should awaken. Not as one wakes from sleep, but as from a severe blow to the head. She may be lucid or she may be disoriented, possibly even violent. And what are we supposed to do about that? I tell you, she may be confused and violent, and you watch over her while I get some sleep." "That is the plan," Rouse said, returning the flask to its place. After Rouse departed, Asa leaned against the wall, her eyes fixed on the woman's face in the flickering candlelight. With the slow, inevitable turn of the night stars, the color began to return to her skin. The blackened, monstrous tongue receded, shrinking back behind her teeth. Asa watched the transformation, unsure of its meaning. Studied long enough, the woman's features shifted from pretty to plain and back to pretty again, finally settling into a kind of compelling, interesting asymmetry that was, in its own way, more arresting than mere beauty. It was possible to imagine how a man like Stepan might have had his heart stolen by a single glance at her in the right light. Her eyes moved beneath closed lids, and a violent trembling seized her, like a child left too long in the cold. When she suddenly gasped, drawing her first true breath in hours, Asa jumped back as if she'd screamed. Her eyes fluttered open, bright and disoriented, before a deep, wild laugh of pure satisfaction escaped her. As she stretched, several small stones tumbled from her blanket onto the floor. Her gaze settled on Asa, and she lifted her chin with a grin as if recognizing an old friend. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice thick with languid curiosity. I'm Asa. It seems we share a mutual acquaintance. Do we? You haven't met him. But yes. She shook her head slowly, blinking, and laughed again, the sound rich and unburdened. It took her a moment to gather her focus, but she seemed more intoxicated and content than afraid or aggressive. Asa settled on the floor near her. You're the one who saved me? I am. Why would you do that? For love. For me. No. She leaned forward, belatedly pulling the blanket around herself with only partial success. Her hand found Asa's, her fingers like icy twigs. She was still terribly cold. For your friend, then? Yes. The reply could have meant Stepan's love for her or Asa's own love for him. Both were true in their way. You saved my life, Zeleny murmured, her smile serene and luminous. I did. Did you find some pleasure in it? Truthfully, yes. I enjoy being clever, and this required a great deal of cleverness. So that part, at least, was satisfying. Zeleny hummed softly, pleased, and shifted closer. The scent of the river clung to her hair. Her lips were soft and carried a faint taste of metal and earth. When her hand slipped beneath Asa's clothing, the sensation of skin meeting skin was like cool water on a burn. A deep, neglected longing to be touched first by Stepan, but lately by anyone, surfaced with the intensity of a sudden summer heat. Asa drew back slightly, bringing their entwined fingers to her own mouth. You're under the influence? I suppose I am a little. This isn't you. I'm not anyone else, she replied, lying back on the slate table and drawing Asa with her. Her fingers worked at the fastenings of Asa's cloak. Besides, how would you know who I really am? Wait, before you continue, I might not be what you're imagining. The tip of her tongue, pink as a seashell, appeared between her teeth. No? Let's discover the truth, then. A dozen responses warred in Asa's mind. Please stop. This is a mistake, all right? The cloak's ties came loose. Her hand was gentle. Asa closed her eyes. All right, let's... You lay with her. Stepan's eyes were wide, his mouth agape. His face had actually paled to a sickly gray with shock and dismay. It wasn't the only reaction he could have offered. Asa could think of many others. Did it bring you joy? Or I'm happy for you? Or most hoped for, wait for me next time? But the prince's horror was profound and genuine. This was an event his imagination had never entertained, though compared to the chaos that had gripped sovereign North Bank over the past week, it was as ordinary as dirt. In that instant, all of Asa's dreams and hopes vanished like a pricked bubble. The beautiful, desperate, noble romantic was just a sheltered boy, revolted by anything outside his expectations. The pain was sharp, but it was outweighed by a strange relief. A cruel retort danced on the back of Asa's tongue. She was no innocent when you first saw her, you fool. Instead, Asa said, Of course not. I was only joking. You were. Stepan began, then released a long, shaky breath. 2 bright spots of scarlet bloomed on his cheeks. They both laughed, though Stepan didn't realize their laughter was not shared. She's resting at the temple. The healer says she may be weak for some time, days at least. We can bring her here, Stepan suggested. Watch over her while she recovers. Asa bit back a grin. That was a spectacularly bad idea. I don't think so. There's another issue I hadn't anticipated. The priest knows your identity. How? Stepan asked. I can't say. He let it slip, and I pretended not to catch it. But if he knows, others might, too. Sovereign North Bank isn't safe for you anymore. You and Zeleny need to leave. Tonight would be wiser than waiting for morning. Stepan's expression grew grave. He placed a hand on Asa's shoulder. Will you come with us? It's better if I don't. We're known to be companions. And honestly, this is where I belong. Then I thank you, my friend, for everything. You won't be forgotten. After Stepan departed to retrieve his sword and reunite with his love, Asa kindled a flame in the small metal brazier. Muffled voices seeped through the thin walls, distant as if from another continent. The faint strum of a mandolin drifted in the air. Across the cramped room, the vacant mattress still bore the impression of Stepan's form. Asa stood, dragged it over, and piled it atop the other. It made for a better rest. By morning, Asa was perched on the rooftop, eating warm almonds from a cloth pouch. To the east, the bridges of Neverpol gradually dimmed as the night's torches were snuffed in wait for sunrise. Wagons rolled heavily along the riverside avenues, the distant clatter of hooves and wheels just a murmur over the water. Star by star, the night surrendered to a pale blue. A listless wind carried the scent of coal smoke and decay. Closer by, the Salt District pulsed with life, figures at rest or in motion. The rope bridges swarmed with people moving from one point to another within sovereign North Bank, as though a shift of a few city blocks could change their fate. This little city within a city didn't mind, and it didn't condemn, and of all its countless qualities, that was what Asa cherished most. Somewhere out there, Prince Stephen Homre, the fugitive heir of Lyria, and his mysterious beloved Zeleny were probably racing from his stepmother's killers. Asa could only hope Zeleny had the skill to keep them alive. The sky, at least, remained breathtaking. The sound of approaching footsteps was slow, heavy, and familiar. A throat was cleared. "Good morning, Chancellor." "Friend Asa." The priest walked over and settled beside him, narrowing his eyes against the growing light. "I trust you're well." "I'm not certain." "No?" Asa gave a short laugh and offered the cloth pouch. Rouse took a modest handful of nuts, chewing them calmly. The poisoner, unafraid of poison after all. "In these last few days, I've stolen a girl from the workhouses by killing her, fishing her body from the river, and then bringing her back to life. I've collaborated with a known mass murderer, no offense. None taken. To poison and enslave 2 officers of the law, and I've engaged in rather spectacular, if drunken, intimacy with my closest friend's lover atop a mortuary slab. You've been occupied. It has crossed my mind that I might not be a particularly good person. I have no wisdom to offer on that subject." For a long while they sat in silence, wrapped in their own thoughts. "Love," Asa said finally, "is like a pigeon defecating on a crowd." "How do you mean?" "Where it lands has very little to do with who's earned it." The priest made a low, thoughtful noise and scowled. "I believe you may be mistaking love for a different kind of hunger," he replied, and Asa let out a sharp, humorless laugh. "You know why I've come?" "You're cut from the workhouse job?" Asa said, handing over a small leather purse. It jingled in Rouse's palm. "You won't be insulted if I verify the count?" Rouse stated. "With me, friend, you'd be an idiot not to." The following tale is part of a thrilling sequence by Paul Cornell, chronicling the daring missions of Agent Jonathan Hamilton. Set in a 19th century Europe where technological evolution has diverged sharply from our own, nations engage in a clandestine great game, wielding the power to manipulate folds in multi-dimensional space. These narratives blend the swashbuckling spirit of a Ruritanian romance with the inventive flair of a Charles Stross novel. Hamilton combats catastrophe with a flamboyant, entertaining panache, echoing the exploits of James Bond, or perhaps more accurately, the cunning adventures of Poul Anderson's Dominic Flandry, who might well be a direct forebear. In this particular escapade, Hamilton is thrust into a desperate life-or-death confrontation with an adversary as brilliant and perilous as himself, his own mirror image. Cliveden stands as one of the majestic estates of Greater Britain, nestled along the Thames in Buckinghamshire. Its approach is a grand, sweeping avenue, the kind designed to make carriages seem to fly when such conveyances were in fashion. Within the sprawling woodlands, a grand Charles tree, imported from the Columbian colonies, has been meticulously cultivated into the form of a guest cottage. A shaded walk lined with ancient yews leads down to a boathouse. Painted on its launching ramp are a series of dated notches, a historical record of the river's past high water marks captured at the flood. This ramp has been extended not once but twice to maintain its reach to the ever-shifting riverbank. From the main house, the view stretches over a formal parterre to a vast 180-degree horizon of what were once flood meadows, now transformed into seamless, productive farmland. The opposite vista is precisely what one would expect of a premier hunting preserve, a smooth, plunging hillside kept meticulously cleared to present targets against the skyline, flanked by woods where game might flee. Hidden blinds are positioned for the beaters, and a balcony overlooks the courtyard below, a vantage point from which favors were once tossed and blood sports scored. In season, the air carries the distant reports of shotguns, the baying of hounds, and the excited shouts of the hunt, all echoing freely across land unbroken by fence or ditch. The gutters surrounding the forecourt, he noted grimly, were engineered for a very specific purpose. Hamilton, who frequently operated without the visible trappings of his office, was intimately familiar with such great houses. They were the secluded stages where royalty ventured for a social life beyond palace walls, still shadowed by watchful, protective eyes. They served as repositories for those individuals who, having sacrificed too much of themselves in the great game, had ultimately switched allegiances. These houses were where such broken souls were brought to unburden their consciences, their confessions, helping to recalibrate the balance their actions had disrupted. They were also the settings where officers like Hamilton were debriefed following a grave injury or a mission gone awry, and inevitably they were places from which men like him did not always return. These estates formed the silent index to the life of an agent, running parallel to the bustling chapters spent in London or abroad, the stark margin where damning annotations were permanently inked. The architecture itself was a physical testament to tradition, a noble motto etched across the English countryside. You could read those unspoken words clearly, even with your face pressed into the mud. Especially then. Under his current circumstances, that grim familiarity offered a thread of cold comfort. Yet a core part of him stubbornly refused to reconcile itself to the finality of death. The summons had been waiting on his breakfast table. Simply the estate's name and a date that very day. The handwriting was rendered in the new mechanical style, meaning no human hand had touched the card. The words had been spoken into existence as if by divine command. It offered no clue, no basis for decision. Its sheer, audacious confidence signaled one thing. Despite all that had transpired, those who held power over him remained utterly certain of their identity and their prerogative. He picked up the card without a trace of his former anticipation, feeling only a heavy, resigned dread. This was the answer to a question he had been too weary to even articulate. A new, deeper anger began to simmer within him, formless, potent, and utterly futile, unlike any rage he had known before. As his carriage rattled down the Grand Avenue, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a lone heron standing sentinel in the misty meadow, a silent observer to his arrival, which felt less like a summons and more like a delivery. He was certain of what was due to him, yet increasingly convinced it would never come. To even acknowledge that debt now would be viewed as an act of insolence, a nuisance to those who had long since redirected their investments. Staring at the card in his unfeeling hands, he had settled on a single final request: to be assigned to some lost cause. But perhaps such causes existed only behind the blockade now, and if they had no use for him here, they certainly wouldn't want him there. He had clung to that bleak notion while selecting his attire and packing for the countryside, but even that slender hope had begun to taste of betrayal and weakness. A condemned man should ask nothing of his executioner. To do so was to begin to beg, and yet hope persisted. It toyed with him. His own composure felt like a betrayal as he made his preparations. Only an utter fool, he chided himself, would believe he was traveling to Cliveden to receive his due, to be thanked for his years of service, and sent off with a kind word. He was determined not to hope for that. Now, from the carriage window, he watched as it turned onto the long avenue leading to the estate. The grounds were deserted. Not a single worker was visible in the fields. This was unheard of. Normally, they would be out in force, waving from their massive harvesters and propulsion horses. Hamilton didn't know the exact number of servants required to maintain a place like Cliveden, but it had to be in the hundreds. There were always too many, in fact. Some wit had once said a great estate meant a job for every man, and several of those jobs are just lounging about in case. On the 2 occasions he'd witnessed an officer meet his end in such settings, it had been done discreetly on the grounds. Once staged as an accident, another time, a memory he would carry to his grave as something far more intentional. You didn't need to clear everyone out for that. But no, he checked himself. This was likely just a grander version of the eerie quiet he'd experienced at Keble. He was inventing fresh horrors without a shred of new evidence. The carriage came to a halt at the end of the drive. Hamilton stepped onto the gravel. his knee buckling with a sudden spasm that nearly sent him sprawling. Getting old, he wondered if they were watching this stumble and swiftly smothered the thought that he didn't care. He did care. He had to. Taking a carriage had been an affectation, he realized. These days he could have walked through a tunnel from his London rooms in moments. And he'd brought a valise as if he might need to dress for dinner and would be unwilling to pop back for a change of clothes. He was making silent, stubborn statements with these choices, just as he had that night at Keble, with actions that seemed designed to end his career. This new self-awareness infuriated him more than anything else. Only fools and criminals acted without understanding their own motives. It seemed he was no longer strong enough to keep that fateful weakness in check. To arrive here as someone who bowed to internal whispers to pain or desire or simple selfishness, to have let those threats to his equilibrium grow unchecked, and to realize that only on this threshold it was an open invitation for the powers in this house to cut him down. And they would be justified. A faint, grim smile touched his lips at the relief of that thought. They would be right to do so. If he could accept that, then all could still be well. He had brought the valise. He would not balk now and scramble to return it like some panicked undergraduate. If he suddenly acted, spoke, or hinted at anything not born of his own will but from that other unruly half of himself, then the balance could still be restored, even if it cost him his life. He needn't worry about that. Yet the thought crept in, cold and sly. Those who held his life in their hands these days didn't seem to prize balance all that much, did they? That thought felt like a far greater death lying in wait. The world seemed to be nudging him toward dismantling his own fragile construct, and perhaps that was simply the prevailing mood of the era. He was stalling on this drive, genuinely stalling. He had long viewed his existence as a precarious house of cards. Maybe the entire world was in decline. Maybe every man of his generation sensed it. But could anyone have ever sensed it under conditions such as these? The vehicle finally rolled forward. Compelling himself to move, he looked down at the suitcase, now a permanent weight in his grip. A silent command crystallized in his gaze. His destination was not the house, but the woods. He followed a serpentine trail to the tree line. The sky was gray, yet from within the forest, shadows fell in bizarre theatrical slants, as if a hidden stage were being illuminated. He entered the woods. The path wound past recently felled trees, the logger and his machinery conspicuously absent. He paused to listen. Only the sounds of the forest remained. No sawing, no distant ring of an axe, no rumble of engines. The silence was unnervingly absolute. He reached a clearing's edge. This was the source of the peculiar light. Here, it felt like summer, the glow emanating from directly overhead. The air was noticeably warmer. Hamilton kept his face impassive. He moved slowly into the center and beheld the trees that had no right to be there. He wished to observe protocol, but that becomes challenging when the other party has discarded all decorum. It was as if they had snatched the ribbon of his duty and hurled it down a mineshaft. A roar of frustration built in his chest. He was immediately disgusted with himself for feeling it. He spoke to the largest of the trees. "You requested my presence, sir?" It had only been a matter of weeks since his summons to meet Turpin at Keble College. His commanding officer, a guest of the warden, had asked Hamilton to join them for dinner. This had felt perfectly ordinary at the time, Keble being his own alma mater. He'd driven to Oxford as usual, endured the porter's familiar fussing over his Morgan. He'd paused outside the chapel, a sudden, sharp memory of Annie piercing him, her terrible absence. Yet the chapel's architecture could still offer a cold comfort. He had been pleased with his own restraint then. By that point, he'd already been on leave for several weeks. He should have recognized that as suspiciously long. Prior to that, he'd been relegated to trivial assignments doled out by junior officers, barred from rejoining his dragoons, who were themselves stuck in perpetual maneuvers across the Scottish Highlands. He really ought to have pieced it together before the truth was laid bare. He was being deliberately sidelined. It was in the warden's rooms at Keble, all those years prior, that Turpin had first entered his life, first broached the subject of working beyond the uniform. For some individuals, Turpin had explained the balance, that constant minute adjustment of everything from military postures to moral compromises that prevented all-out war from flaring between the great powers and their colonies across the solar system was a physical sensation, a thing felt in the bones. This was a year or two before the medical theologians began mapping how the balance actually manifested in the neural pathways. Hamilton had known that feeling in himself. Turpin had already been back then the man Hamilton would always know, his face a topography of grafted skin, souvenirs from back-alley scuffles in Kiev and the filthy trenches of Zimbabwe. But upon entering the warden's quarters on this recent evening, after decades of service, Hamilton found himself saluting a transformed Turpin. His features were seamless, every scar and line of experience erased. Hamilton gave no sign of his surprise. Turpin offered no explanation. "Interesting assembly tonight, Major?" Turpin had remarked with a slight nod toward the gathering under the warden's roof. Hamilton had turned to looking back. Hamilton realized that was the precise moment his own stability had begun its perilous descent. Among the dress uniforms, evening suits, and clerical collars stood a small deer. It was no one's exotic pet. Its eyes tracked the flow of a discussion, and then it joined in, its mouth shaping words with a disturbingly human articulation. Hamilton's gaze darted to where a swirl of translucent fabric was conversing with the chaplain. Close by, a revolving column of, they were actually birds in perpetual descent, or not quite birds, more like the artificial heraldic symbols favored by the foreigners, whose forces now encircled the solar system. He supposed the falling was the essence, not he struggled to label it an outfit. Perhaps it celebrated the foreigners' tendency to gather and scheme in great, wheeling flocks. The pillar held a wine glass, somehow supported by all those shapes tumbling past it. Hamilton had assumed these entities were ladies, or rather he'd hoped they were. "It's all the rage at the palace," Turpin remarked. "Everything is relative this, relative that." Hamilton couldn't muster a coherent reply. He'd heard of such absurdities, of course, enough to dismiss them and change the subject. That the new king permitted, even encouraged this nonsense, likely to Queen Elizabeth's enduring embarrassment, he cut the thought short. He was thinking of the Queen, and he refused to let himself speculate about her private opinions of her husband. "Not to your taste?" Turpin inquired. "No, sir." Turpin considered for a moment, then shifted approach. "The Baudelaire, I'm told, is now infinite." "Good for it." Turpin gestured toward a corner. "So, what about him?" He indicated a young man deep in conversation with a striking woman. Hamilton's first thought was that the face looked familiar. Then, realization struck, and with it, the anger that had clung to him ever since. This was what the captured foreigner vessels had delivered. Naturally, not all of it would be squandered on frivolity. Or perhaps now frivolity had infiltrated warfare. It felt like looking at the son he'd never had, at his own face stripped of time's inscriptions. For a fleeting second, a ghost of a thought whispered that they'd stolen that moment of ever seeing a son. That was the first of many ghosts. The hair was darker, the frame was slimmer, more hips than shoulders. The boy wore a tuxedo, not a uniform, so they hadn't succeeded, or perhaps hadn't even tried to get him into the regiment. The young woman beside him nudged him, and he glanced toward Hamilton. It was the shock of colliding with a mirror. The eyes were identical. Hamilton didn't know what his own expression revealed in that instant, but the younger version of himself offered a smile upon making eye contact. It held not a shred of deference. It wasn't charming either. But Hamilton recognized it. He restrained his anger, aware this boy could read him effortlessly. Hamilton had no idea such things were now possible. This gathering must be exceptionally secure for the two of them to be seen together. The boy had anticipated this. He had been granted that privilege. Hamilton turned back to his superior officer, raising an eyebrow. "Who's the girl?" Turpin paused, visibly pleased and taken aback by Hamilton's lack of comment about the boy. "Her name is Precious Nothing." Parents with a sense of humor. Perhaps it was a memento mori. "She's with the College of Heralds, yes." Hamilton had noted the colors on her silk scarf. A rather audacious place to display them. "Well, barely these days. She's a senior herald, but she's on probation. Because of him." The notion of a herald being associated with such an oddity as this boy was utterly staggering to Hamilton. The College of Heralds defined what constituted proper lineage, shaping the very concepts of family and nation. They maintained the genealogical records, dictated the specifics of coats of arms, and served as the final authority on all matters of high ceremony and inheritance. Naturally, every other week brought fresh rumors that the college was about to be dissolved or publicly condemned as they scrambled for new, futile ways to protest the changing times. They appeared perpetually shocked that His Majesty was receiving such poor counsel. Fragments of this discord had even made it into the morning papers, though the stories always vanished by the evening editions. To Hamilton, the notion of different parts of the body politic warring with each other was as absurd as a man punching himself in the face, a physical blasphemy that perfectly indexed how far everything had fallen. You truly have nothing else to say about him? Turpin's question cut through his reverie. Hamilton pretended to consider it. How is his marksmanship? Adequate. You were only ever adequate yourself. Turpin didn't stress the you. Then the warden tapped his glass with a spoon, and the assembled ladies, gentlemen, painted landscapes, and mounted stag heads all proceeded to dinner. Hamilton was relieved to see the younger version of himself seated at the distant end of the long dining table, which was positioned on a raised dais. Under different circumstances, returning to this hall, with its scent of wood polish and flickering candlelight, would have been a comfort. But as he surveyed the undergraduates, he noticed an absence. There were no servants weaving between the rows to deliver platters or refill wine glasses. Then, abruptly, a full meal materialized beside a chattering young man, who accepted it without a second thought. Hamilton, seated across from Turpin, shot him a questioning look. Hidden service, the senior man explained. It's becoming commonplace. The staff operate through an infinite fold, essentially an empty, optional world running parallel to our own. Another application for the new engines. You must admit it's tidier. Hamilton felt no obligation to endorse such fashionable notions from his old mentor. He found himself studying the man's unusually smooth complexion, wondering if this too was a younger version. But no, the familiar weight of experience was still there in his voice. Turpin caught his gaze. One of our plainclothes officers located it for me, he said, as casually as discussing a new coach. Once the great powers realized that certain captured engines granted access to optional worlds, realms outside the established balance, the palace decided it was our regiment's duty to chart them. To discover where all these open-fold tunnels lead, our hunting parties have been ranging far and wide. Ah, Hamilton thought, now he understood his own exclusion from that mission. Did you bag another version of yourself? Several. The original occupant of this body was only a Newton or two removed from my own. Physically, at least. In his world, many of our conflicts never occurred, hence the youthful complexion. Our lads captured him and upon their return connected his consciousness to an infinite tunnel, like using a terrier to flush a fox. Once he was displaced, I moved in via the same method. It should grant me a bit more time. Hamilton pondered that statement, his equilibrium already unsettled by the boy's presence. In a moment of seditious clarity that felt oddly safe, it occurred to him that Turpin wasn't merely seeking an extension of his service, but a tactical edge at court. He was becoming more like those he served regardless of the distance it created between him and his officers. What if optional worlds start raiding us in return? It was our first concern. We appear to be unique, at least among the nearby options. We're the only ones who have encountered the foreigners. Or perhaps they exist solely in our own reality. Should they begin crossing over, we might find ourselves negotiating treaties with these alternate Britons instead of launching raids against them. And extending the balance into those other worlds? Turpin had lifted his hands, a gesture suggesting this was beyond his duties or perhaps his comprehension. How can there be younger versions of people? How does a world exist where I'm his age? The formation of these worlds occurs in waves, or so I'm told. Similar to the waves in our own reality that interact to create the peaks and valleys of the balance, one would assume. That familiar impatience with balance talk had crept back into his voice. Some waves lag slightly behind us in time, others run a bit ahead. And in these optional realities, do we find talking deer and towers of birds? Or are those merely artistic trends anticipating such wonders, a mixture of both? The selection, frankly, is vast. Turpin had leaned in, clearly eager for Hamilton to reach the crucial point. Hamilton felt a flicker of relief that he hadn't been the one to steer them into these metaphysical weeds. Listen, that younger version of you is the first of his kind we've brought across. He possesses his own mind untouched, He's a complete individual, a volunteer from a reality so similar to ours, the differences were negligible. Except it lacked the foreigners? Precisely. And no balance? Exactly so. A dark thought crossed Hamilton's mind. Was Turpin planning to transplant his own consciousness into the boy's skull? But surely he wouldn't have invited them both to a social gathering first. If we possess this capability now and I was unaware, I'm informing you under a seal of secrecy. You'll discover if you check that your own mental safeguards have already reacted to my vocal patterns. You won't be able to disclose any of this to anyone. He looked suddenly abashed at Hamilton's startled expression. Not that you would, naturally? Turpin's demeanor had shifted with his new physique. It was unsettling, akin to the shock one feels upon hearing whispered tales of court behavior. If we can achieve this now that we have their engines, why can't the foreigners simply open a tunnel past the blockade, emerge in Whitehall, and attack us directly? An excellent question. The major powers have been contemplating that very issue, collectively. Enough information had been publicly released for Hamilton to grasp that a far greater level of cooperation now existed among Europe's great powers. The foreigners' arrival had forced this unity, whereas the chaotic seizure of their engines across the solar system might have dangerously destabilized the balance. There, Hamilton suspected, was the divine hand at work, if it was involved at all. The prevailing theory is that the foreigners, for reasons of their own, prohibit the use of optional worlds amongst themselves. It may be a tenet of their misguided belief system. This optionalism might merely be a byproduct of their propulsion method, but thus far, we've only decoded the side effect, not the core technology. Can we weaponize it to catch them off guard? We are actively working on that very application. This exchange felt far more familiar, reminiscent of conversations with his commanding officer. Hamilton began to regret his earlier, more emotional reactions, understanding them now and steadily regaining his composure. Tonight, whatever else it was clearly a test of his character, and so far, he had managed to navigate it, albeit clumsily. His personal feelings were as irrelevant now as they had ever been. For the remainder of the dinner, Turpin probed his opinions on the countless facets of the Grand Alliance's shared defense strategies. New members seemed to join their ranks almost daily, Savoy being the most recent. There were even murmurs about Ottoman inclusion. Hamilton longed to ask what became of the balance in all this. What would happen to it if every nation stood on the same side? The thought was almost laughable in its absurdity, a complete inversion of the world order he had dedicated his life to maintaining. Was the coming of the foreigners and their machines the fatal blow, the tipping point where the old balance would shatter and reshape into some new reality as the scholars had long predicted? Was that the upheaval unfolding around them now? He had always imagined such a moment would be monumental, not something involving wild creatures in the warden's quarters. Or was this merely a violent swing of the pendulum destined to settle back into its usual gentler rhythm? Yet Turpin, sticking to his recent manner, hadn't spoken of the balance at all, except during the grace before dinner. Hamilton had quietly hoped one of the clergymen might start an argument on the topic. Through his maid, Alexandria's chatter, he knew tensions were high among the clergy, that the upcoming synod in York would be harsh on the king and his daunting commonwealth of nations, but no hint of that discord showed here. These particular men of the cloth seemed as comfortable wading through these strange circumstances as that herald had been. Throughout the evening, Hamilton kept his attention fixed on his superior. He avoided any obvious straining to get a look at the younger version of himself, maintaining a careful air of indifference. He only hoped it didn't seem forced. When the bell rang and students began to leave, the warden invited his guests back to his rooms for brandy. Turpin declared he needed to speak with someone and went ahead. As Hamilton entered, the younger man stepped directly into his path. Precious was at his side, wearing a look of keen curiosity. Thankfully, Turpin had already crossed to the far side of the room, so there was no one to attempt some awkward introduction. Still, Hamilton felt his superior's eyes were now upon him. He wasn't sure what was expected, but if this was a contest, he intended to win it. "Major," the young man said, "I've been anticipating this meeting more than I can say. I wish I felt the same." It came out sounding like a deliberate slight. He set his jaw and let the remark hang in the air. "Where did they dig you up?" The youth appeared unruffled. Oh, in some forgotten hallway of what one might still refer to as the real world. This year's model. Hamilton found his eyes drifting to Precious instead of his counterpart. She was watching him, too. He wondered on how many levels she was drawing comparisons. Most people would be bursting with questions, the youth remarked. It's innocent to question, it's dutiful to accept, and it's arrogant to be too certain. The boy was poised to take offense if provoked, very aware of his own dignity and of being observed. That was precisely why Hamilton had needled him to gauge his composure or the lack of it. This justification, he realized with discomfort, only occurred to him afterward. Was the purpose of all this to see which of them carried himself with more poise? Had the boy been warned what might befall him if he failed this unspoken test? Could it be that Hamilton was, after all, being permitted to inspect his new conveyance? Or was this his replacement? He refused to linger on that thought. Instead, Hamilton turned courteously to Precious. She was small-framed, with long red hair accentuated by an emerald evening gown that, yes, the touch of the optional was present here too. The dress had been, or perhaps still was, a sun-drenched field. Being near her was less about seeing the effect and more about experiencing it. She was accustomed to attention and welcomed it. The freckles across her nose and cheeks didn't lend a childish air, but rather deepened the passionate gravity in her eyes, which held a look of immense curiosity, a challenge to the world that matched her daring attire. She had a mouth that seemed ready to smile. "So," he said, "where did you encounter me?" She offered a smile, but she did not laugh. "We first met at the College of Heralds, introduced by Colonel Turpin. I should note we haven't been back since. You'll have to pardon me," he said. I assumed we'd already established a certain closeness. He'd half expected her to take offense, but she'd only offered a tight, polite smile instead. Clearly, she wasn't fully comfortable with the new era's casual liberties, a true herald at heart. Hamilton found he appreciated that about her, which, he mused, really shouldn't have been a surprise. "What's your theory?" the younger man asked. "On why Turpin arranged this?" "Maybe he's considering a suit of his own and wants to see it modeled." Hamilton glanced toward Precious as he said it, implying she might be doing the same. She merely arched a slender brow in response. It was then that the boy inserted himself between them, evidently deciding this subtle rivalry needed a more tangible outlet. "Major," he began, "are you a card player?" Encouraged no doubt by Turpin, the warden readily embraced the idea of a game. The gathered onlookers, who by now had surely grasped the peculiar mirror image spectacle of Hamilton and his younger self, grew animated, their excited chatter filling the room. As the cards were being arranged and Hamilton scanned the crowd, it struck him that gatherings like this were probably happening all across Greater Britain, in every fashionable salon, people altering their shapes and ages with reckless abandon, chasing novelty and extremity as if it were some rare Icelandic treasure. Perhaps the blockade had brought this on. Maybe they were all just dancing while the ship slowly sank. Someone proposed they play clock seconds, a game unfamiliar to both Hamilton and the boy, another deliberate choice he suspected. Each drew a hand of 10 cards from a fresh deck, one of several placed on the table. Hamilton helped himself to a glass of Knaphogue Castle, a pure pot-still whiskey from the Tullamore distillery. Nothing served here or at high table was the sort of drink the mental barriers in his head could easily dismiss. That was rather the point of evenings like this, to touch something real. Or at least that had been the original intention when the guests still cared about such things. So he accepted the handicap. The boy, despite a cautioning look from Precious, did the same, matching his drink. The objective was to form tricks of varying value by discarding and drawing from a separate pack, but the rules defining a legal trick shifted with each 10-minute segment marked by the warden's ornate gilt bronze clock. A strict time limit on each play prevented anyone from simply waiting for favorable conditions. So, Hamilton realized as they waited for the chapel bell to strike 9, a player could either hoard cards for a later advantage or keep steadily burning through them, playing the averages rather than holding out for one grand stroke. Time and strategy in this game were bizarrely intertwined. A garish, intelligent projection of the current rules flashed onto the wall behind them, startling the painted deer in the landscape. The projection swam with washes of color and blurred lines, as if designed by a courtier overly concerned with His Majesty's latest aesthetic whims. Rumor had it the ballroom at Hampton Court now altered its appearance depending on where one stood, often dissolving into a blur of motion, like the view from a speeding carriage. Several ladies had already taken tumbles during one of the new dances, which struck Hamilton as graceless, chaotic gallops where the tempo constantly shifted. Collisions seemed inevitable, and it was nearly impossible to tell where anyone actually was. They were quick to fault themselves instead of questioning the one whose viewpoint shaped this entire situation. And of course they should. That was simply how they had to act. What had Hamilton been thinking? He scolded himself once more. They had picked up their starting hands. The young man met his gaze again, no trace of a smile this time. The easy assumption would be for Hamilton to underestimate him. He wouldn't do that. That would be lying to himself. He let his eyes drift upward from his seated rival and linger, just a moment where they shouldn't. "What are you staring at?" the boy asked, still facing forward. "Nothing," Hamilton replied, returning to his cards with a deliberately measured lift of his brow. In the opening 10 minutes, Hamilton raced ahead, his opponent failing to score while he laid down a series of clear, straightforward plays. The boy always seemed to be waiting for a card that was just out of reach, a hesitation Hamilton recognized from his own past. It was a hesitation the service had drilled out of him long ago. A sudden cheer and the warden tapping a spoon against a glass signaled the round's end. Immediately, the boy revealed the cards he'd been holding but couldn't previously use, vaulting into the lead and drawing another burst of applause with the theatrical gesture. Hamilton wondered if anyone in this crowd was actually rooting for him, or if to people who attended a party dressed as an illusion, the older version of a person was automatically less compelling. His eyes flicked to Precious, and he thought he detected something in her expression. Why did he sense she didn't quite share that view? She was biting her lower lip, her eyes wide with the thrill of the match. He turned back to the boy. "You know your fables?" he said, masking a strategy forming in his hand. "Slow and steady wins the race, indeed. The Greeks would have appreciated this game," the boy answered, and he played the first in a rapid sequence of scoring moves, building a solid advantage, trying to push Hamilton to gamble on a possibility that might never come. It's all about change. Hardly what you'd call classical, though. What counts as classical shifts with the times, same as everything else. So he seemed to share the very ideas that had allowed his arrival here. Or at least he was willing to echo them. But could he truly feel anything other than a captive, property seized by a raiding party from some overrun territory? There was, after all, a shadow of that feeling in Hamilton himself. Hamilton risked a glance at Turpin and decided to turn up the heat. "Shall we make things interesting?" Having noted the boy's polished accent, he allowed a touch of Irish to color his own words. "How much?" Hamilton tried to recall what would have cleaned him out in his 20s. Not that much less than what would now, or was memory warping time again. He didn't want to name a sum the boy would see as trivial. Still, money's value hadn't shifted much over the years, only his idea of what was enough had changed. 1,000 guineas? The spectators gasped. Hamilton knew his error at once. It looked like he was trying to intimidate the kid. Precious was shaking her head at the young man, silently urging him to fold. "Wait, no, perhaps that's 1,000 guineas." The boy's pride was stung. Naturally, Hamilton had challenged him in front of his date. He'd have done the same at that age if Annie were here, might even do it now. He wouldn't insult his younger self by backing down. Very well. The next 3 rounds blurred past. Hamilton and the boy barely looked up as they drew, considered and discarded, the warden announcing scores as they played. Aces shifted from high to low. Even the ranking of the face cards changed, drawing startled murmurs from a few traditionalists in the crowd who, under pressure, revealed their old-fashioned leanings. The ambassador, the horse, and the devil could subtly shift the fortunes within the suits of cups, swords, staves, and coins. With the clock showing only 11 minutes remaining, the entire crowd had pressed in around the table where Hamilton and the young man were locked in combat, their faces slick with sweat. Their eyes darted from their cards to each other, hands moving in a blur of grabs and discards, the pace accelerating toward a frantic peak. Hamilton calculated the sting of a $1,000 loss. It would force him to liquidate an asset, likely the Morgan car. This financial pressure was manageable, a familiar weight born of experience and discipline. His opponent, however, possessed the reckless certainty of youth, yet stood to lose infinitely more. His very life could be forfeit if he couldn't pay, or if the shadowy affiliations that served as his family here deemed him no longer a worthwhile investment. Perhaps the boy's entire future, his very consciousness housed in his own skin, hinged on this larger unseen game they were both pieces in tonight. Hamilton had silenced a faint whisper of guilt. Wasn't that the entire point? Not to destroy the lad, but to disrupt his focus, or was he just lying to himself? He cursed inwardly, his concentration fracturing for a critical second. As he laid down his cards, he realized with a jolt he could have held them a moment longer for a far greater payoff. The room erupted as the final round was announced alongside one last twist in the rules. The boy held a slender lead. He was barely glancing at his cards before tossing them in, a man who no longer needed to strategize about the road ahead. They had rounded the final curve and were now in a flat-out sprint. Hamilton resolved his only path was to match that reckless speed, snatching a glimpse of a potential hand, committing to it, and praying for a better draw, hoping to force the boy into the same frantic pattern. The warden called the scores in a rapidly staccato rhythm. Clumsy fingers on slick cards became a liability. Hamilton drew even, realizing that in these final seconds, his only remaining ally was blind luck. Throwing himself on fortune's mercy was an old, familiar tactic. He saw his hand, a 10 in each suit, a middling spread neither triumphant nor disastrous. He slammed it down with mere moments to spare. The boy looked at his own cards and froze. Hamilton could see the tremor in his fingers. Was this a deliberate pause, a cruel savoring of the tension? Hamilton knew that cruelty well, having worn its mantle when an assignment permitted. The clock's hands slammed through the last 3 seconds. 2. Hamilton was ahead by a single point. The boy had to have something. Then, with a strangled cry, the lad fumbled and hurled his entire hand onto the table just as the deep chime of the chapel bell resonated through the hall, perfectly synchronized with the warden striking his glass. Every person in the room lunged forward to see the result. The boy had held nothing. He could have made nothing. Now he was staring at Hamilton with a look of pure devastation, and Precious had stepped forward, her face a mask of protective fury, utterly disregarding the tradition that demanded she retreat. And in that moment, with a sudden paternal pang, Hamilton found he agreed with her instinct. "I'm satisfied," Hamilton began, his voice cutting through the silence. "A single decent bottle of whiskey will settle. Don't you dare?" The boy roared, his voice now thick with a raw Irish brogue, the accent Hamilton carried in his own heart but seldom on his tongue. "Don't you dare! I will pay what I owe." With that, the young man shoved back his chair, storming from the room without a word of thanks or farewell to his host. Precious stared after him, her outrage directed at the entire situation, but she lacked the indecency to chase him. A brief, hollow quiet was quickly swallowed by nervous chatter. Hamilton looked toward the warden, who was fussily closing the scoring ledger, deliberately avoiding his gaze. There was no victory in the air, no celebratory thrill. It wasn't that the crowd had been rooting for the younger man precisely. It was the palpable sense that something had been shattered, an unspoken code broken beyond repair, leaving only the bitter taste of a hollow win. It felt as though these individuals had been jolted into realizing how much had shifted, both inside themselves and in the world around them, leaving them uncertain where to direct their enthusiasm. Hamilton rose from his seat, taking a final swallow from his glass. A moment later, he felt a flicker of satisfaction when Precious appeared beside him. "He didn't deserve that," she murmured. "No, he didn't," Hamilton agreed. "But deserving rarely has much to do with how things turn out." Around them, the gathering was dissolving into a murmur of goodbyes. It was then that Turpin chose to approach, his hand coming to rest on Hamilton's shoulder, a contact so unfamiliar Hamilton couldn't recall his superior officer ever initiating such a gesture. Precious swiftly withdrew a few steps. "A bad show," Turpin said, his voice low. "My apologies, sir. I believed it was a competition."
"You didn't need to corner him with a choice between financial ruin and public shame," Turpin replied. "I had hoped our young herald, through her connection to the boy, might have started a new fashion within her college, gently steering more of them toward His Majesty's perspective. Win or lose, witnessing his resolve would have endeared him to her. Now she cannot associate with him and keep her standing.
Turpin's gaze drifted to where Precious stood, believing herself unobserved. Her face now revealed a cool, assessing look, as if weighing social protocol against the appropriate delay before she could follow the young man. Turpin turned back to Hamilton, gave a slight shake of his head, and moved off to bid farewell to their host. Until that card appeared on his breakfast table, that was the last Hamilton had heard from him. Hamilton offered his own good nights, departed the warden's quarters, and found himself at the chapel door. A deep despair had already settled in his gut, and now the very building seemed to radiate a profound dread. And here he was now at Cliveden, speaking to what he understood to be his superior officer, an equerry of the court of St. James's, and the Crown Secretary of Powers, simply because the orders shimmering in his vision told him so. Presumably, they remained in London, in Turpin's office near Horse Guards Parade, or at least some essence of them did. They wore the distant trees of the estate as casually as one might wear a coat. "Good afternoon, Major." Turpin's voice emanated from the air itself. "I regret to say we have a task for you." For a moment, sheer relief robbed Hamilton of speech. "A task, sir? You appeared during your confrontation with him to have plumbed the depths of your younger self's character, just as His Majesty intended." That was the equerry. There was a time when the former Queen Mother would have handled such affairs personally, but now she never left her wing of the palace, and rumors swirled. Hamilton, emboldened by his relief, let the thought hang that she had lost her reason. "I wasn't aware I was acting in His Majesty's service, sir." He hoped his tone masked the certainty they both shared that His Majesty had been just as unaware. That was, of course, as he desired, and he wishes to convey that you performed admirably. The younger man, Turpin added, should have handled the pressure you applied with more fortitude. It was an early indicator of flaws later made plain. There was a new quality in Turpin's voice, strained, almost apologetic. "The palace offered to settle his debt to you," intoned the tree that represented the Crown Secretary, but in his pride, the boy refused. We interpreted this as a noble gesture and tried once more, emphasizing the offer was genuine. Hamilton could well imagine that whatever pressure he had exerted was trivial compared to the palace's method of emphasizing a point. Then, Turpin continued, he abruptly claimed to have secured the funds himself. I inquired as to their source. He told me he'd won at cards, but the lie was transparent. Not long after, I was pleasantly surprised by an official visit to my office from His Grace the Earl Marischal, the Duke of Norfolk, who serves as an officer of arms at the College of Heralds. He came with troubling news. A sum of 1,000 guineas had vanished from the college's account held at Coutts Bank. The amount taken was precise. Hamilton felt an irrational flicker of irritation at being linked, even indirectly, to such clumsy theft. "Did Precious assist him with that?" he asked. The herald had never struck him as the type for such reckless behavior. Was his younger self truly that persuasive? The idea was almost too flattering to believe. It's possible he used information obtained from her without her direct involvement, Turpin suggested. His Grace also reported that the herald herself is now missing. Our team examined her quarters and discovered evidence of a struggle, along with a rather amateurish effort to hide the signs. The boy failed to report as ordered. By this point, Hamilton's initial annoyance had faded, replaced by a sense of grim satisfaction that was difficult to mask. So their celebrated prodigy had finally shown his true colors. "For the record," Hamilton stated flatly, "he hasn't settled his debt with me." "I suspect Precious discovered his theft," Turpin continued. "An infinite fold was activated in her room several hours before our arrival. We detected the residual traces. We possess some capability to track the terminal points of such tunnels. Our target has used one to flee here, to Cliveden." "Why here?" "There is a newly established network of fold tunnels beneath this estate," the equerry explained, his tone carrying a hint of apology for the court's latest whims. "His Majesty still intends to summer here, sampling the optional worlds at his leisure. The college remains privy to such confidential plans. Your younger self, Major, is concealed within an optional version of these very woods, The Crown Secretary cleared his throat, bringing a momentary silence. His Majesty, he said carefully, remains fascinated by the prospect of recruiting optionals into royal service. He is considering whether their numbers could be leveraged against the blockade. He would require compelling reasons to abandon this approach. However, he is receptive to the possibility that such reasons may yet be presented. Hamilton gave a slight nod. He had been assured all outcomes were permissible, that if he were to produce a bewildered youth from the undergrowth, pleading a simple misunderstanding, the boy would be heard, though perhaps that conversation would occur in the cellars beneath Cliveden. Very well. He had a task to complete. Setting his valise down, he opened it and navigated his hand through the layered compartments to retrieve his Webley collapsar and shoulder holster. "We have the perimeter under surveillance," Turpin informed him. "We've constricted the accessible realities around him to prevent escape." The light in the clearing shifted subtly, and Hamilton felt a slight adjustment in his ocular covers. "We were testing these on the boy. They'll be standard issue soon. They will allow you to perceive all adjacent optional worlds and transition between them just as he can." After securing the holster and slipping the pistol into place, Hamilton shrugged his jacket back on. He understood intuitively how to engage the new covers and did so. Abruptly, the clearing was populated with figures standing mere feet away. He reverted to the previous setting, and they disappeared. He had glimpsed estate laborers and farmhands, presumably the versions of this place deemed least entertaining for His Majesty's diversions. "Enter the folds here," Turpin instructed. "Retrieve the boy and the herald, alive if possible." Those final 3 words were delivered in a tone that, to Hamilton's enhanced hearing, privately confirmed that all his options were indeed wide open. Turpin had, after all, seen no need to issue him a less lethal weapon. These courtiers might lack the military insight to recognize a deliberate choice made through omission. Hamilton's gaze settled on the trees from which the orders had come. The question of what Hamilton deserved for his service had dissolved into the simple reality of that service continuing. Everyone had taken for granted that he would fulfill his duty. His earlier fears of being killed by his own people now felt like concerns from another, optional reality. He turned and moved into the woods. "Godspeed, Major," the equerry called out. Hamilton did not glance back. After a few paces, he broke into a run. He visualized the estate's layout in his mind, weaving from tree to tree. For a moment, he shifted his perspective and felt disoriented once more. He forced himself to keep evaluating his choices. He couldn't risk letting the young man catch him off guard. Had that younger version of himself committed such a dishonorable act because the concept of the balance simply didn't exist in those optional worlds? That must be what the king was pondering, the notion that no army could be rallied because the subjects from those places lacked the necessary moral foundation. Perhaps in those realities the balance was absent entirely, a sign they were less substantial than this one. Or maybe the balance was distributed thinly across all worlds, which was how it withstood so many disruptions. It might have been just a faint, incomprehensible presence in his younger self's life. He wondered, then, what standard the boy had measured himself against as he grew up. Did that absence excuse his actions? It was difficult to decide if the same rules should apply. If every world was real, if value was relative, what did it truly mean here to be an arms dealer, to wear a tartan, to disrespect the flag, when those who did so could simply slip away to a place with different rules? That was likely the boy's sentiment upon receiving that miraculous offer: advancement, honor, the attention of an attractive woman, all from a world not his own. He had probably been taken in the night and had his new possibilities laid out for him over weeks, maybe months. And if this new world came with this odd tradition, this desperate clinging to order amidst chaos, well, when in Rome, but Turpin had claimed the boy's world was nearly identical to theirs, just shifted back a few years along the wave, and yet they had no balance. The idea that they could manage without it, that their major powers had, seemingly by chance, maintained enough of a status quo for consciousness and society to function now, that was a dangerously subversive thought. No wonder Turpin felt exposed for having revealed that door. No wonder he himself seemed to be relying on the balance less and less. Hamilton scolded himself. This kind of philosophical wandering was entirely unsuitable while on a mission. He refocused on the forest as it existed here. if anything could truly be said to exist independently anymore. He methodically searched the area, moving as quietly as possible, scouting the terrain down to the river and covering every angle of the grounds. He found no one. He used the lenses in his eyes to shift to the next closest option after the servant's world. This would be one selected for the king's amusement. The house was largely the same, with slight architectural variations. A flag bearing some meaningless emblem flew above it. Hamilton had no desire to learn its significance. He combed the grounds again and found only a few elderly men in an unfamiliar uniform and some young women wearing entertainingly little clothing. That scenario would presumably become more elaborate as the season progressed. He pondered whether ladies would be brought here or if they would be given their own choices involving tea and garden mazes. He adjusted his vision once more, and this time his search revealed Colombians strolling the paths, their quaint accents reminding him of watching a Shakespearean play. As he crouched nearby, listening to them pass, he noted they spoke with a careless, almost brazen lack of concern, as if there were no one to judge them and no adversary to oppose them. Some among them would be aware of the king's interest in their world, others surely would have no idea. For His Majesty to step into any of these carefully selected worlds would be like embarking on a safari, entering territory that was not his own. Yet the selection was paramount, wasn't it? These worlds had to be completely secure. Unless, of course, one of them contained the boy. He sifted through several realities, deliberately holding their deeper implications at a distance. He pondered where he would go if he were in the boy's position, and in doing so, recognized there was likely something he was overlooking, because he couldn't fathom choosing to come here at all. Eventually, among the dozen or so possibilities, he located an empty one. No house was visible through the trees. The river had shifted its course, and the elevation of the ground beneath his feet was altered. Yet, according to the basic geographical data his protective covers insisted was true, he was in the identical location. He scanned his surroundings slowly, ensuring he was concealed from every angle. Not only was the house absent, but there were no dwellings on the plain as far as his eye could see. And there was something remarkable about this place. So they did send you. The voice was his own. It originated from further up the hillside. Hamilton couldn't pinpoint its source. He shifted to place a tree trunk between himself and the sound, drawing the Webley collapsar from its holster. "Where's the herald?" he shouted. "You won't find her." That confirmed she wasn't immediately beside the speaker. Dropping to one knee as he pivoted from behind the tree, his left hand steadying his pistol wrist, he fired toward the voice. The crack of the report and the distinctive whump of the round discharging merged into a single sound. Then came another, a crash of branches as the boy broke cover. Hamilton lunged forward and fired twice more at the noise, the foliage and undergrowth compacting violently in an instant, brief pulses of gravity tugging at his clothing, while newly focused light dazzled him like a sudden burst of stars that flared and vanished. Without pausing to assess the result, he swung back behind the tree. Then he listened. The movement had ceased. Of course it had. He wouldn't have kept moving either. He'd have remained still for a few moments, then stayed down a while longer. He detected faint rustling from up the hill. With this type of ammunition, it was probable that if the boy was still alive, he was also unharmed. Hamilton began to move cautiously through the trees, making certain he wouldn't remain where the boy had last pinpointed him. As he advanced, he started to contemplate his environment. There was indeed something profoundly odd about this vacant world. He recalled back when he was still invited to such gatherings, hearing certain idle courtiers at parties wax poetic about the splendors of nature, about some mysterious inspirational energy that, gazing upon its simplicity, could stir within them. Hamilton had thought, and once, rather imprudently, stated that nature was not simple at all. The billions of edges, details, and angled surfaces in any given view represented the very essence of complexity, far surpassing any man-made artifact. To him, nature was merely cover, and all the more effective for its intricate detail. Liz, Her Royal Highness, had made a jest that time to smooth over his blunt contradiction of the French ambassador. But here he was struck by an unfamiliar sensation of grandeur. The trees surrounding him, the undergrowth he was so meticulously navigating, it all seemed to be shouting at him. The colors appeared unnaturally vivid. Was this some malfunction in his covers? No, this felt too comprehensive. Yet it wasn't about simplicity. Every object in his vicinity, even the distant glimmer of the river, possessed more detail than he was accustomed to. He remembered a period when he'd damaged a cornea, the blurred vision in one eye persisting until they'd grown and fitted a replacement. It felt as if he'd suffered from a similar impairment his entire life, and now, suddenly, his sight was clearer. Good Lord, the thought of being able to remain here was intoxicating. Such profound relief and rest could be his. No. These were perilous distractions. A noise sounded ahead of him, and he raised the gun. He knew in an instant what it was. A fox stood watching him from between two bushes. He'd been downwind, and it had spun to face him just then. Better fortune than he'd ever had while hunting. But the eyes of the creature, the gleam of its coat, the sharpness of every hair, he could see it all from where he crouched. The fox shattered the moment and bolted. Something in the world seemed to shatter with it. Hamilton slammed into the earth, his ears ringing, a sound he was grateful for because it meant he was still breathing. He flung himself sideways as soil and leaves rained down, then were yanked violently to the side. He tumbled down the slope, crashing through undergrowth and clawing at the dirt to halt his fall before the echo of the blast had faded. The boy had almost gotten him. The boy had the same weapon. Of course he did. He lay there, gasping. Then he lay there longer. If the boy were certain of his position, he'd have fired again by now. For a ridiculous moment, Hamilton wondered about the fox, where it had fled, whether it was still running. He crushed the thought and began to edge forward on his elbows. As he moved, he realized he wasn't hurt. This might all come down to one lucky shot. A contest of clumsy firearms and fragile egos. It felt strangely fitting that his life should narrow to this. Then he killed that thought, too. It would be far more fitting if his life narrowed to this and then kept going after the other fellows ended. You could just stay right there. The boy's voice again, hard to pinpoint beyond the general direction. He'd positioned himself where sound broke apart. Thick trees, maybe a stone outcrop. Hamilton kept scanning. Why would you say that? Don't you even know where you are? A Briton you can take or leave? Hardly, old man. The boy had shed his earlier affectations somewhere along the way. It's not a country at all if there's no one in it. I assume His Majesty has been here, probably found excellent hunting. As well he might. In heaven? Hamilton grinned at the strangeness of that. How do you figure? It felt like the boy wanted to argue with a father, wanted to rattle the bars of his cage. Maybe Hamilton had felt that way at that age, but his own father's failures meant he never felt permitted to, or perhaps never felt the need. A place with no identity, no reason to do anything? Sounded more like the unbalanced hell the boy came from. It's more real than where either of us started. And I say it's obviously heaven because nobody made it here. Hamilton heard the smile in his voice. Except us? Sure it's not the other place? A curious idea struck him.
Is that why you want me to stay? I mean, if I went back, they wouldn't search in here. You could wait a few days, go wherever you pleased.
Hamilton winced at the hollow purpose in the boy's words. You think I'd abandon my duty? For a flash, he pictured the younger man stepping into his life back home. It felt like an invasion, but also carried a frightening whisper of temptation. I wouldn't dream of suggesting that, old man. He sounded sincere. I mean, you could use this game to your advantage. They need one of us dead, so where had he gotten that idea? Turpin would have loved to drag the boy back as a trophy, but the palace was distinctly unenthused, and Hamilton couldn't see any scenario where the interested parties would be content with the boy emerging from these woods instead of him. Who told you that? A pause. Are you trying to lie to me? I wouldn't dream of it, old man. I'm just here to bring you back. The boy might assume Hamilton had been given cover stories he didn't actually have, lies that could fool ears trained to detect them. Or he might already know more than Hamilton's standard briefing allowed. But they knew each other's voices too well now. A sound came from a direction Hamilton didn't anticipate. He turned but made himself do it with his gun pointed low. The boy stood before him, weapon lowered. Hamilton moved closer, meeting the gaze of his younger self directly for the first time. Seeing that face turned openly toward him was a profound shock, a surge of joy he had to suppress. A kindness so vast it felt worth traversing any ocean that divided realities. He inhaled deeply. The air here was sweeter than any he'd known. Whether this was heaven or not, he could picture His Majesty strolling these grounds, envisioning it all as his personal domain, a place for endless hunts, a fountain of renewed youth at his whim, with every courtier and companion perpetually young and obedient. This boy, if a certain misunderstanding could be clarified, might herald an era of entirely new customs. Yet that potential burden was not the boy's to bear. In that decisive moment, Hamilton resolved to guide him back to the clearing and offer something their kind was rarely granted, an honest explanation. I was informed, the boy started, his voice uncertain, that the only way to secure my position in your society was to eliminate you, that this was the purpose of our arranged confrontations. Hamilton recognized the grim logic. It was a belief he had once harbored himself. Who told you? A gunshot, identical to his own or the boy's, shattered the pristine silence of the sky. The boy's face contorted instantly, his body jerking violently from the impact. A spray of blood and fragmented words erupted from his lips before the collapser shell contracted with a hollow gasp, leaving the emptied corpse to crumple to the earth. She stepped forward, lowering her smoking weapon. To her credit, she at least wore a look of regret. "Miss nothing," she stated. She still wore that stained dress and now slipped the gun back into its hidden folds. For a long moment, she and Hamilton simply stared at one another until Hamilton realized with a surge of fury that if he chose to shoot her, she would offer no resistance. He angrily shoved his own gun into its holster. She immediately turned and began walking back toward the house. He glanced at the boy's body, the notion of giving it a proper burial striking him as so utterly pointless that a bitter laugh caught in his throat. He strode after her, catching up swiftly. "Damn you. And damn us both for never anticipating you." He seized her arm, halting her. "I assume you were never actually in disfavor with the college," she regarded him with unsettling calm. "We have no particular objection to raiding optional worlds. Procuring new vessels for aging minds is, within limits, acceptable, but we absolutely forbid them from replacing us. We are the College of Heralds, Major. Without lineages to trace and authenticate, we have no purpose. So by framing the boy, making him appear guilty of theft, kidnapping, and treason, a threat even to His Majesty, we demonstrated that such replacements are inherently unstable. They lack the necessary equilibrium, you understand. And you're confessing this to me because, for a fleeting second, she looked genuinely sorrowful for him. She understood his nature completely. Because you are going to let me walk away?" They entered the clearing. Immediately, Precious transformed into the picture of a traumatized survivor, clutching Hamilton's arm for support. "He was a monster," she sobbed. "Was?" Turpin's voice inquired from the tree line. Hamilton kept his own expression carefully neutral. "The boy is dead," he stated flatly. A sudden, unbidden memory flashed through Hamilton's mind, a childhood lesson about fireflies, how their brief light was both a beacon and a trap. He pushed the thought aside, his focus returning to the woman beside him, whose calculated sadness now seemed as deep and cold as the void between stars. "What are those strange images on the walls?" I asked. The tavern's lovely server, a buxom blonde, had just brought my third goblet of wine, and the murals were beginning to look more peculiar by the minute. Antipater, my elderly companion and former tutor, knitted his white brows and shot me that exasperated glare I'd grown accustomed to on our travels. Even though I was 19 and legally a man in Rome, that look could make me feel like a child of 9. "Gordianus, do you truly not know the tales of Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser?" "The Grey what?" "Mouser," he repeated. I scowled. "I know what a mouse is, but what in the world is a Mouser?" Antipater let out a weary breath. "It is a name for the common Egyptian house cat, an animal famous for its skill in hunting, especially rodents. Hence, Mouser, one who catches mice. Well, we don't have cats in Rome, you know." I shivered at the mere idea of such a beast with its needle-like claws and savage teeth. I'd seen a few on our voyages, kept aboard ships. Captains valued them for keeping rats away, but I always gave those foreign creatures a wide berth. Like most Romans, I found them somewhat disgusting, if not outright threatening. I'd heard that Egyptians actually worshipped these furry animals, letting them wander their streets and even dwell inside their houses. I hadn't yet reached Egypt, but the notion that Egyptians shared their homes with cats did not fill me with any desire to go. Sooner or later, of course, Antipater and I would have to travel there, for it held the Great Pyramid, the most ancient, and some claimed, the most magnificent of the world's wonders, and we were determined to see all 7. We had recently departed Rhodes, home of the Colossus, and were bound for Babylon, site of the legendary walls and hanging gardens. For now, resting between marvels, as it were, we were lodged in the harbor city of Tyre, which had its own rich and storied past. Tyre was probably best known for making dye from the murex snail. Every king across the globe demanded to be clothed in Tyrian purple. It also happened to be Antipater's birthplace, so this stop was a sort of homecoming for him. My mind wandered along these paths as I drank my 3rd cup. Antipater was actually ahead of me, already on his 4th. It was rare for him to overindulge. This lapse in temperance seemed tied to being back in his old city. What could be more bittersweet than an aged poet surrounded by the ghosts of his youth? Egypt, cats, mice, pyramids? But what were we discussing? I said. Ah, yes, the odd paintings in this establishment. The tavern was named the Murex Shell. The Murex Shell Tavern announced itself with a large, colorful mural of its namesake creature on the outer wall, the doorway framed by a border of clay tiles, each imprinted with a shell. Inside, however, the theme shifted entirely. No actual Murex shells were in evidence, and the frescoes covering every surface had nothing to do with dye making. Instead, they illustrated the adventures of 2 heroes completely unfamiliar to me. One was a brawny giant with a fiery red beard towering over his companion. The other was a smaller, wiry figure with a snub nose, draped in a gray cloak with a peaked hood. Both were armed with swords, which they wielded with dramatic effect in scene after scene. "What did you call them again?" I asked. "Fafford." "Yes. I caught that the first time. I thought you were coughing. Hilarious, Gordianus. As I was saying, Fafford. An unusual name, certainly. They say he was a true giant hailing from the distant north, beyond the Danube, beyond Dacia, past even the wilds of Germania. But there's nothing north of Germania, is there? No lands any traveler I know has ever seen, yet the stories insist that's where Fafford originated. "Fafford! Fafford!" I practiced the name until a nod from Antipater signaled I'd gotten it right. "And the other one? This gray mouser?" He was supposedly a local, a child of Tyre's own streets. Darker, smaller, and more agile than his friend, but just as skilled with a blade. In fact, legend claims they were the greatest swordsmen of their era. And when was that? Fafford and the Gray Mouser walked the streets of Tyre about a century ago. My own grandfather met them once. He insisted they weren't just the best of their time, but the best to ever live. A rather grand assertion. How is it I've never heard of them? Antipater gave a shrug. Their fame is rather concentrated here in Tyre, where they left a strong impression. And in Tyre, their memory is most alive within these 4 walls, where they reportedly spent considerable time drinking and carousing. So this rather pungent little establishment is their personal shrine. I laughed, gesturing at the surrounding artwork. Antipater sniffed. Just because the tales of Fafford and the Gray Mouser never reached you in far-off Rome. But teacher, we've been traveling across the Greek world for over a year to Ephesus, Halicarnassus, Olympia, all those Aegean islands, and I've never seen a single statue, inscription, or heard a poet, yourself included, mention either man. No priest invokes them. Could it be they're merely local folklore, cherished only here in Tyre? Antipater's wordless grumbling was as good as a concession. But even as a youth, I sensed that the heroes of an old man's childhood hold a special, stubborn magic, so I held my tongue from further skepticism. "It's curious," I offered, "what an odd pair they are. In some scenes, they look like a towering deity and his diminutive attendant, in others, a cunning little sorcerer and the hulking golem that serves him." "How very creative, Gordianus," Antipater said, his tone sour. Our cups were empty, and he signaled the serving girl for more wine. "So, what stories do these pictures tell?" I asked, aiming for a more respectful tone. Antipater looked away and sulked for a moment, but his innate desire to instruct, combined with the chance to revisit a boyhood obsession, was too strong to resist. Well, since you're asking, that scene there depicts their clash with Sidonian smugglers, and that their famous skirmish with Cilician pirates and the rescue of a kidnapped Cappadocian princess. There's even one, based more on tavern rumor than any credible history, that shows them winning a drinking contest against a visiting delegation of Thracian chieftains, though the details are predictably hazy. The painting captures their tense meeting with the formidable Cyprian slave trader, and there the planned rendezvous that spiraled into a vicious ambush. In another scene, Idumean bandits charge from the desert sands, hunting for those priceless jewels looted from an Egyptian tomb, treasures no living soul ever actually laid eyes on. Yet the painting shows them plain as day. That's the artist taking liberties, Gordianus. My gaze drifted to a particularly raucous scene above the window. Ah, and there's the night Fafhrd the Grey Mouser shared the attentions of Laotis the Egyptian. She later sent a band of Nubian eunuchs to collect their heads, but our heroes escaped, as you see, making off with her ebony chest. Inside, they found not just her famed collection of aphrodisiacs, but the very cup from which Socrates drank his hemlock. Incredible, I exclaimed, and those images on the far wall, they seem to tell a different kind of tale entirely. Perceptive. Those depict their more supernatural exploits. There you see them consulting the peculiar demon Ningobble, rendered as a pot-bellied figure in a hooded cloak, with 7 eyes on 7 twitching stalks peering out. How dreadful! Yet Ningobble of the 7 eyes proved a benevolent spirit and a wise guide. It was he who sent them on their most epic quest, a journey eastward, far beyond the snow-capped Lebanon mountains. They traced part of the legendary path of Xenophon and his 10,000, then ventured further into the unknown, reaching the fabled Lost City, and finally the citadel called Mist. There they faced their most formidable enemy, a sorcerer of truly terrifying power. Antipater's eyes gleamed as he narrated. I nodded, absorbing the wild imagery. And that scene there? It looks like a battle. A famous one. Indeed, that is the siege of Tyre by Alexander the Great. They fought bravely in the city's defense. Fafhrd is shown on the walls, hurling stones onto the besiegers' ships, while the Grey Mouser is underwater, sawing through anchor chains. All around them, steel clashes and arrows fly. But teacher, didn't you say these two lived in Tyre a century ago? I did. And wasn't Alexander's siege a full century before that? I smiled, pleased to recall a lesson correctly for once. He cleared his throat. That is correct. Then how could they possibly? Artistic license, I tell you? He insisted, a flush creeping up his neck. Or perhaps Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser truly were present in Tyre at events separated by 100 years. I struggled to keep a straight face. Not everything conforms to the rigid logic you practical Romans prefer. Antipater chided, his tone turning defensive. It is documented that they were here a century past, my own grandfather swore to it, as do these very murals. But none know their origin or their fate. Some believe they arrived from a realm outside ordinary time and space, a place of pure magic. If that is so, they could have been in Tyre not only 100 years ago, but also 100 years before. Then why not 100 years in the future? Which means they could be here right now. I made a theatrical show of scanning the tavern's rather worn-looking patrons. A few cloaked figures might have passed for the Grey Mouser, but no red-bearded giant was in sight. Antipater's glower made me feel a pang of regret for my teasing. To steer us back, I gestured toward the images that had begun our conversation, flanking the door through which we'd entered. Those 2 images are the ones that intrigue me the most. Antipater lifted a bushy white eyebrow. Is that so? Tell me why. Describe them. Having a student detail the features of a sculpture or painting was a typical lesson, something Antipater had demanded of me many times in temples and sanctuaries, but never in a drinking establishment. All right, teacher. Each picture is split into 2 scenes. In the first one, on the left, Fafhrd holds a stunning young woman on his lap, her Cretan-style dress leaving her chest completely exposed, but right beside it, in the next panel, it's a massive sow sitting there instead. Because the pig is wearing that same skimpy outfit, the implication is clear. The girl transformed into the sow. And over on the other side of the doorway, in the matching set, The gray mouser is entwined with another beautiful maiden, but in the following image, she's become a gigantic snail. What kind of story is this? Legendary figures intimate with farm animals and mollusks. And why give such vulgar scenes such a prime location where every patron walking into this tavern can't help but notice? Quite the sight to stumble past on your way out with a stomach full of wine and your thoughts all muddled. Those paintings are particularly significant, Antipater stated, because what they portray occurred precisely here within the murex shell. You can't be serious. Women were changed into pigs and snails on this very floor. The historical record is clear. My own grandfather saw it happen. I don't doubt his word, but it was the result of a curse, you understand, placed upon Fafford and the gray mouser. Any woman they held close would morph into a repulsive beast right before them. It was to lift this affliction that they embarked on the adventure that first led them to Ningauble of the Seven Eyes, and later, through countless dangers, to the citadel called Mist and their final showdown with a powerful sorcerer. But the entire saga started right here in the murex shell with that barmaid who became a sow, and the adept who cast that curse also had his beginnings here in Tyre. Now, where do you suppose he learned his dark arts? I couldn't say. From texts housed in a private library right here in the city, peculiar volumes, what their owner called the Books of Secret Wisdom, scrolls from different eras and lands, all filled with obscure knowledge unavailable anywhere else. As a child, I heard my grandfather mention those books only in a hushed tone, and when I asked if they could be read, he said they were far too perilous. He told me to keep to my Homer instead. A wise choice since, like Homer, you became a poet. Indeed, a poet of considerable fame, some claim the greatest in the world. Antipater let out a sigh. He possessed numerous qualities, but humility was not one of them. Ah? But imagine the different path my life might have taken if, as a boy, I'd been able to study the books of secret wisdom. The power within those pages is said to exceed mortal comprehension. Not the poet's power to captivate a crowd with joy and sorrow. No, I speak of sorcerous power, capable of warping the very substance of reality. We had brushed against a touch of magic earlier in our travels, like that run-in with the witch near Corinth. The recollection made me shiver, and I took a long drink from my cup. Antipater drained his own at the same moment and signaled for more wine. I had never seen him in such a feverish state, and now, he declared, after a lifetime abroad, I come back to the city of my birth, a man far wiser than when I departed, and, I dare say, more cunning and shrewd as well. More resolved, less afraid. Afraid of what? The books of secret wisdom. Don't you see, Gordianus? That is the very reason we've journeyed to Tyre. I furrowed my brow. I assumed Tyre was merely a layover between Rhodes and Babylon. That and your birthplace, naturally. It seemed logical you'd want to indulge in some nostalgia. Oh no, Gordianus, we are here with a very deliberate intention. We have come to the city of Fafford and the Grey Mouser, the heroes of my youth. We are here to find those books. As a boy, their journeys captivated my imagination completely. Their most legendary quest led them directly to the mystical power contained within the volumes of hidden lore, a power I am now determined to finally claim for myself. Preparations are already underway to secure them. By this time tomorrow, but look, here comes that charming barmaid again. He extended his empty goblet toward her. Was it the wine, or did she seem even more alluring than before? Her grin was disarmingly warm. I took another swallow. By this time tomorrow? What exactly? Antipater's smile widened. You'll discover that soon enough. Or perhaps you won't see a thing. He laughed, a sound so oddly cheerful it made me drain my cup in one nervous gulp. The following morning, in our rented room above the Murex Shell Tavern, I awoke with a skull-splitting headache. Even more aggravating than the throbbing pain was Antipater's relentless chatter. He appeared utterly untouched by the previous night's indulgence. Rise and shine, Gordianus. We're in Tyre, and we must seize the day while we can. So soon? I moaned, pulling a pillow over my face. I was hoping we could linger. This room is so peaceful. Nonsense. Once my objective is met, we depart Tyre immediately. So let us be tourists for now. He snatched the pillow away and all but shoved me from the bed. An hour later, with a meal in my stomach and the brisk sea air clearing my head, I followed Antipater into the city. Tyre lacked the sheer scale of other destinations on our travels, but its ancient history was palpable. It was Tyrian sailors who first ventured past the Pillars of Hercules, which they knew by the Phoenician name Melkart. It was Tyre's queen Dido who established Carthage, a city that once challenged Rome itself. Carthage had fallen, but Tyre endured, though forever altered by Alexander the Great's conquest. Alexander found a defiant island and left behind a subdued peninsula, Antipater remarked. Through a maze of narrow lanes, we climbed to the city's peak, where he gestured toward the massive stone and earth causeway linking our former island to the mainland. Alexander besieged this fortress not only by sea, but by land, constructing that mole to transport his mighty siege engines. The struggle lasted 7 months, but he prevailed, celebrating his victory right over there in the ancient temple of Melkart. Thus, Tyre was absorbed into the Greek world, remaining so for centuries, tossed between the Seleucids and the Ptolemies of Egypt. Yet 40 years ago, Tyre reclaimed its autonomy and once again mints its own currency, the famed Tyrian shekel. Today, it stands as a proud, independent city-state, and may it stay that way provided it can avoid Rome's grasping reach. This wasn't the first time Antipater had voiced such reservations about Roman ambition. Weaving our way back down, we reached the bustling waterfront. Blessed with 2 natural harbors, north and south, both were thick with ships. The docks swarmed with sailors and merchants directing slaves among piles of cargo. Taverns along the shore, including our own Murex Shell by the northern port, were already lively. In paved courtyards set back from the water, dyers meticulously laid out sodden green fabric. Antipater explained that the fierce sunlight would miraculously transform the purple dye. "How is that possible?" I asked. "It sounds like sorcery." "Does it? I suppose it might. But we'll return and you'll witness it as simple fact." His eyes twinkled. "One way or another, you will behold real magic before this day is done." I shot him a skeptical glance. "Teacher, what do you mean?" "After you went to sleep last night, I went back downstairs and finally connected with the person I've been trying to reach." "Which person?" "The man who knows the man currently in possession of the books of secret wisdom. We're meeting him tonight at the Murex Shell. And then what happens?" "You'll find out. Or perhaps you won't." My head was still fuzzy from the wine, but I had a dim recollection of Antipater using those same cryptic words the evening before. What was my old teacher planning? We resumed our exploration of the city, which was surprisingly compact and easy to navigate on foot. With so little ground available, the Tyrians built upward. In the heart of the island, the cramped residential buildings stacked 5, 6, even 7 stories high. This made Tyre loom taller than Rome itself, and many of the twisting, narrow lanes stayed shadowy even at noon. The sunnier districts were mostly taken over by the dye workshops, and in those quarters the air carried the most revolting stench I had ever encountered in any city. It came from the various solutions and mixtures used to produce the famous purple dye, all of which gave off potent fumes. Craving some sunlight and cleaner air, we walked along Alexander's Causeway, though Antipater refused to go all the way to the mainland. I could make out a sizable town along the distant shore, but Antipater insisted the dull mainland suburbs held nothing worth seeing. We turned back instead toward the Temple of Melkart. The interior was shadowy, damp, and reeked of mold, yet it housed an eternal flame, not unlike the sacred hearth of Vesta in Rome, along with some striking statues and paintings of the god I recognized as Hercules, the most revered deity in Tyre. On our return to the Murex Shell, we passed through the square where the dyers had laid out their cloth earlier. I stared in wonder, for the green fabric had indeed transformed to a deep purple as it dried. "It's like sorcery," I murmured. Antipater merely offered a knowing smile and a nod. That evening at the Murex Shell, in a secluded room adjoining the tavern, we ate a salad of octopus and hearts of palm, followed by a rich fish stew. Our server was the same attractive blonde who had brought our wine the previous night. I learned her name was Galatea. I understood why Antipater had splurged on the private room when a stranger filled the doorway. The man wore a deep blue tunic secured by a wide leather belt. From the belt hung a scabbard holding a dagger, its hilt inlaid with ivory and encircled by a ring of tiny rubies. The tunic fell to his knees, but left his powerful, sun-browned arms bare, each adorned with intricate silver armbands and bracelets. A jumble of silver necklaces set with carnelian and lapis lazuli pendants gleamed at his throat, and heavy silver rings stretched his earlobes. His hair was long and untidy, mostly black but streaked with silver, and his jaw was shadowed with several days' growth of beard. His weathered, deeply lined face made his age hard to guess. I could only tell he was considerably older than me, yet younger than Antipater. Antipater, having just finished his stew, looked up and raised his brows. My name is Carinus. I believe we have an arrangement." Antipater kept his gaze fixed on the man and slid his bowl aside, clearing the space on the table before him. "We do. Have you brought?" Slung over his shoulder was a satchel bulging with leather tubes. He drew one out and unrolled a frayed brown papyrus scroll. "It appears very ancient," observed Antipater. "So it is," replied Carinus. "With a document like this, older is preferable. The more recent the copy, the greater the chance errors have slipped in, and that can be perilous, as I'm certain you understand. Make one tiny mistake, and, poof, you've turned yourself into a vegetable." Antipater gave a slightly nervous laugh. "Yes, I can picture it, so ancient and so fragile. Treat it gently." "May I hold it?" asked Antipater. "You may, but until it's yours, handle it as the precious rarity it is." Absolutely with eager care, Antipater accepted the scroll from Carinus and spread it open on the table. The papyrus was so aged it lay perfectly flat without any weights. I stood up and peered over his shoulder. The Greek script was written in some old-fashioned hand I didn't know, and the ink had faded so badly I could barely make out the words, but Antipater appeared to follow it easily. I watched his finger trace each line as he muttered quietly to himself. Incredible. Transformation of man into woman, the murderous gaze, temporary comprehension of avian speech, how to command a sleeper's dreams. The reviving of the dead astounding. "What is this, teacher?" I asked, looking up at Carinus. The man stood with his arms crossed, observing Antipater's excitement with a knowing, amused expression. "This document is a summary, a table of contents for the books of hidden wisdom," Antipater explained. "Remarkable, if even a fraction of these formulas are genuine. Such a collection would be priceless," Carinus finished the thought. He chuckled. "And so you must be wondering, why am I willing to part with it?" He gave the satchel a pat. "Here's the truth. A good many of these scrolls are pure junk. You mix the witch's brew exactly as written, down to the last grain, but instead of sprouting a second head, you just end up with a terrible stomachache. And honestly, who really wants two heads?" He laughed again. "Some of the volumes are utter nonsense. All that Chaldean star reading, even if you could foretell the future by studying the heavens, who'd want to? Life's boring enough as it is. I like a good surprise. As for the Book of Hebrew Sayings, I can take it or leave it," he shrugged. "It sounds as though you've spent considerable time with these texts," Antipater noted. "I have, don't let my looks deceive you. I know what you see, a pirate. What other kind of man parades around in this much jewelry, ready to pawn it all in a heartbeat if he needs to skip town? But the fact is, my father was a scholar at the Library of Alexandria. I was raised among books. I could recite Hesiod before I was out of diapers. Some days are a stepmother, others a true mother," he laughed. "My life's taken a few detours since those days, but I still know the worth of the written word." "So you're saying the books of hidden wisdom are useless?" Antipater looked deeply disappointed. "I didn't say that, my friend." Carinus patted the satchel and glanced at the tightly packed leather tubes. "Hidden among these are works of real brilliance. The trick is sorting the treasure from the trash. You could figure it out through trial and error, but that might take a lifetime, or end your lifetime if you slip up." "Slip up?" Carinus nodded. "You'll find plenty of love charms in here. That's what most customers are after, and willing to pay for. Now, personally, I've never had trouble attracting whichever pretty catch caught my eye, but for some folks, I get it, that's a real struggle. So these scrolls are full of spells and potions for just that. But imagine some wealthy old toad hires you to concoct one of these potions for the lovely young thing he's obsessed with. Say the potion works well enough at first, but then turns out to be toxic. He whistled and puffed out his cheeks. You've never seen anyone angrier than a paying client who wakes up next to a corpse, no matter how beautiful, and blames you for it. Believe me, I know. I've been in that spot.
So you have used these books yourself? Said Antipater. Have you actually tried these formulas yourself? Here and there, in fragments. But I haven't dedicated my entire existence to the pursuit, which is what would be required to truly master it all. To be perfectly honest, it's simply not a worthwhile investment of my time. I have no need for sorcery. I favor a more straightforward approach, if you catch my meaning. When I desire something, I acquire it directly.
There's no necessity for mental manipulation or vanishing from sight. Vanishing, Antipater murmured, his voice low. Does such a formula truly exist? The gentleman I conversed with yesterday hinted at. Yes, that was my associate. He possesses a superficial knowledge of these texts, but nothing substantial. Yet he specifically spoke of becoming unseen. Indeed, he did, and he relayed to me your particular fascination with that concept. So I took the liberty of locating the relevant section. Carinus fumbled through his leather bag, muttering in frustration as he searched. Ah, here we are. From a particularly worn leather case, he withdrew an equally fragile piece of papyrus. Might I examine it? Antipater asked, a slight tremor in his words. Gently. It's practically crumbling. You can see where a piece broke off just yesterday while I was preparing the mixture. You've actually concocted an invisibility elixir?
Absolutely. And it wasn't my first attempt. But it's far from simple. Several components are nearly impossible to source, and the measurements must be precise. Carinus dug deeper into his satchel and produced a small vial of dark green glass sealed with a cork. Is that it? Antipater breathed. The genuine article, Carinus confirmed with a sly grin. I prepared it myself late last night. But how does one? Carinus gestured toward the scroll. Read the instructions.
Antipater leaned over the ancient papyrus and began to read aloud. Take the left forefoot of the reptile known as a chameleon. Note the specification, the left foot. Carinus interjected. Front or rear limb doesn't matter, but under no circumstances use a right foot. I learned that lesson the hard way, and the results were unsettling. Continue. Combine with an equal portion of the herb also called chameleon. What is that plant? Carinus shrugged. It grows locally, found in Egypt as well. Antipater nodded and read on. Roast in a kiln until browned but not charred, then grind to powder and blend with a salve composed of... He scanned the next line silently before speaking again. The procedure seems clear enough. Transfer to a glass vessel? Glass, never metal, Carinus emphasized. Any metallic container will spoil the mixture instantly. A crucial detail, Antipater returned to the scroll. If kept sealed, this preparation will retain its potency indefinitely. Permits the user to move among a crowd undetected. Ingest only a minimal amount for the initial application, with progressively larger doses as required thereafter. Carinus gave a knowing nod. The body builds a tolerance. You require more each time. I've used it so frequently that I'd now need to drink this entire vial to achieve any effect, and even then you might spot me in strong sunlight. But for a first-timer like yourself, a few drops on the tongue should suffice, at least for a short while. Incredible, Antipater exclaimed. Are you suggesting I could test it? Naturally? Right here? Right now? Why not? But a word of caution, it may induce some peculiar sensations. Peculiar? Dizziness. A general oddness. Lightheadedness. Not quite intoxication. It can be somewhat disagreeable, but that's the trade-off. Antipater's brow furrowed. But it's otherwise harmless? Carinus spread his hands wide. Look at me. Still breathing, with all my faculties intact. Antipater took the vial, removed the stopper, and brought it to his nose. He immediately recoiled, swiftly replacing the cork. That odor, it's foul. Carinus chuckled. I never claimed it was palatable. I could no longer hold my tongue. Teacher, are you certain about this? To tell you the truth, Gordianus, I've yearned for this opportunity since childhood. I never imagined it would come to pass." Antipater gazed at the vial for a prolonged moment, a strange, almost giddy smile touching his lips. The musty air of the room seemed to crackle with his anticipation. "I'm going to proceed. Then we shall wait here for it to take hold, and you, my young friend, will report on its effectiveness." Carinus gave a slow, dismissive shake of his head. "I doubt that plan will succeed. Just as a trial, I mean?" "Why not?" Antipater replied. "If I understand correctly, the two of you are journeying together?" "That's right. And it's been a considerable while? More than a year now. Spending nearly every day in each other's company?" "Yes. Then your companion here will still perceive you, even under the potion's influence." "What do you mean?" "It concerns what's known as rays of visibility. One of the other scrolls explains the principle. I won't pretend to grasp all the details, but think of it like the lingering impression of an object you've stared at, even after you shut your eyes. Someone whose sight is accustomed to your particular rays, someone who sees you daily, will continue to see you when others cannot." Antipater's expression darkened. "That does rather restrict the potion's usefulness, doesn't it?" Carinus gave a casual shrug. "It means a fellow can't turn invisible and slip past his own wife, true enough. But that same man could walk unnoticed through a square full of strangers." Antipater considered this, then nodded. "So if I take this and step into the common room, none of those people should see me?" "Exactly." "What about Galatea, the serving girl?" I interjected. "She's waited on Antipater several times these past few days." "That's not nearly long enough to absorb his rays. That requires months, typically." "I'm ready." Antipater reached for the vial again, but Carinus caught his wrist. "Not so fast. Let's confirm our terms." "Did you bring the agreed amount?" Antipater tapped the pouch concealed beneath his tunic, eliciting a soft jingle, then produced a small, weighty bag. "Every bit. You're welcome to count it. I plan to. And all in Tyrian shekels?" "I have no use for foreign currency." "Exactly as your messenger specified." Carinus gave a satisfied nod. "Place the payment on the table. Beside it, I'll set the books of secret wisdom." He heaved the satchel onto the surface. "The books for the coin. That's our bargain." "Agreed," said Antipater. "Now let's proceed." I had never witnessed Antipater so animated. He uncorked the small bottle, tipped a couple drops of the murky, oily unguent onto his hand, and touched his tongue to it. "Like this?" he asked, glancing at Carinus. "That should suffice. The effects may take a moment. Browse the scrolls while you wait. I'll attend to the coins." Antipater began sifting through the satchel. Each leather case bore a tag naming the scroll within. Meanwhile, Carinus emptied the money bag, pouring a small fortune in silver onto the table and sorting it into neat stacks. The sheer quantity took my breath away. Where had Antipater acquired such wealth? Carinus noticed my astonishment. He lifted one coin, letting lamplight glint off its surface. "The Tyrian silver shekel? Is there anything finer?" The noble profile of Melkart on one face, a majestic eagle gripping a palm branch on the other. Frankly, who would choose a pile of musty old scrolls over these? But to each his own. "If my collection is worth this to you, I'm content to trade." Abruptly, Antipater let the scroll case he was holding clatter to the table and sat up straight. Carinus observed him and smiled. "There, it's starting. Your edges are already growing faint." "Yes, I feel it," Antipater murmured. A warmth, not unpleasant, but distinctly unusual. I peered at him. "I don't see any difference." "And you won't, lad?" said Carinus. "Just as I said. By Melkart, look at him vanish. It astonishes me every single time." He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Honestly, for all that silver, you'd think the effect would last longer than a sneeze in a sandstorm, but then wisdom often comes in fleeting glimpses, doesn't it?" "Has it happened?" Antipater said, standing from his chair. "Am I unseen?" He drifted toward the door. Carinus kept his eyes fixed on the now empty space where Antipater had been. "Go on into the common room if you wish. See how the crowd reacts." Antipater had barely finished his warning about the potion's fleeting effect when he pushed the door open to leave. Carinus flinched, letting out a soft, startled oath before shaking his head with a chuckle. I swore I wouldn't be surprised, he admitted, but an empty doorway where a man should be is unnerving. I should accompany him, I said, beginning to rise. Carinus gestured for me to stay seated. Let the scholar enjoy his experiment. My eyes drifted to the stacks of silver coins and the cases of scrolls on the table, and I settled back into my chair. The room had 3 doors, one to the common area, one to the kitchens, and a third leading to an unknown corridor. Leaving our newfound acquaintance alone with such treasures seemed unwise. He picked up a coin and whistled softly. Now, here's a curiosity. A Melkart missing his nose. What do you mean? These are uncommon finds, he explained. A flaw in the original die meant some of these shekels were struck with the god's face incomplete. They corrected it quickly, so these noseless versions are scarce. Does that make them more valuable? He let out a derisive snort. Not a bit. They're worth their weight in silver, same as any other. If anything, who'd want a defective god in their purse? It's bad luck. As he continued to admire the coins with the delight of a child with new toys, I turned my attention to the books of secret wisdom. By chance, I unrolled a scroll detailing methods to transform a man into a woman, and the reverse. This was a topic I had encountered before, having once seen a purported transformation at the sacred spring of Salmacis in Halicarnassus. I was skimming the text for any mention of that very place when I sensed Carinus leaning in, his head nearly touching mine as he tried to read the upside-down script. Thinking of a change? He asked, his smile overly friendly. Maybe just for an evening's diversion. I shifted uncomfortably. Not while you're in the room, he laughed. Oh, come now, young Roman. You are Roman, yes? The accent is unmistakable. What have you got against me? I'm merely an honest merchant conducting an honest sale. Is that so? And how exactly did an honest merchant come by these books of secret wisdom? Ah, that, he said, his smile turning sly, is my own affair. But I assure you their authenticity is beyond question. Do you think I'd dare deceive your learned companion? He is far older and wiser than you, my friend, and he appears to trust me. I was searching for a suitably sharp retort when the door swung open and Antipater reappeared, his face alight with a triumphant, almost giddy grin. Carinus turned toward the sound, staring at the seemingly empty space for a moment before narrowing his eyes. Ah, the effect is fading. I can just make out your shape. How was it? Magnificent, Antipater declared, his voice bubbling with excitement. Utterly undetectable. It afforded me a most mischievous feeling. I couldn't help but indulge in a few pranks. What kind of pranks? I asked, dismayed at the image of my venerable tutor acting like a mischievous youth. No matter, Gordianus, Antipater said, drawing himself up as if to shed his childish demeanor. The crucial point is that the formula is genuine. The possibilities are staggering. For military strategy, for gathering intelligence, a man with this power could alter the fate of empires. But, teacher, I countered, remember the tale of Icarus? If the gods intended men to fly, they would have granted us wings. And if we were meant to be unseen, you must experience it for yourself. Antipater interrupted, thrusting the small vial toward me. What? Go on, try it, Carinus urged. I stared at the container for a long moment before accepting it from Antipater. I removed the stopper and inhaled cautiously. The odor was as foul as he had described. Proceed, Antipater instructed. 2 drops on the back of your hand. Carinus tilted his head, studying me. You're young and robust. The sensation might even be exhilarating. Perhaps 3 drops would be a better starting point, Carinus suggested. Drawing a steadying breath, I let 3 small drops of the salve fall onto my palm. With a final flicker of doubt, I licked them clean. The flavor was appalling. For an uncomfortably long stretch, the 2 men simply watched me in quiet anticipation. Gradually, a warmth kindled deep in my gut, radiating outward to my chest and arms and legs. My thoughts seemed to float, untethered, and the room itself took on a soft internal luminescence. Carinus gave a knowing smile and a nod. There you feel it now. Antipater only scowled. I observed no difference whatsoever, and you won't, as I told you, Carinus replied, turning to me. What is your experience, young Roman? My throat felt dry. Unusual, but not unpleasant. I glanced at my hand, the one I had licked. I can still see myself perfectly well. Naturally, said Carinus, those are the rays of visibility. You are accustomed to your own form, so you remain immune to your own vanishing act. He kept his eyes fixed on the chair where I had been, even as I had quietly stood and moved toward the doorway.
Test it!
Antipater urged in a hushed tone. Step out into the main room. I'll accompany you. No, teacher, remain here, I said, my gaze lingering on the coins on the table, the sack of scrolls, and on Carinus, whose motives I still questioned. As you wish, Antipater conceded, settling into a seat with evident relief and beginning to examine the manuscript cylinders. Buoyed by the potion's peculiar energy, I stepped into the common room. The small tavern was sparsely populated, with maybe a dozen patrons scattered about, drinking and casting dice. I moved from one end of the space to the other, stepping as lightly as a ghost. True enough, not a single glance was thrown my way. I indulged in a few small tests, like snapping my fingers sharply before the bleary eyes of a half-conscious drinker who jolted back in confusion. Just then, Galatea walked past, bearing a full pitcher of wine. I fell into step beside her, studying her flawless features, her cascade of golden hair, and the tantalizing curve of her breasts, which her dress seemed designed to showcase. What a pity I hadn't been born 100 years earlier, in that fabled era when such fashions were commonplace. I trailed her as she made her rounds, noting how she laughed and traded playful jests with every man present. A sudden, ridiculous pang of envy shot through me. I leaned close, my lips nearly brushing her ear, and whispered, "Boo!" The poor girl jumped violently, sloshing wine from the pitcher all down the front of her gown. Some of the dark liquid splashed across her chest. The men who saw her fumble erupted in laughter and catcalls. "Here now, Galatea," one bellowed. "Allow me to help clean that up for you." I saw the flush of embarrassment color her cheeks and felt a twinge of remorse. But when she turned and hurried down a narrow passageway, my curiosity overpowered my shame. I followed. She stepped into a small chamber, and I slipped in behind her just before the door swung shut. The cramped, windowless room was cluttered and lit by a single guttering lamp. It was clearly her sleeping quarters, holding only a narrow cot, a simple chair, and an open chest spilling over with garments. I stood frozen, watching as Galatea, with an exasperated sigh, pulled the wine-stained dress up and over her head, standing utterly unclothed before me. It had been many months since I had laid eyes on a naked woman. My time on roads through the winter had involved a certain closeness with Vindovix the Gaul, but that was a companionship of a different sort entirely. Now, secure in my invisibility, I stared openly. She turned this way and that in the lamplight's amber glow, offering a view from every angle. Galatea was a living statue of Venus, all sleek, pale limbs, alluring curves at her hips, and breasts that shifted form enchantingly with her every movement, as she bent, as she turned, as she straightened. Each new silhouette was more maddening than the last. When she finally bent to retrieve a fresh dress from the trunk, a groan of sheer disappointment escaped me before I could stop it. Galatea spun around, her eyes searching the dim space directly where I stood. "Is someone there?" I ceased to breathe. She frowned, peered into the shadows for a heartbeat longer, then simply shrugged and turned her back to me, pulling the clean garment over her head. But when she turned back to me, whatever had hidden me from sight must have faded, because she jumped and lifted her hands as if to shield herself. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" She was clearly startled, as anyone would be to find a man appearing out of thin air in a locked room. For a heartbeat, I was just as stunned, but I managed to find my voice. "I believe I'm the reason you dropped the wine earlier," I offered. She shook her head. "Don't be ridiculous. I was just careless. But where did you come from? Does it really matter?" Galatea's expression softened into a smile. "Wait, I know you. You're that young Roman traveling with the older gentleman? The light in here is so poor. I didn't recognize you at first. Still, how exactly did you?" "I'm sorry about the wine. This dress is finished," she sighed. "I'll find you a new one." "That's kind, but I should get back. If I don't, those drunkards might just help themselves behind the counter." As she moved toward the door, she passed so near that our bodies brushed. That fleeting touch seemed to tell her everything, because her eyes flickered downward before she met my gaze with a sly grin, giving me a swift, unexpected kiss before slipping out and leaving me alone in the small room. When I finally returned to the private dining area, Antipater and Carinus had concluded their business. The coins were gone, and the bag of scrolls rested at Antipater's feet. "How did it go?" Carinus asked with a smirk. Antipater chuckled. "Well, Gordianus, you look like you've been up to no good." I felt my face grow warm, which only made him laugh harder. "By the gods, I think you really did get into mischief." Carinus seemed equally entertained and used my flustered state to give me a playful slap on the back. After a brief farewell, he departed with the payment, leaving the scrolls behind. Later that night, long past midnight in our room, Antipater was still hunched over his new acquisitions, carefully refilling the lamp oil whenever it dimmed. Every so often he'd murmur to himself or let out a gasp of wonder. "Incredible," he'd whisper, or "Can this truly be real?" While he read, my thoughts were entirely consumed by Galatea. Lying on my narrow cot wearing only a loincloth beneath a thin sheet, I listened to the nighttime sounds from the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against the docks, the faint groaning of ships, but none of it settled my restless mind. My eyes were closed, yet sleep felt miles away. A thought suddenly struck me. "Teacher, what happened to that vial?" "Which vial?" "The one with the potion. It's in the satchel with the scrolls." "Why do you ask?" "No reason." He glanced up from the scroll in his lap, studying me from the corner of his eye. "Feeling the need to go unseen tonight, are we?" "Certainly not." He gave a doubtful hum and returned to his reading. I tossed and turned, unable to find any peace. In my mind, I was convinced Galatea slept without a stitch on, not even a sheet. No matter how I tried, I couldn't shake the image. Eventually, the lamplight grew faint as the oil ran low, and Antipater didn't refill them. His head dipped, his grip slackened, and the scroll slipped from his lap, unrolling onto the floor. Soon he was snoring softly. Very quietly, I rose from my bed. I began to reach for my tunic, then stopped. If I was going to be invisible, why would I need clothes? The loincloth came off next, and for a moment I simply stood there, a 19-year-old thrilling in his own nakedness, savoring the cool sea air from the window. Moving with utmost care, I found the vial, removed the stopper, and swallowed a few drops. It didn't take long for the effect to begin. Downstairs, the common room was dark and silent, closed for the night. Guided by memory in the blackness, I felt my way down the narrow hall to Galatea's door. It was unlocked. With a gentle touch, I released the latch, eased the door inward, and slipped into the room. A single lamp, perched on a trunk, cast a faint, low light. I realized I had been mistaken on one count. Galatea did sleep beneath a sheet. No glimpse of skin caught the lamp's amber slant. Instead, the linen lay in a rumpled terrain of folds and darkness. Beside the lamp, a bright glint caught my eye, a silver coin. Lured by its shine, I bent over the trunk for a better look. It was a Tyrian shekel, yet not an ordinary one. The profile of Melkart was missing its nose. What were the odds of encountering two such rare coins in one day? Peering closer, I felt certain this was the very coin Carinus had shown me earlier. How had it come into Galatea's possession, unless he had given it to her? And why would a man part with a silver piece of such worth for a mere serving girl, unless she had rendered a service far beyond pouring wine? How many others in the tavern that night had Carinus paid a silver shekel for their impeccable performances? He could have handed one to every man present and still had plenty to spare. A soft, sleepy sigh broke the silence. I turned and stood at the foot of the bed. A sudden sharp anger at being made a fool of surged through me. I grabbed the nearest corner of the sheet and tore it from the bed. On this I had been correct. Galatea slept naked. The gentle amber light playing over her resting form sent a pang of desire through me, mingling strangely with my fury. But she was not alone. Beside her lay Carinus, equally unclothed. The two stirred, drowsily groping for the sheet that had been so abruptly stolen. A new thought then struck me, contradicting my first assumption. What if Carinus had given Galatea the shekel simply for the pleasure of her company and not for participating in the illusion that two traveling fools had turned invisible? If that were true, then my anger was misplaced and the potion actually worked, meaning neither of them could see me standing there, utterly exposed. This hopeful notion was shattered an instant later by Carinus himself. Groggy from wine and other indulgences, he shifted to one side of the bed, creating a small space between himself and Galatea, and patted the empty spot. "Come to join us, you strapping Roman?" The three of us could reenact the passionate escapade of Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser with Queen Laodice. Galatea laughed, peered at me through half-closed eyes, and offered a sleepy, knowing smile. She joined Carinus in patting the invitation. They could see me. After all, the entire deception crashed down around me. The first hint of dawn was filtering through the open window when I woke Antipater and shared my discovery. Now, the bright, slanting sunlight gleamed on the harbor masts, and we were still locked in argument. "No, Gordianus, I will not pursue it. The money is his, the books are mine, and that is the final word." "It isn't right," I insisted, pacing the room.
"You were exploited. He made fools of us both."
Antipater lifted a frosty eyebrow. "Is it proper to call your elderly tutor a fool?" "You know that's not my meaning," I shot back, my face growing warm with every recollection. Whenever I think about it, I burn with humiliation. Think about what? How they must all have been laughing at us behind our backs. That whole room of men paid off by Carinus to play along with his farce. We thought we were fooling them walking about invisible, but they were fooling us. They saw us the entire time. Antipater considered this, a thoughtful look crossing his face. One must acknowledge the acting skill such a performance required. It is rather remarkable none of them broke into laughter. "I'm sure they're laughing at us now," I muttered, the imagined sound of it echoing in my mind. "And they'll laugh every time they tell the story." The sting of the jest, it seemed, would be a lasting souvenir when I consider it. Then my suggestion, Gordianus, is that you stop considering it. I inhaled sharply. If I could have taken the money back from Carinus, I would have. But I was unarmed. I had not told Antipater that I'd been without even clothing, let alone a weapon, when I met Carinus. Some details of that nighttime meeting were better left unspoken, but there was no actual theft, Gordianus. What law did he break? He cheated you. About the potion, yes, but I wasn't paying him for the potion, I was paying for the books of secret wisdom. And why would you believe those aren't forgeries, too? Worthless nonsense, complete gibberish. Because last night I examined them closely. I have no doubt these are the very books of secret wisdom mentioned in the tales of Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser. But the invisibility potion was useless. We both felt a bit lightheaded, but we didn't turn invisible. True, that batch was useless, but that doesn't mean the recipe itself is flawed. Carinus was at fault, not the scroll. He was probably too lazy to gather all the proper ingredients. For instance, I think he misidentified what the text calls the chameleon herb. It might not even grow around here. It could take considerable research to figure out which plant it really refers to. Teacher, what makes you think these books of secret wisdom are any less fraudulent than the man who sold them? For a moment, Antipater seemed caught off guard. Then his expression hardened. I believe in the books of secret wisdom, Gordianus, because I believe in the legends. Those stories confirm that the magic in these scrolls is real, if we can only interpret their wisdom correctly. I took a long breath. There was no point arguing with a man's faith in the stories he grew up with. So, Gordianus, where's our friend Carinus now? He left the inn at dawn, taking his earnings with him, but we could still find him. No, absolutely not. Antipater was firm. I'm glad you ran into him and learned the truth about the potion. I trust neither of you was hurt during your exchange? There was no fighting? No, no violence, no physical contact of that kind. He gave my vague addition a blank stare, but didn't press further. And I'm sorry you faced such a letdown in the girl's room. Not only did you realize she helped deceive us, but you found her with another man. Alas, someone else picked the fruit before you. I assume Carinus fled as soon as you got the truth from him? I shifted my weight uneasily. Not exactly. Ah, so you got the truth from him, then left him there with the girl? No, I watched him get dressed and leave the room, eventually. Antipater frowned. I'm not sure when I fell asleep, but I thought you went to her room just before dawn and returned at first light. Or did you go earlier? Just how long were the three of you in that room, and what kept you so long? He watched me fidget and raised an eyebrow. Well, never mind. It's not my concern. Just as my acquiring these books and what I paid for them is not yours. Agreed? After a pause, I nodded. Agreed. Then we will not speak of it again. That day, we hired a small team of mules and made arrangements for the next part of our journey. The following morning, we left Tyre and set out for Babylon. As the mules carried us along the worn road toward the Lebanon mountains, we both fell into a quiet, thoughtful silence, the landscape unfolding around us like a vast, unread scroll. I found myself puzzling over how a man as typically astute as Antipater could have been so thoroughly misled by someone like Carinus. What was it about those so-called books of secret wisdom that convinced him of their worth when they proved utterly worthless? I concluded this failure of judgment was tied to our return to his birthplace. Long-buried childhood fantasies had awakened, stirring a naive part of him that overrode the seasoned wisdom of his years. As for my own poor judgment, I could only blame my youth. I was 19, impressionable, and far from home on a lengthy voyage. Every new place and person I met caught me off guard, and I often surprised even myself with my reactions. After a long silence, Antipater finally spoke. Gordianus, you noted on our first night at the Murex Shell that the tales of Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser seem absent from all other lore we've encountered, and you wondered why? I've pondered that. Why would two such compelling figures be ignored by historians and scholars, overlooked by poets and priests? Frankly, I believe they were simply too disreputable. They refused to swear loyalty to any one city, which made them poor subjects for a civic epic. Their frequent dealings with sorcerers and demons repelled serious philosophers, and their unreliable natures displeased sober historians. In short, they were rogues, and rogues find no place among the lists of kings and celebrated heroes. Perhaps no poet will ever immortalize them, which is a genuine shame. We rode in quiet contemplation for a time, the road climbing steadily as our mules pressed on. I've been wondering, I ventured. Yes, Gordianus? Do you believe a poet might one day write of our adventures, teacher? Antipater offered a wistful smile. I fear I shall not live long enough to compose such a work myself. True to form, at the word poet, his thoughts turned solely to his own ambitions. Maybe I'll write it, I suggested. You? He chuckled. But you are no poet. And your Greek is atrocious. Must all poetry be in Greek? All poetry of any merit, he retorted, his familiar anti-Roman bias showing. I wonder, teacher, I pressed on, in such a poem would we be portrayed as heroes or villains, as sages or fools? Or perhaps as rogues? Ha! I should think the primary rogue in our recent misadventure was that scoundrel Carinus, who shared your lodgings. Seeing my embarrassed flush, he laughed heartily. But can a man not be all those things at once, as Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser were? That is what makes them captivating. Some men present one face to the world while hiding another beneath. The true poet reveals not merely the exterior of his subject, but all the inner contradictions, allowing the reader to decide. I looked at my white-haired tutor, feeling a deep surge of affection. I will remember that, teacher, when the time comes to set down my own account. Balanced on the slick, moonlit ridge of the tiled roof, Sir Hereward let out a low grumble. I told you we should have bought that monkey, he whispered, his bare feet flinching against the cold, sharp copper sheathing. A sudden squall had left everything treacherously wet, and his chimney-sweep's disguise offered little comfort. Beside him, Mr. Fitz, his pumpkin-shaped head hidden beneath a ragged hood, gave a dismissive twitch of one leather-gauntleted hand. The creature's mind was a scrambled mess, entirely unsuitable for sorceress instruction. It was a thief, not a tool. It stole my purse with admirable skill, Hereward countered, shifting his weight as he eyed the massive brick chimney stack ahead. A thin band of gold, etched with sinister runes, gleamed halfway up its side. A monkey could have leaped right over those curses. Instead, I'm freezing, soaked, and about to climb a cursed chimney. The curses are volumetric, not linear. Leaping would have been pointless, Fitz stated, his bright blue eyes studying the defenses. The architect was no amateur. He produced several long strips of onion skin paper from his belt pouch, their surfaces densely covered in rust-colored script. With a precise flick of his fabric-like tongue to gather moisture, he affixed one sheet over the glowing gold band. The malevolent runes flared hotly before dimming into a subdued, sullen pulse. "Are they neutralized?" Hereward asked, uncoiling his rope. "Merely softened," Fitz replied, already applying a second paper to the chimney's cornice. "A clever touch, hiding secondary spells up here. They will now induce, at worst, a temporary pang or a lingering ache." Sir Hereward sighed, a sound of profound weariness. "There are aches that make a man wish for a clean death," he muttered, but he readied his grapnel. The night's work, it seemed, was only just beginning, and it promised to be as unpleasant as he had feared. "I think we can move forward now. The risk seems manageable. Are you feeling good about our approach? If the intelligence we've gathered is accurate, and your scrying holds true," Sir Hereward replied, "which, let's be honest, it probably isn't. Still, I doubt Montal has any idea we're coming, and that's a point in our favor." The mansion they were currently perched upon belonged to the notorious Montal, nicknamed Flatpurse, not for a lack of wealth, but for his legendary stinginess in spending the vast fortune he publicly denied possessing. He had drawn the attention of Sir Hereward and Mr. Fitz, who only engaged in burglary when the cause was right, because he had recently taken secret delivery of a shipment of 74 ivory figurines. These tiny carvings represented the minor deities of the distant realm of Asantralur. Unbeknownst to Montal, perhaps, 14 of these figures were far more than simple idols. They were active anchors tethering the actual proscribed entities to our world, capable of summoning them back into full, dangerous existence. The Council of the Treaty for the Safety of the World, an organization often considered mythical, frequently rumored defunct, and generally full of surprises, had long sought these artifacts for destruction. Sir Hereward was a member of this sisterhood. His male birth being an unexpected detail the Council had pragmatically overlooked. Mr. Fitz, his companion, was a being of fluid nature who had served the Council in countless capacities since its founding millennia ago. In a more hospitable city, a simple warrant might have sufficed, but Quackrash was a law unto itself, far from any allied influence. Here, Montal wasn't just a city councilman and a colonel of the guard, he also lavishly bribed the entire local judiciary and police force to ensure any criminal enterprise in his district was his own. Thus, the rooftop approach in the drizzle and the planned descent via a death charm-laced chimney. Sir Hereward clenched his jaw as he swung a leg over the paper talismans lining the chimney stack, half expecting a searing pain in a most sensitive area, exactly the sort of discomfort Mr. Fitz might dismiss as a minor ache. Instead, he felt only a faint, prickling numbness, like a limb falling asleep. Securing his grapple, he lowered the rope silently until it went slack. If the schematics they'd purchased from a corrupt official were correct, the rope's end now dangled just above the open hearth in the hall below. "Given the impressive volume of Alistran Red you consumed last evening, a quick review of the plan is prudent," Mr. Fitz whispered. "I shall descend first to neutralize any secondary enchantments. You will follow on the count of 8? 10. We settled on 10. Sir Hereward hissed back. "What if you encounter a ward that takes more than a moment to unravel? I have no desire to stumble into a flesh-melting hex or a bone separator." "Very well. On the count of 10, then, we will emerge in the Great Hall, which is likely deserted." Hereward made a non-committal grunt, a sound that conveyed less disagreement and more a general skepticism about their luck. "Likely deserted due to our host's famed frugality," Mr. Fitz continued, undeterred, save for the guard hounds he lets roam the house at night. Sir Hereward tapped the side of his breeches, where a significant bulge ran down his left leg. That was the location of the segmented bone Mr. Fitz had enchanted, a charm designed to send any canine into a deep and immediate slumber. The bone was cleverly jointed into 4 pieces, so that each guard dog, be it a lurcher, a gripper, or some other breed, could seize its own portion. A single lick would do the trick. Thankfully, the enchantment was specific to dogs, making the bone safe to handle. Mr. Fitz knew many such spells for different creatures. When crafted for humans, the charm was usually placed in a sweet or a pastry, unless intended for the likes of the cannibals said to dwell in the ruins of Corydon. We go right along this hall, up the steps, and through the inner door to the counting house, Mr. Fitz stated. According to my scrying, Montal leaves that inner way unlocked when he's home, as he enjoys coming and going freely. Still, I have 2 curiosities left that should manage the lock if it proves necessary. Then we snatch the ivories, unlock the counting house's main door from the inside, cross the courtyard, deal with the gate guards who won't be expecting us, slip out the night postern, and make our escape, Hereward continued, summing up the plan. Simple, elegant, straight to the point. I would hesitate to call it elegant, remarked Mr. Fitz, but it should achieve our goal. Shall we begin? After you, said Sir Hereward, giving a slight courtly nod as if at a formal gathering. Mr. Fitz gripped the rope with both gauntleted hands and descended head first, his blue-pupilled eyes peering into the sooty gloom below. Hereward counted to 12 before following. His climb wasn't as fluid as the puppet's, but it was efficient, a technique learned long ago as an extra hand aboard the pirate chaser Termagant Biter, returning to him now without thought. The chimney, seldom used due to Montal's notorious stinginess with fuel, was thick with old soot. Though Hereward tried to keep his weight on the rope and only touched the sides with his boots, he swung several times on the way down, his back and elbows scraping loose clouds of choking black dust. Much of it billowed upward as well as falling, so by the time he landed softly beside Mr. Fitz, both of them were thoroughly blackened, their chimney sweep disguises now convincingly authentic. The hall was not only deserted, but profoundly dark. Montal forbade candles or lanterns in any room he wasn't occupying. Mr. Fitz could see perfectly, but Sir Hereward had to rely entirely on his hearing, and he did not like what he heard. A wet, slobbery, snuffling sound, the kind that often precedes the crunch of large teeth, and it was far closer than was comfortable. It also didn't sound quite like a dog. It was louder and had a strange, rasping quality. "Hand me the bone," said Mr. Fitz, his tone as composed as ever, which was no indicator of danger since the puppet was always calm. "What is it?" whispered Sir Hereward, moving with extreme slowness to draw the soporific bone from his trousers. He moved slowly because he feared a sudden motion might turn those slobbering noises into crunching ones, with his own limb providing the source. "A basilisk," Mr. Fitz replied. "It's licking my glove at this very moment. A basilisk," Sir Hereward hissed, instinctively squeezing his eyes shut at the mention of the petrifying creature. "Will the bone work on a basilisk?" "We are about to find out," answered Mr. Fitz. Hereward sensed the puppet take the offered bone, and a moment later the wet, slobbering sounds intensified, quickly followed by the dreadful crunching he had dreaded. Almost as soon as they began, the noises stopped, punctuated by a heavy thud that sent a tremor through the floorboards, leaving an abrupt silence. "I shall have to revise my notes on soporific bones," remarked Mr. Fitz. "I considered it a long shot, but Plantarl's index notes a canine element in the original basilisk hybrid created by Kexel Ungard. A trace of gazehound, perhaps, though the reptile clearly dominates the creatures." "Does it?" interrupted Sir Hereward, his voice thick with sarcasm. "As I am currently blind, I'll have to take your word for it. Might we proceed? Preferably with some illumination?" "Of course," replied Mr. Fitz. The puppet did not need an esoteric needle for such a simple task. Instead, Hereward saw 2 faint blue sparks ignite, like the lighting of a treated wick. They grew steadily brighter as Fitz increased the luminosity of his eyes, a useful old trick. It had saved them more than once, most memorably when a midnight map-reading error saw Hereward lead a rearguard to safety instead of into a trap set by followers of Pozalk Nymphones, a god for whom prisoners were merely a delayed meal destined for a slow, dreadful end within its toothless maw. Fitz kept the glow low, so Hereward squinted as he peered from the hearth. The basilisk was a dark, slumped form just past the bronze firedogs. From its silhouette, it looked like nothing more than a particularly ugly lizard, which aligned with his understanding aside from their famed petrifying gaze. "Why place a basilisk here?" Hereward whispered, scanning the shadowy hall. "Without some triggered light, its gaze is useless in the dark. It makes no sense." "I doubt it is an intended resident," said Mr. Fitz. Hereward's attention shifted. "There's something else near the counting-house door." He could discern a shape he had first mistaken for a large cabinet, but it held a slight, rhythmic motion, like breathing. The door behind it is slightly open. Can you identify it? The puppet edged out beside him, steadying himself for a moment against Hereward's knee as he leaned past the hollowed-out, marble-like foot of a moklek, a shorn, domesticated relative of the wild mammoth, which served as a holder for fireplace tools, including a six-pronged toasting fork.
Yes, I can, said Mr. Fitz. How curious.
Would you care to share what it is?
A pygmy moklek. An albino, I believe, unexpected, but it may provide us with an advantage. A basilisk and an albino pygmy moklek were decidedly not in our plans, stated Sir Hereward flatly. And I hesitate to call their presence an advantage. That creature is blocking the doorway. Does it have tusks? Short tusks with jeweled tips, confirmed Mr. Fitz. It is asleep. Even a moklek can be roused to rage, and even short tusks can gut a man, Hereward countered. The jewels would only make the wounds worse. How did it get in here? The question of why may be equally pertinent, Mr. Fitz suggested in his instructive tone, a remnant of his long-ago duties as Hereward's nurse and tutor. After a brief pause, Sir Hereward mused. Lord Arveg, whose estate borders the perimeter wall here, maintains a private menagerie. The thought trailed off, a new and unwelcome complication settling in his mind. He recalled a tale he'd once heard in a tavern of a menagerie keeper bribed to look the other way, allowing exotic creatures to be slipped into places they did not belong, a memory that now felt less like a story and more like a clue. If the western wall of his home had been breached, and then the eastern wall of this place, yet there was no sound of an explosion, no blast from a petard, observed Sir Hereward. Stone can be dissolved by sorcery, Mr. Fitz replied. Creatures might be moved through solid matter by energistic means. Sound can be muffled or sent somewhere else entirely using any number of enchanted devices. Someone else is hunting the ivories, Sir Hereward concluded, drawing his dagger and angling it to avoid the gleam from Fitz's eyes. A sorcerer, presumably. Or an individual equipped with sorcerer's tools, Mr. Fitz agreed. He reached into his sooty robe, withdrawing an energistic needle from a hidden pocket and clenching it in his gloved fist to contain its dangerous light and the mind-curdling energies within. Their goal may not even be the ivories. Montal possesses many treasures and has made many enemies. Regardless, this complicates matters. The use of magic here risks stirring something within one of the carvings. They are perpetually balanced on the edge of awakening. We must make haste. Sir Hereward gave a terse nod, stepping from the fireplace and moving silently on bare feet toward the counting-house door. Mr. Fitz rustled beside him, the light from his eyes casting a dim, hooded glow that illuminated a path while conjuring ominous shadows in every corner. "You're certain the moklek is asleep?" Hereward whispered as they drew near. "No, I believe it is merely resting," Fitz corrected softly. "Mind its tail." As they ascended the 4 steps, carefully skirting the small moklek, the creature suddenly rose, turned daintily in place, and let out a soft, plaintive whuffle from its trunk. Sir Hereward froze, his grip tightening on the fine Trevisan steel of his dagger. Its sharpness was unquestioned, but whether he could drive it into the vulnerable spot above a moklek's eyes while avoiding being gutted was a decidedly open question. There, soothed Mr. Fitz, reaching out to stroke the questing trunk. "All will be well." "Are you addressing me or the beast?" Sir Hereward whispered. "Both," said Fitz. "It is young and frightened." There, all will be well." "Say hello to the moklek, Hereward." "Hello, sir," Hereward muttered. He extended his left hand gingerly and joined Fitz in stroking the rough hide of the trunk. A sudden, unexpected memory flashed through his mind. A childhood pet, a loyal hound lost to a winter's fever, softening his apprehension for a moment. "You had better come with us," Mr. Fitz instructed the creature. "Follow along." The moklek responded with a soft trumpet and took a step forward. Sir Hereward hastily jumped up a step and bent to whisper into Fitz's ear. "Why are we bringing it? You refused a monkey? Surely a moklek is no more convenient." "This is a clever moklek," Fitz countered, his tone shifting from scholarly to one of dry practicality. "As opposed to a profoundly dim monkey.
It may prove useful. Its presence presents an opportunity, one we will lose if we do not secure the ivories with speed." With a resigned sigh, Sir Hereward hefted his dagger and sidled through the open doorway into a short corridor leading to the counting-house proper. He had expected darkness, but the large chamber was awash in cold moonlight, pouring through a large, ragged hole in the eastern wall where something either profoundly sorcerous or immensely corrosive had melted clean through 3 feet of sturdy red brick. The presumed architect of this architectural absence stood in the room's center, rifling through the drawers of Montal's massive trading desk, an ugly but formidable piece of furniture flanked by great columns of polished mahogany drawers, its writing surface a slab of Paradel marble veined with gold. She spun around as Hereward took another cautious step, though he'd believed his approach was silent. In a flash, he was deflecting not 1 but 2 hurled daggers that clattered against the wall and skittered across the floor. Without pause, she leapt onto the desk and then to the ceiling, running upside down with the aid of her Ichthyan spider slippers before dropping toward him in a vertical scissor-leg attack, a move he recognized from the long-vanished warrior nuns of the Redmorn convent. He swayed aside just in time, landing 2 quick blows to her head as she descended. One strike came from the pommel of his dagger, making it especially effective. The thief, as she clearly was, collapsed to the floor, allowing Sir Hereward to press a knee into her back and position his dagger at the base of her skull, angled to pierce the brain with minimal effort. "Move and you die," he growled. "And we're not guards, we're visitors just like you, so save any clever tricks or sorcery you might be considering. There's no point. Trespassers, then," the woman replied coolly. She wore a thief's suit of dark gray, snug as cold-weather underclothes, complete with a padded hood. Even pinned down, her tall, lean frame was evident, every line suggesting corded muscle and sinew. "As are you," Sir Hereward countered. "What are you after?" "I mean trespassing against the guild," she said impatiently. "I paid for the license to steal here, but if you let me go and leave now, I won't drag you before the thief mother's court. Trust me, you wouldn't enjoy the inevitable parting of thumbs from hands." "Ah, a professional," remarked Mr. Fitz. "But we aren't here to rob Montal. We're reclaiming stolen property." "Oh," said the woman. "You're agents, then?" Sir Hereward went very still, his grip tightening on the dagger. A human's brain was far less protected than a Moklek's. He knew that all too well. It would be a quick, clean end. Their line of work wasn't exactly a secret, but usually only their enemies knew who they were. "Agents?" he asked, his voice flat. "Of Barkan Insurance? Or the Association of Wealth Protection?" "Insurance agents," Mr. Fitz confirmed. "Yes, though from quite a distance. We've been tracking a stolen shipment for some time. We believe it's arrived here." "Then we might be able to work something out," the thief said. "My name is Tira, thief of the 7th Circle of the Guild of Thieves in Quakrash, Lesum, and Nabula Naganisham." "And you are?" "Sir Hereward," he answered, not easing the pressure of his knee or moving the dagger. "My companion is Mr. Fitz. Before we discuss agreements, where are the guards from the courtyard?" "Asleep," Tira replied. "I sprinkled nighty dust down on them from my shadow stilts while they were gossiping about tomorrow's battle mount races." "And this wall," Mr. Fitz inquired, "was it dissolved with Argyl's discontinuance of stone, or something else?" "Argyl's," Tira confirmed. "And the wall of Arveg's menagerie across the way, though I'll admit that was a mistake. The mixture was stronger than I intended, and the wind picked up. But the creatures inside are docile, probably bred that way. Nothing to worry about." "You've spent a considerable amount to get in here," observed Mr. Fitz. "Stilts, dust, dissolving agents. You must be after something specific." "Montal is famously wealthy," Tira said evasively. "Answer the question," Sir Hereward pressed. "The new ivories?" she said after a brief pause. "The guild has a buyer lined up, but I suppose that's what you're after too, isn't it? Showing up right on their heels?" "Yes," Sir Hereward said, "but not all of them. Only 14 of the pieces fall under our agreement. The rest are yours. Do we have an understanding?" "Understood," Tira replied. Hereward withdrew his dagger, straightened up, and stepped back. Tira shifted onto her side, gazing up at him. Her hood was pulled tight, framing a face darkened with pigment, her nose and cheekbones smeared with a dull gray paste that matched the strange fabric of her attire, meant to eliminate any telltale gleam. To Hereward's eye, she appeared unmarked. No scars marred her features, and she looked younger than he had anticipated. Her eyes were concealed behind a strip of dark red, loosely woven gauze, peppered with minute holes that allowed sight while offering some defense against, say, a basilisk's stare, unless one got uncomfortably close, at which point being turned to stone would be the least of one's worries. The fact she wore it suggested her story about accidentally dismantling the menagerie wall was less than truthful. "I could have escaped on my own, you realize," she said. "Undoubtedly," Sir Hereward replied courteously, though privately he thought otherwise. "Where are the ivories?" "Not here," said Tira. "I had just come to that conclusion myself when you arrived." Sir Hereward scanned the chamber. Aside from Montal's trading desk, its drawers hanging open, there were 3 smaller clerks' desks, an open cabinet stuffed with papers and parchments, and a large chest with its padlock broken and lid thrown back. Mr. Fitz was already inside the chest, searching through the contents. "Nothing of value," the puppet announced. "A stray coin or 2 in the corners. It appears to have been emptied in haste. Hereward, check if Montal is in his rooms above." Hereward gave a quick nod and took the circular stair in the corner, returning less than a minute later with a shake of his head. "The room's empty. Spartan as a monk's cell up there, thin blanket and all. But our watchers, they were supposed to sound their whistles if anyone left. Useless." "Oh," said Tira. She gestured with her fingers, mimicking a light dusting. "Those were your watchers." Mr. Fitz leaped from the chest and approached the door leading to the gatehouse, his back bent, his round head close to the floor. At the threshold, he sniffed the ground, dust swirling near his carefully molded papier-mâché nose, though his nostrils did not actually flare. "One of the minor deities has begun to manifest," he stated flatly. "Several hours ago, by my estimate. We must assume it now directs Montal's movements and pursue before it fully emerges into this plane and paves the way for its brethren from the ivory pantheon." "Minor deity?" Tira asked. "What deity?" "The ivories are not mere treasure," Hereward explained as he moved to the door and slid the bar back with his left hand, his dagger poised in his right. "At least, not the 14 we're after. Did you put the gate guards to sleep as well as those in the western court?" "No," Tira answered. She collected her thrown knives and positioned herself beside the knight, with Mr. Fitz taking the rear, his enchanted needle still concealed in his gauntlet. "You'd think they would have investigated," Sir Hereward mused, "given the commotion in here. The Moklek, the basilisk, all your searching. Ready?" "They are neither brave nor spry," Tira remarked, her knives at the ready. "Now!" Sir Hereward yanked the door open. Tira stood poised to throw, then slowly lowered her blades. Sir Hereward moved past her and looked down at the 2 shriveled forms lying on the steps. They resembled vaguely human bundles of dust wrapped in mail more than corpses, their swords beside withered hand and arm bones that would not have looked out of place on a 1,000-year-old revenant. "It required life force to stabilize its presence," said Mr. Fitz, bending to sniff the remains of the guards. "They were convenient. Do you know which entity it is?" asked Sir Hereward. There were 14 carved ivories, and 14 minor deities bound within them, but among that collection, one was far more dangerous than all the others combined. "No," replied Mr. Fitz. "It has left no clear trail or proclamation, and we cannot afford the delay to collect a sample of any spiritual residue it might have left behind." "This talk unsettles me," Tira said. "If I hadn't seen those 2 husks myself, I might think you were trying to frighten me away from a perfectly good score." "You are under no obligation to accompany us," Sir Hereward called back as he sprinted toward the main gate, abandoning their original plan to use the narrow night postern, which was far too small for the pygmy Moklek. Mr. Fitz raced after him, but then sprang up to a wrought iron torch bracket, peering cautiously through an arrow slit while avoiding the enchanted gold band placed there to eliminate any small, clever creature that might try to slip inside. Behind them, the small Moklek delicately probed the withered corpses with its trunk, snorted in clear distaste, and then hurried to follow the knight, the thief, and the puppet.
"I am no lady,"
Tira declared, as she helped Sir Hereward heave the heavy timber bar from the gate.
"I am a thief of the 6th Circle of the Guild of Thieves, licensed to operate in Quackrosh, Lesum, and Navalanaganisham."
"I thought you claimed the 7th Circle earlier?" Sir Hereward remarked, straining against the weight of the wood. "That will be after I return with the ivories." Tira shot back, a flash of pride in her voice. I was merely anticipating my promotion. Honestly, I didn't expect any complications involving rogue godlets. Mr. Fitz dropped down as they finally swung the postern open. There is considerable disturbance near the waterfront, he reported. It will be the godlet. We must hurry. Montal's mansion was situated on a gentle rise overlooking the harbor, allowing the merchant to survey the comings and goings of his ships, the very source of his wealth. A cobblestone road wound down to a long, curved quay where several vessels were moored at wooden jetties, stretching out like fingers from a hand. Farther out, the shadowy forms of heavier trading cogs lay at anchor within the shelter of the mole, a massive stone breakwater built to calm the waters, crowned at its far end by a hexagonal fort meant to guard against pirates. The fort was equipped to fire red-hot shot from its cannons and launch explosive bombs from a central mortar. Though, like much of Quackrosh's civic infrastructure, it was poorly maintained and only fully crewed when danger was already at the doorstep, a point by which any defense would be tragically too late. Sir Hereward, Mr. Fitz, Tira, and the pygmy Moklek raced down the harbor road, swift and silent in the moonlight. The pale glow cast everything in sharp contrast, gleaming in the rain puddles and illuminating the seemingly drunken figures slumped in warehouse doorways, figures who, by morning light, would be discovered as mere dried husks inside their tattered clothing. It must be targeting a ship, Sir Hereward called out, but the wind is against the mole and the tide is coming in. No ship can possibly leave the harbor tonight. Not under sail, no, Mr. Fitz answered. He pointed toward the farthest jetty, where a scream had just been abruptly silenced and a yellow lantern was snuffed out. Behind it, the vague silhouette of a long, low vessel with a single stubby mast could be made out. "The Hexareme?" asked Sir Hereward, neatly avoiding a gap in the cobbles filled with murky water. He referred to the city's ceremonial galley, an ancient relic rowed out once a year so the Grand Mayor could perform the ritual tossing of the offering basket, a floating collection of spices, wine, cloth, smoked fish, and a pitifully small amount of silver coina. Chaotic scramble erupted among the harbor's boatmen, fishermen, and assorted waterfront idlers, a raucous tribute to the town's distant past as a simple village of salvagers. "But there's no crew to man the oars," Tira pointed out, keeping pace effortlessly beside Sir Hereward. Mr. Fitz replied, "A sufficiently potent godlet can manipulate them through energistic force. I find this development encouraging." "Encouraging?" Sir Hereward exclaimed. "If it's powerful enough to row a 60-bench hexareme against this wind and tide, then it's far too powerful for my liking. It suggests a certain dull-witted fixation," Mr. Fitz clarified. "Its sole desire is to return to a Centre Lure, oblivious or indifferent to the fact that the kingdom is gone, and 1,000 leagues away at that." Tira asked, "What are we facing?" "Do you mean Montal is still alive?" "Montal exists only as a host for the godlet now," Mr. Fitz stated as they reached the quay, the cobblestones transitioning to the smooth planks of the boardwalk. 2 town guardsmen, their lantern-topped halberds trembling, stood watch over the stiff, desiccated corpse of a fellow guard, her arms forever raised in a futile defensive gesture. Who goes there?" one guard stammered. "Friends," Sir Hereward called back as he ran past, momentarily forgetting his own appearance. Covered in soot, barefoot, dagger in hand, and accompanied by a magical puppet, a clear-cut thief, and an albino pygmy Moklek. "Oh, good," the watchman mumbled nervously to their retreating backs before raising his voice. Pass, friends." Ahead, a deafening screech of ancient timber grinding against bronze was followed by a massive splash as the hexareme's starboard oars deployed in unison. The port side still pressed against the jetty. "We must board before it pushes off," Sir Hereward urged, quickening his pace, his bare feet slapping against the quayside and then the jetty planks. The oars were a tangled mess for a moment, but they were already lifting and shifting, bright violet energistic tendrils visible through the oar ports as the godlet worked to coordinate the rowing benches, like a squad of octopuses trying to organize a pile of toothpicks. "Do we really want to be on that ship with whatever is doing that?" Tira questioned. "The godlet's mind and power are entirely focused on moving the vessel," said Mr. Fitz, who had leapt to Sir Hereward's shoulder as the sprint outpaced his short legs. "While it is so preoccupied, we have a far better opportunity to send it back to oblivion." "Almost there," Sir Hereward gasped. He vaulted onto the gangplank and charged upward just as the starboard oars dug deep. The hexareme groaned and slid diagonally away from the jetty, the stern and bow mooring lines humming as they stretched taut. With a tremendous crash, the gangplank fell away. The pygmy Mocklek made a final, mighty leap, landing on the deck with an impact that resonated like a giant drum. "Why is that Mocklek still with us?" Sir Hereward asked, having narrowly avoided being flattened by the pachyderm's landing. "I requested her assistance," Mr. Fitz said. "As I mentioned, she may prove invaluable now for the formalities. We likely have a few minutes. The Godlet is doubtless fixated on a hasty departure from the harbor and remains unaware of our presence." The starboard oars plunged into the water again and pushed. The mooring ropes snapped with reports like pistol shots, and the hexareme wallowed far enough from the jetty for the portside oars to emerge, also propelled by those eerie violet tendrils. Reaching into pocket and pouch, Sir Hereward and Mr. Fitz produced silk armbands, which they slipped over their arms above the elbow. Sorceress symbols began to glow upon the cloth, shining brighter than the moonlight on the dark water. Then the man and the puppet spoke in unison, their voices weaving together in a formal declaration. By the authority of the World Safety Treaty Council, empowered by the Three Empires, the Seven Kingdoms, the Palatine Regency, the Gesso Republic, and the 40 Lesser Realms, we identify ourselves as agents of the Council. We confirm the presence of a godlet aboard this vessel, an entity catalogued under the treaty and now proven hostile by its attacks upon the innocent. Therefore, this godlet and any who aid it are declared enemies of the world. The Council authorizes us to take whatever measures are required to banish, repel, or destroy it. You're not really insurance agents, are you? Tira asked. Her hood had slipped back during their frantic dash to the ship, revealing more of her youthful face. She looked even younger than Sir Hereward had first thought. Mr. Fitz gave a slight wooden nod. In a manner of speaking, one could say we are. Regardless, you'll receive your portion of the ivories, Sir Hereward added, catching the brief, calculating look that tightened Tira's expression. Assuming, of course, we live through this. The ship gave a violent shudder as the oars on both sides strained into motion. It was an ungainly, lurching advance that sent the deck tilting sharply from side to side, every timber in the ancient vessel groaning in protest. "We won't make much headway like this," Sir Hereward muttered. "This old bucket hasn't faced a real wave in years, and even then it probably had a favorable wind. Where is this creature? What's to stop it from draining the life from us as we get closer?" "It is directly below us," Mr. Fitz stated. "On the middle deck, at the ship's core. As long as it concentrates on rowing, it will lack the focus for any dehydrative assault. And if it stops rowing," Tira pressed, "then the ship will likely founder," Sir Hereward answered, disliking the unstable feel of the planks beneath his boots. The hull had lost its integrity, and the stern was already riding dangerously low, not so much cutting through the harbor waves as plowing into them. It's an open question whether we'll capsize once we clear the breakwater or simply be driven under stern first. Honestly, the whole situation was becoming absurd. Here they were, on a rotting ship being rowed by a dehydrated god, debating nautical physics with a puppet and a teenager, all while their escape plan hinged on an albino Mocklek with a preference for the name Rosie. The sheer ridiculousness of it almost made him laugh. "We must retrieve the ivories before that happens," Mr. Fitz insisted. "If the ship sinks, the godlet will realize it can simply walk across the seabed. For now, it remains constrained by Montal's human perspective and limitations. Is it weakened enough for you to banish it with your needle?" Sir Hereward asked. "Could we create a distraction while you move in?" "I think not," replied the puppet. "Our course is clearer. We must secure the ivory figurine that anchors it to this world, bring it to this deck, and have Moonray Politskelter Helterskin III crush it beneath her foot." Sir Hereward followed the puppet's glance toward their massive, pale companion. "You mean the Mocklek?" "It is a certain method of destruction for such entities," Mr. Fitz confirmed. "To be trampled by an albino Mocklek. That is why I called this an opportunity. Far more convenient than our original scheme to haul the ivories to the fire pools of Shundalar, and less costly than consigning them to the priests of the infallible index for permanent, inaccessible storage. Though silver shoes would hasten the process. How do you know her name?" Sir Hereward interrupted. It is inscribed upon her right tusk, the puppet explained. That is her pedigree name. But there is another on her left tusk, which I believe she favors. Rosie. The Moklek lifted her trunk and emitted a soft, low trumpet. Almost in response, a red flare arced into the sky from the fort on the breakwater, followed by the distant thump of 2 cannon shots. They were a bit slow sounding the alarm, sir, Hereward observed, watching the rockets trail with a soldier's appraisal. When he wasn't actively hunting down troublesome minor deities, he served as a mercenary artillery officer. Their powder's wet. That rocket should have climbed twice as high, even with damp powder. The fools in the fort could still hit us if they opened fire, Tira pointed out. We're well within range, so how do we reach the ivories? Asked Sir Hereward, gripping a rail and grimacing as the oars plunged down once more to drive the ship backward. A particularly alarming groan echoed from the timbers below, the entire vessel shuddering as it was forced too quickly into the oncoming swell. They were already a good 100 yards from the quay, moving into rougher water beyond the shelter of the breakwater. I assume it keeps them close. Even if that thing is rowing for its unnatural life, I don't fancy a casual stroll into the lair of a desiccating hostile godlet. I propose you and Tira go over the sides and enter through the oar ports on the deck above its main form. Those ports have massive oars moving up and down, Tira interrupted. We'd be pulped. It has already snapped several oars or they were broken beforehand, so there will be vacant ports, Mr. Fitz explained. Select carefully, climb down, and swing in. I will enchant your weapons with a nimbus, allowing them to sever the godlet's energistic tendrils. As you cut them away from the oars, you will disrupt the rowing, forcing the entity to retaliate. While it is distracted combating you on the upper deck, I will slip onto the middle deck where it resides, collect the ivories, and bring them up here for Rosie to crush. The 14 ivories you mentioned, Tira clarified, not the others.
Precisely,
said Mr. Fitz, a being who never lied but was not always forthcoming with the full truth. So we'll have a few inches of worm-eaten oak between us and the godlet's primary presence, Sir Hereward mused. That's better than I expected. Which side do you want, Tira? Port or starboard? Neither, the thief replied flatly. A flicker of something, was it fear or determination, crossed her eyes before she continued. But having come this far, and after waiting a full year already for my 5th Circle trial— Fifth Circle? Sir Hereward asked, a note of weary skepticism in his voice. At this rate, I'll discover you were apprenticed just last week. 5th, 6th, 7th, a haul like these ivories will fast-track my advancement, Tira said with forced nonchalance, though her knuckles were white where she gripped the rail. I'll take the port side. Hold out your weapons and look away, instructed Mr. Fitz. They complied. The sorceress needle flared, a brilliant flash lighting the deck as if lightning had struck the stubby mast above. When they looked back, the needle was once again concealed in Fitz's hand, and their blades shimmered with an eerie blue light, like a wintertide pudding set aflame with brandy, only far more menacing. A word of advice, Sir Hereward said to Tira, his tone shifting from grim to almost sarcastic. Ichthyon spider silk loses its adhesive quality when soaked in seawater. A shame, really. It would have been so useful for scaling walls, if not for the whole being at sea part of our current predicament. Tira looked momentarily startled, but quickly masked it, stripping the slippers from her feet. The nails of her big toes were sheathed in bronze, their tips darkened with some viscous toxin. Watch the oars through at least 2 full strokes before you pick your ports, Sir Hereward added, his earlier sarcasm gone, replaced by a commander's precision. Make sure you won't get clipped by the ones fore or aft. Tira nodded. She looked terrified, and Hereward thought he heard her stifle a whimper. The bravado from moments ago had evaporated. You're truly just an apprentice, aren't you? Sir Hereward asked abruptly, his voice softening. How old are you? Tira gave a half shrug, then nodded once more. 15, she whispered, barely audible over the creak of the ship. And a half? Gods help us, muttered Sir Hereward from the lofty perspective of his 25 years. A sudden, unexpected memory flashed through his mind. His own first solo hunt at 16, the paralyzing fear, the mentor who had quietly taken point. Stay here with the Moklek, please? Hereward turned away from her, and thus missed the brief, triumphant smile that flickered across her face, a smile that vanished as quickly as it appeared. He looked over the side, his head jerking back in momentary alarm at how perilously low the hexareme sat in the water. The bottom tier of oar ports was barely a hand's breadth above the sea, with taller waves sloshing in. Any faint hope that the ship might survive a turn past the protective mole was now utterly extinguished. It took only a moment to spot an opening where no oars protruded. Briefly, he thought about gripping the dagger with its energistic fire between his teeth, but instead he thrust it through his belt, scrambled over the rail, and dropped feet first through the open port below without hesitation. The space below decks was oddly brighter than the night above. The pale moonlight through the ports was washed out by the harsh violet glow of the energistic tendrils that powered the oars. These tendrils rose like a monstrous, pulsing trunk from the depths below, up through a grated hatch in the central aisle between the deserted benches, then split into countless branches that snaked to every oar handle. Sir Hereward swung his blade at the nearest tendril, slicing it clean from its oar. He had to duck quickly as the iron-bound oar shaft jerked violently upward. Staying low, he crawled forward to hack at the next one with the same chaotic result. This time, the freed oar swung wildly, crashing into the one ahead with a deafening crack of splintering wood. The chaos spread instantly as moving oars tangled with those now frozen, and the great hexarame slewed sideways into the wind. Almost at once, it began to heel over to port, the lowest row of oar ports now underwater, the sea rushing in with a terrifying, relentless roar. Sir Hereward felt the deck tilt sharply and heard the ominous sound of flooding water. He jumped back from a questing tendril that seemed to seek him, not an oar, severed it with a slash, and scrambled back toward his entry port. "Fitz!" he bellowed, with the full-throated roar of a seasoned mariner. "Do you have them?" More tendrils converged on him from all sides, and many others were now abandoning their shattered oars, reorienting their glowing tips toward him as a target. Hereward hacked and parried while half hanging out the port. The cold crest of a wave brushed his bare foot, and he felt the entire vessel shudder with each swell. It was going down, and quickly. "Fitz, answer me." "Yes. Get up here." The puppet's thin, clear voice pierced through the deep groans of breaking timbers and the ship's death rattle. Sir Hereward slashed at a tendril aiming for his throat, hurled his dagger to impale another that nearly seized his ankle, and hauled himself out through the port with an agility that would have shamed the very pickpocket monkey he'd encountered earlier in the bazaar. He was not a moment too soon. Seawater surged in beneath him as he climbed, and the main deck was already awash, tilted at a steep angle. Rosie the albino pygmy mokelek was braced against the mainmast, one foot lifted, and Mr. Fitz was sliding a sturdy wooden case with a bronze handle and reinforced corners under that foot, the case holding the precious ivories. Then, in a flash, the puppet was ensnared in a glowing net of bright blue energistic filaments and yanked backward, away from the case, which was instantly snatched up by Tira. Letting the netted puppet tumble down the sloping deck, she leaped to the port gunwale, the case held high. Sir Hereward charged up the slanted planks on hands and feet. Tira lifted the case, gave him a triumphant smile, and shouted, "The city of Asantra-Lur may be dust, but we, its children, endure." She pivoted to dive into the waiting sea just as Hereward, in one fluid motion, drew his short, triple-barreled pepperbox pistol from the concealed pocket beneath his vest, cocked it, and fired. Only 2 barrels discharged, but at least one ball found its mark, striking low on her right forearm. The impact sprayed blood and bone fragments. Tira cried out, the case falling from her grasp as she toppled over the side, her scream cut short by the dark water. The case slid down the deck toward Hereward. He snatched it up and shoved it toward the mokelek, even as a dozen lurid violet tendrils burst up through the planking, lashing toward him. From the aft companionway, a hulking, vaguely humanoid mass of nauseating energies erupted, its shriek in some guttural, alien tongue, a physical pain in Hereward's ears. The god creature lurched across the sloping deck, its farthest tendrils whipping out with serpentine quickness to seize Hereward by his unprotected ankles. The contact seared his flesh, forcing him to drop and slide down the planks into the churning seawater that now swirled above the submerged rail. As he fell, Sir Hereward managed a choked shout, "The case, Rosie! Destroy it!" The pygmy mokelek answered with a resonant trumpet and slammed her foot upon the ivory case. It cracked, but held. A massive wave surged over the side, sweeping herward, tangled in tightening tendrils, back up toward the mast. The same wash caught the case, threatening to carry it away, until Rosie deftly caught its handle in her trunk. The remnant of the god, still animating Montal's corpse, stumbled toward the precious ivories, only to be struck by a whip-crack of pure white energy that lashed from a needle in Mr. Fitz's hand. The puppet had freed himself from the blue net and now clung to the mainmast backstay some 10 feet above the deck. "Crush it!" Hereward tried to cry again, but a tendril coiled around his throat, cutting off his air. His fingers burned as he tried to pry it loose, and more fibrous appendages wrapped around his limbs, squeezing and pulling with vicious intent, threatening to tear him apart or hold him under the foaming water. Rosie, her sturdy hindquarters braced against the mainmast, needed no further instruction. She lifted her foot and brought it down with all her immense strength, shattering the case's lid. Stomping and grinding, she reduced the case and every ivory inside to powder and tiny splinters. Immediately, the energistic tendrils lost their vigor, shriveling back from Hereward. He crawled, coughing up seawater, up the steeply angled deck, emerging from the froth just in time to see the tendrils retreat into Montal's body. There they dimmed to feeble sparks flickering in the corpse's eyes, mouth, and between its ribs. A dull pop, a brief suction of air against the wind, and the lights vanished. What remained of Montal collapsed and was instantly swept away by the sea, for the hexareme was now so low that only a sliver of deck remained above the waves. "Abandon ship," Hereward croaked, his voice raw. "She's going down." Mr. Fitz nodded, but instead of leaping into the water, he scrambled further up the backstay and then swung down on a rope to land neatly atop Rosie's head. The Mokelek raised her trunk like a snorkel, pushed off from the mast, and plunged into the swell. Hereward swam to them. Seeing Rosie was as capable in the water as on land, and that her broad back, though smaller than a full-sized Mokelek's, provided a stable platform, he hauled himself aboard with a boost from Mr. Fitz. With only inches of freeboard, Rosie rode the waves comfortably, and the combined push of wind, tide, and her own powerful paddling began carrying them back toward the distant quay. "Adequate marksmanship," remarked Mr. Fitz. "It goes a small way toward balancing your rather profound misjudgment of our female acquaintance, though I suppose I should be accustomed to such lapses by now." "She deceived you as well," Sir Hereward retorted, wincing as he touched his blistered throat. "You of all beings snared in a common Icathan net like a first-year apprentice." An accurate observation, the puppet mused. It was providential her net was not treated against salt water. I distrusted her from the outset, however. She possessed far too much enchanted paraphernalia for any mere thief from Quackrosh, even one claiming to be the so-called thief-mother. "Then why didn't you?" Hereward began heatedly, but his words were cut off by a tremendous crack from the direction of the mole. Both turned to see a fiery gout erupt from the fortress there. "Mortar shell," Sir Hereward observed quietly, watching the burning fuse arc like a falling star across the darkening sky. A moment of strange peace settled over them then, the immediate terror past, replaced by the weary, salt-stung reality of survival. "They are terrible shots. Fitz, do you have a needle left?" "Not on me," replied the puppet. "My sewing kit is back at the inn." "Or perhaps their aim is perfect," Sir Hereward mused, watching the fiery trail arc down toward the wreck of the hexareme. Only the splintered stub of its mast broke the surface now, 100 yards behind them, swallowed by the churning sea. But if that fuse burns too slow, the bomb will be extinguished by the waves. A sudden violent flash of yellow and red split the sky. The shockwave hit the water a heartbeat later, followed by a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very air. Blinking away the afterimage, Hereward saw only empty ocean where the mast had been. "I assumed we were the target," he said. "Perhaps we were," said Mr. Fitz. "Regardless," Sir Hereward added, glancing back once more, "it will take them time to ready another shot. We'll reach the shore before then. A grim fate for a legendary ship. One of the final hexaremes from Ashaga, if I'm not mistaken. Explaining this to the town dignitaries, who I see are part of the sizable welcoming committee gathering on the dock, will be a delicate matter. Perhaps less delicate if we arrive with a convenient culprit," said Mr. Fitz. He rose unsteadily on Rosie's broad head, steadying himself on Hereward's shoulder, and pointed ahead. There, Floating on her back with feeble kicks was Tira, the thief or priestess or whatever she truly was. As the Moklek drew near, Hereward reached out, hauling her half onto Rosie's back in a clumsy, sodden heap. "A curse upon you," she gasped. "May Pixalton Cockerel see you." Mr. Fitz leaned over and pressed a single wooden finger firmly to her forehead, his gauntlets lost to the sea long minutes before. Tira fell silent, her eyes rolling white. Hereward quickly turned her head to keep her mouth and nose clear of the water. "And we have funds for persuasive gestures," Mr. Fitz continued calmly. He peeled the brassard from his arm, its inscribed letters already fading to nothing. "All will be well." "I suppose it must," said Sir Hereward. He removed his own armband, gave the Moklek's wet hide a grateful pat, and added, "We owe you a great debt, Rosie." "Truly, she is a princess among Mokleks," declared Mr. Fitz, quite literally. "Her albino coloring is a hallmark of the royal bloodline." "Hexaremes of Ashaga and royal Mokleks," Hereward said thoughtfully. "It puts me in mind of a verse. Let's see. Hexarame of Ashaga. From distant Panis shore, beating down the sea lanes, for plunder and for war, hunting a bounty of ivory, gold, and Mokleks galore." "Enough," Mr. Fitz protested, his voice sharp with disdain. "That is wretched doggerel, a brutal slaughter of a fine poem. If you must recite Hereward, show some respect for the art. Don't commit a literary crime. It is a modern translation, I grant you, but I stand by its spirit," Sir Hereward shot back. "You and your Cyprus heart have no soul for poetry." The Moklek gave a short, wet trumpet, showering them with spray. A rising wave lifted her, and a steady east wind pushed at Hereward's back, carrying them toward the shore as Knight and Puppet continued their spirited debate all the way to the beach. His latest works include the novels Implied Spaces, This Is Not a Game, Deep State, and The Fourth Wall, alongside the chapbook novella The Boolean Gate, and a fresh collection titled The Green Leopard Plague and Other Stories. After a wait that felt far too long, he secured a Nebula Award in 2001 for Daddy's World and claimed another in 2004 with The Green Leopard Plague. In the clever tale that comes next, a film star, Sean Macon, the amusingly self-centered narrator from Walter's novel The Fourth Wall, finds himself tangled in a real-world scheme so elaborate it outdoes any Hollywood script and far more perilous for all caught up in it. Diamonds from Tequila, Walter John Williams. "I'm serious," Osley insists. "You can actually turn tequila into diamonds." Unikov shrugs. "Sell enough tequila and you can just buy the diamonds." "That's not the point," Osley replies. "We're gathered in Unikov's resort room, where a strong coastal wind gusts through every opening, carrying our cannabis haze straight out over the ocean. In one corner, a 3D printer drones through its cycle, while a sleek wet bar curves in another, stocked with 2 stools and maybe 15 liquor bottles, each half empty. About 6 or 8 of us are lounging around a heavy wooden coffee table, where a large clear plastic bong, printed by Osley on the first day of shooting, holds court. The film is Desperation Reef. Unikov runs props and Osley is his right hand. The rest are crew, a pair of gaffers, someone from wardrobe, a set dresser, and a guy named Chip who's somebody's cousin. I'm the lead. A major star, in fact, with a couple $100 million being spent to make me even bigger, but not so big that I won't chill with the crew. I need them to like me. They're the ones who make me look good on camera. Plus, they always have the best stash on set. We're shooting in Mexico, but this isn't local weed. Scoring quality herb here is risky. Dealers might turn you in to the police, who toss you in jail, confiscate the goods, and then sell it right back to the dealer. And imagine the scandal. A top Hollywood actor busted in Mexico, followed by all the outrage and the under-the-table payments to smooth it over. No, this is premium California-grown, practically legal back home, smuggled south in boxes of film gear. Fine by me. California does everything best, including cannabis. Honestly, I'm not thrilled to be in a foreign country where they speak another language, follow different customs, and serve Mexican food that doesn't hold a candle to what I get in LA. But being an international star has its perks, even abroad. Everyone treats me like royalty. That beats being treated like a washed-up has-been back in California, a feeling I know all too well. We watch as Chip, the cousin, lights the bowl and draws a truly monumental hit. Enough smoke to leave him dazed for the rest of the afternoon. After a moment of respectful silence, Osley picks up his thread. No, listen. You heat the tequila to something like 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, and nanoscale diamonds form on silicon or steel trays. There are industrial uses for it, apparently. You're just inventing this, Unikov scoffs, but by then someone's already pulled out a phone, looked it up, and confirmed it's true, or at least, true somewhere on the internet, which isn't always a guarantee. Right then, the 3D printer in the corner lets out a final mechanical sigh and falls silent. Osley shuffles over on the tiled floor and retrieves an object that resembles a thick-walled lab beaker. It isn't perfectly clear, faint yellowish layers seem woven through it as if made from slightly different materials. All right, he says, check this out. Osley says, holding up a small, unlabeled bottle. He's a compact guy, maybe 5'5", wiry, with a mess of dark curls framing his face. His thick glasses make his eyes look huge, and he's got that perpetual late-day stubble. Dressed in a tank top and cargo shorts stuffed with gadgets, he's already earned our trust by building the elaborate bong we've been using. He moves behind the bar, uncorks the bottle, and pours a glass of something so deeply red it's nearly violet. Some buddies with a winery up the Central Coast sent me this to experiment on, he explains. It's a very young Cabernet just finished fermenting. I've filtered it once, but it's basically untouched. The glass gets passed around. When it reaches me, I take a cautious sniff. It barely has a scent. The sip that follows is brutal. My taste buds seem to recoil in horror, as if fleeing a chemical disaster. I force it down just to be polite. Osley watches from behind the bar. 2 things could save this wine, he announces. Time and oak barrels. Oak is ideal. It lets in tiny amounts of air, which speeds up all these complex reactions involving tannins and phenols. He fumbles slightly over the scientific terms, a side effect of the cannabis. He then produces a strange glass beaker. This device of mine is designed to mimic months of barrel aging in just a few minutes. Let's give it a shot. He sets the beaker on the bar, pours the wine in, and gives us a wary look. Fair warning, this can get a bit energetic. He finds a saucer and uses it as a lid. Now we wait about 20 minutes. We return to our evening. The bong circulates again, and I follow my hit with a swig of beer. I'd usually be more cautious with a work day ahead, but tomorrow's shoot is all underwater scenes for me, no lines to memorize. The film, Desperation Reef, follows my character, Hank, a commercial diver with a serious cocaine addiction as he tries to salvage a sunken submarine. The catch? The sub belonged to a Mexican cartel and is packed with $200 million worth of cocaine. Naturally, the cartel wants their product back, and the Coast Guard and DEA are also closing in. Hank isn't exactly a hero. He starts off angry and strung out, but he finds an unexpected connection with Anna, the sister of a lost sailor. By the climax, when cartel enforcers show up, he swaps his Coke spoon for an H&K submachine gun and handles the threat. What happens after that is still unclear. The movie has 2 completely different endings. The original, which everyone prefers, has Hank selling the cocaine and riding into the sunset with Anna and a fortune. The other, a last-minute studio edition that nobody likes, forces a moral about drugs being bad, has him surrender everything to the DEA, and walks away with nothing. It's a cowardly rewrite, pure and simple, born from the producer's fear of being accused of glorifying drug use. The last I heard, they planned to film both possible endings, leaving it to the producers to choose which one makes the final cut during editing. Knowing how cautious film producers can be, I have a pretty good guess which version they'll pick, unless, of course, I decide to take a stand. I could refuse to shoot the alternate ending altogether or deliberately ruin every take. But let's be honest, I'm not exactly brave either, so that's unlikely to happen. All right then, Osley says. He's returned behind the bar, peering through his thick glasses at the beaker in his hands. I believe the reaction is complete. He grabs a glass, pushes it into the ice bucket, and carefully pours the beaker's contents. I can tell from his grip that the glassware is still warm. The wine inside has transformed into a much brighter, vivid red. Osley inserts a thermometer and waits patiently for the liquid to reach room temperature. Then he lifts the glass from the ice, steps out from behind the bar, and offers it to me. Here you are, Sean, he says. Take a sip and tell me what you think. The outside of the glass is slick with condensation. I eye it with some suspicion. Do I actually want to drink a chemistry experiment? I ask. It won't hurt you, Osley insists. He brings the glass to his own nose, inhales deeply, and takes a generous swallow. Go on, give it a try. I accept the glass hesitantly. It crosses my mind that in the past, complete strangers have tried to kill me for reasons I still don't understand. You do realize, I point out, that if you poison me, the entire production shuts down and you're out of a job. Osley gives me a tight-lipped, knowing look. This is actually version 6.1 of the container, he explains. I've sampled every iteration myself. There's nothing in here that will harm you, not in these amounts anyway. I lift the glass and take a cautious sniff. To my surprise, it actually smells like wine this time, unlike the earlier sample. Osley grins. See, he says, that's vanillin you're picking up, along with some lactones that give it an oaky note. Unikov, the prop master, winks at me. It's wine, man, he assures me. I've been drinking Osley's creations all week. It's perfectly fine. I let a small amount roll over my tongue. It tastes like a decent red table wine. Nothing extraordinary, but perfectly drinkable. Not bad, I admit. A definite improvement. I hand the glass to the set dresser beside me. See? Osley says, his voice rising with enthusiasm. Normally it takes months to develop a wine of this quality. My reactant did it in 20 minutes. Can you imagine what would happen to the entire wine industry if every winery could produce a Grand Cru in 20 minutes? The set dresser takes a sip, then smacks her lips thoughtfully. This is hardly a Grand Cru, she remarks. It's early days, Osley replies. In another couple of years, I'll be serving something you won't be able to distinguish from hot Brian. She raises an eyebrow. How do you account for terroir? She asks. Osley laughs. Terroir isn't some mystical force. It doesn't happen because your ancestors wore wooden shoes and prayed to a certain saint. It's just chemistry. Give me a detailed chemical analysis, and I can probably replicate the results. What follows is a passionate debate about terroir, deburbage, and encepagement, so I quietly return to my beer. I'm perfectly content with my simple drink and don't feel the need to dive into the intricate details of winemaking. The shared pipe makes another round, and soon I decide it's time to head to bed. Since Unikov's room is on the ground floor of the resort, I leave by hopping over the balcony railing onto the path below, then make my way toward my cabana. The sea glitters under the starlight, and pale tropical flowers sway in the gentle breeze. The beach shimmers with an opalescent glow. For a moment, if I close my eyes, I can almost imagine I'm back in paradise, which to me will always be Southern California. I round a corner and nearly jump out of my skin at a sudden shriek. It's one of the hotel waiters carrying a room service tray. The bottles and dishes rattle precariously, and I lunge forward to steady everything before it all comes crashing down. After the waiter and I finally straightened things out, he offered another apology. My apologies, Mr. Macon. I didn't notice you approaching. The resort is located in Quintana Roo, and the waiter of my inheritage stands maybe 5 feet tall with a wide face, a prominent nose, and a nervous smile. I glanced down at him. It's fine, I replied. Enjoy your evening. It's not entirely unfamiliar for people to react with a start when I appear without warning, which is part of why I'm an improbable choice for a movie star. I started as a child actor with a notably large head, charming audiences across America as the lead in the sitcom Family Tree. But as I grew taller, my head continued expanding after the rest of me stopped, a condition known as pidomorphosis. The result is a disproportionately large head with infant-like proportions, a small, upturned nose, an expansive forehead, and unusually prominent eyes. Right now, I look even more unsettling than usual because, for this morally complex role, I've shaved my thinning hair and grown a goatee. I resemble someone you'd genuinely prefer not to encounter in a shadowy alley. This appearance is why my career faltered once I outgrew the cute phase, leaving me scrambling for roles for over a decade until an unexpected rescuer appeared, a game designer named Dagmar Shaw, who cast me as the lead in an online series called Escape to Earth. I portrayed Roheen, a character part alien, part angel. The series was a massive success, as was its sequel. While I'm currently in talks with Dagmar for more Roheen projects, I'm also trying to elevate my profile by headlining a major film. My unconventional looks ensure I'll never be the lead in a romantic comedy, but they do make me a convincing villain during my lean years. I was cast as a heavy more often than not. So in Desperation Reef, I'm playing a sinister character who finds redemption. Even if I deliver a flawless performance, it's still uncertain whether audiences will embrace my peculiar features magnified across a theater screen, given my past successes have only been in smaller formats. With these doubts lingering, I made my way to my cabana, a white-plastered structure topped with a steep traditional Mayan roof of palm thatch, oozing manufactured local charm. I opened the door to find Loni Rowe had already arrived. She was curled in an armchair sipping my orange juice and typing on her phone, but she put the device away and stood when she saw me. "Hey," she said. "There was a camera drone circling above, so I thought I'd come to your place and give the gossip column something to talk about." Loni is a fair-skinned redhead who avoids the sun, requiring layers of makeup to conceal her freckles for the camera. She has a bright, slightly prominent smile and a curvaceous figure that has garnered a global following. There's a best-selling poster of her, and it's difficult to imagine an American teenage boy's room without an image of Loni's décolletage displayed somewhere. An ambitious actress, she plays a drug lord's mistress in the film. She's also my girlfriend, or more accurately, my official tabloid girlfriend, an arrangement perfect for generating headlines and keeping us both in the public eye. Although our relationship is primarily for publicity, we have been intimate on occasion. The legions of teenage boys who fall asleep staring at her poster might be disappointed to learn it was agreeable but unremarkable. There's no deep passion between us, as both of us are far more dedicated to our careers. Yet Loni and I are genuine friends, even as we strategically benefit from each other, and I suspect we'll remain amicable long after we've each moved on to other staged romances. You'll recall Loni as the one who famously stole me from my previous tabloid girlfriend, Ella Swift. Ella is a far bigger star, so Loni landing me was a major career boost, significantly raising her profile. Both of these fabricated romances were orchestrated by my agent, Bruce Kravitz from Pancosmos Talent Associates in Beverly Hills. He's deeply embedded in the Desperation Reef project, representing most of the cast, the original screenwriter whose draft I've never seen, the rewrite writer who crafted the first ending, and even the subsequent writer who penned the universally despised second ending that will likely get used anyway. Bruce also represents Ella, and he paired us up to generate headlines during a dry spell when neither of us had a film in theaters to keep our names alive. Ella, for her own private reasons, wanted to hide her true relationship, a passionate romance with her hairdresser. I never understood her need for secrecy. To me, it only made her more intriguing. With nothing else going on in my personal life, I went along with the charade. We were photographed at premieres, charity galas, and the occasional Lakers game. I'd even spend a few nights a week at her Malibu place in the guest room, while she and the hairdresser shared the master suite. Then Ella left for South Africa to film Kimberly, a drama about the diamond trade. Enter Loni, who at her career stage believes all publicity is good publicity. She happily stepped into the role of the other woman who shattered Ella's heart. Bruce's machine churned out a flood of headlines. Ella weeping to friends, having breakdowns on set, or flying back to the States to win me back. Some weeks, the tabloids claimed Loni and I were fighting or had split. Other weeks, we were supposedly on the verge of engagement. The narrative was a merry-go-round of fabricated drama. I was either secretly calling Ella or flying to Africa for a rendezvous. Honestly, I loved seeing my name in the headlines, true or not. It meant people were paying attention, and I thrive on that. Seeing my face on a tabloid cover gives me a genuine thrill. But let's be real, this manufactured fame has its downsides. Take the paparazzi drones, for instance. These buzzing camera bombers hovering over our hotels and work sites are technically illegal, but good luck enforcing that. You can't arrest a drone, and the operator is just a guy with a controller. Proving any specific illegal act is nearly impossible. It feels like cheating. The deal was supposed to be that they print the stories we feed them, not launch their own aerial surveillance division to dig up dirt. Still, Loni knows how to play the game. When a drone was reported buzzing the hotel last night, she immediately came to my cabana, ensuring the tabloids got their shot and their next salacious headline, Loni's secret midnight visit to Sean. Classic. Is the drone still up? I ask her. Lonnie checks the report from our night security on her phone. Looks like it's gone, she says. Coast is clear. I walk over and take a sip of her orange juice. You're welcome to stay, I offer. She gives a small, apologetic smile. I should head back to my room if that's all right. I've got hours of social media engagement ahead of me tonight. The life of a rising star is non-stop networking, or so they say. Have fun, I tell her, finishing her juice as she heads for the door, already texting. So much for company tonight. The next morning finds me submerged, in full scuba gear, filming what feels like a million reaction shots for the endless underwater sequence. The camera lingers on my face as I cycle through expressions: shock, fury, resolve, despair, and the strain of being forced into action. I swim from one side of the frame to the other, then back again. I rise and sink, ducking behind coral formations while make-believe villains glide past above. I operate the underwater salvage gear with a convincing, practiced ease. Our director, an Englishman named Hadley, remains perfectly dry inside a makeshift tent on a converted barge, calling directions through submerged speakers. He's just watching video feeds and enjoying a macchiato prepared by his personal coffee attendant. The gesture is too subtle, he comments. Amplify it then. Moments later, now it's overdone. Pull it back. I despise the underwater sequences. Everyone does. I'd argued with the producers that we could achieve this all on a soundstage with green screen, but they dismissed the idea. By 12:30, I'm finished, but nearly 4 hours submerged has left me drained. The diving mask has pressed a crimson ring into my skin around my eyes and nose. At least we filmed in the shallows, where sunlight pierces the water easily, and I avoid any decompression routine. A speedboat ferries me back toward the hotel, and during the ride I decide to swing by Lonnie Rowe's room. I'd checked the call sheets that morning and saw the schedule shift. I have a scene with her tomorrow. I want to discuss it. I'm considering handing off some of my dialogue to her, actually, since the lines feel too obvious for my character but would suit hers just fine. Her suite is on the ground floor in a separate wing, with a patio facing the beach. Outside, some lawn chairs hold a bathing suit and towels drying in the coastal breeze. The suit is practically a full wetsuit, helping the fair-skinned redhead shield herself from the harsh sun. A simple cardboard sign by the door reads El Rowe, a precaution so crew members don't disturb the wrong guest. I notice the sliding glass door is slightly ajar. Maybe a seabird struck it, a gull or something. I knock on the frame, push the door open, and step into the chilled air inside. Lonnie is sprawled lifeless on the tile floor. There's little question about her condition. Her head is a horrific, bloody ruin. Her pink sundress is speckled with a darker, richer red, deeper even than the vibrant shade of her hair. A shattered coffee cup rests beside her in a spreading puddle of mocha-colored liquid. A sickly sweet odor hangs in the air, clinging to my senses. My gaze darts around the room, searching for anyone else present, especially anyone holding a weapon. The room is empty. My heart hammers in my throat and my pulse roars in my ears, drowning out the sound of the breeze, the waves, and any coherent thought. I've encountered death before, but never like this, so sudden, so brutally intimate. I need a moment to brace myself, to prepare, and this isn't it. I retreat backward, mentally reviewing whether I touched anything. Once outside on the patio, I fish a tissue from my pocket and meticulously wipe the door handle. Then I attempt to close the sliding glass door, but the entire pane suddenly dislodges from its frame, shattering onto the ground in a spectacular, noisy cascade of glittering fragments. The crash is deafening, louder than any shout of accusation. Frantically, I scan the area again, but no one appears to have noticed. I hurry to my own cabana, and then I do what anyone in my bizarre situation would probably do. I call my agent. So Lonnie's been shot? Bruce asks, his tone unnervingly calm. Shot? I suppose a violent cramp seizes my gut, and I double over the small dinette table in a wave of nauseating pain. I don't know the method, I manage. I just know she's dead. But you didn't kill her? No. He moves to the next item on his mental checklist. Do you have an alibi? I struggle to focus. My thoughts are a chaotic whirl, my insides are churning, and the image of Lonnie's body in that pink dress won't fade. I was on the underwater set all morning, I finally say. Then you're fine, Bruce states, as if that settles everything. There was a smug, self-satisfied edge to his voice, the kind that comes from neatly solving a problem. "You're completely in the clear." "Bruce," I replied, "the police around here aren't the Beverly Hills type. They don't handle things with kid gloves. I'm convenient, so they might just decide I'm their guy." "That's exactly why you don't say a word unless one of our attorneys is with you," Bruce stated. "I'll have someone headed your way shortly, along with a local lawyer from here." The knot in my stomach loosened. I stood up straighter, the initial panic starting to recede. "Sean," Bruce continued, his tone shifting, "do you think this could have been meant for you? Given, well, everything that happened." He was talking about a couple years back when an alarming number of individuals seemed intent on derailing my comeback by ending my life. His question sent a fresh jolt of paranoia through me, but I mentally retraced the steps of the evening. "I don't see how," I answered. Honestly, that chaotic chapter was closed. The constant travel with security details, the hotel room hideouts, the random strangers lunging with whatever sharp object was handy. I was a major star now. Audiences adored me. The only people who might want me gone were a handful of bitter critics. "It's all good, Sean," Bruce assured me, his voice smooth. "You're absolutely clean. We'll make certain you don't face any complications." "Okay. A profound sense of relief washed over me. Bruce Kravitz had a genuine talent for manufacturing that feeling. It was his superpower, the tool he used to get results and keep everyone calm. "Now," Bruce said, his tone turning practical, "you need to inform someone about the situation." The paranoia crept back in. "Not the police?" "No," he agreed quickly. "Absolutely not the police. You're right about that. Is there a producer on site?" "I'm not sure. I'll start making calls and find out. Just stay put and remember you're devastated." "Of course I'm devastated," I shot back. "I mean," Bruce said firmly, "remember that you and Lonnie were publicly a couple. It was your girlfriend who was killed, Sean, your lover? You need to be prepared to perform that role." "Right." In my panic, I'd almost forgotten that the entire public narrative about Lonnie and me was a carefully crafted fiction. "Can you handle that, Sean? Can you play that part?" He sounded like he needed confirmation, so I gave it to him. "Of course I can play that," I said. "I liked Lonnie. I was the one who found her. It won't be difficult." "Good. I'm going to make those calls now, and I'll ring you right back." Once again, Bruce's voice worked its magic, leaving me with that manufactured calm. I thanked him, hung up, and sank onto a couch to wait for the next development. The next development was Tom King, the line producer. On a film set, the line producer is the engine, managing the budget and the day-to-day chaos, a role demanding the financial shrewdness of a Wall Street titan and the stubborn persistence of a detective. He was experienced with massive productions like this one and the intricate disasters they could spawn. He was knocking just as my phone rang again. It was Bruce telling me Tom was en route. I opened the door to let him in. Tom King was a solid, balding man in his 50s, dressed in a simple cotton shirt and khakis, phone in hand. I noticed a small, mist patch of stubble forming a triangle on his philtrum. His intelligent blue eyes watched me cautiously through black-framed glasses as if I were an unstable device that might detonate. "Bruce mentioned there's an issue," he said. "The issue is that Lonnie is dead," I said, perhaps too sharply. This wasn't a minor scheduling conflict or a catering complaint to be managed. There was a literal corpse in one of the rooms, and Tom seemed to be approaching it less as a violent tragedy and more as a logistical hurdle. His gaze flickered. "Can you show me?" he asked. "Why don't you go look for yourself? I had zero desire to see Lonnie like that again." "I only have what Bruce told me," he replied. He was still studying me with that wary look, as if he suspected I might be imagining the whole thing. My thoughts spiral into wild, unhinged territory. Maybe he's accustomed to actors losing their grip, hallucinating corpses on set. Maybe this is just another Tuesday for him. "Please," he urges, "I'm not going back in there." I insist. "All right," he concedes. "You can stay out here." We retreat to Lonnie's patio, where her towels still dance in the gentle breeze. Tom moves onto the patio, shielding his eyes with one hand to peer inside. I keep my distance, a solid 15 feet back, safely removed from any chance of glimpsing something lifeless. "The door glass is shattered," Tom observes. "That was me. It broke when I slammed the door shut. He studies the glittering pile on the ground, his brow furrowed. Pretty sure building code mandates safety glass here, he remarks, a classic line producer concern. He glances back at me over his shoulder, hesitates as if to speak, then thinks better of it. I can practically hear his internal monologue. You smashed the glass while running from your own crime scene. To hell with him, I think. He nudges the door open cautiously and steps through. I hear a sharp, startled gasp. Driven by a morbid curiosity, I edge onto the patio, feeling a whisper of cool, conditioned air escape. As my vision adjusts to the dim interior, I see Tom crouched beside Loney's form, his hand resting lightly on her leg. He rises slowly, his gaze fixed downward. She's cold, he states flatly. She's been gone for some time. That fact, as he's well aware, clears me. He stands fully and meets my eyes. Sean, I'm sorry, he says. What happened here, I ask. Do you have any clue? Now that he's confronted with the reality of the room, he avoids looking directly at her. I share the sentiment. We end up staring at each other, a silent standoff. Then my eyes drift past his shoulder, and I spot it, a small, dark puncture in the wall behind him. Over there, I say, pointing. Tom moves to the wall, inspecting the bullet hole. My mind, clawing its way out of shock, begins to connect fragments. The shot came through the glass door, I reason, hit Loney, and kept its momentum into the next room. He studies the hole, gives a grim nod, and in that same chilling moment, the same terrifying realization dawns on us both. He whirls around, his blue eyes wide with alarm. Who's in the next room? The question hangs in the air for only a second before we're both sprinting around the perimeter of the building. I'm gasping for breath by the time we reach the opposite cabana, marked by a neat cardboard sign. E. Custio, Emmeline. I wheeze. She's one of the set dressers, a French-Canadian from Montreal. I leap onto her patio. The sliding door stands open, so I stride right in. Emmeline! I shout. Silence. The air carries a faint, sweet, herbal scent. At least the floor is clear. I locate the bullet hole without much trouble, and tracing its path from the wall to the open door. It's obvious the projectile tore through and exited outside. What's out there? I ask, gesturing vaguely. Swimming pool with tennis courts past it, Tom replies. And if a bullet had struck anyone out there, we'd have heard the commotion already. Emmeline? I call once more, checking the bedroom quickly. She isn't here. I return to find Tom standing thoughtfully in the main room, his eyes locked on one of Osley's custom-printed bongs resting on the table beside a bag of cannabis, explaining the scent. With a resigned sigh, Tom picks up both items. Probably best if the police don't stumble onto this, he says, tucking them away. Makes sense. He looks directly at me. If you've got anything similar in your place, you should make it vanish before they arrive. I'm clean, I assure him. I never travel with anything that could land me in cuffs. That's what the crew is for, after all. I need to start making calls, Tom says. You should head back to your cabana and brace yourself for the police. Bruce mentioned a lawyer is en route. The police will likely beat them here. He frowns, studying me. Any idea who would want Loney dead? No, not a soul. You two were involved? He ventures. She never mentioned anyone? Any troubles? By now, the initial shock has burned away, replaced by a simmering irritation. She did not, in fact, inform me she had a homicidal stalker. No, I retort, my voice edged with sarcasm. Funny, that never came up in conversation. My sudden vehemence catches him off guard. Okay, he says, backing off. I believe you. Maybe it's best if you head to your room now. I go, but not before a creeping sensation settles over me, a feeling that I've walked this path before. The truth is, people around me keep ending up dead. I don't wish anyone harm. It just somehow turns out that way. Looking back, my past is stained with too much blood. I've only directly ended one life. Okay, two. But one of those stays my secret. There was no hatred in either act. I don't wake up plotting who to hurt. I never have. I truly believe that chapter was closed. Now Loney has been murdered by persons unknown for reasons unknown, and the whole nightmare feels horribly, sickeningly familiar. By the time the police finally sit down with me late that night, reliving these old memories has left me drained, defeated, and deeply depressed. I don't need to act at all to come across as Loney's shattered, grieving boyfriend. The only thing holding me back from lunging toward the nearest bottle of tequila and drinking myself into oblivion is the cold knowledge that one wrong move could pin everything on me. The interview goes smoother than I anticipated. It turns out the film production carries serious clout. The local officers are quickly replaced by investigators from the PFM, the Federal Ministerial Police, who are the top-tier investigators in the country. The man questioning me is named Sandoval. He's polite, dressed in a crisp gray suit, and speaks flawless English. He offers his condolences and records our conversation on a sleek new digital recorder with a transcription screen. The problem is the device keeps translating my English words into whatever Spanish words sound vaguely similar, producing absolute nonsense on its 9-inch display. He can't figure out how to switch it to an English setting, if one even exists, but assures me the audio will be fine. He reminds me of Charlton Heston's character in Touch of Evil, and I feel a flicker of grim humor remembering Heston's character struggling with a faulty wiretap device in that film. Sandoval has 2 others with him. One is an older, white-haired gentleman in a nice suit who listens intently but never speaks, perhaps a senior officer whose English isn't strong. The other is a thick-necked blonde man in hiking boots and a faded, multi-pocketed jacket that looks like it's seen a lot of trails. He has an American look about him, but he stays silent, so I can't be sure. No lawyers have appeared, but Tom King sits in as moral support, corroborating my story as I tell it. Everything proceeds well enough until I mention that after finding the body, I called Tom. Sandoval's eyebrows lift. "You didn't call the police?" he asks. "I didn't know how," I reply. "I don't know the emergency number here in Mexico. I thought someone else would know." If Sandoval finds this hard to believe, he doesn't show it. He asks a few more questions, offers his sympathies once more, and then they leave. As someone who's endured more police interrogations than I care to count, I'm certain that one was about as pleasant as they come. Afterward, I have no trouble falling asleep. In the morning, I'm woken by the assistant director bringing me breakfast, not normally part of her duties. She's expressing sympathy, but also subtly checking to see if I'm still functional. If the production can go on, I tell her I'm okay. When I ask for updates, she explains the police are still on site, taking measurements and questioning everyone. News of Loney's death leaked almost immediately, of course. Now 6 paparazzi drones are buzzing around the hotel like mechanical vultures, and extra officers have been deployed to keep intruders off the grounds. Because she speaks Spanish and overheard the investigators talking, she's actually picked up quite a bit about the case. It seems the local police mishandled everything before the federal investigators arrived. They cut out sections of the drywall where the bullet passed through, she explains, her words tumbling out in a rush. Both in Loney's place and in Emmeline's, they bagged the pieces as evidence but forgot to label the bags, so now no one knows which came from where. And so many officers paraded through Loney's apartment to take photos that any useful evidence, like the blood spatter patterns, is completely contaminated. Her eyes widen as it dawns on her that Loney's supposed boyfriend might not be the ideal person to hear this. She claps a hand over her mouth. "Oh, Sean, I'm so sorry," she stammers. "I shouldn't have said any of that. They wanted souvenir photos with a dead body," I ask, disgusted. The image is sickeningly clear. Uniformed cops tromping through the scene, posing next to the remains of the infamous Hollywood star. Though, come to think of it, maybe that's exactly the kind of attention Loney would have loved. The assistant director hurries off, but she isn't the last person to deliver a sympathy meal. Apparently, it's tradition to bring food to someone in mourning, even if that person is a film star who already receives 3 catered meals a day plus snacks. Now my refrigerator is overflowing with fruit baskets, containers of soup, boxes of chocolates, yogurt packs, cakes, bags of nuts, and even a gluten-free pizza. The flowers are just as plentiful, including a massive, perfect arrangement from my agent. The sole person who hasn't offered condolences is Mila Cortez, the stunning Venezuelan actress playing my character's girlfriend, Anna. Mila is a total diva. She considers herself above the resort hotel housing the rest of the cast and crew, opting instead to stay on a private yacht docked in Playa del Carmen to the north. I only see her when we're filming a scene together. The rest of the time, she acts as if I don't exist. Actually, it's worse than ignoring me. She seems genuinely repelled by my appearance, as if she's personally insulted to share the same planet with someone who looks as unusual as I do. I've been unusual looking for quite a while now, so people with attitudes like Mila's are easy to spot. Still, almost everyone else has shown they care, and despite the absurd surplus of flowers and food, I am genuinely moved by their concern. They all expect me to be shattered by grief, and their collective belief is so strong that I actually start to feel it. My voice sometimes catches and fades halfway through a sentence. Tears well up in my eyes. I'm almost impressed by my own ability to so fully inhabit the role of the heartbroken lover. When one of the sound technicians, a gorgeous California blonde named Tracy, suggests she could help me take my mind off Loney, I tell her I'm far too devastated to even consider it. So, naturally, we agree to meet up later that night. The lawyers show up around mid-morning, forcing me to repeat my story yet again, which only deepens my gloom. By noon, the walls feel like they're closing in, so I decide to go find the director, Hadley. I put on a pair of sunglasses and a solemn expression and step out into the sunlight, where the air immediately fills with the whirring of camera drones zooming in for their shots. Being in the tabloids always gives me a sense of being seen and desired, so I consciously adopt the required posture of brooding sorrow and shuffle along with my hands shoved in my pockets. I spot Hadley talking with Sandoval by the pool. Another Mexican police officer is speaking with Chip, who's a cousin of someone on the production. There's a whole line of people waiting to be interviewed, so it's obvious this process will drag on. People keep approaching me to offer their sympathies. The benefit of being outside is that I can politely evade them. I thank them and keep moving, as if I have a specific destination. I wind up on the beach, standing alone on the brilliant white sand, gazing at the water. I think it'll make a fantastic cover photo for the Weekly Dish or some similar gossip magazine. The ocean is a flawless turquoise blue, with waves breaking over the reef about 100 yards from shore. Police officers stood along the beach, keeping watch over the sand, but they respectfully kept their distance. I inhaled the sharp, salty smell of the ocean. "Hey," a voice said. "You holding up all right?" I turned and saw the blonde officer from my interview the previous night, the one I'd guessed might be American. He was still in his blue field jacket, wearing Ray-Bans that reminded me of Gregory Peck in some old war film. His accent had a slow coastal Carolina drawl. "So who are you, really?" I asked. He glanced upward, checking for any drones that might lip read. "Special agent Sellers," he replied. "DA." I stared, genuinely stunned. "You think Loney's death was drug-related?"
No.
He said, shaking his head. "I'm just riding along with the local police. I'm here on a separate case." A cold prickle of alarm ran through me. If he was investigating drugs, the film set was full of them, and I personally wouldn't pass a drug test at the moment.
A separate case?
I asked. "What kind?" He pulled out a small device and powered it on. The screen was washed out in the glare, so he suggested, "Mind stepping into the shade?" We moved under a cluster of palm trees, out of drone surveillance range, and he scrolled through several images before stopping on one. He held it out. "Recognize this man?" I pushed my sunglasses up and studied the photo. A flicker of familiarity hit me. It was Osley, the assistant prop guy with a passion for chemistry experiments, though here he had a shaved head and a goatee. Those vague eyes behind thick glasses gave him away, along with that faintly smug look. "What's his name?" I asked. "Oliver Ramirez," Sellers answered. "Goes by Ollie." I stayed quiet. "You looked like you knew him." Sellers pressed. "He reminds me of a barista," I said. "Works at a coffee place in Sherman Oaks." I slid my shades back down and met his gaze, aiming for an air of complete innocence. No idea if his name's Ollie or not. I wasn't about to identify someone who could link me to drug use, especially since the substances in question were practically legal back home. As far as I knew, Osley's chemistry hobbies hadn't actually hurt anyone. And for pretty clear reasons, I've never been a fan of my country's outdated and punitive drug laws. I decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Do you have any leads on?" I paused, letting my voice catch. "On what happened to Loney?" Sellers gazed out at the water. "Nothing solid yet," he said. "But there's a theory it might have been an accident." My surprise was completely genuine. My mouth actually fell open. Sellers saw my confusion. The shot came from the water, he explained, gesturing toward the sea. The shooter had to be in a boat way out past the reef or someone would have spotted him. The police can't figure how anyone made a rifle shot that precise from a rocking boat, through a glass door, into a dark room that'd be nearly impossible to see into. Since no one's found a motive, they're leaning toward an accidental discharge. He trailed off, watching my reaction. That's not right, I said firmly. That isn't what happened. Oh, he said, his interest sharpening. How do you know? Because accidents don't follow me around, I almost said. What follows me is murder. But I didn't get the chance. My phone rang just then, and it was my agent, so I had to answer. Thanks for the flowers, I said. Everything okay? Bruce asked. More or less. The lawyers seemed to think it was all clear. Other than Loney still being dead, I thought. Glad they're confident, I said. I wasn't being entirely open, considering a DEA agent was standing less than 3 feet away, listening to every word. There was a brief silence before Bruce moved to the next point on his list. Have you reached out to Loney's parents yet? He asked. They found out about her death from the news this morning. I'm certain they'd value a direct call. Oh, for crying out loud. Normally I'd just have my assistant mail a sympathy card and be done with it. But since I'm playing the part of Loney's grieving boyfriend, I'm practically considered family now. That means I'll be stuck on the phone forever, pretending to share in the sorrow of 2 people I've never even met. I don't even know their names, I told him. Kevin is sending you all that information right now, Bruce replied, referring to his own assistant. Are you managing okay otherwise? I'm getting by, I said. My phone chimed with the incoming text. I'll call them immediately, I added, seeing a perfect excuse to step away from Special Agent Sellers. Which is exactly what I did. I retreated to my cabana, made the call, a truly awful experience that left me equally anxious and drained, and then went to find Osley. Osley wasn't staying in the main hotel. His room was on the ground floor of a separate annex wedged between the luxury building and the highway. Honestly, the annex looked like it might have been a cheaper, older motel that the bigger resort had bought out. I knocked, and a woman's voice answered from inside, not Osley's. It's Sean, I said. Is Osley there? The door opened to reveal Emmeline Cousteau, the set dresser whose suite had been pierced by the stray bullet. She was tall, with dark hair and a warm, open face that reminded me of Karen Allen, though without the freckles. Barefoot and wearing a colorful, off-the-shoulder top, she gave me a sympathetic look. Hi, Sean. Come in. I'm so sorry about Loney. Yeah, me too. Osley's room was small and plain, a standard hotel setup with 2 beds and a modest desk. The curtains were closed, leaving the space dark and uncomfortably warm, with a faint, damp smell of mildew hanging in the air. Osley was at the desk, working on a laptop and sipping from a soda can. I took a seat on the unused bed. He offered his condolences about Loney, though his eyes were unreadable behind his thick glasses. There's a DEA agent here working with the local police, I mentioned. They're searching for someone named Ali Ramirez. The reaction was instant and dramatic. Osley jerked as if he'd been zapped, sending his keyboard clattering to the floor and his soda can skittering across the desk. His glasses slid down his nose. Easy, man, I said. I didn't give you up. Not that it meant someone else wouldn't. Osley retrieved his keyboard, then buried his face in his hands. What am I going to do? He moaned, more to the room than to anyone in particular. Emmeline walked over, placed her hands on his shoulders, and began kneading the tight muscles there. She leaned close, whispering into his ear, Don't worry, baby. It's going to be okay. Watching them, the truth landed on me with the force of a falling cinder block. I'm pretty sure my heart skipped a beat. For a few seconds, I just stared, trying to fit the jagged pieces together in my head. Then I lifted a hand, pointing straight at Osley. They were aiming for you, I said, the words coming out slowly. You were in Emmeline's room. The bullet missed, went through the wall, and killed Loney. After that, it must have blown through her patio door and vanished toward the ocean. I suddenly remembered the shattered glass on Loney's patio when I approached her door yesterday morning. The glass had sprayed outward, a clue about the bullet's path that got lost when the entire door gave way and left shards scattered everywhere. I hadn't thought about it again until now. Maybe a closer look at the hole in the wall would have shown the trajectory more clearly, but all I recalled were 2 tidy punctures. Nobody was focused on the wall, not with a body right there. What everyone assumed was the clear target of some offshore sniper. Osley and Emmeline just stared at me, looking as if I'd uncovered a secret that could damn them both, which maybe I had. We were, together. Osley finally admitted, his voice barely a whisper. I ducked my head down, and the bullet just missed me. We stayed hidden for a bit, then took off running. I turned to Osley. What kind of experiments are you running to attract both the DEA and a sniper? He just waved a hand dismissively. You know how it is, somehow I kept my cool. No, I said, I really don't. Emmeline glanced up at me. It's like with the wine, she offered. I nodded slowly. He's building a reaction vessel? A reactant. Osley corrected. You're trying to print drugs, I stated flatly. He shook his messy head. I only prepare the precursor chemicals. They're like prodrugs, they'll turn into the real thing once they react inside the vessel. The vessel you also print, I said. Yeah. What kind of drugs? I asked. He gave a helpless shrug. Opiates are simpler. They're all related. You just decide how many acetyl groups to attach to morphine, oxycodone, hydromorphone, heroin? Diacetyl morphine hydrochloride, Osley said, then sighed. Okay, fine. Yes, that's heroin. And how much have you actually produced? He looked surprised. None. My equipment isn't good enough. To make drugs, you need a very precise printer and tight control over temperature, humidity, and light. I've never owned a printer that advanced. Even if I got one, it would take countless experiments to make anything pharmaceutical grade. Then why is the DEA involved? I posted some things online. I nodded, my voice turning sharp. Naturally, because the rules of social media require you to broadcast your budding criminal plans on a public forum easily searched by the police. What other option could there possibly be? He spread his hands helplessly. The narcs showed up talking about conspiracy to distribute. I decided to leave town, so I cashed in my old identity and made a new one. You just had a spare identity ready to go. I printed it, then I got a job here because I know some people. By now, nothing shocked me, so I just nodded. Osley smirked with a hint of pride. I named myself after the greatest drug dealer in history. I drew a blank. There's a famous dealer named Osley, Owsley Augustus Owsley Stanley. He practically built the psychedelic 60s, manufacturing millions of doses of LSD when it was still legal. I rubbed my temples. I don't care what your grandparents' generation did. I'm trying to decide what to do with you now. Alarm flashed behind his thick glasses. He and Emmeline exchanged a worried look. You can't go to the police, he pleaded. Everything I did was purely theoretical. Someone is shooting at you, I said. An innocent person could get hurt. I met his gaze. Maybe you should just vanish. They shared another look. We considered it, he admitted, but we're right here surrounded by police. Feels safer than being out there alone. Tell that to Loney, I replied. A heavy silence fell. Look, he finally said, no one's going to shoot with all these cops around. It won't happen. Really? I gestured toward the heavy curtains covering his window. Then why don't you open those? Step out on your balcony with a beer? Osley's lips were dry. He looked desperate. Emmeline, standing behind him, gave his shoulder a small nudge. Tell him about the paradigm shift, she urged. She nudged him again. Tell him, she insisted. He blinked behind his glasses. Well, it's a total shift in how everything will be made, right? Small 3D printers in kiosks and garages, creating whatever tools you need, including drugs, I said. Right. He licks his lips once more. Most things today require massive factories and assembly lines to produce. But imagine if you or someone in your community could make the very items that once needed a whole factory. Suddenly, that factory isn't so necessary anymore, is it? So, factories shut down, I reply. Pharmaceutical factories, Osley clarifies. Because once a formula is out there, people can manufacture their own medicine. Not just the illicit drugs, but everything. Cholesterol statins, blood pressure beta blockers, kidney disease treatments, antibiotics for infections. It's a complete paradigm shift, Emmeline interjects, her voice urgent with the need to be heard. So the drug companies collapse, I say. I understand. It's not only the drug companies, Osley continues. It's the entire system for distributing, or, more accurately, not distributing medications, the suppression. He lets out a strained, quiet laugh. The DEA's mission becomes pointless if anyone can synthesize whatever drug they desire. A grin spreads across his face. It's a brand new world. Prohibition will fade away because there will be countless ways to bypass it. That's exactly why the DEA wants Osley locked up, Emmeline exclaims. He isn't breaking the law, he's making their jobs obsolete. I struggle to wrap my head around what Emmeline is implying. Are you saying it was the DEA who tried to shoot you? I ask. No, Osley states flatly, just as Emmeline shouts. Obviously, they exchange a heated glare before Osley turns back to me. Look, it's not just the police who are out of a job, he explains. It's the criminals, too. Ah, I say, the picture becoming clearer. Right now, intricate networks exist to harvest coca or opium poppies, refine the raw plants into potent alkaloids, smuggle that product across borders, then dilute and package it for street-level distribution. And of course, there are countless ruthless armed men whose sole purpose is to ensure that business thrives and remains protected from rivals. Entire organizations raking in billions where violence is the default solution, all of whom would be forced back to menial jobs like shoe shining, farming beans, or working the graveyard shift at a convenience store if Osley's technology succeeds. You'd put the cartels out of business, I say? Couldn't happen to a more deserving group, right? He quips. And in the meantime, they're trying to kill you? I still think it's the damn cops, Emmeline insists, a new edge of paranoia in her tone as she glances toward the window. How would the cartels even know you're here? Unless someone inside talked. I have no answer for that, or for much else. I stand up. You should print a new identity and plan your escape, I advise. You can't stay here much longer. He mulls that over as I leave. That afternoon, I'm in my cabana when Hadley, the director, shows up. He doesn't bring any food. Jesus Christ, we are in such deep trouble, he announces, and I'm almost relieved by his lack of false sympathy. He drifts over to one of the gift baskets of fruit and begins plucking grapes, popping them into his mouth. Hadley is bearded, blonde, and perpetually twitchy, with a full repertoire of nervous habits likely honed over years of directing massive, complicated films where a single misstep from him, or from practically anyone else on the production, could see a couple $100 million vanish as completely as if it were doused in gasoline and set ablaze. His devotion to his films is a formidable, almost inhuman single-mindedness. We still have Loney's 2 major scenes, he says. The completion bond company thinks we can just cut them and nobody will notice. A completion bond is the film's insurance policy. They guarantee that if a catastrophe threatens the production, the film will either be finished or the investors will be repaid. On a project this size, representatives from the bonding company are on set constantly, auditing every department. While they clearly want the movie finished so they don't have to repay the investment, they offer no guarantee the final product will be any good. In fact, they could legally demand we cut a crucial subplot and 2 key scenes. Their only concern is checking the box, getting a completed film, ideally on schedule and without going over budget. You can picture my sheer joy at the thought of my first major feature being a butchered, nonsensical disaster.
I need to talk them out of this,
Hadley insists. He's grabbed a pineapple from the fruit basket and is mindlessly pulling at the crown leaves. Frustrated by his own lack of strength, he gives up and hurls the fruit back. Someone left a casserole for me, I offered. It's in the refrigerator. Maybe you should take your aggression out on that. Hadley fixes his gaze on me. I need your help on this. Absolutely, you do. I play my strongest card. I'll call Bruce Kravitz. He taps a finger to his nose. Perfect. Hadley isn't represented by Kravitz. Every Pan-Cosmos director with the experience for a production this large is already booked, so he doesn't have a direct line to the most powerful figure in the business. But I do. I call Bruce immediately, and he grasps the situation instantly. A terrible film means damaged careers for his Pan-Cosmos clients. I'll make some calls, he says. I'm relaying this bit of hope to Hadley when Tom King, the line producer, walks in. Figured you should hear this, he tells Hadley. The police have been running background checks on everyone tied to the production. They found an issue. My shoulders tighten, bracing for news of Osley's impending arrest, but that's not it. It's the trucking company we hired for location moves. It's a front for a cartel. Hadley and I just stare. Are you seriously telling me it's the actual narcos? Hadley asks. Tom's expression is grim. The company is owned by an Antonio German Contreras. His brother, Juan German Contreras, is a high-ranking leader of the Tricolor cartel. They control drug trafficking along the Gulf Coast. Unbelievable, Hadley exclaims. Tom's blue eyes are steady and serious. The Tricolors are exceptionally violent, even by cartel standards. They've murdered thousands to build their empire. Hadley clutches his head, looking to me. What in hell are we supposed to do? If we fire them, they'll kill us. If we keep them, they'll probably kill us anyway. Tom turns to me. Sean, he says, do you have any insight into why the cartel and Loney might be connected? Honestly, I don't think they are, I reply, which is the truth. I scramble for a plausible angle. Do they have rivals? Maybe this was a warning to the Tricolors from a competing cartel? Tom immediately sees the potential. He looks back at Hadley. That's our justification to terminate the contract. We'll say their involvement increases the risk of an attack on the production, and then they'll come after us. Hadley shouts, pacing in a tight, anxious circle. He was practically grinding his teeth. Tom considered it further. Maybe we still have to pay them off. The completion bond company will never agree to that, Hadley retorted. We'll discuss it, Tom said, then shifted his focus to me. His blue eyes softened with concern. Sean, how are you holding up? I'm managing. A truly honest answer would be, I'm exhausted from pretending to be the heartbroken partner. But that wasn't an option. We're all going to be under immense pressure to wrap this film, Tom continued. I want you to know you can take all the time you need before returning to set. A groan escaped Hadley at the suggestion. Tom's eyes briefly flicked to the director before returning to me. But it would help our planning to have an idea. I'm ready to work, I stayed firmly. I can see the profound relief behind his concerned look. Are you certain? Because… Yes, I interrupt. I genuinely need to get out of here and back to the location. It's the best thing for me right now. That news clearly made them both very happy. Alone in my cabana, the scent of tropical flowers and overripe fruit hanging in the air. I watched the door slide shut behind the production team. The silence lasts about 2 seconds before my phone vibrates. Dagmar's name flashes on the screen. Of course, I'm on vacation, she announces, her voice tight. The Virgin Islands, my husband, my daughter. For once, my time off isn't soundtracked by riots or societal collapse. Yet you couldn't manage 2 peaceful weeks, could you? This isn't my trouble, I insist. I'm clean on this one. You've lied to me while people were actively trying to murder you, she counters flatly.
Okay, she has a point. My relationship with Dagmar Shaw is complicated. She's the visionary who plucked me from nowhere, the force behind Escape to Earth and its sequel, the reason I'm a star. For that, I owe her. But she's also a chess master, relentlessly driven and frighteningly intelligent, playing a game whose scale I can barely comprehend. My own ambitions feel almost quaint in comparison. I just want the adoration of millions. Dagmar?
She operates like a strategic genius with global domination on her to-do list. I'm sending bodyguards, she declares. You clearly need minding. Resisting Dagmar requires a spine I often lack. She knows too much. Specifically, she knows about a particular burial, a singular and very permanent mistake I'd prefer to forget. Fine, I sigh. I've had a security detail before. It was occasionally irritating, but mostly it felt like having armed butlers. They follow orders and, as a bonus, tend to discourage unwanted visitors. One more condition, she adds. You will ensure the guards are billed to your production. Not to my company. I mull it over. I can probably swing that. Given the circumstances of the shoot and my own colorful history, it might even be justified as a necessary precaution. And incidentally, Dagmar says, her tone shifting slightly, I'm sorry about Loney Rowe. Most people would have led with that sentiment, I note. Most people? She replies coolly, aren't aware she wasn't your actual girlfriend. I don't bother asking how she knows. Dagmar has her sources, some of which border on the supernatural. Stay out of trouble, she orders. Do not interrupt my vacation again. I'll certainly try, I say, and the line goes dead. My nerves, however, don't get the memo. A series of thunderous booms suddenly echoes across the resort, and I instinctively hit the deck behind the nearest sofa. Okay, maybe bodyguards aren't the worst idea. It turns out to be the local police. They'd warned the tabloid drones buzzing over the hotel to clear the airspace, treating it as an active crime scene. The reporters, predictably, ignored them, but this is Quintana Roo, not some cushy Beverly Hills suburb, and the authorities had authorized a more direct approach: shotguns. They were blasting the drones right out of the sky. Anyone caught with a controller got yanked from their car, thoroughly roughed up, and thrown in a cell. I stayed inside while this impromptu skeet shoot unfolded, listening to the sporadic pop-pop of gunfire and the faint rattle of falling birdshot on the palapa roof. By the time it was over, the sky was mercifully clear. That cleared air made it easier for Tracy, one of our sound technicians, to slip into my cabana after dark. She thought she was offering comfort in the wake of Loney's death, and in a way she was, but she was also soothing a deeper, more tangled set of anxieties I could never begin to explain to her. The next morning, fresh call sheets materialized. Production was restarting. My new security detail, 4 serious-looking individuals, touched down in Cancun on the same flight as Mrs. Trevanian, the agent from the completion bond company. The bodyguards carried the visible weapons, but Trevanian held the real power. She could kill the entire movie by cutting Loney scenes and leaving the story in tatters. She cuts a forbidding figure in her dark suit, her purposeful stride sending a chill straight down my spine. She carries herself like someone who has already calculated the cost of everything and decided what she's willing to spend. That same afternoon, we gather in one of the producers' cabanas for Loney's memorial. We take turns sharing fond memories, but I can barely speak. While everyone else is cheerful, reminiscing about Loney's vibrant energy, I'm paralyzed by the quiet dread of knowing Mrs. Trevanian is in another room, deciding my fate. I slip away from the gathering as soon as it feels polite, then try desperately to memorize my next day's lines through a haze of panic. After dinner, Tom finds me with the bad news. The meeting was a disaster. Mrs. Trevanian argued that Loney didn't need to be replaced at all. Her scenes should simply be cut. When Hadley erupted, tugging at his beard and shouting that the film would become incomprehensible, Mrs. Trevanian coolly replied that Desperation Reef was an action blockbuster, and blockbusters didn't need to make sense. "Have you ever watched a Transformers movie?" she asked. I collapse into the sofa, swallowing a groan. My dreams of stardom are being obliterated as thoroughly as one of the film's spy drones, and I know they won't be returning. This project is headed for a crash, and after it flops, no studio will gamble hundreds of millions on someone with my distinctive look. My future narrows to working for Dagmar until she loses interest, then fading back into obscurity on some beach, exactly as I was 3 years ago. So Loney died for nothing, I murmur, the words thick with defeat. This whole nightmare was for nothing. Tom just shrugs. What's the move? We find more funding? I suggest. He shoots me a doubtful look. It's way too late for that, he says. I press on. Seriously, what would it cost to reshoot Loney's scenes with someone else? We don't need an A-lister, just someone capable and professional. Tom is trying to be gentle. But who has Loney's specific allure? The character is a femme fatale. Who looks that convincing in a bikini? This is California, I counter. The state is practically built on girls who look good in bikinis. He pulls out his tablet and scrolls through a budget. Setting aside what we paid Loney, he says, reshooting her scenes would run about $10 million. I just stare. She was only in a handful of scenes. $10 million for? Most of that is the cigarette boat chase sequence, he explains. Right. I'd almost forgotten about that, mainly because my part hadn't been filmed yet. Loney had completed her portion, and after I shot mine, editors would weave it together with a small fortune's worth of finished footage, stunt doubles, pyrotechnics, gunfire, to create the illusion of a narrow escape from her and a squad of cartel gunmen, all culminating in a spectacular, expensive explosion. Listen, I say, a spark of frantic logic igniting. If we cancel the rest of the boat chase, we save millions. Use those savings to hire a new actress, devise a cheaper alternative for the chase, and reshoot Loney's scenes. Tom's expression is utterly vacant. I already pitched that. Trevanian refused. It's not happening. But the money is already allocated. Not anymore, it isn't. The veins in Tom's neck are taut, his voice edged with a despair that tells me he's already fought this battle. For one wild, reckless second, I consider funding it myself. Between my savings, investments, and the funds offshore, I might actually manage it, but the thought is ludicrous. Everyone knows that investing in movies is a surefire way to lose your shirt. Investing in Hollywood feels even more futile than pouring money into factories for outdated products like buggy whips or antimacassars. This town has a special talent for making funds vanish into thin air. Even if no one outright steals from you, a single misstep in any department can doom an entire film. The studio might insist on a disastrous recut or botch, a last-minute conversion to 3D. The composer could deliver a painfully off-key score, the marketing trailers might fall flat, or the publicity team could sabotage the promotion in a feud with the producers. In any of those scenarios, my investment would be gone, leaving me unemployed and penniless. I sink back into the sofa, fighting off a wave of self-pity. We're completely screwed. Tom observes Hadley is nearly at the point of turning a gun on himself. Honestly, he'd be doing everyone a favor if he aimed at Mrs. Trevanian instead. He then adds with a sliver of optimism, maybe we'll get lucky and a last-minute investor will show up with a massive check. I grab my phone. I'm calling Bruce. It goes directly to voicemail. It's frustrating that he has other commitments and a life outside of this crisis, but I suppose that's reasonable. I put the phone down. I'll try again later. Tom glances toward the doorway, where one of my security detail is pacing. Where did these guards come from, he asks. You're covering the cost, I inform him. Consider it part of your due diligence. Even Mrs. Trevanian would have to approve. Damn it, he shouts, but that's his only protest. I try to review my lines once more, but the sharp report of a shotgun echoes outside another tabloid drone making a reckless pass at the hotel. I abandon the effort. Thankfully, no one has bothered to offer me sympathy in quite a while. So I decide it's time to visit my bar and pour a glass of reposado tequila. After a couple of shots, a possible solution for funding the movie the right way crystallizes in my mind. I knock on Osley's door and am met with a wary, muffled question from inside. I identify myself, and he opens the door just a crack to verify. Spotting my two bodyguards, he initially mistakes them for hitmen and panics, but I wedge my shoe in the door, lean in, and speak quietly. Listen, I say, I think I can get you out of this. He lets me enter. My guards take positions outside his door. Emmeline isn't there, and her absence leaves the room feeling hollow and desperate, illuminated only by the shifting patterns of a laptop screensaver and the sad remains of a room service meal decaying on the dresser. I take the room's sole chair, leaving Osley to sit on the edge of the bed. I notice your curtains are still closed, I remark. Be careful walking past them, he warns. You could get silhouetted. I regard the heavy drapes with new caution. Noted, I reply. Then getting to the point, I say, look, they discovered people connected to the Tricolor cartel working on the production. He flinches. They won't stop coming for you, I continue. The only way out is to make you appear harmless to them? I was hoping to see a spark of hope in his eyes, but instead I find only deepening suspicion. And how do you propose to do that, he asks. We sell your process to the cartel. He processes this with visible irritation, his lip curling in a silent "you idiot." I see two major flaws, he counters. First, what's to stop them from just killing me and taking whatever they want? You need an insurance policy. Document the entire process and leave it with someone you trust to release it if anything happens to you. His sneer intensifies. Someone like you? No, I state firmly. I want no part of it. I wouldn't even understand the technical details. You're right about that, he scoffs. Because you missed the point earlier, there is no finished process. I haven't actually printed any drugs, it's all theoretical, and all my theories are already posted online in additive manufacturing forums. There's nothing to sell. I take a moment to think. All right, I finally tell him. Then we tell them you have a complete, working method. Osley leaps from the bed and begins pacing the room, his arms waving in the air. So your plan is to lie to a group of dangerous criminals? To claim I have a method I don't actually possess and then expect them to pay me to keep quiet about it? Basically, I reply, yes. That's insane, he shouts. I'm almost ready to concede the point. It's far from my finest moment. But he continues, his voice rising.
You clearly don't understand a thing about me. My core belief is freedom.
I'm struggling to connect his ideals to our current predicament, but Osley is already explaining. I have no desire to profit from my ideas, he declares. Patents, copyrights, trademarks, they're all obstacles. He nearly spits the words out. They restrict the liberty to use the technology, and the technology itself is what matters. It has to be available to everyone, for anyone who wants to use it, without some greedy gatekeeper demanding payment. Even if that stance gets you killed, I ask. A fierce, unshakable conviction glints behind his thick lenses. If I die, he states, the technology will still emerge. Someone else will solve the puzzle. People will be printing medications in their own homes. It's as certain as the day people linked their computers to phone lines and built the internet. Sure, I say, and whoever cracks the code is going to make a fortune. He gazes down at me from what he clearly believes is a position of pure moral authority. This knowledge must be free, he announces, and I am the one who will liberate it. It hits me that the last thing I need right now is a sanctimonious lecture from this arrogant, delusional tech fanatic. I remind myself of my own imposing height, my somewhat intimidating appearance, and the violent acts in my past. I could simply stand up, grab Osley, slam him to the floor, and inform him he'll do exactly as I say or suffer the consequences. But I don't. That's not really who I am. Instead, I walk out, collect my security team, and head back to my cabana to rehearse my lines until bedtime. Tracy, the sound technician, calls, but I tell her I'm too agitated to meet. Sleeping with someone 3 times edges dangerously close to a real relationship, so I decide to end it there. I need more from you, Hadley tells me later. I need you to actually act, Sean. When Hadley is truly in director mode, stationed in his makeshift hut or tent surrounded by monitors, commanding his crew through a headset, he transforms. Gone is the jittery, frantic figure he has offset. In the director's chair, he becomes focused, commanding, and clear about his vision. He's still a pretentious jerk, of course. Even so, I could use some guidance. I'd prefer it came from a director who is physically present on set and understands how to communicate with actors, rather than some self-important hermit isolated in a room with his fancy coffee and a massive inferiority complex. But I'll accept what's offered. The truth is, I'm sinking into a deep gloom. Mrs. Trevanian has effectively doomed this film. Its failure will wreck my career, and I'm starting to lose sight of why we're even finishing it. I know I'm supposed to be the model of professionalism, prompt, perky, and professional, and pour my entire soul into the role, grateful just to have a job. But now I'm questioning what any of that dedication actually earns you. I've worked hard my entire career. I've gone to extreme lengths, and yet irritating figures like Mrs. Trevanian and faceless enemies still won't leave my life in peace. It suddenly makes me wonder why I'm even trying to carry a major film. I've never been the leading man before. Acting for movies requires a different approach than TV. TV stars have a relatable, cool aura. Even when their characters are flawed, they manage to feel familiar, almost like someone you might know. These are, ultimately, individuals you welcome into your home each week. If they don't appeal to you, you simply won't tune in. Movie stars, however, operate on a different scale entirely. They must possess an intensity that can dominate a 40-foot screen and captivate an entire theater. That's precisely why so few TV personalities make a seamless transition to film. It demands not just a new set of skills, but an entirely different kind of presence. You need to shift from being pleasantly familiar to utterly commanding. By the same token, certain film icons are simply too large for the small screen. Jack Nicholson is mesmerizing in a cinema, but having that overwhelming energy in your living room week after week? The TV set couldn't possibly hold it. Personally, I believe I'm holding my own in this feature. Everyone assures me I'm fantastic, though they'd likely say that regardless of my actual performance. I could review the daily footage to judge for myself, but I've never had the confidence for that. Lately, however, the whole endeavor feels increasingly pointless. I muddle through each take, and Hadley claims to be content with whatever effort I can muster. I retreat to my cabana to clean up and eat, and then, mercifully, my security informs me that the prop master Unikov is at the door. He's extending an invitation to a gathering in his suite, ostensibly to lift my spirits after everything that's happened. I'm so desperate to escape the oppressive, floral-scented atmosphere of my own quarters that I accept immediately. The party is a near replica of the one from a few nights prior, with the notable absences of Osley, who is lying low, and any trace of cannabis, especially since a duo of Mexican state police officers have joined the festivities. These uniformed officers are here for general security, distinct from the plainclothes PFM agents actually investigating Loney's murder. I gather they're off-duty, given the way they're knocking back expensive cognac, as if they've never encountered imported Napoleon brandy before. Both are Mayan, standing about 5 feet tall. My eyes drift to the pistols on their belts and the 2 Heckler & Koch submachine guns leaning in a corner, alongside a shotgun meant for drones. A plan, delicate and audacious, begins to flutter into my mind. I decide these officers will become my new best friends. I keep their glasses full. I engage them in conversation, asking about their lives and work. Hector has the stronger English, but Octavio is the more animated storyteller, using grand gestures, vocal inflections, and a gift for imitation. I joke that he should consider acting. They're visibly flattered by the attention from a Hollywood star. They regale me with thrilling police tales that, while possibly true, I suspect are borrowed from other officers' exploits. As the party winds down, I suggest a walk with Hector and Octavio. We stroll together, me weaving slightly alongside 2 tipsy men carrying automatic weapons almost as long as they are tall. They even let me carry the shotgun for a bit. I guide them to the small hotel annex where Osley is hiding. Carefully, I count the sliding glass patio doors until I pinpoint Osley's room. Then, I make my proposition. $1,000 each if they'll fire a few rounds at that specific door tomorrow afternoon during my scheduled filming time. I stress they must aim high to ensure no one is injured. They are sufficiently inebriated that my request doesn't immediately strike them as alarming, and $1,000 represents roughly 3 months of their pay. Hector, however, looks puzzled. But why, he asks. Publicity, I tell them, with a conspiratorial wink. That explanation seems to suffice. Okay, Hector says after a moment, but we need another 500. What for? To pay the sergeant to make the evidence disappear. I am far from sober during this entire exchange, but the next morning I recall enough to visit the bank and withdraw a considerable sum of cash. We're in a part of Quintana Roo flush with American tourists and dollars, so procuring a few thousand is straightforward. After securing the money, I head to my makeup call. We're filming another underwater sequence today. My call time was for 6 hours, but a cascade of technical issues, more chaos than usual, and a distinct lack of cooperation from the ocean, sun, and clouds led to endless retakes. I ended up working nearly 12 grueling hours, much of it spent in the water. It was close to 10 by the time I was out of makeup and back at my cabana. My security team entered first to sweep for any unwanted guests and, to their surprise, found Osley and Emmeline concealed in the spare bedroom. I feigned more shock than I genuinely felt and asked Osley what they were doing there. He stammered, "Can we talk in private?" After my guards confirmed he wasn't armed, they stepped outside to patrol the gardens. I took a seat beneath a vase of wilting funeral flowers. "What do you need?" I asked. Osley looked terrible, unshaven, shuffling, his hands constantly patting his own body as if taking inventory. "They tried to kill him again today." Emmeline burst out, furious. I turned to Osley. "I ran before the police showed up," he muttered. I hid my internal celebration. "That's rough," I told him, "but you can't hide here. I won't have anyone in my home who's going to attract gunfire." Emmeline fixed her eyes on him. "Tell him," she insisted. "Tell him what you've been thinking." He gave a nervous jerk. "I've been reconsidering our conversation the other night. I adopted my most serious, imposing expression. You might need to refresh my memory. What I recall most clearly is your lecture on personal freedom. In truth, it was Emmeline, and of course the bullets Hector fired through Osley's patio door, that had shifted his perspective. When all was said and done, I had won, and I saw absolutely no reason not to let his previously superior attitude taste a little defeat. After our discussion, I decided to let him stay the night before moving him to a different safe house the next day. Following that, I took a short walk, found Hector and Octavio, and shared the good news with them and their unnamed sergeant, making them as pleased as I was. The perks of Hollywood fame open countless doors, which is why securing a meeting with Juan Germán Contreras required far less effort than one might assume. I reached out through his brother, who owned a trucking company, and once I received word he would see me, I arrived bearing gifts, an exceedingly expensive bottle of small-batch bourbon, Osley's 3D printer, the beaker he'd shown me at the party, and a container of Osley's notoriously bad homemade wine. The meeting itself was arranged at the last possible moment. I received a text with GPS coordinates and drove to the location with my bodyguards. It turned out to be a half-finished Burger King overlooking the ocean, waves crashing white over the distant reef. Waiting there was the brother, Antonio. We were instructed to place our cell phones in a plastic bag stashed on the construction site. Apparently, the police could track the GPS signals. We then followed Antonio's Chevy Tahoe into the jungle, passing through several gates guarded by sizable, well-armed men, before arriving at a modest, tile-roofed bungalow that wouldn't look out of place in any California suburb. My guards were visibly uneasy, but I was in charge, so they reluctantly complied with orders to remain in the vehicle. Antonio's men helped me carry my items inside, where I finally met the man himself. I was dressed to impress, like some mobster from a gritty crime drama. A gray tropical suit, a red tie, polished wingtip shoes. My goatee was neatly trimmed and my head freshly shaved. I was aiming for the vibe of an interstellar gangster, and I suppose I should apologize for mentioning again that my appearance naturally leans toward the sinister and unsettling. I frighten small children. I startle hotel staff I encounter in dimly lit hallways. During those lean years when I struggled to find work, the roles I did land were usually as the intimidating heavy. When the situation calls for it, I am exceptionally skilled at projecting pure menace. Yuan's presence in person is genuinely intimidating. He doesn't need to pretend. He hasn't bothered with a tie either. A lean man in his 40s, he's dressed simply in a loose cotton shirt, drawstring trousers, and sandals. My research told me the most wanted man in Mexico is an ex-senior officer from the Federal Ministerial Police who switched sides completely. He carries himself with a disciplined, almost military posture, and I sense a quiet curiosity about why I've come. He offers a bright smile and shakes my hand. I hand him the bottle of bourbon I brought, and he gestures toward an ornately carved chair painted with ancient Mesoamerican patterns, the kind of piece you'd expect to see in a museum. He and his brother Antonio settle into their own seats. "I heard there's been trouble on your film set," Juan begins. "Unfortunately, yes," I reply. "I wish I could assist you," he says, "but the police have their own people watching your crew. They and I," he makes a vague gesture. "We don't exactly collaborate." He assumes I'm here seeking protection. What he doesn't know is that I intend to take his money, but first, a bit of praise. "Your English is excellent," I remark. He accepts the compliment without a flicker of expression. "I worked with your DEA years ago," he explains, "back when I was still with the police." For a moment, I consider mentioning Special Agent Sellers, but I hold back. "My kids and I watched Escape to Earth together," he adds. "We enjoyed it." The image warms me. Juan and his children curled up watching my movie while his men carry out their brutal business of smuggling, stabbings, shootings, and beheadings. "Thank you," I say. That project was close to my heart. We talked briefly about the film industry and the current production here in Mexico. He offers his sympathies over Loney's death. He seems well informed about Desperation Reef and mildly entertained by the plot. I'm relieved he doesn't appear interested in removing my head. "Do you happen to know Ollie Ramirez?" I ask. He looks blank. "He's an inventor," I clarify. "He's the one the assassins have been trying to kill." Juan seems taken aback. "I thought it was Loney Rowe," he says. "Loney's death was an accident," I tell him, though I'm certain he already knows. "May I show you something?" I run through the wine demonstration just as Osley did in Unikov's suite. I let Juan taste the awful young wine, then pour the Cabernet into Osley's container, let the reaction occur, chill the result to room temperature, and hand it to him. His eyebrows lift as he samples the transformed wine. "This is just one of Ollie's creations," I say. "You can find others online." I meet his gaze. "If you visit certain sites, you'll see he's adapting this technology to print drugs." A shadow crosses Juan's face. I fight a chill. The courteous host is gone, replaced by the ruthless head of a criminal empire. All the warmth drains from the room. If my future as a top Hollywood action star weren't on the line, I'd want to be 1,000 miles away. So your Mr. Ramirez wants to sell me this? He asks. No, I reply. That would be too risky. He tilts his head, eyes like granite. Once this tech is out there, I point out, you can't control it. Anyone with a printer, some basic chemicals, and instructions from the web could manufacture drugs. People in the US could make their own and undercut your prices. Juan looks at me the way a child might study a fly before plucking its wings. May I ask, he says, what your interest is in all this? I've been standing to demonstrate the process. Now I return to the folk art armchair and sit, meeting his gaze levelly. I'm here to get Ollie Ramirez off the hook. Someone's gunning for him, and frankly, it's overkill. He just stares, his gaze steady. I've done my homework. I know his operation has ended thousands of lives in recent years, not just ended them, but done so with unimaginable cruelty. I'm no saint either. I've got blood on my hands. It's not a point of pride, it's public record. If Juan did his research, he knows that. Maybe that earns me a sliver of his consideration. Taking Ollie out now would be a strategic error, I continue. The moment he sensed a threat, he distributed his research to people he trusts. A lawyer here, a confidant there. If he disappears, that information goes live. That's the truth, more or less. What Bruce Kravitz, sitting in his sleek office atop the Pan Cosmos building, would actually do with that PDF in his inbox is anyone's guess. Juan's expression is impassive, like granite. Do you know these friends of Ramirez? No. I don't want their names, and I don't pretend to understand the science. I'm an actor, not a tech wizard, which hopefully means I'm not worth torturing for intel I simply don't possess. And what does Ramirez want? Juan asks. A fair price for his work. I slide a single sheet of paper across the table between us. My calculations are based on what I could uncover about Juan's empire. Annual profits hover around $6 billion on $20 billion in revenue. He has roughly 150,000 people on his payroll, not counting the officials in his pocket. To ensure his discoveries stay buried, I say, he's asking for $25 million, annually. The number isn't outrageous. One of the ironic problems in Juan's line of work is finding somewhere to park all that cash. It piles up in warehouses and spare bedrooms. When rivals get busted, authorities sometimes find $100 million in physical bills just moldering in a back room because there was nowhere else to put it. The choice is yours, I tell him. You understand your business better than I ever could. I gesture toward the paper. That's a Cayman Islands account. If the money lands there, we'll know you see value in the arrangement. Ollie will pivot his research to something that doesn't interfere with your enterprises. Juan glances at the paper but doesn't pick it up. That Cayman account is actually mine, a little tax shelter set up on the advice of Bruce Kravitz. Some of the financing for Desperation Reef was foreign, so I kept my salary offshore. The money's never touched U.S. soil, so the taxman can wait. Just one more thing, I add. This technology, it's inevitable. Someone else will crack it eventually. When that happens, I shrug. The payments stop. You'll have bought yourself a few years of peace. Juan's face gives nothing away. If this printing tech gets out, he says, his voice low, how do I know Ramirez isn't the one leaking it? I make a dismissive gesture. You have your ways. You'll find out. Besides, people in that world can't help themselves. Whoever manages it will probably be boasting about it on every forum from here to Silicon Valley. Juan exchanges a long, silent look with his brother. Then his eyes return to me. I don't know this, Ramirez, he states, but your proposal has merit. I can see why he's become a target. I stand up from the heavy, ornately carved chair. I've taken enough of your time. I shake hands with the Contreras brothers and make my exit, the printer tucked under my arm. I'd leave it as a parting gift, but it's studio property. A flicker of surprise passes through me. I'm still breathing. My security detail, waiting outside, seems equally relieved. The drive back is tense and quiet, the desert landscape blurring past the window, making me wonder if the real cost of this meeting is still to come. Returning to the hotel, I was certain the entire journey had been a farce, picturing the Germans back in their bungalow sipping whiskey and chuckling over their gullible guest. That's why it was such a shock the following morning when I checked my Cayman account and saw a $25 million deposit. It was in cash, no less, meaning Juan not only had the funds waiting in the islands, but had arranged for someone to physically transport the money from his hidden reserve to my bank. I traveled to Cancun to meet Osley, who was holed up in a hotel under another false name, and informed him the transfer was complete. In a day or two, he would fly to the Caymans to open an account, and I could wire his portion. If you even think about going back to the drug trade, I warned him, I'll handle you personally. He needed to focus entirely on his vineyard venture, I insisted, and steer clear of anything illicit. After dinner, I left my cabana for a walk through the resort gardens, deliberately avoiding the beach and ocean views since I see enough of both during my workdays. I was idly hoping to find some company to unwind with, but Unikov wasn't in his room, so I drifted toward the open-air poolside bar and ordered a Negro Modelo. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I spotted Special Agent Sellers in the corner, attempting to converse with the bar's resident parrot, a green and red bird perched on a stand. Sellers was still dressed in his full safari gear. I ambled over, beer in hand, and studied the parrot. "Get a confession out of him yet?" I asked. Sellers glanced at me, then did a slight double take. "Yes, I can be an unsettling presence when I appear unexpectedly," before turning my way. "The parrot's not talking," he said. "I think he's requesting his attorney." "Motherfucker!" The bird squawked, its vocabulary clearly shaped by inebriated American vacationers. "Tough customer," I observed. "Why not take a break and have a drink with me?" He joined me at the bar and ordered a vodka tonic. "Did you ever track down that man you were looking for?" I inquired. "He kept avoiding the interview," Sellers replied. "Then someone fired a shot into his room and he vanished." "You were after the props guy?" I asked, feigning surprise. He nodded. "Any idea who took the shot at him?" I pressed. "That's confidential," he said, which I interpreted as him having no leads. I shifted the subject. "Any new developments on who killed Loney?" He seemed hesitant about sharing information, but the vodka tonic apparently loosened his discretion. "Remember when I suggested it might have been an accident?" he began. I nodded. "There was an initial issue with the evidence," Sellers explained, "but it's been resolved and now it appears the shot came from the mainland, possibly aimed at someone on the tennis courts, fired from someone concealed in the jungle across the highway. The bullet just happened to pierce the wall and strike Loney by pure misfortune. Looking shocked wasn't difficult. I had privately congratulated myself for figuring that out alone. "I've been turning it over and over in my mind," I said, managing to summon a tear. "I couldn't fathom why anyone would," I let my voice catch. "And now you're telling me it truly was an accident," I exclaimed. He nodded, intending to be consoling. "The forensic evidence supports it," he confirmed. "I mentioned before it could be random, but you disagreed." "I don't know what to believe anymore," I murmured, considering a tremble in my voice, but deciding against overacting with my audience so close. I took a sip of my rich, dark beer. Sellers stayed quiet. "Motherfucker," the parrot declared. A commotion followed as a half-dozen film crew members entered the bar, clearly returning from a dinner elsewhere. Among them, I spotted Chip, the guy who was here purely because he was somebody's cousin. For some reason, a memory of Juan surfaced in my thoughts. "I don't know this Ramirez, but what you say is interesting. I understand why somebody's shooting at him." A sudden thought strikes me. Maybe Juan was being honest after all. I gesture subtly toward the group across the room. "You recognize the tall guy? The one with the blonde hair?" I ask Sellers. "I was present for his interview," Sellers replies. I shake my head. He isn't staff. Sellers takes another sip of his drink. He's a guest. Related to, if I remember right, the assistant groundskeeper. From my spot at the bar, I study Chip with fresh eyes. Any idea what his job is? Sellers, perhaps loosened by one too many vodka tonics, pulls out his handheld and scrolls through his files. "He's in marketing," he says after a moment. "Works for Porter-Backer Pharmaceuticals." It hits me like a detonation in reverse. All the scattered fragments of suspicion suddenly snap into a single, clear picture. "Okay," I say, keeping my voice steady. "That's very interesting. As it turns out, Chip is an avid golfer. He spends most days out on one of Cancun's many courses. Later, I watch on a monitor as he returns to his suite, golf bag over his shoulder. The moment he steps inside, he freezes. His room is in disarray. Someone has clearly tossed the place. He drops his bag and rushes to the settee in the front room, yanking out a long, slender box from underneath. The relief on his face is unmistakable. Right, I say to myself. Time to move. With my 4 security guys in tow, I leave my cabana where I've been watching Chip's little drama unfold on video, and make my way across the resort grounds to his suite. 2 guards enter first through the already open door. "Hold on there, cowboy," I say as I step inside. "We need to have a chat." Chip whirls around, his face a perfect portrait of what you might call a guilty conscience. He stares, wide-eyed, as my men approach. "What's in the box?" I ask. When he tenses like he's considering a fight, I add, "Don't bother. A full recording of this is already saved on a server in New Zealand." Which is true. Earlier, my team and I had let ourselves into Chip's suite, planted cameras in every corner, and staged the mess, all on the assumption he'd lead us straight to that box under the settee which we'd already found during our search. My guards, I should note, look like pirates who've been forced into tropical suits. They'd probably toss Chip overboard without a second thought if I gave the word. One of them plucks the box from Chip's limp hands. I fix my gaze on it with what I imagine is Klingon-level intensity. "What do you want?" Chip demands, his expression hardening. "Let's take this outside," I say. Somewhere without recording devices. After a quick pat-down, we all stroll to the pool area and settle at a wrought iron table. Sunlight glitters on the water, and the sharp scent of chlorine hangs in the air. One of my guys adjusts the red and yellow umbrella to shade us, then the guards retreat just out of earshot. I turn my Klingon stare back on Chip. "Let's start this conversation by agreeing you're an idiot," I begin. He scowls. "You have no idea what you're talking about." "Okay," I say, leaning forward. "Let's get on the same page. From where I'm sitting, you came here to kill Ollie Ramirez, but you missed and took out a movie star instead. That brought a world of heat and publicity down on this entire production, screwing up your mission, so you've been passing the time playing golf. And you pulled this stunt in Mexico, where the police won't even need to open that box or find the rifle inside covered in your prints to beat a confession out of you and throw you in a cell. A cell you probably won't survive, because it'll be packed with violent cartel killers who'd torture you to death just for the fun of hearing you scream. A heavy, stunned silence follows. Then, mustering a shred of defiance, Chip manages a question. "Why would I want to kill Ollie Ramirez?" I let out a long sigh, representing Porter-Backer Pharmaceuticals, who have obviously decided that Ollie's work poses a direct threat to their financial interests. I did some digging last year. Their profit hit $6.3 billion on a revenue of $49 billion. That kind of margin would be impossible to sustain if folks could just manufacture their own medications at home. I let out a derisive chuckle. "They're fools, incidentally." Chip only stares, his expression hard. I pull a folded slip of paper from my pocket. It looks almost identical to the one I handed to Juan just a week earlier. "Unless you want your rifle handed over to the authorities, along with a creatively trimmed version of that video, I require $50 million transferred to this account. By tomorrow. And another $50 million every year on the anniversary of Loney's passing, to ensure Ollie Ramirez permanently abandons his research." He gapes. His mouth works, but no sound emerges. He's utterly speechless. "That might sound like a fortune to people like us," I continue, "but against profits of $6.3 billion, it's a manageable expense. Not to mention avoiding the endless investigations, the catastrophic press, the total collapse of your stock price, and prison sentences for everyone involved." I settle back into my chair, contemplating the landscape of outcomes. "Naturally," I add, "your higher-ups might conclude their smartest move now is to have you eliminated. I'd recommend you remain in your room, under guard, until the funds are secure." I offer a thin smile. "And since I have zero faith in you or your corporation, the evidence is stashed away. It gets released automatically if anything unfortunate befalls me." I rise. My security team glances over. Chip hasn't uttered a word for what feels like an age. Perhaps now, I suggest you should go find a telephone. Chip retreats to his room, shadowed by one of my guards. As for me, I think I'll wave a cinematic magic wand, dissolve from this poolside drama, and cut straight to the happy resolution. Porter-Backer Pharmaceuticals paid. A few of their mid-level managers stepped down, but by then I was preoccupied with salvaging my film. I fronted $10 million in cash, secured an executive producer credit and a share of the gross, and Bruce Kravitz applied Loney's replacement, a talented actress named Karen Wilkes. She didn't quite have Loney's physical presence in a swimsuit, but she brought a wonderfully unhinged malice to the role of the gangster's girlfriend that people remembered. The villainous Mrs. Trevanian was thwarted, gathered her dark cloak around her, and retreated to Los Angeles. I didn't share the Porterbacker windfall with Osley. He was already being compensated to halt his pharmaceutical work. So everything concluded rather splendidly for me. It's a shame Loney's killer didn't face proper justice, but locking Chip away wouldn't have resurrected her. And yes, I regret that Loney died. But if she had to go, at least her exit provided me with a flood of publicity, a massive fortune, and a solid film, which is nothing to scoff at. I also didn't die, which is perpetually a bonus. The best part came later, during a meeting with Hadley and Tom King. We were in Hadley's cabana, working through seafood tacos and iced caramel macchiatos brewed by his personal barista, hammering out the shooting schedule. We were debating how and where to film the finale. I finished a taco and licked my fingers. By the way, I informed Tom, I'm not shooting that second weak-kneed ending where my character hands the drugs to the police and walks away. That's not who he is. My character keeps the money. Hadley looked up, alarmed. Sean, he said, the producers are insisting on that ending. I'm a producer now, I reminded him, fixing him with my best steely glare. He hemmed and hawed, but ultimately surrendered. What option did he have? I was the one who rescued his picture. I'm the guy who spun tragedy into profit, misery into contentment, tequila into diamonds. Desperation Reef is destined to be a hit. The death of Loney provided the kind of publicity money can't buy, the sort of exposure a studio would spend a fortune to manufacture. Everyone who caught the tabloid headlines or tuned into the entertainment gossip now wants a piece of the narrative, a connection to my story. They'll open their wallets to feel closer, and I'll welcome it. I'll embrace their devotion, let their affection fill me with a sense of purpose, and in exchange, I'll offer them everything I am. I'll give them extraordinary creations. I'll give them brilliance. Phyllis Eisenstein's short stories have been featured in publications like the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Asimov's, and Analog. She is widely recognized for her fantasy series following Alaric the Minstrel, a character born with the rare gift of teleportation. These tales were later woven into the novels Born to Exile and In the Red Lord's Reach. Her additional works include the 2 novels of the Book of Elementals series, Sorcerer's Son and The Crystal Palace, alongside standalone titles such as Shadow of Earth and In the Hands of Glory. A collection of her short fiction, including collaborations with her husband Alex Eisenstein, was published as Night Lives, 9 Stories of the Dark Fantastic. With a degree in anthropology from the University of Illinois at Chicago, she taught creative writing at Columbia College for 2 decades, also editing 2 volumes of Spec Lit, a student anthology showcasing speculative fiction. She currently works as a copy editor for a prominent advertising agency and resides with her husband in her hometown of Chicago. In this first new Alaric story in years, the minstrel joins a caravan venturing into the vast, uncharted desert, a place where evil spirits wail after dark and mirages dance on the horizon. But as he will learn, some perils are terrifyingly real.